Waking up, I actually became a woman, and I crossed over to the Marvel Universe. Ding. System bound. Congratulations on becoming Supergirl. Beginner's gift pack. Perfect Kryptonian Bloodline. Not affected by Kryptonite or red suns. Hanshio was thrilled getting stronger just by sunbathing on Earth. What a deal. The small spaceship crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep pit. Hanshio crawled out of the ship, feeling light as a feather, as if she could fly, and had to exert a lot of effort just to walk normally. What she didn't know was that the ship had already been spotted by S.H.I.E.L.D., which wasn't called that at the time, landing right in a nearby open area. Coulson approached with agents. Alien visitor, who are you? The moment he saw Hanshio, Coulson was stunned. His face was absolutely beautiful. Features like a divine creation. Willow eyebrows, long eyelashes, a straight nose, a slightly proud yet charming cherry mouth. Wearing a Supergirl miniskirt outfit that revealed her long, beautiful legs. An alien is actually this beautiful. Wearing black stockings? Coulson thought to himself. My planet was destroyed, and I escaped to Earth. Hanshio recognized him as Coulson, thinking he was shocked by the spaceship. Come with us. Coulson snapped back to reality and took her to Nick Fury. Name? Nick asked. Han Kiwi, just following local customs. Where are you from? Kryptonian. Do you have any malicious intent towards Earth? I just want to live well. Hanshio asked Nick for a room with good sunlight. Getting stronger from sunbathing was the real deal. The next day, as soon as the sun shone, energy surged throughout her body. She shouted to the system. Report data. Flight speed, 4 Mach, abilities, steel body, super strength, heat vision, ice breath. All of Supergirl's powers awakened. Just as she was about to break through the window and fly out, her X-ray vision spotted Black Widow Natasha coming with food. Hanshio reached out to open the door, and with a crack, the iron door, strong enough to withstand tank shells, was easily removed by her. Natasha was stunned, her eyes almost popping out. This door was made of special materials. Sorry, I used too much force. Hanshio said a bit awkwardly. She had just gained her powers and hadn't yet controlled her strength properly. The two agents beside them were also left dumbfounded. Can Hanshio successfully leave S.H.I.E.L.D.? With a flight speed of 4 Mach, how does she rank in the Marvel Universe? Will her accidental door demolition be seen as a threat by Nick Fury? Not just Natasha, the other two agents were also in shock. Natasha had come to bring Hanshio some food and to extract some useful information, but upon arriving, she saw the door had been torn off. This is too exaggerated. How will Natasha respond to this door-demolishing Supergirl? Is this really an ordinary person? Her strength is terrifying. One agent muttered. Natasha ignored him and looked at Hanshio. Are all Kryptonians this powerful? Only I am special. Hanshio examined her dressed in a black catsuit that hugged her curves, long legs complemented by high heels, radiating femininity. Natasha was also mesmerized. This woman was as beautiful as a divine creation, making even her feel a twinge of jealousy that I came to deliver food. Hanshio finished her meal in a whirlwind, and Natasha probed. How did you know my name is Natasha? I have super hearing. I can hear from very far away. Hanshio said with a mischievous smile. Just want to see if the director would panic. I in the monitoring room. Nick Fury was indeed furious. Motherfucker, get her a super soundproof room with no windows. Coulson reminded him. That kind of door won't hold her. She can break out anytime, though we must do it. Arrange more agents to guard her. Nick gritted his teeth, hated things spiraling out of control. Bored, Hanshio activated her X-ray vision and saw a train losing control, about to plunge into a river, with a black man inside bound to a time bomb. With a whoosh, she broke through the ceiling and flew out, leaving Natasha dumbfounded. In the monitoring room. Nick cursed again. Motherfucker, she can fly? Do we treat this like a vegetable garden? And now we have a big hole. At 4 Mach speed, she reached the scene in 22 seconds. Hanshio violently broke open the top of the train car, grabbed the black man, and shot up into the sky. Just before the countdown hit 1 second, she dropped him. Boom. The bomb exploded high in the air, and she flew back to the front of the train, bracing herself against the engine, forcefully bringing the out-of-control train to a stop. Inside the train, chaos erupted. Superhero, quick, take a picture, goddess. So cool. Congratulations on gaining 2,548 reputation points, which can be used to purchase items from a store. Hanshio hovered in the air, dressed in blue spandex, a red mini-skirt, a red cape, and black stockings with red boots, striking a heroic pose as she quickly drew Supergirl on the ground and zoomed away. Completed beginner task. Points 50,000 can cross worlds. Supergirl outfit upgraded to nano armor. Can transform into any style. Hanshio tried to change into a suit, but the system reminded her. No rewards for fighting without Supergirl attire. System, you have issues. She had to change back in her battle suit, tugging at the black stockings' exceptional quality. Even with her strength, she couldn't tear them, and bullets definitely wouldn't get through. Nick Fury already knew about her rescue and was focusing on the Supergirl on the monitor. What purpose will her nano armor serve? What powerful items can she buy with her reputation points? Will Nick go to great lengths to capture her? Next, Han Shuya flew at high speed, drawing a large name on the ground. Supergirl then shot up into the sky. She didn't know that this scene was captured by countless people, and the topic of the mysterious Supergirl had exploded online. Will she become a new legend in the Marvel world? Director, should we go after her now? An agent asked. Nick Fury rolled his eyes. Let's think it over. Can you fly? Nearby shield, a loud explosion echoed as Han Shuya landed, cracking the ground around her. An earthquake. Run. The agents scrambled out in a panic. Natasha covered her head and turned back to see Han Shuya, unable to help rolling her eyes. Can't you be a little gentler? You caused an earthquake. Sorry, I only used a little strength. Han Shuya let her nano armor transform into a dress. Anyway, it's not my money fixing this. Let the director worry about it. Director Natasha almost laughed out loud. Nick Fury approached, handing over identification and a bank card. You should find a place to stay. I believe you can live independently. He was genuinely afraid if she stayed any longer, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be completely torn apart. I've only been here for one day, and you're kicking me out? I'm so pitiful. Han Shuya pretended to be miserable while secretly thrilled. Natasha, see Miss Shuya off. Han Shuya grabbed Natasha and started walking, suddenly turning back. By the way, your name is too long. Let's call it S.H.I.E.L.D. internally, adding actually, Snake Shield would be more appropriate. Before Natasha could react, Han Shuya activated her biofield and shot into the sky. Where do you live? Natasha was confused. Am I sending you, or are you sending me? Fly back. The two gently landed on Natasha's balcony, and Han Shuya directly pulled her inside. You really are quite familiar. Natasha chuckled helplessly. She felt sorry for her, thinking they were both alone in the world. Later, when Han Shuya had money, she bought a villa, but for now, she was staying at Natasha's place out on the other side, in the terrorist base. Tony was on the brink of collapse. His chest had been pierced by shrapnel, and he was alive only thanks to the electromagnetic device Ethan made, while being forced to build missiles that he and Ethan secretly built the Mark I in hopes of escaping. But just as they finished, the terrorists charged in. Tony, put on the armor. I'll hold them off for a bit. Ethan shouted as he rushed in with a gun. Ethan, don't go. Tony yelled anxiously. The armor's program was still loading. Gunfire erupted. Ethan took down 2 enemies, but more terrorists swarmed in, and it seemed they were about to break in. They'll get you out. Let me borrow the armor for a bit. A clear, feminine voice rang out as Han Shuya suddenly appeared, dressed in a Supergirl skirt. She activated her super speed and charged into the crowd of enemies, several bullets flying toward Ethan. Han Shuya instantly positioned herself in front of him, the bullets hitting her and bouncing off. Whoosh! She shot heat rays from her eyes, slicing the oncoming terrorists in half. Ethan stared in awe. Are you a goddess of war? Don't mention it. Can Han Shuya successfully take Tony and Ethan out? Is she really going to borrow the Mark I armor? How will Nick Fury react when he finds out she got involved with Tony? After Han Shuya finished speaking, she activated her super speed and charged toward the terrorists, sparks of battle igniting throughout the base. In the next second, would she directly blow up the entire terrorist base? At that moment, the armor's program finally finished loading. Tony quickly donned it, preparing to fight alongside Han Shuya. No matter who you are, we need to leave quickly, Tony reminded. Let me wear the armor. Han Shuya's eyes lit up. She activated her super speed, and the armor on Tony was instantly on her. She planned to keep the prototype armor as a souvenir after she was done playing Tony. Once suited up, Han Shuya excitedly charged out to fight, and in no time, she was close to wrecking the armor. Tony and Ethan stepped out the door, glancing at each other, their minds filled with questions. Who are you? And Tony began. Stop talking, let's go. Han Shuya grabbed one of each and flew into the sky. The armor is about to break. Ethan shouted. The armor has no energy left. Tony panicked. We're going to crash. Quick, stop. Find a place to land. The two noticed that Han Shuya was unfazed and thought she was scarier than the terrorists. After calming down, they realized something was off. How can the armor fly for so long? How can we talk normally? There's no airflow during high-speed flight. Congratulations on winning the battle. Earned 10,000 points. Current points, 60,000. Having sunbathed for so many days, Han Shuya's abilities increased immensely, and she flew at speeds exceeding Mach 20, going from Afghanistan to America in less than half an hour. In the end, she dropped Tony and Ethan near a rescue plane and flew off alone. How many points does it take to travel to other worlds? 100,000 points can permanently unlock a universe. After unlocking, unlimited travel is allowed, with a cooldown of 15 days. Shortening time or bringing people will require additional points. Not bad. Quite a conscientious system that, as Tony got off the plane, he saw a teary-eyed Pepper. Are you crying for your missing boss? I'm just happy. I don't have to look for a job anymore, Pepper retorted. Right now, I just want to do 3 things. Eat a cheeseburger, hold a press conference, and check out a beautiful woman's information. A press conference? Checking out a woman? You need to go to the hospital. Pepper was shocked. First, let's get a burger, Tony said, and the driver immediately started the car. At the press conference, Tony announced, shutting down the weapons manufacturing department, effective immediately. The crowd erupted, reporters squeezed together to ask questions, and Obadiah quickly grabbed the microphone. False news, the company will develop normally. During this time, Han Xiaoye and Natasha lived together, sunbathing to get stronger, beating up minor villains to earn reputation points and credits. She was particularly flashy during battles, and her videos flooded the internet. One day, while patrolling the city, Han Xiaoye spotted a few robbers robbing a small shop and immediately swooped down. The show is over. Drop your weapons and surrender. Pretty girl, who are you scaring with that outfit? Shoot. The robber leader laughed. 3 bullets shot toward Han Xiaoye, but she stood still, the bullets hitting her like they were hitting steel, falling to the ground. One bullet hit her beautiful legs, black stockings, but the stockings remained undamaged. What? The robbers were stunned. Han Xiaoye instantly moved in front of the robber leader and knocked him out with a punch. One robber attempted to flee, but she snorted and chased after him, kicking him in the lower back, causing him a blackout. She dragged the 2 unconscious robbers in front of the surrendering one and coldly said, "Too weak, that wasn't satisfying." The surrendering robber gripped his gun tightly, trembling all over. "I am sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me." How will Han Xiaoye handle this surrendering robber? Can Tony trace Han Xiaoye as information? With 100,000 points needed to unlock a new universe, Han Xiaoye was not far from this goal. Which universe would she unlock first? The surrendering robber held his gun tightly, trembling. "I am sorry. Please let me go." Han Xiaoye looked at him, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Would her next move completely break the robber? Han Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. "Let you go." She snatched the gun, her hands forming a fist. If the fight wasn't satisfying, she had to find something to vent on. The robber was engulfed in darkness, directly fainting from fright. Han Xiaoye smoothed her dress and waved to the onlookers, shining brighter than a star. Battle victory. Points 200. Reputation 1352. The opponents are too weak, the rewards are too little. Supergirl, you're so cool. Someone in the crowd shouted. It was a true fan she had saved before. Instantly, cheers and applause erupted. Han Xiaoye smiled gently, waved goodbye, and rapidly ascended into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. By the time the American police arrived late, only chaos and unconscious robbers remained. The online discussions about Supergirl had exploded. She's so beautiful, so cool in battle. Her moves are so fast, you can't even see them. She's incredible. An invincible beauty in black stockings and a short skirt. I could watch that scene for a year. Of course, there were also many doubts. Isn't she too brutal? Could she cripple someone? With such power, if she loses control, she's a deadly weapon. Criminals have human rights too. Is such brutality appropriate? But more people sided with her, and her true fans were growing. Nick Fury watched the news, his expression complicated. Both sexy and positive energy. We need to form a Supergirl response team. Han Xiaoye knew that after Tony finished the press conference, he would surely want to perfect the Iron Man suit and go have some fun. Sure enough, within a few days, the 2 Malawian Quatches flew. Out in the night, this thing was immature and lacked an antifreeze system. Tony was charging up high, and Jarvis reminded him, "Sir, it's icing over. There's a fatal risk. Keep going, I want to break the record of 85,000 feet." Han Qiuya had been waiting at 85,000 feet. She planned to accompany Tony for a while during his free fall, saving him at the last moment to experience the thrill of 3D viewing. Click. The armor froze and malfunctioned, and Tony began to stall and plummet. Oh. In his panic, he saw a red figure flash above. It was Han Qiuya, and she even winked at him. "Supergirl, save me. I'm your biggest fan." Han Qiuya admired him for a few seconds, broke the sound barrier to catch up, and fell alongside him. Her long hair flew, the red cape fluttered, and she was as steady as a mountain while plummeting at high speed. "Mr. Tony, enjoying free fall? Next time you go out for fun, call me at 1,000 meters from the ground." Han Qiuya swiftly appeared in front of him, caught him steadily, decelerated, and landed smoothly. Tony regained his senses and complained. "Couldn't you be a little gentler? You saved me at the last moment. I almost had a heart attack. I'm saving you for the second time. It has to be accounted for." Han Qiuya raised an eyebrow. "If you need money, come to me. If you need morals, don't." Tony retorted. "Want to come my place? Race? No. With your speed, my armor can't compete at all. I don't want to be beaten." Would Han Qiuya go to Tony's house? Would she remind Tony that the 2 Malawian Quatches lacked an antifreeze system? If Tony plays dead again next time, would she still save him? What are we racing for? Your super speed can't be matched by my current armor, and I don't want to be beaten by you as soon as Tony finished speaking. Hankia suddenly laughed. She seemed to have thought of a more thrilling way to play. Tony felt a surge of determination. Sooner or later, my armor will fly faster than yours. After they landed, they entered the villa, and just as Tony placed the armor down, Pepper came in. This is my assistant, Pepper. You can call her Little Pepper, Tony introduced, then pointed to Han Kuya. This is the superhero who saved me twice, Supergirl. By the way, what was your name again? Han Kuya. Thank you for saving Tony. Pepper extended her hand. Her eyes filled with curiosity. The woman in front of her was too beautiful, with glossy black long hair, delicate features. Like a work of art, in a blue dress that accentuated her curves, especially those beautiful legs and black stockings under the red skirt. Even she, as a woman, was mesmerized. Pepper, Tony reminded. Sorry, Miss Han Kuya, you're just too beautiful, Pepper said, a bit embarrassed. Han Kuya smiled and didn't mind. Would you like something to drink? Pepper asked. Juice, please, Han Kuya thought, and the nano armor transformed into a blue dress, stunning everyone. This is a nano armor? It can change shape at will? Tony's eyes lit up. That's amazing. Can I study its structure? Han Kuya asked the system in her mind. What would happen if I cut off a small piece? It will turn into ordinary material, deduct 100 points. They'll give you a villa and $1 billion, just for a small piece, Tony hurriedly offered. Okay, but if you can't get anything out of the research, don't blame me. Han Kuya agreed straightforwardly. Host, do you really think Tony is a fool? The system couldn't help but comment, deducting 100 points for consuming a small piece of nanomaterial. The system is quite conscientious. There's an even more conscientious offer. The Flash. Double Flash Strikes universe is temporarily unlocked for only 50,000 points. Tony took the small piece of material and rushed off to research. I have urgent business. I need to travel to another universe. See you later, Han Kuya suddenly said. Okay, the villa and money will be transferred to your name immediately. Tony was more than happy for her to leave, so he could hurry to study the material. Han Kuya smiled mysteriously, and a blue portal opened in front of her, revealing the scenery of another world. She stepped in, and the portal closed instantly. Tony was completely stunned. Did she really go to another universe? No joke. Oh my God. Pepper was even more exaggerated. Jarvis, search for any news about Han Kuya globally. Report immediately if there's any movement. Tony ordered. In Kamar Taj, the Ancient One sensed the spatial fluctuations and looked in the direction Han Kuya disappeared. Supergirl, I need to talk to you next time. In the universe of the Flash, Double Flash Strikes, the battle was intense. Shadow Flash Supergirl was defeated by Zod, and Batman charged towards the enemy in a warplane. Sacrificing himself, the young Flash looked at the fallen Shadow Flash, anxiously asking the old Flash, "We can travel back in time, right? We need to run fast enough." Before the old Flash could finish, the young Flash began to accelerate. I know what to change. The old Flash hurriedly chased after him, and the two charged towards the bowl of time and space. Let's reverse time together. Back to the moment Batman was about to launch the missile, the old Flash shouted urgently, "Bruce, don't launch. They have a protective shield." What does Han Kuya want to do in the Flash universe? Will she help the Flash defeat Zod? Is the Ancient One looking to stop her from recklessly traveling across universes? The old Flash quickly reminded Batman through the earpiece. Bruce, don't launch the missile yet. They have a protective shield. In that moment of Batman's days, Han Kuya's figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Which side would she help? Batman saw the giant about to enter the aircraft and jumped out of the plane. The bat suit spread open in the air, flying like a bat, and landed steadily on the ground, hoping the crashing aircraft would cause enough damage to the giant. On the other side, Zod and Supergirl were in battle. Young Flash thought of a way to help Supergirl by using his super speed to run circles around Zod, blocking his line of sight. Whoosh! Zod was surrounded by someone. Realizing that his view was blocked by this fast-moving person, unable to see anything outside the circle. Supergirl was momentarily stunned, then immediately activated her super speed and flew into the circle, delivering a heavy punch. Zod was not prepared for defense and took a hit. After the punch, Supergirl flew out of the circle, and the running Flash raised his hand for a high five, which Supergirl ignored, leaving young Flash feeling awkward. The battle continued, and Supergirl repeatedly flew through Flash's surrounding circle, hitting Zod each time. After several rounds, Supergirl attacked again, but this time Zod reacted and dodged, countering with a hit that made Supergirl, who hadn't had enough sunlight, lose the fight. This hit also disrupted young Flash's running rhythm, causing him to fall hard to the ground. Zod's female lieutenant, Fiora, picked up Supergirl, and Zod took out a weapon to stab into Supergirl's body. using a device to extract the codex from her. Indeed, in this world, Superman never made it to Earth. Zod had found Superman on the way and had told Supergirl that Superman did not survive, and what he needed was the codex inside Supergirl. Meanwhile, Batman saw the giant emerge from the explosion and flames, unharmed. Reversing time, Batman took out a powerful grappling gun from his utility belt, launching it to leap onto the giant's back, quickly planting a bomb there before nimbly flipping to the giant's chest to avoid detection. Just as the giant was about to strike, the bomb exploded. Boom! The sound of shattering armor echoed as the giant staggered, nearly falling. Taking this opportunity, Batman planted another bomb on the giant's chest and quickly flipped back to the giant's back. Boom! Another explosion. Batman attempted the same tactic again, placing a bomb on the giant's back of the head, preparing to flip to the front to avoid. But this time, the giant reacted and grabbed Batman's foot, using immense strength to slam him to the ground, the force comparable to Hulk's throws. Batman lay on the ground, spitting blood as the giant approached step by step. At that moment, the bomb on the giant's head flashed a few times. Boom! The giant was blown to the ground. The older Flash came over to help the bloodied Batman. Batman said, "This must be another timeline. You reversed time, didn't you? We can't bring you back, can we? No matter how many times we reverse time." The older Flash asked disappointedly. "You're right, Barry. You're right," Batman said, losing his vitality. Even though the two Flashes reversed time once, the outcome remained unchanged. Young Flash said, "Come on, Barry, we have to traverse again and reverse time." In young Barry's mind, he had plenty of time, and failing again didn't matter. Barry, the older Barry, responded with a tone of resignation, lacking the passion to save the world alongside young Barry. The older Barry wanted to give up, while young Barry was still full of energy. "Come on, I'm going first." Young Barry began to accelerate, preparing to reverse time. Barry, the older Barry, hesitated, but still accelerated to catch up. The two arrived at the Time Bowl, a special space surrounded by various timelines. They chose which timeline to traverse. "Can we wait a moment?" The older Barry said. "I'm sorry, of course. We can take as long as we want. We can keep reversing time." Young Barry, not yet defeated, reversed time several times, while the older Barry stayed in the Time Bowl and did not follow. Unsurprisingly, each battle ended in failure. Young Barry was unable to help Supergirl defeat Zod each time. "Where have you been? Why are you just staying here in the Time Bowl? I need your help." "Barry, this is inevitable. You have to stop." When young Barry saw that he wasn't helping, he accelerated without hesitation, trying to reverse time alone, hoping to win at least once. After multiple attempts, the older Barry blocked him. "Barry, wait. There's something I must tell you. I traversed to the past because my mother passed away." Young Barry interrupted. "Yes, I didn't know it would have so many consequences. I must undo what I've done." The older Barry believed young Barry's world was beyond saving and could not let him reverse time multiple times, affecting the multiverse and other worlds. The older Barry accepted his mother's death and urged young Barry to accept the destruction of his world. Unsurprisingly, in young Barry's world, Zod would ultimately win and conquer Earth, transforming it. "No, you didn't do anything wrong, and neither did I. We can save Supergirl and save the world." "No, we can't. You can't handle it. This is inevitable." As Bruce said, "We could try 1,000,000 times, but we cannot solve this problem. We cannot defeat Zod." The older Barry paused and added, "Regardless, this world is dead. Look around the Time Bowl and see the harm caused by reversing time." Some timeline visuals were collapsing. "Okay, do you know what? My mom was just doing laundry, and you come and tell me I'm going to be a superhero and help me become the Flash, and now you want me to give up. My mom was just an ordinary character. Why give me hope and then make me give up?" If young Barry accepted failure now, the older Barry would just dust himself off and return to his own world. Young Barry, however, would have to watch the world be destroyed, experience the deaths of friends and family, and face defeat helplessly. If young Barry were still an ordinary person, he wouldn't be so unwilling, but now he was the Flash. "Barry, not every problem has a solution. You can't handle it. No matter how many times you reverse time, you can't defeat Zod." "I can handle it. I'm going again." After saying that, he accelerated away again. At that moment, in the Marvel Universe, Han Kiwia's system detected a multiverse spatial breach, allowing her to traverse to the Flash movie universe with significantly less energy. Therefore, what originally required 100,000 points now only cost 50,000, or else Han Kiwia wouldn't have enough points. Ding! Deducted 50,000 points, remaining points 41,000, currently traversing. System. Check my personal panel. Name, Hankia. Gender, female. Height, 178. Body density, ordinary human 2. 7 million times weight, using biological stance, 60 kilograms flight speed. 78 Mach, over 26 kilometers per second. Current abilities: steel body, super strength, super hearing, super vision, super speed, super stamina, high-speed flight, bioforce field, heat vision, ice breath, x-ray vision, etc. Items: high-tech nanosuit that can change at will, Iron Man's Mark 1. Still too few items collected. I hope to gather some good stuff in this world. Han Chuya is very much looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the young Barry is already prepared to reverse time after another failure. Because Supergirl from the Flash world has once again been unable to defeat Zod. Batman is also in a precarious situation. After all, Supergirl has little time in the sun, so it's normal for her to be unable to defeat Zod. Zod mentions Supergirl and is about to use a device. Han Chuya's figure descended from the sky, flying like a missile, her red cloak billowing behind her. At a speed of 78 Mach, the air generated massive shockwaves and sonic booms. The air was torn and compressed, violently fluctuating under pressure, forming phantom-like shockwaves on either side, resembling the air walls pushed aside by Han Chuya as she carved her path, with a vacuum wall following closely behind her, like a sword cutting through the sky. Young Barry saw a red arc of light appear in the sky, trailing behind it a long sonic boom and a vacuum tunnel. This incredible speed gave the illusion of traversing through time and space, showcasing astonishing flying prowess. Who is this? Why has she never appeared before? Before young Barry could finish his thought, Han Chuya, in her high-speed flight, swung a fist at Zod. Though the punch seemed simple, its destructive power at such high speeds was unimaginable. Behind the speeding Han Chuya, the low-pressure vacuum tunnel caused the air to rush toward the high-pressure area, like water flowing into a pipe. The massive airflow overturned the Kryptonian soldiers surrounding Zod. Han Chuya's raised fist descended upon Zod, generating enough kinetic energy to create a crater on the ground. Zod, caught off guard, saw only a red light before him. Before he could react, the fist, accompanied by hurricane-like airflow, attacked, instantly releasing extreme heat and a powerful shockwave. Zod felt darkness envelop him, as if struck by a spaceship, propelling him into the air and knocking him back several kilometers. Young Barry stared in shock, his eyes wide, exclaiming, "This speed, this power, oh my God." Batman, unable to discern the expression beneath his mask, was equally stunned by Han Chuya's formidable performance. A black silk short skirt battlesuit adorned with an S symbol. Yet another female superhero had arrived. Old Barry opened and closed his mouth, unable to utter a single word. The Kryptonian soldiers were dumbfounded. Although they possessed similar superpowers, they were still far from the level of Han Chuya. One soldier stammered, her speed, that punch. It's like she's a god." The other soldiers nodded, all shocked by Han Chuya's combat prowess. The human soldiers were completely bewildered, aware that a major change was occurring on the battlefield, but unaware of what was happening. "Captain, what's going on?" a soldier asked the officer beside him. The fallen superheroine opened her eyes, and what met her gaze were eyes that seemed to contain the stars and the sea. She stared fixedly at the woman in the red cloak, descending from the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Chuya smiled at her. "Don't worry, I'm here. They're finished." Han's voice was like an angel's, making Supergirl feel at ease and reliable. Supergirl nodded, revealing a joyful smile. "Who are you? Are you also from Krypton?" "Yes. My name is Han Chuya. Others call me Supergirl. Like you, I'm also a female superhero." Kara nodded, feeling her blood boiling with excitement. She said little, her body levitating as she flew alongside Han Chuya, suspended in the sky above the battlefield. The two female superheroes hovered in midair, sunlight shining down, and the world seemed to be reborn. Under the live broadcast of the war correspondent, the camera focused on the two female superheroes, shaking the hearts of people around the world. They flew side by side, their red and blue figures like two beams of hope, igniting sparks of hope in everyone's hearts. The dark clouds had been dispelled, replaced by a sunlit sky. Young Barry, Old Barry, and Batman felt a surge of emotions upon seeing the two female superheroes together. "Look," she got up. Another female hero saved her. A child in the crowd watching the live broadcast shouted, as everyone looked up at the flying figures of the two female superheroes. "We have hope. Another superhero has arrived." "Oh!" Waves of cheers erupted from crowds around the world watching the live broadcast, with everyone's eyes filled with hope and joy. Barry and Batman exchanged glances, each seeing newfound courage in the other's eyes. With the assistance of the two female superheroes, victory was assured. The crowd, now revived, continued to fight as the giant charged forward, raising its massive iron axe to strike at Batman. Han Chuya instantly flew over from a distance in the sky. She flew at an incredibly high speed, but upon arrival, she could immediately slow down to zero, as if braking required no time. To those with slower perception, it looked like a form of teleportation superpower. With a flight speed of 78 Mach, she could be 25 kilometers away 1 second and right in front of you the next. Han Chuya stood in front of Batman, confidently taking the giant's blow with her left shoulder. Duong! The iron axe struck Han Chuya's left shoulder, producing a tremendous collision sound. The giant laughed wickedly, thinking this blow would surely crush Batman. But to his surprise, Han Chuya remained completely still, with no marks left on her skin, while the iron axe suffered a significant dent. How pathetic! Han Chuya scoffed disdainfully, shook her head, and gently blew a breath of icy frost onto the iron axe. The extreme cold instantly covered the axe in frost, causing the giant's fingers to ache and nervously loosen their grip. Anyuya threw up once, shattering the iron axe into pieces that fell to the ground. Han Chuya floated up, towering over the giant, and looked down at him. She lifted her straight and long jade legs beneath her short skirt and aimed a kick at the giant's chest. The force of this kick sent the giant flying like a cannonball for several kilometers, crashing onto a Kryptonian spaceship before landing heavily. Bruce, go fight the minions and deal with the Kryptonian soldiers to reduce casualties. We'll handle the strong enemies, Han Chuya said to Batman during a brief moment of combat. Got it, it's up to you, Batman replied without hesitation, turning back to join the fight. Before the fallen giant could get up, Han Chuya had already dashed to his front, not slowing down, and used his body as a skateboard, sliding over 100 meters on the ground. The audience was shocked by this scene. Han Chuya heard the reputation points quickly credited in the system. Your value has run out, Han Chuya said coldly. She casually grabbed the giant as if lifting a small chicken and threw it into the sky. Then she flew up to catch up and punched the giant in the ground. Han Chuya's eyes sparkled with 2 beams of fiery red light, which were lethal thermal rays. The thermal rays penetrated the ground and directly struck the giant's body. Under the influence of the thermal rays, the giant's body began to dissolve and disintegrate, quickly developing 2 large holes. The thermal rays moved across the giant's body, cutting through everything in their path, and the giant's body was soon completely destroyed by the thermal rays. Han Chuya closed the heat ray and scanned the battlefield. The 2 Flash heroes and Batman were dealing with a large number of ordinary Kryptonians, but their efforts were not yielding much result. Sigh, Kryptonians are too abnormal. Han Chuya lamented. Another Supergirl was engaged in a fierce battle with Zod's female lieutenant. The 2 were locked in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Zod, who had been pushed back by dozens of kilometers, flew back. His gaze swept over the giant's remains on the ground, and he said cautiously, "Who are you? You seem to be a Kryptonian as well, but I've never heard of you before." Han Chuya turned around, and what came into view was Zod's vigilant expression. Han Chuya said calmly, "You don't need to care who I am. I am here to defeat you." Zod frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. The unexpected appearance of this powerful Kryptonian woman was obstructing his grand plans, making him very uneasy. "Are you threatening me?" Zod sneered. "Just you alone?" "Yes." Han Chuya replied nonchalantly, "A clown like you is no match for me." Zod's eyes instantly turned sharp, his fists clenched tightly as he roared. "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? I am Zod, the strongest being on Krypton." "The strongest being?" Han Chuya smirked. "What a joke. In my eyes, you're just a minor villain, and I, your enemy, am the true hero." Han Chuya was aware that a drone was live streaming, so she changed her speaking style to gain more prestige points and receive more system rewards. There was no shortage of daring war correspondents on the battlefield. Lena, who was broadcasting on television, was very close to the battlefield, controlling the drone to capture the clearest images of Han Chuya and Zod's conversation. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous move, but in order to capture such explosive footage, she had to take the risk. Zod noticed the drone, but chose to ignore it, as he saw it as no threat. Lena was shocked by the super showdown before her. She maneuvered the drone so that everyone watching the live stream could see the confident smile on Han Chuya's face and her heroic stance. People around the world felt that she was an embodiment of justice, a woman in a red cloak with black hair like clouds and a complexion like jade, calmly facing Zod. Her heroic demeanor inspired admiration in everyone, a goddess and superhero saving the world. In many places around the world, crowds began to cheer enthusiastically. Ding! Congratulations, host. Prestige points 7. Ding! Congratulations, host. Prestige points 88. Ding 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 ding. Are you also a superhero? Zod was somewhat surprised. He had already defeated one superhero, and now another appeared, which left him feeling both astonished and irritated. What a superhero! He sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Zod's eyes shot out heat, rays aimed directly at Han Xiuya. Han Xiuya was not to be outdone. She shot out two beams of red light from her eyes, and the two powerful lasers collided violently in midair, creating countless sparks. The heat rays that collided in the air triggered a massive energy reaction. The lasers clashed at the impact point, exploding with numerous sparks and light waves, illuminating the surrounding space as bright as day. The air seemed to be heated to thousands of degrees under the influence of the light, deforming due to high-speed vibrations, causing violent air turbulence. Zod exerted more force. The laser beams from his eyes seemed to reach their limit, but still could not suppress Han Xiuya's offensive. Han Xiuya smiled coldly upon seeing this, strengthening her power, her eyes shooting out a deeper red beam of heat vision. Zod's heat vision was gradually suppressed as he continued to retreat. With rage in his eyes, Zod exerted all his strength to withstand Han Xiuya's increasingly powerful assault, while her red light shone even more brightly. Zod was horrified to discover that his heat vision was no match for his opponent. "No, it's impossible," Zod roared hoarsely, and in the next moment, he was blasted away by Han Xiuya's heat vision, crashing hard to the ground. He got back up, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Although Zod fell heavily from this strike, his body did not suffer significant damage. It must be said that Zod's defense was quite strong. He possessed Kryptonian warrior genes, and the heat vision only penetrated his armor, leaving two burn marks on the surface of his body. If it had been an ordinary Kryptonian warrior, they would have been pierced through and left with two large holes. Dying on the spot, Zod soared into the sky, and Han Xiuya followed, their red beams of light intertwining in the air as their figures appeared and disappeared rapidly, leaving only dazzling light tracing arcs across the sky. Zod's form suddenly appeared in front of Han Xiuya, delivering a heavy punch towards her. However, Han Xiuya reacted extremely quickly, dodging the attack, while simultaneously swinging her right hand fiercely. Even as Zod tried to evade, her fast-moving fist still grazed his abdomen. It was still a lack of combat experience. Otherwise, he could have already won. He needed to find an opportunity to improve his combat skills in the future. As a Kryptonian warrior, Zod had far more combat experience than Han Xiuya, but she was progressing quickly, and defeating him was just a matter of time. On the ground, the two Flash heroes, Barry and Supergirl Kara, along with Batman Bruce, fought together. The Kryptonian female officer was knocked away by Kara, crashing heavily to the ground and losing her combat capability. The situation was dire. Zod's world engine, one had landed in the South Pacific and the other in the center of Gotham City, needed to be dealt with immediately. Before anyone could catch their breath, Bruce urgently notified Barry and Kara through his earpiece. The two Flashes appeared beside Bruce in an instant and asked, "What is the world engine? What danger does it pose?" "It's two planet terraforming ships that can modify the atmosphere and terrain of Earth. If successful, all humans on Earth will be doomed," Kara explained as she flew over. Countries around the world quickly arrived at this terrifying conclusion through their scientists' research. Many fighter jets were dispatched to attack the two world engines, but they could not penetrate their energy shields. The U.S. military was in an uproar. If this continued, the entire Earth would be doomed. "We must find a way to launch a nuclear missile. We cannot just watch the Earth be destroyed." "Launch a nuclear missile? Are you crazy? There are so many people in Gotham City. It's better than watching all of humanity be extinguished. Using nuclear weapons isn't the only way. We must think of other methods." "What other methods? We won't have time to develop any new weapons before the Earth is destroyed. But we can't sacrifice so many innocent lives. To save the entire Earth, sacrificing a few people is inevitable." In the sky battlefield, Zod was retreating step by step, making a feint to attack before turning to escape toward the spaceship. Han Xiuya was about to chase after when her super hearing picked up someone calling her from the ground. "Superwoman, we need you," shouted the young Barry. Han Xiuya flew towards the ground. "What happened?" "I almost took down Zod. The world engine is transforming the Earth and has already started to affect the Earth's gravitational field," Barry said with a worried expression. Han Xiuya recalled the content of the movie Man of Steel and knew what consequences it would bring. If she didn't stop it, there would be no room for regret, and the system points would probably be minimal. "I understand. Leave this matter to me." Han Xiuya looked at the several people with serious expressions. "Kara, you should get more sunlight to recover your strength, and you all need to pay attention to Zod's movements." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Xiuya vanished into the sky. In the center of Gotham City, the world engine was rumbling with operation. causing a massive change in gravity around it. The people in the ruins witnessed this apocalyptic scene with their own eyes. Han Xiuya appeared above the world engine, gazing at the massive device that was operating at high speed, constantly altering the Earth's gravitational field to transform the planet into an environment suitable for Kryptonians. She dived down at her fastest flying speed and delivered a heavy punch to the energy shield of the world engine, causing the shield to shatter and the energy curtain to dissipate. At that moment, the engine suddenly released a powerful energy pulse, forming a gigantic energy beast that attempted to stop Han Xiuya from destroying it. Damn it, this broken thing, is it ever going to end? She just wanted to resolve this quickly, so she could go back to chase Zod. Han Xiuya's cheeks puffed up as she used the skill Frost Breath, a continuous stream of azure cold air blowing from her mouth, instantly freezing any object it touched. The energy beast realized the power of the cold air and tried to evade the chilling wave. However, it was soon surrounded by the cold, gradually freezing its movements. Han Xiuya did not stop. She continued to blow out more cold air. The energy beast let out one final roar before being completely frozen in the sky, turning into an ice sculpture. The cold air did not stop. In an instant, a layer of ice spread over the shell of the world engine, rapidly deepening and expanding. The biting cold wind formed ice blocks amidst the mechanical operations, obstructing the gears and mechanisms. It began to emit a piercing noise, then gradually slowed down, eventually becoming silent and completely stagnant. The long breath of cold air she blew out was immensely powerful. Han Xiuya then shot out 2 beams of laser from her eyes, completely shattering the frozen body of the energy beast. She then flew at high speed towards the world engine, and with a bang, her steel-like body penetrated the world engine, causing it to explode, with shattered debris scattering down. Han Xiuya did not linger long, her figure disappearing into the horizon, along with the blue chill that dissipated. The people of Gotham City, who were initially caught in a panic akin to the end of the world, soon witnessed this performance and the ultimate victory. Everyone around was shocked. Just moments ago, they thought this place was destined for complete destruction. Yet soon after, they were reborn, making their emotions hard to express. Many stood, dazed in place, unable to come to their senses for a long time. She succeeded. My God, we actually escaped disaster. Is she a goddess of the human world? Someone squatted on the ground and cried out loud, while others sat dazed in corners, gazing at the sky. She saved us. We are lucky. She is the goddess of the human world, the guardian goddess of humanity. Someone abruptly said this. Those who experienced this could not escape the impact of this thrilling event. The fear and despair brought by such a massive disaster still left them with lingering trepidation. To be reborn from this calamity, he felt incredibly fortunate. Ding. Congratulations, host's reputation value increased by 26. Ding. Congratulations, host's reputation value increased by 92. Ding. Congratulations. Host's reputation value increased by 1. Ding ding ding. Each person brought different reputation values. The higher the favorability towards Han Xiuya, the more reputation value they contributed. After the destruction of Gotham City's world engine, the project to transform the Earth was halted, the gravitational field vanished, and another engine could not operate independently. The U.S. military was just a second away from pressing the nuclear button, but when they saw Han Xiuya resolve the crisis, the tense atmosphere eased. Phew, that was close. This woman is very powerful, and thus very dangerous. Pass the word down, form a team, and closely monitor this female superhero. She better ensure there is no hostility. With 2 female superheroes of such strength, they are an unstable factor on Earth. It's best if they can be used by us and follow our arrangements. After Zod fled, his subordinates he had sent out reported back that they had found the Kryptonian ship that Kara had left behind on Earth, which contained the life origin chamber of Krypton, now transferred to Black Zero. Once the Earth's environment is transformed, they will be able to use the life origin chamber to cultivate newborns. Kara was sunbathing high in the sky, lying on her back and letting the sunlight bathe her entire body. The warm light was stimulating every cell in her, and the boiling energy surged within her, granting her immense power. Just as Kara was immersed in the enhancement of her power, a shadow suddenly attacked her, swinging a fist towards her. That was Zod. He did not want to give Kara any recovery time, and had to take her down before Han Xiuya returned. If he couldn't defeat Kara immediately, he would have no hope of victory when the other female superhero returned. You've adapted to Earth's environment. Kara flashed in the air, dodging Zod's attack, frowning as she spoke. It seems the sunlight has really given you a lot of strength, but that is not a reason you could defeat me. Zod sneered, attacking Kara as he spoke. Then come at me. Kara shot 2 beams of red light from her eyes, charging towards Zod. Kara was also exceptionally gifted. Although she was being pressured, Zod couldn't take her down quickly. Zod was cautious, controlling the rhythm of the battle with Kara and pulling the battlefield to a crowded area in the city center. This way, Kara, who was inexperienced and feared causing collateral damage to the city, sometimes even helped others, could not fully unleash her strength in combat. However, after a short while of fighting, Zod used his supervision to see in the direction of Gotham, where Han Shuya had just destroyed the engine and was flying over at high speed. Zod knew defeat was inevitable and was unwilling. He used his communication device to order all his subordinates, including all ships in Black Zero, to come to the city center for support. The 2 Flash heroes and Batman felt something was off. Barry, we have to block them. If we let them enter the city center, it will cause massive casualties. With the efforts of the 2 Flashes and Batman, they managed to block some Kryptonian soldiers on the ground. However, they were too few, and they had no way to deal with the ships in the sky. While the human soldiers were not effective, Kryptonian ships and many Kryptonian soldiers arrived at the city center. All Kryptonian soldiers, ships, and weapons aimed at the densely populated areas. Zod was furious and unwilling to accept being defeated by his own kind, destroying the hope of reviving Krypton. You destroyed the world engine, and my soul was taken away like this. Zod became hysterical, charging at Kara at high speed, crashing her into a building, which was destroyed, leaving the sky in ashes. Then, Zod immediately grabbed 2 people, looking at Han Shuya, who had arrived in front of him. I will kill every human you saved. You destroyed Krypton's world engine for humanity, ruining this hope of reviving Krypton. You're a monster, Zod. Kara flew over and said. Zod held 2 people in his hands, and with many Kryptonian soldiers and ships as hostages, Kara did not dare to act. Han Kias flew over and realized the situation was dire. Zod and many of his subordinates were holding hostages. Fortunately, she remembered the plot and knew the key information, confident that she could handle Zod. At that moment, people from all over the world were watching this scene intently through live broadcasts. Zod, surrender. You are no match for Supergirl. There's no need to harm the innocent. The 2 Flash heroes, along with Batman, arrived at the scene. Batman advised, fearing Zod might kill the hostages and resort to mutual destruction. You have to let us go, or I will take these humans down with me before I die. Zod ignored everyone else and threatened Han Kias. Zod, if you kill the hostages, I will destroy the Genesis chamber. Han Kias flew next to Black Zero, her eyes reddening as she aimed at Black Zero, preparing to use her heat vision. Stop. If you destroy this ship, Krypton will be completely doomed. Zod instantly broke down, shouting this sentence. He panicked. As a warrior, he feared no death. But reviving Krypton was his mission and the meaning of his life. He didn't understand how Han Kias knew about the Genesis chamber in Black Zero, but he couldn't think any further. This was more important than his own life. First, release the hostages and surrender. Don't think you can use them to threaten us. I know this is very important to you, Han Kias said coldly. Zod took a deep breath, released the 2 people in his hands, and slowly raised both hands. All right, we can surrender, but only to you. Zod only released the hostages he was holding and did not command his subordinates to do the same. He still intended to negotiate terms. Make your subordinates release the others and stow the ship's weapons. Land the ship, old Barry interjected. The 2 hostages trembled as they landed. Get out of here. Young Flash Barry shouted to them. We will handle this. The 2 hurriedly fled into the distance. Zod, if you truly surrender, I can spare the other Kryptonians. If they can follow me loyally, they will have a good future, Han Kias said. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. Following me is your only option. Zod was silent for a moment, then looked at her with determination and said, on Krypton, we believe in the strong ruling. If you can defeat me in a one-on-one fight within 2 minutes, you will be the new king of Krypton. I accept your challenge. Zod told his subordinates, all Kryptonians, obey my command. If I die, you will release the hostages and follow the new king. Zod waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep their distance. Hearing Zod's order, the injured female lieutenant and all Kryptonians looked at Han Kias, focusing on this decisive battle for their fate. Once everyone had moved away, Zod looked at Han Kias, who had been waiting. So, you have agreed to duel me with only our fists. Defeat me in 2 minutes, and you will be the new king. If you win, then we will let you go, Han Kias interjected, but you are definitely going to lose. Krypton will welcome a strong and capable queen. I sincerely hope so, Zod said, then charged at Han Kias. 2 minutes, 120 seconds. He only had to ensure he wasn't defeated in that short time, or everything would be in vain. Han Kia did not back down and met Zoder's attack head-on. Han Qiuyue has a super brain with strong learning abilities. During her previous battle with Zod, she almost learned all of his combat skills. Everyone could only see two fast figures entangled in combat, making loud, crashing sounds, turning the sky upside down. As time passed, Zod's movements began to become chaotic. Han Qiuyue's strength and speed far exceeded his. He was clearly at a disadvantage right from the start, even though he tried to use his cleverness to drag out the fight, retreating while attacking. Before the duel with Han Qiuyue, Zod thought it would be difficult to win, but if he could survive for 2 minutes, he felt there was hope. Now, however, Han Qiuyue's offensive was powerful and relentless. She was much more skilled than during their prior fight, improving beyond Zod's expectations. When the time reached 1 minute and 20 seconds, Zod was knocked far away and fell heavily to the ground, landing right next to Kara. You lose. Han Qiuyue glanced at Zod, then swept her gaze across all the Kryptonians. All the Kryptonian soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to meet Han Qiuyue's eyes. Kryptonians worship the strong, and having witnessed Han Qiuyue easily defeat Zod, no one could contest her strength. The Kryptonians all sheathed their weapons and released their hostages, while the Kryptonian ships also retracted their weapons and landed on the ground, with people coming out of the ships. The female officer, Fiora, looked at Han Qiuyue with admiration. Her strength was overwhelming. With a heart full of hope, she flew to Han Qiuyue's side, wishing that she would be a wise queen leading Krypton into a new era and guiding them to revive Krypton. Fiora was the first to speak. Fiora and all Kryptonians pledge allegiance to the queen. After saying this, she respectfully knelt on one knee to pay her respects. Long live the queen! Fiora and all the Kryptonians knelt on one knee and then shouted to show their loyalty. Han Kias looked at the kneeling crowd and had already planned to arrange them in other universes, using them as henchmen when needed. Han Qiuyue slowly spoke. Get up. I accept your loyalty. Kara, seeing the battle end, immediately walked towards Zod, wanting to avenge her cousin's death. You killed my cousin. He was my only remaining family. Kara wrapped her arms around Zod's neck. Today, you will pay with your life for this. Zod was already at the end of his strength, life slowly slipping away. But before dying, he had one last thing to say. I hope you can let Krypton be reborn. He used his last bit of strength to look at Han Qiuyue and said, I have no regrets, as long as they serve me loyally. Although this Earth cannot be a new home, I have the ability to traverse different worlds, and I will find a new place. Upon hearing this, Zod felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. He was a dying man and thought Han Qiuyue had no need to deceive him. He peacefully closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and awaited death. Seeing this, Kara exerted her strength and snapped his neck. At this point, no more than 2 minutes had passed. Zod's body slowly slumped down, and Kara released her hands, allowing Zod's corpse to fall to the ground. Her long-awaited revenge was finally fulfilled, bringing her a sense of relief she hadn't felt in a long time. I'm sorry. I wanted revenge too much. Kara turned around and looked at Han Qiuyue with a hint of apology. Han Qiuyue shook her head, understanding Kara well. She had deliberately directed Zod towards her. We will face this together. Han Qiuyue stepped forward and gently patted Kara's shoulder, reassuring her that she was not alone. Kara pressed her lips together and nodded. Zod was dead, and the hatred had dissipated. It was time to look forward. Fiora, you are still the same as before, serving as the deputy of Krypton. Han Qiuyue held Fiora's hand. As you command, my queen. Fiora tried to pull her hand away, but Han Qiuyue was far stronger than her. Han Qiuyue addressed all the Kryptonians loudly. Everyone, evacuate this place immediately and wait for my orders in the space we transferred to on Earth. After saying this, she released her hold on Fiorella. While I'm not here, I entrust all Kryptonians to you. Please take good care of them. Hearing the queen's command, the Kryptonians boarded their spaceships, and all the ships started their engines, flying towards the sky. The Flash and Batman watched as the Kryptonian ships departed. I'm so glad everything is finally resolved, the young Flash said with a sincere smile. Yes, the matter has been settled, Batman nodded, his expression rarely showing some relaxation. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Would some people in America clash with Han Qiuyue? Would there be any changes regarding her and the Kryptonians in the future? I still don't know your real name. All we know is the code name Supergirl, the young Flash asked again. In fact, we know nothing about you. The old Flash also spoke, his tone inevitably filled with some confusion. Kara also looked over. They all had countless questions in their minds. Bruce is treating. If there are any questions, we can eat and chat, Han Kiwiya replied. Bruce looked puzzled. I know your superpower is money. Batman Bruce chuckled in disbelief, not expecting this superwoman to have researched him. It was quite interesting. All right, come with me. Today, I'll treat you at my place. Feel free to eat and drink as long as you're willing to satisfy our curiosity. Bruce looked at Han Kiwiya. No problem. Han Kiwiya smiled calmly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Victory in battle. Earned 180,000 points. Current points 221,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Total reputation value gained 30 billion. Current reputation value 31 billion. It was worth the trip. Zod and the Kryptonian army were quite strong enemies, and defeating them yielded a lot of points. What excited Han Kiwiya even more was that the reputation value was incredibly rewarding. Globally, almost everyone witnessed this battle through live television broadcasts, with each person providing reputation values ranging from 0 to 100. Those who could provide over 90 reputation points undoubtedly became Han Kiwiya's true fans. In their hearts, Han Kiwiya was like the female warrior goddess from myths and legends, saving the world by herself. Many developed a sense of faith and dependence. In their hearts, Han Kiwiya was a goddess among mortals. Arriving at Bruce's mansion, Han Kiwiya and a few others sat at the dining table enjoying delicious food and red wine. But everyone's attention seemed to be focused on her. Batman Bruce, young Flash Barry, old Flash Barry, and Supergirl Kara all looked at her curiously. Han Kiwiya smiled faintly and began to speak. I come from another world. In that world, I'm also a superhero, and I have the ability to travel between different worlds. Han Kiwiya briefly explained and then said, if you have any other questions, just ask. I will try my best to answer what I can. Are you saying that you come from another universe? I am the same as you, said old Barry. Young Barry couldn't help but express his doubts. I reversed time multiple times, but you never appeared. Each time we lost, I was nearly driven mad. Barry wanted me to give up, but fortunately, I persisted. Young Barry glanced at old Barry and continued, finally, during the last time, I waited for your appearance, which brought us hope for victory. Old Barry lowered his head a bit, feeling a little guilty. You are truly too powerful. It seems we had no contribution to this battle's victory. Kara couldn't help but exclaim, feeling somewhat frustrated and defeated about her lack of impact in the battle. It all relied on your strength alone. Kara, make sure to get more sunlight in the future and accumulate experience. You will become stronger too. Han Kiwiya smiled faintly, seemingly sensing Kara's inner frustration. This victory, although mainly relied on my strength, would not have been possible without your assistance, especially Barry's. Han Kiwiya looked at the young Barry. Me? The young Barry pointed to himself. Yes, in fact, my energy originally wasn't enough to cross over, but your persistence and refusal to give up reverse time, causing instability in the multiverse space, allowing me to cross over with less energy, Han Kiwiya explained. The young Barry smiled and said nothing. Luckily, he never thought of giving up and successfully saved his world. Barry, what are you planning to do? The young Barry looked at the old Barry. I plan to leave soon and return to my own world. I have seen my mother, and my wish is fulfilled, the old Barry said calmly. Barry, you could find a world where you have already passed away, but your mother is still alive. That way, no one will compete with you for that mother, and she'll be very happy to see you, Han Kiwiya said to the old Barry. That's a good idea. I will consider it. The worlds that have already opened do not require points for crossing, but the system's crossing function needs a cooldown of 15 days, unless points are spent to shorten the cooldown time. Han Kiwiya doesn't want to waste her points, and there aren't any major battle events on the Marvel side for now. She can first take care of the villains in this world to earn some reputation and points. Han Kiwiya flew over the city, surveying the area while communicating with the system. System, how many points are needed to shorten the travel time? Ding. The host needs to spend 10,000 points to shorten the time by 1 day. System, show me the reputation value shop. Okay, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, a sci-fi screen appeared in her mind. It seemed that anything could be found in the system shop. Coke, 1 reputation point hamburger, 3 reputation points delicious roasted chicken, 300 reputation points underwear, 100 reputation points 1 kilogram of kryptonite, 100,000 reputation points Terminator TX intelligent robot, 10 million reputation points enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system, 5 billion reputation points system space, 5 billion reputation points system space expansion card. Each card can expand 100,000 cubic kilometers, 100 million reputation points, enhanced Wolverine healing ability. Host exclusive version can perfectly fuse with Kryptonian Bloodline, 10 billion reputation point system. Can anything be bought? Han Kuya asked as she browsed through the endless items. Host, as long as you have enough reputation points, you can buy anything from the myriad worlds. The host can search as needed. In the end, Han Kuya purchased the enhanced Wolverine healing ability, the enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system space, and 99 system space expansion cards. Ding! A total of 29. 9 billion reputation points have been consumed. Remaining reputation points, 110 million. After finishing her communication with the system, Han Kia activated her supervision and quickly flew over the city, soon discovering places where bad people were committing crimes and areas affected by disasters that needed her help. At this moment, Kara also flew over, and the two female superheroes flew side by side in the sky, both wearing their own stylish superhero uniforms. Let us have a competition and see who can handle things faster today. Kadasmil Dalton Kyuya, seeming to have found her way of life on Earth and becoming its guardian. That's a good idea, but I'm definitely going to win. Han Kia Smi Lid Knuving Li. While they were talking, they didn't waste any time and reached their respective locations in just a few seconds. Besides dealing with the bad guys and rescuing those in need during disasters, Han Kia spent the rest of her time flying into space to sunbathe and sleep, allowing her strength to continuously grow. 15 days quickly passed, and Han Kuya arrived at the Kryptonian spaceship in space, briefing her subordinates on some matters. She planned to let them stay here temporarily until she had more points and found a suitable world to transfer them to. However, she intended to take the Kryptonian female officer with her. Helping her fight was secondary. The main reason was her looks, smirking. Fiora, you'll travel with me and stay by my side from now on. Han Kuya grabbed Ofra's hand and commanded the system to open the passage to the Marvel world. This time, Fiora did not try to pull her hand away. She knew her strength was inferior to Han Kuya's and simply gave up resisting. As you command, my queen. Han Shuyue pulled Fiora's hand and walked into the passage. Ding! The host carries one person across, deducting 1,000 points. Marvel Universe. After Han Shuyue left, Tony had a fierce battle with his uncle Obadiah, just like in a movie. Tony fought Obadiah's Ironmonger while wearing the improved Iron Man suit and ultimately won the battle in a thrilling manner. The victorious Tony later boldly declared at a press conference, "I am Iron Man." This statement immediately caused a sensation worldwide, as the true identity of the mysterious superhero Iron Man was finally revealed, becoming the focus of global attention. Now, in addition to Supergirl, the public knows of another superhero. Iron Man Nick Fury felt a bit of a headache from Tony's boldness, but he had no way to deal with Tony. However, he planned to dampen Tony's pride to prepare for forming a superhero team in the future. But at that moment, something new came up. He had been keeping a close watch on Han Shuyue's movements, but since S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't infiltrate the surveillance of Tony's house, they lost track of Han Shuyue after she entered Tony's home. Days passed, and since Han Shuyue had not been seen coming out of Tony's house, they could only report to Nick Fury that Han Shuyue seemed to have disappeared from Tony's house, which troubled and puzzled Nick Fury. Damn it, what a troublesome time. Nick Fury was already busy with various matters, but upon hearing news about Han Shuyue, he immediately set aside other tasks and prepared to personally find Tony to clarify Han Shuyue's whereabouts. For a powerful superhero whose background was still unclear, Nick Fury was always very cautious, so he paid great attention whenever there were changes regarding her. Taking advantage of Tony being away from home in the evening, Nick waited in Tony's house, intending to teach him a lesson when he returned. After playing outside all day, Tony returned to his mansion at night, only to find the house dark and unusual. Jarvis, turn on the lights. At that moment, Nick Fury's figure emerged from the darkness, startling Tony. I'm Iron Man. Nick Fury teased. You think you're the only superhero? Mr. Stark, besides Supergirl, there are many others like you, but you just don't know it yet. Tony looked at Nick Fury in surprise and asked in confusion, Who are you? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury replied calmly. I came here to discuss the establishment of the Avengers, but actually, I have a more important question to ask you. Tony paused and said, Go ahead. Where has Supergirl been recently? How would I know? I've never seen her. Isn't she a famous superhero? How could I possibly know her? Tony began to play dumb. He had no obligation to answer that question. We monitored that she came here, and then she disappeared. You better tell me the truth. Fine, I'll tell you. But don't think it's ridiculous or hard to believe. Tony shifted his tone, planning to speak, knowing that Nick Fury wouldn't believe him. I've seen many things. Go ahead and say it. Nick Fury's tone carried a smile, seemingly unbothered by extraordinary news, as he had seen the Cosmic Cube. She crossed over to another world to handle some business. What did you say? Nick Fury frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend Tony's words. She opened a passage and said she was going to another universe and then disappeared from my sight, Tony explained again. Don't joke with me. How is that possible? Nick Fury wanted to continue asking, trying to extract more fact from Tony, but at that moment, a blue light suddenly brightened beside them, forming a passage made of a light ring. The scene inside the passage made Nick hold his breath instantly. It was another world, the inside of a Kryptonian spacecraft. And Han Shiyue was holding Fiora's hand as they walked out of the passage. Welcome back. Tony's tone sounded calm and natural, seemingly not surprised by the appearance of Han Shiyue and Fiora. He had already been shocked when he witnessed Han Shiyue open a passage in his house last time. He maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, only glancing at the extra Fiora. However, Tony was still filled with strong curiosity about Han Shiyue's ability to safely transport people across different worlds, yearning to experience such a journey himself. You really went to another universe? Nick could hardly believe his eyes. Everything was too absurd and unbelievable. Nick looked at Fiora again, his questions growing. Oh, so the Egghead Director is also here. Your department's name is too long. Has it changed? Han Shiyue said with a smile. Huh, Egghead Director. That name is quite fitting. Tony couldn't help but mock, taking revenge for being startled earlier. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but pause slightly, his face darkening with anger. We changed the name. It's now called S.H.I.E.L.D. I need to ask you some important questions, and you must answer truthfully, Nick Fury said with a serious expression. But at that moment, Fiora suddenly stepped forward, displaying a completely different demeanor than before. Earthling, do not be rude. The one you are speaking to is our esteemed Kryptonian queen. It's okay, Fiora. We can forgive him for his lack of etiquette, Han Shiyue replied. Fiora glared at Nick Fury. Oh, Kryptonian queen? Tony exclaimed, looking at Nick Fury to see how he would respond. Kryptonian queen? Nick Fury was even more confused. What is the situation with the Kryptonian queen? Nick Fury couldn't suppress his confusion. You have too many secrets, Miss Shiyue. Please clarify my following questions first. Is that all? That's all. Then I don't plan to tell you. Han Kioi smiled lightly. One sentence left Nick Fury speechless. Tony laughed. Haha, Egghead Director, you need to learn to respect others' privacy. Next time, don't sneak into my house for no reason and scare me like that. You're right. I indeed could be considered a little for no reason. Nick Fury had a thick skin. Seeing the atmosphere was not good, he paused and immediately adjusted his mood to find a way out. We should learn to trust and wait. In the future, we will have more time to spend together. After saying that, Nick Fury turned and left. Fiora, if I have real Earthling friends in the future, we won't have to mind his etiquette neglect. As you command, my queen, your subordinate understands. He finally left. Tony said, Are you familiar with this S.H.I.E.L.D. Director? Not very familiar, Han Shiyue replied lightly, having had some interactions. You're always so mysterious, Tony teased. Perhaps. Han Shiyue replied in the same tone. Didn't Egghead mention forming a team? Wanting to recruit you? Is that so? I remember him mentioning it briefly. Tony, I have an idea, Han Shiyue said. We can form our own superhero team, a small team made up of many superheroes. Tony pondered for a moment and then said, That's a good idea. Can you elaborate? Furthermore, this team should operate independently, Han Kiwiya added, free from control by any government or organization. We need to have the freedom and flexibility to respond to those who need our help at any time. I agree, Tony said. Superheroes should serve the people, not politicians. We are here for justice and peace, not power. So let's decide on this. Han Kiwiya smiled. When there's a fight, make sure to notify me. But we need more companions. Where can we find suitable teammates? In S.H.I.E.L.D., that egghead from earlier. He will definitely form a hero team in the future. We can secretly recruit people from him. Tony laughed. You're so bad. But that's a good idea. I like it. If Egghead invites us to join his superhero team, we can publicly join while privately having our own team. That's a great idea. We can persuade other superheroes to secretly join our ranks as well. Yes, Tony. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Wait a minute, Miss Kiwiya. May I make an inappropriate request? Do you think I might have a chance to travel with you to another world someday? Tony had a strong curiosity about other worlds and wanted to explore them. Travel with me? I think you're not ready yet. Let's talk when your armor is more advanced. There will be opportunities. All right. With a positive answer, Tony was very happy. By the way, the cash and villa I gave you have all been transferred to your name. The villa address is... Okay, I know the address. It's fine. We'll take our leave now. Before Tony could finish, Han Kiwiya took Fiora's hand and flew out the window. With the 5 billion prestige points used to purchase the system-enhanced artificial intelligence, Skynet. Some information could be easily accessed. Skynet. Navigate. I want to return to my new villa. Han Kuya commanded the Skynet in the system space. The system space now had a size of 100,000 cubic meters, and the artificial intelligence Skynet was placed within it. She could communicate with Skynet at any time and connect the space to the outside world, allowing Skynet to access the internet. As you wish, beautiful master. Han Kuya was too lazy to find her own way. With the Skynet, many things became convenient. In the high sky, Han Kuya held Princess Viola and zipped through the blue sky at a speed of 114 Mach. After basking in the sun for so long, she had become a bit stronger, but she was still a bit far from the speed of light. Viola felt her cheeks burning. She had never been afraid in the face of strong enemies, but now she felt shy in contact with Han Kuya. She tensed her body, trying not to think about how beautiful her queen was. The queen's beauty was beyond reason and absolutely met the highest aesthetic standards. The queen's powerful body was muscular, yet perfectly smooth, and as she flew at an extraordinary speed, her indescribable charm became even more apparent. No, this isn't right. She's my queen. Viola forced herself to close her eyes, but her mind was still invaded by the perfect image of her queen's appearance. Welcome to Kemetsi, Miss Hen. A voice interrupted Viola's thoughts. Han Kuya was flying with Viola when they suddenly flew into a golden portal and arrived in a strange place. She quickly let go of Viola, who immediately assumed a battle stance upon sensing the change in situation. What? The Ancient One. Viola, don't be nervous, they are not enemies. Han Kuya placed her hand on Viola's shoulder, signaling her to relax. Your Majesty, be careful. Viola relaxed her battle stance, but remained alert, watching the Ancient One. Miss Hen, please have a seat. The Ancient One used magic, and 3 cups of tea appeared on the table in front of them, then sat down. Han Kuya approached and took a seat across from Gu-i. Fiorella did not sit down, standing behind Han Kuya, very alert and tense. Gu-i smiled faintly. Miss Kuya, I would like to talk to you about the future of Kamartaj. The future? The tea in the movie seemed to refill endlessly in her hand, and Han Kuya curiously took a sip. Every time she finished the tea in her cup, it would automatically refill with a sizzling sound. This was the infinite refill tea created by Gu-i. Yes, I cannot clearly see your future, but I foresee that you are reliable and trustworthy. So, Master Gu-i wants to retire and hand this place over to me? Yes, as you said, I will teach you everything you want to learn. Let's forget about that. Master Gu-i, you should know I like freedom. Let's wait until that doctor has a fracture. Han Kuya paused here and did not continue. You indeed know some things. Master Gu-i was not surprised. All right, even if you disagree, I can still teach you. Just hope you can take good care of him when the time comes. Okay, that is not a problem. Before long, Han Kuya had mastered the commonly used spells of Kamartaj, such as drawing circle portals and mirror dimensions. And she did not need to wear the sling ring, which impressed Gu-i with Han Kuya's magical talent. At Han Kuya's request, Fiorella also tried to fully adapt to the Earth's environment. In addition to her original super strength, super speed, and super physique, she acquired heat vision, ice breath, flight ability, X-ray vision, and super sight, almost like Superman, although her abilities were slightly weaker. However, Fiorella had been trained since childhood and was one of the best warriors on Krypton, with extremely rich combat skills and experience. In the movie Man of Steel, Fiorella's fight scenes were incredibly stunning. Your Majesty, I can fly by myself now. No need to trouble you. Fiorella's heart raced at the thought of being embraced by Princess Han Kuya. Although you've learned to fly, your speed is too slow. It's better if I take you. Han Kuya flew over, picked up Fiorella in a princess carry, and soared into the sky. Initially, Fiorella hesitated due to her identity, but after a long period of getting used to it, she gradually began to relax this time. Han Kuya had a mischievous smile in her heart as she sensed Fiola's relaxation. Let's fly a bit slower this time and enjoy the scenery, she said. Taking the long route using the teleportation portal learned from Kamatiji would be faster, but Han Kuya chose not to, and Fiola didn't remind her either. Completely relying on the queen's embrace, Fiola felt the strong, powerful, and perfectly shaped curve of her arm. Right now, Fiola only thought the queen was both powerful and beautiful. Simply perfect and breathtaking. Han Kuya flew to the new villa with Fiola in her arms. The villa was only a few dozen kilometers away from Tony's house, and Han Kuya could reach Tony's house in just 1 second. 128,343,520 meters per second. The villa was nestled among mountains and rivers, covering a vast area with multiple buildings. From the main roof, One could overlook endless trees and rivers. Everything was like a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. "This is the new home." Han Shui gently set down Fiola. "Queen, it's too deserted here. You need some subordinates. Someone will be here soon." Han Shui smiled faintly and summoned the stunning female image of the Terminator TX from the system's space, her figure elegant and extraordinary. The TX slightly lowered her head and respectfully said, "Master." The TX had previously been purchased for 10 million prestige points, a system-enhanced version, with abilities even more powerful than in the movies. "Very well, from now on in this world, don't call me master, call me boss," Han Shui said. "Understood, boss." The TX replied respectfully. "From now on, all the Terminators will be under your leadership." After saying this, Han Shui purchased another 100 Terminators from the system, but they were all relatively cheap at 100,000 prestige points each. "Understood, boss." The TX nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Han Shui's orders. Although these ordinary Terminators were not as powerful as the TX, they were still capable of handling all tasks and security duties in the villa. Each ordinary Terminator was an existence that humans could not compete with. They possessed extraordinary strength and speed, along with high intelligence and learning capabilities, allowing them to quickly adapt to various complex environments and situations. Each of them could operate freely offline, and the TX could control them remotely. "Hello, boss." As soon as the Terminators appeared, they respectfully greeted her in unison and quickly began to scan their surroundings. The TX used the remote control system to command all the Terminators to carry out their tasks. She accurately calculated the position and action routes of each Terminator to ensure the efficiency of the entire team. Inside the villa, the Terminators quickly went about various tasks. They cleaned rooms, organized furniture and equipment, did housework, and some stood guard in suitable places inside and outside the villa. Their work efficiency was extremely high, which made Han Shui very satisfied. Fiola quietly watched everything without saying a word. "Skynet, I don't need the AI that Tony installed in the villa. You will replace it and coordinate with the Terminators from now on." "Understood, master." On the street, pedestrians were screaming and fleeing in all directions, and the Abomination was irritated by these sounds. He raised his hand and threw a car at several innocent bystanders. "Quick, use the rocket launcher." General Ross broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the enormous figure roaring in the fire in the distance. The rocket, with a long tail flame, rushed towards the Abomination at high speed, but the giant, feces yellow monster was not afraid and charged towards the rocket instead. With a loud bang, flames erupted around it, but it seemed that these did not harm the monster at all. Suddenly, the massive figure emerged from the fire unscathed. The elite soldiers who fired the rocket immediately froze. Even seasoned fighters, seeing a creature that could not be harmed by deadly weapons, felt a sense of fear rising in their hearts. "This is power. I'm his strongest." The Abomination laughed at the camera, ignoring the helicopter broadcasting live from the television station, seemingly intending to showcase his invincible power to the world. The Abomination, whose real name was Bruni, was an aging elite soldier. As he grew older, he longed to regain his former glory and yearned for greater power. After injecting a small amount of super soldier serum, Bruni's body reached near human limits, equivalent to 60 of Captain America's strength. This made him arrogant, believing he was invincible. However, in front of the Hulk, even a super soldier was no different from an ordinary person. Bruce Banner easily shattered Bruni's dreams with a kick. Had it not been for the super serum's built-in recovery ability, that kick would have been enough to shatter him completely. The disparity between power and weakness damaged Bruni's ambitious self, but it also ignited his desire for power, to catch up with the Hulk and to prove himself. Bruni forced Samuel Stearns to inject him with a diluted sample of Hulk's blood. Thus, the Abomination, enslaved and driven by power, was born. "Come on, Hulk." The Abomination ignored the bullets from machine guns hitting him and kicked a car, blocking his path flat. Surrounding soldiers dared not fire. Many of those who had previously shot were killed by the Abomination. Considering the urban combat, heavy weapons could not be deployed. As for orders, the higher-ups did not require them to fight to the death, so the soldiers began a tactical retreat. The Hulk struggled to get up. The earlier hit from the Abomination left him a bit dazed. He had always been at a disadvantage, suppressed by the Abomination. The Abomination had been a soldier, thus possessing rich combat experience, giving him a certain advantage. However, the angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew, and his fury reignited his strength. He was filled with power. Seeing this, the Abomination fearlessly charged at him. The Abomination dodged and landed a left jab on the Hulk, shouting as he struck his chin. The Hulk staggered back but charged forward again. Next, The two powerful and fierce monsters engaged in a terrifying battle in the city center, causing destruction that could rival any demolition company. A punch from the Hulk, a kick from the yellow monster. Their brutal exchanges, though lacking in technique, caused damage far worse than heavy weaponry due to their extraordinary strength. The two giants wrestled, demolishing buildings and crashing cars as they went. This monstrous battle transformed the entire block, with giant reinforced concrete buildings collapsing like they were made of paper. The mayor of New York watched the live broadcast, clutching his chest in pain, repeatedly dialing military numbers, screaming for the monsters to be driven away. At the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, dressed in a black leather jacket, stared at the giant display screen in front of him, where the roars of the two monsters were clearly broadcasted. Just then a tall, beautiful agent in a tight uniform hurried over to Fury. With a serious expression, she reported, "Director, the council is calling. They want us to provide immediate support. We must eliminate the two monsters, or at least drive them out of Manhattan." The council was certainly anxious. If this continued, it would spread to Wall Street, leading to disaster. Once significant damage occurred, it would trigger a stock market crash. Nick Fury remained unmoved. Easier said than done. We're not allowed to use lethal weapons. No matter how many more personnel we send, it will be futile. Agent Hill felt it was somewhat unreasonable. She frowned and said, "But the council insists you must take action. They want you to do whatever it takes to drive them out, as long as it's not Manhattan." Fury glanced at the screen. "Tell the council this is beyond our capabilities. We can only provide limited support." Fury tapped the documents calmly and said, "The Super Soldier program by General Ross was approved by the council. Now that trouble has arisen, they want us to clean it up? Do they think we are just toilet paper for them? Besides, my people are skilled in gathering intelligence and handling special events when it comes to combat. The generals at the Pentagon are the experts." "All right, Director," I'll reply to them. He'll listen to the commotion and turn to leave. On the battlefield, Iron Man Tony Stark appeared, clad in his newly upgraded shiny red and gold armor, feeling quite confident. "Hey, you two big guys looking for trouble?" Tony provocatively shouted, aiming the energy cannons in his hands at Hulk and Abomination, simultaneously firing energy beams. Hulk turned his head, his eyes flashing with anger and a desire for destruction. He roared and leaped into the air, swinging his massive fist towards Tony. Tony reacted quickly, using the armor's thrusters and agility to dodge Hulk's heavy punch. At the same time, Abomination sneered and swung with all his might a parked car from the street, hurling it violently at Tony in the sky. Tony's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the armor's flight function, soaring upward to avoid the car's impact. In the air, Tony utilized the new suit's superior maneuverability, quickly adjusting his position to deliver a punch to the airborne Hulk. Hulk was hit by Tony's punch and crashed to the ground, but he quickly stood up. The punch had caused him no harm, only fueling his anger further. Abomination also jumped up, swinging a fist at Tony. Tony barely dodged, but didn't completely evade. At that moment, Hulk leaped and grabbed Tony's leg. "Oh no!" Hulk lifted Tony and struck him hard with his massive fist, smashing him into a distant building. After knocking Tony down, Abomination took the opportunity to launch an attack. The two giants grappled with each other. Abomination landed a powerful punch to Hulk's jaw, crashing into him and tightly gripping his arm. Hulk let out a painful, furious howl. Abomination's punches and kicks grew more vicious, ultimately delivering a heavy blow that sent Hulk flying, crashing through several buildings before coming to a stop. "Weak? You're so weak, is this all you've got?" Abomination sneered. But before he could finish, Hulk's eyes glinted with light. He grew angrier and stronger. With a roar, Hulk swung back. Abomination couldn't dodge in time and received a heavy punch to his massive jaw. Abomination staggered back a few steps, but, in a fit of rage, charged forward to attack. Hulk kicked Abomination hard, sending him flying. Abomination crashed into several buildings before stopping. Hulk grew bolder as the battle continued. Abomination angrily charged forward again, and the two giants wrestled once more. Metal shattered, and concrete flew everywhere. Unfortunately, as the fleeing crowd barely escaped the battlefield, the two collided again. A child was knocked to the ground, helpless. "Help me! Dad, Mom, where are you? Who can save me?" At that moment, Tony had regained some composure. His armor was heavily damaged, but at least the flight system was still operational. He knew he needed to call for reinforcements, but he couldn't act recklessly. "Jarvis, contact Wonder Woman, quickly," Tony said. "Right away, sir," Jarvis replied. In less than 10 seconds, a figure descended from the clouds. Han Qiuya appeared in the sky, surveying the chaos below. Han Qiuya saw Tony and deliberately asked, Need help? You look like you've been through a lot. Tony chuckled dryly. I do need help. But it's best to try not to cause any more damage. I should have notified you sooner. Han Kuya said, I'll do my best. She dove down, aiming straight at the Hulk and Abomination. You two should stop. She warned loudly, and the TV station turned its cameras towards Han Kuya. Those watching the live broadcast were thrilled to see the beautiful and heroic superheroine arrive. The superheroine is here. The superheroine is here. She's currently the most powerful superhero. In a public hall where the broadcast was live, the audience buzzed with excitement. Yeah, but I wonder if she can actually defeat them. Her superpowers are unbeatable. She can easily subdue the Hulk and Abomination. A true fan rebutted. Look, the Abomination and the Hulk have stopped attacking. As expected, when the superheroine arrives. Any nonsense dares not continue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 7 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 39 reputation points. Ding. Seeing this, Agent Coulson quietly put away the pager to summon Captain Marvel. The superheroine is here. I want to know how much stronger you become, he thought, planning to order his subordinates to analyze Han Kuya's strength to feel more at ease. The Hulk and Abomination ceased their attacks and turned to look at this unexpected visitor. Superheroine? You're also a product developed by the military, and you can even fly. I want to see how powerful you really are. Killing you would definitely give me a great sense of achievement. The Abomination, seeing what he believed to be a stronger enemy, lost interest in Hulk. Han Shuyan looked at the two giants and planned to fight 1 against 2. However, considering that the fight would be slowed down to ensure the audience could see clearly, she also intended to extend the duration of the battle to gain more prestige points. Han Shuya deliberately provoked. You two monsters can come at me together. Hulk let out a roar and was the first to launch an attack. He leaped towards the airborne Superman. However, Han Shuya easily dodged and landed a super fast punch to the Hulk's face, sending him crashing back to the ground. Hulk got up, furious and roaring, and lunged at Han Shuya again. Han Shuya landed on the ground, avoiding Hulk, and faced off against Abomination. Abomination, seeing this, charged towards Han Shuya in an instant, delivering a massive punch the size of a sandbag. Han Shuya responded with a small fist, and the two fists collided. Some timid spectators, unsure of Han Shuya's strength, dared not look. They felt that the female superhero would be struck hard by the giant, but the reality was the opposite. As the two fists clashed, the audience held their breath. With a loud bang, a violent shockwave tore through the surrounding space, causing the scenery to tremble. Abomination, in pain, covered his struck hand and staggered back several meters, leaving a trench in the ground. Abomination ran like a bronze statue across the earth, roaring loudly as he charged. When he approached Han Shuya, his shadow completely enveloped her, making her appear petite in comparison. However, Han Shuya effortlessly dodged his attack while delivering a powerful blow to Abomination's chest with her slender yet strong fist. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the air as her fist struck Abomination's chest. Ripples spread across his steel-like, muscular skin at the moment of impact. Abomination's massive body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, scraping along the road and plowing a 100-meter trench in the ground. His roar echoed in the air as he widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how this seemingly weak woman possessed such immense strength, able to push back a gigantic monster like him with a single punch. Was she really a product developed by the military? Damn it! Abomination stood up, seemingly unable to believe he was at a disadvantage in the fight. He had just defeated Hulk and was extremely blindly arrogant, looking down on everyone. Today, he was determined to take down Superman and prove he was the strongest. On the other side, Tony fired several precision-targeted laser beams, successfully attracting Hulk's attention. This time, he didn't take unnecessary risks, flying high and avoiding a direct confrontation with Hulk. Hulk roared in anger after taking a few laser hits, but unfortunately, it was of little effect. Hulk charged at Tony, his steps shaking the ground like an earthquake. Tony piloted the Iron Man suit, skillfully dodging the furious Hulk's attacks. Oh, shit. It seems I'll have to upgrade the suit when I get back. The lasers can only cause minor scratches to such monsters. Tony planned to lead Hulk to an uninhabited area. In the city, he couldn't control the battle rhythm like Superman without causing destruction. The enraged Abomination felt a surge of hormones within him, realizing his strength had increased, making him incredibly arrogant and feeling invincible. No one is stronger than me. I will take you down in front of the world's ants, then slowly slaughter those ants. Fear me. Ha ha. Han Shuya felt speechless. If it weren't for wanting to gain more reputation points, she would have eliminated you long ago. The audience watching the live stream didn't expect the drama to unfold right in front of them. Although we are mere mortals, what is this ugly monster compared to us? Superwoman, fight him. This slimy green creature is truly disgusting, with mucus all over it. Superwoman, my goddess, please defeat him quickly. With a few large strides and just 2 breaths, he leaped dozens of meters, instantly arriving in front of Han Qiuya, his massive fists swinging wildly. Han Qiuya also threw punches rapidly with both hands, delivering hundreds of strikes in a second that clashed with the punches of the opponent, creating a series of piercing sounds as they cut through the air. The opponent realized that he had become quite strong. His punching speed was indeed fast. He stopped and used his arms to block the attacks. The opponent proudly exclaimed, "Aha! I can catch bullets." Han Qiuya stopped to let him finish speaking, then stepped on one of his feet, followed by a right jab that hit the waist of the monster, causing it to bend into a bow shape and fly backward. A straight trench appeared on the road, marked by the deep trace left by the monster's body as it flew past. Good. A viewer watching the live broadcast at home couldn't help but stand up, cheering and waving their fists. The punches were dazzling like sparks, moving too fast. The superheroine was incredible. Her fist crashed into that guy like rockets. Well done. Don't give a monster a chance to breathe. 1 punch and 1 kick. Make him suffer. This monster is really disgusting. Seeing him beaten so badly is simply exhilarating. I can hardly imagine how a woman could handle such a fierce and gigantic monster. The superheroine is truly powerful. She is the goddess of the human world. Ding! Congratulations! Host's reputation value increased by 88. Ding ding ding. Han Qiuya listened to the system broadcast and felt really great. Master, Tony has his AI asking for your help. He said he knows you're performing and begs you to finish the battle quickly to help him. At this moment, the AI Skynet spoke up. Previously, Samuel's antidote had weakened Hulk significantly, and then he was hammered by Abomination. But now, Hulk had regained his strength. Tony was caught off guard. He underestimated Hulk and didn't completely dodge the attack, resulting in Hulk damaging the armor on one of his feet. "I'll be there in a few seconds," he replied. Han Qiuya communicated with Skynet internally. "Okay, Master." Abomination felt humiliated after being sneak attacked and stepping on, not dodging in time, and got up feeling very indignant. Wanted to fight back. Han Qiuya no longer gave him a chance, swiftly flying in front of him like lightning, delivering a punch filled with hatred and anger. Han Qiuya met punch with punch. Boom! This time, it was different from the last. Amidst the thunderous roar, Han Qiuya's small iron fist collided with the monstrous fist of hatred, and the huge size difference did not grant victory to the monster. In an instant, the monster's fist was shattered. The monster was sent flying once again. However, this time, its entire hand was broken beyond recognition, with a massive dent appearing on the front of its fist, scales flying everywhere. Even a section of bone protruded directly from its forearm, exposing the bone spur on its elbow. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and wounds, filthy blood flowed down like a stream. The audience watching the live broadcast was on the verge of climax. The scene of the superhero beating the monster was truly thrilling. Without giving the monster any chance to catch its breath, her flying speed was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the monster. One of her beautiful black silk legs raised its knee, breaking through dozens of sound barriers, soaring upwards at an astonishing speed. The knee slammed into the monster's chin, producing a deafening sound. Bang! After the heavy sound erupted, a massive shockwave spread out, and the air seemed to twist at that moment. The monster's enormous body was violently knocked into the air, while Han Qiuya followed closely, hovering above and beside the monster. "No, you didn't show your true strength just now. You're lying to me." "No, I surrender. I won't fight anymore." The monster realized the gap and wanted to plead for its life. But it had never cared about how many innocent lives it had taken. At the fighting scene, cameras from various live broadcasts or video recordings quickly followed Han Qiuya's figure. Han Qiuya did not give the Abomination any chance. She hovered above, following closely beside it, watching its body tumble in mid-air, waiting for it to reach the highest point. "Surrender? If you dare not continue fighting, you have lost your value. I can only gain more prestige by defeating you." Han Qiuya's beautiful legs were raised high in the air, exuding a chilling aura. "No, I would rather let you hit me, no." The Abomination looked at Han Qiuya's movements, filled with immense terror. It hoped to deceive Han Qiuya to retract this attack and let it go. Right now, it only wanted to escape immediately after landing on the ground. Han Xiuya's long black silk legs were raised high, and the speed of their descent broke through dozens of sound barriers. With a heavy split kick aimed at the back of the hated one, the force unleashed was even more terrifying than the knee strike just moments ago. Bang! Han Xiuyan's legs were like a heavy knife, brutally cleaving into the back of the abomination, causing his body to fold in an exaggerated arc. The abomination, whose ascent had just come to a halt in midair, plummeted down like a meteor. With a deafening crash, his body smashed deep into the ground, causing the earth to crack open around him. Dust and smoke filled the air, leaving most of the spectators in a daze. They witnessed the abomination's body sink deep into the soil, as if being completely devoured by a powerful force. The abomination was defeated. Immediately, Han Xiuyan heard her reputation points continuously being credited. It took her less than 10 seconds to deal with the abomination. Without lingering, she activated her supervision, piercing through all obstacles to lock onto the location where Tony was fighting Hulk. In just 1 second, Han Xiuyan's figure shot through the sky like lightning, racing towards the scene at an astonishing speed of over 130 Mach. Only a residual shadow was left in the air, leaving the audience in awe. This time, Chen didn't use a portal. The shock she delivered today was enough, and she planned to save that for her next appearance. In the military, General Ross, sitting in a helicopter, watched the smoke-filled battlefield and stammered. Is it resolved? Such a fierce monster like the abomination. We had no effect after working for so long. Yet a fit and beautiful superheroine just took him down with a few punches and kicks. At SHIELD headquarters, director Nick Fury quietly observed the live broadcast of Han Xiuyan's battle with the abomination. After Han Xiuyan finished fighting and shot away at a speed that amazed him, his body seemed to freeze, and he didn't move, not even uttering a curse. At that moment, an agent stepped forward to report, "Director, based on the analysis from the high-speed camera, we have obtained the latest combat data on the superheroine." Director Fury quickly regained his composure and focused on the agent's report. The superheroine's maximum flight speed exceeds 100 Mach, and the force of her punch is at least 20 million kilograms, which is 10,000 times that of a human boxing champion. This could be the result of her not using her full strength, the agent continued. Moreover, based on image analysis, the superheroine's reaction speed, action precision, and anticipatory ability far exceed our expectations. Her strength, speed, and reaction capabilities have reached an unimaginable level. Fury thought for a few seconds and quickly commanded, "Immediately relay this information to all relevant personnel and prepare them. We must thoroughly research the superheroine's weaknesses. Also, notify everyone that under no circumstances are they allowed to provoke the superheroine or get in a conflict with her. Any matters concerning her must be reported to me immediately." Within SHIELD, Hydra members were also paying close attention to Han Xiuyan. Hydra member Alexander Pierce held a report on the superheroine's combat data, contemplating future action plans. He decided, "You all immediately take people to the scene and try to find the superheroine's biological tissue. Perhaps we can find her hair or other biological samples." "Yes, sir, we will complete the task as soon as possible," his subordinates replied before quickly leaving to execute the mission. Pierce watched them depart, filled with anticipation. He believed that if they could find the superheroine's biological tissue, it would aid them in further researching superhumans and assist in some of their experiments. Tony's armor on one foot was already damaged, forcing him to rely on his other foot and the thrusters in his hands to awkwardly dodge in the air. On the ground, the Hulk, furious, hurled massive trees and boulders at him. "Superwoman, come help your biggest fan, Tony Stark." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Han Xiuyan descended from the sky like a deity, instantly appearing in front of Tony and kicking away a giant tree that the Hulk had thrown at him. "Ha! The superheroine is here. Hurry up and surrender." Little Green Man, seeing Han Xiuyan arrive, Tony instantly felt calm and instead began to provoke the Hulk. "Tony, you really can't hold on for long," Han Xiuyan chuckled, casually deflecting a boulder that the Hulk had thrown from the air. "I wanted to perform a bit longer over there. Don't doubt my stamina." Tony joked back, chatting easily and completely ignoring the furious Hulk on the ground. The Hulk, seeing the two disregard him, became infuriated. He began to throw various objects wildly, and his massive body charged forward, leaping towards Tony and Han Xiuyan. "Miss Xiuyan, let's finish the fight first before chatting. It would be rude to our enemy," Tony said, pretending to be calm despite feeling a bit flustered by the Hulk's overwhelming presence. In the air, Han Xiuyan remained unruffled. When the Hulk jumped in front of her, she stomped on him and, using her flying ability at several times the speed of sound, slammed the Hulk back down to the ground. With a loud boom, the Hulk's body traced a straight line through the air, pinned heavily to the ground by Han Chuyan. Tony swallowed in shock, his eyes wide as he watched the Hulk beneath Han Chuyan's foot. Although Tony had witnessed Han Chuyan's fighting before, every time he saw her violent performance in battle, he instinctively felt a shock. J-A-R-V. Ice, you must remind me in the future not to flirt with her. I don't want to end up half paralyzed, Tony said, half jokingly. The A-I-J-A-R-V-I-S calmly replied, understood, sir. At the same time, I would like to remind you that based on my analysis data, there is reproductive isolation between you and the superheroine. Therefore, your biological condition may not withstand her strength, and you could die quickly. I don't need you to tell me that. I certainly know that no one on Earth can withstand her super strength, Tony replied. Han Chuyan stood on one foot on Hulk's chest, and Hulk felt that her red-booted foot seemed to possess endless power. At this moment, Han Chuyan's super hearing picked up Tony's words, and she couldn't help but glare at him. This glare made Tony, who was already somewhat unstable in his flight, wobble slightly, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. Sir, please be aware that the female superhero has super hearing. Be careful when speaking, Jarvis reminded. Jarvis, you handle the armor for me, Hulk said, feeling the immense power of Han Chuyan's foot on his chest, struggling wildly and letting out a deafening roar. Roar. Han Chuya calmly crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at the Hulk beneath her. Feeling the Hulk's struggle growing stronger, she increased the pressure of her foot to ensure her control over him. No matter how much the Hulk fought, he couldn't break free from under Han Chuya's foot. Gradually, the Hulk began to realize the gap between himself and this powerful opponent, and he started to calm down. Han Chuya noticed that Hulk had calmed down, so she let go of her foot. Hulk did not move immediately, lying on the ground and breathing heavily, as if he was contemplating something. Hulk, go back and turn back in a banner, Han Chuya said. As soon as Hulk had quieted down, he became angry again upon hearing the name Banner. No, don't bring out Banner, he shouted, his voice filled with rage and dissatisfaction, charging towards Han Chuya. Han Chuya and Hulk exchanged a punch, pushing Hulk back. She then raised her right hand and extended her middle finger. Seeing this, Hulk charged forward and grabbed Han Chuya's middle finger with one hand. Hulk attempted to break Han Chuya's middle finger, straining with all his might, but realized that her finger was as hard as iron and couldn't be bent. At this moment, a TV station was live broadcasting the event, and some agents from various factions, along with onlookers, were filming the scene. It's worth noting that their reactions were quite swift. The live broadcast quickly captured this moment, and the footage spread around the world. Han Chuya saw Hulk unable to bend and smile. Hulk, why don't you use both hands to bend one of my fingers? Han Chuya's mockery made Hulk feel very angry and frustrated. He used his other hand as well, but still couldn't bend Han Chuya's middle finger. This made him feel very embarrassed and helpless. He didn't want to continue this confrontation, so he decided to return his body to Banner. Han Chuya grew impatient as Hulk didn't let go for a long time, so she flew up and suddenly punched him on the nose. With one punch, she broke Hulk's nose. Bang! He still didn't reveal his true form. As Han Chuya finished speaking, Hulk fell to the ground and transformed back into Banner. It still takes force to revert back to form. Tony, don't you think? Han Chuya turned to Tony, flying nearby and hovering in the air. Tony was far away in the air, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, my idol. Where am I? What happened to me? Banner woke up, looking tired and confused. He looked around and realized he was lying in the wilderness. The area was open, and he felt a lot of pain. Banner tried hard to remember and recalled that he had transformed into Hulk and fought against the evil abomination. At that moment, Banner saw in the sky a beautiful superheroine wearing a black silk skirt, looking magnificent, as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens. At the same time, he also saw Iron Man, whose armor was somewhat damaged and looked a bit disheveled. Superwoman? Did the issue with abomination get resolved? Banner murmured to himself in doubt. Just as he was pondering, Han Chuya flew in front of Banner with instantaneous speed, startling him. He didn't expect Han Chuya could fly over so quickly, stabilizing in midair with almost no time or distance to break. Banner, I've already dealt with abomination. Don't worry, Han Chuya said. Oh, my goddess, you can fly so fast. Don't scare me like that. I might turn into Hulk, and that would be troublesome. Tony flew over as well. You don't need to worry about that. Hulk was just knocked back by her. Really? Superwoman is that powerful. Oh my gosh. Banner was astonished. By the way, Superwoman, goddess, I'm now your true fan. But I still don't know your name. Han Chuya. Han Chuya replied with a smile. Banner, in the future, if Hulk loses control, I can help you revert back to your original form for free. Is that so? That's great. If it weren't for fighting, I would want to turn green. Hulk, are you guys polite? Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving victory in battle, earning 60,000 points, current points, 280,000. Ding, system upgrading. The system's voice sounded pleasant. It seems that defeating Hulk and Abomination granted each of them 30,000 points. There will be another opportunity to fight Hulk. I hope he can accept my challenge. If he surrenders, I won't earn any points. Han Shuyan gained points and felt very happy. Thinking of this, she smiled, her smile blooming like a flower, filled with joy and happiness. Her eyes sparkled with enchanting light, as if stars had lit up the night sky. Tony and Banner were momentarily stunned, a bit distracted, then puzzled. Tony asked, Miss Chuyan, what happened? What are you laughing about? Han Shuya put away her smile and replied, It's nothing. I just remembered something happy. In the distance, General Ross was on a helicopter, witnessing the situation being resolved satisfactorily and the danger dissipating. He ordered his subordinates to safely land the helicopter on the ground and then walked over with a few of his men. Ross struck a pose, raising his chin high and puffing out his chest, trying to project an imposing presence that conveyed his authority as a general. As he approached, Banner became tense. Thank you both, heroes, for resolving our experimental product issue and saving us from financial loss, Ross said, displaying gratitude on the surface. He continued, the military is deeply appreciative, and we will publicly commend you for this, Wonder Woman. Ross said something that infuriated Banner, referring to him as their property and attempting to take him away. Doctor, Banner is not anyone's property. He is an independent individual with the right to decide his own fate, Han Shuya said, stepping in front of Banner. Banner felt deeply moved. Ross clenched his fists, feeling some anger. A significant investment had already been made in the whole project. But he knew that the strength of his men was almost impossible to match against Wonder Woman's power. He is national property. You are opposing the United States. Ross tried to threaten. Do you think I'm afraid? Han Shuya smiled slightly. With her current strength, she had no reason to fear anyone's threats or pressure. Also, Doctor, Banner is now with S.H.I.E.L.D. If you want him, go find Director Fury. At that moment, Banner's girlfriend ran over and excitedly embraced him. Oh my God, how are you? I'm so glad you're okay. The two were very affectionate with each other. Ross glanced at them, but didn't care. Responding with a questioning tone, I know his file well. When did he join S.H.I.L.D.? How come I didn't know? He just joined. Han Shuya replied coldly, somewhat angry. Is this Ross ever going to stop? I say, General Ross, that's enough. Be careful. Angering Wonder Woman is not a good idea. Seeing that Ross was about to continue arguing, Tony quickly interjected, warning Ross. After what had just happened, he also found Ross quite intolerable. And whatever my goddess, Wonder Woman. Besides, no one could change. Ross paused for a moment, not saying anything further. If it came to a military conflict, he would rather avoid it. After thinking for a moment, Ross shot a furious glare at Tony and told his subordinates, Let's go. He then turned and left. Ross's subordinates followed closely behind, feeling extremely tense at the thought of clashing with Wonder Woman. But fortunately, the situation did not escalate, which relieved them. Tony had a puzzled expression on his face. Why did he just glare at me? Banner explained. He probably saw the anger on the goddess's face, so he only dared to glare at you. After Banner had just cuddled with his girlfriend, he carefully noted Ross's reaction. All right, Tony said, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he looked at Han Shuya. Han Shuya saw Tony looking at her with a hint of melancholy, and a smile appeared on her face. She stepped closer to Banner's girlfriend and said, Don't worry. I will take good care of Dr. Banner. I won't waste any more time. Let's talk in the sky. After Han Shuya finished speaking, without waiting for a few people to respond, she soared into the sky with them. There was no need to hold them with her hands. The biological force field she possessed was already strong enough. Whoosh! What happened? Banner and his girlfriend were momentarily dazzled, realizing they were already in the air. The two stared at each other, feeling increasingly panicked. Oh my God, don't be afraid. This is Supergirl's skill. We can talk normally in the air. Tony explained to them in detail. He had experienced it once before, but this time felt much better. Once they understood the situation, they were surprised and were about to chat. Before Banner could finish speaking, Han Shuya swiftly placed his girlfriend in the city, and then continued flying with the two towards Tony's house. Banner's girlfriend stood dazed on the sidewalk, looking around to confirm her location. Who am I? Where am I? In the blink of an eye, Banner realized that his girlfriend, who was flying beside him, had disappeared. How? Don't worry. I put her in a safe place in the city. Let's go to Tony's house and talk about some things. Han Kiya originally wanted to draw a portal to teleport over, but considering that Banner and Tony would be shocked for a while, she decided it would be better to fly over since it only took a few seconds to reach Tony's house. Banner and Tony felt their body sway, and when they stabilized again, they found themselves already inside the room. Banner looked up and saw a large hole in the ceiling. How amazing! Banner wasn't sure what to marvel at. It should be a surprise at Han Kiya's flying skills. Welcome to my home, Dr. Banner. Would you like something to drink? Let's chat in the living room. Tony quickly responded, warmly hosting. Let's go, Dr. Banner, Han Kiya said. Jarvis, hear what the guests want. Immediately call someone to bring it. Tony instructed the artificial intelligence Jarvis while removing his damaged armor. Han Kiya and the two others arrived in the living room and sat down. Just as they settled in, Han Kiya controlled her nano suit, transforming it into a beautiful dress. Banner, feeling confused about his future, was drawn to the magical change of Han Kiya's suit into a dress. Curious, Banner asked, your suit can change into different outfits? That's amazing. Is it nanotechnology? We'll talk about that later. Let's discuss the main business first, Han Kiya replied. Then continued, Dr. Banner, we plan to form a superhero alliance and would like to invite you to join. Oh, is that so, Goddess? But I still have some questions. Banner expressed some unease. Tony, believing that Banner was quite powerful even after turning into the Hulk, quickly added, Banner, once you join, you can work with me. We are not under the control of any government or organization. We are free and flexible, ready to respond to anyone who needs our help at any time. Han Kiya added, as for General Ross chasing you, you don't need to worry with me around. I will also help you find a suitable identity. Tony said, when we need combat power, you can let Hulk come out to help, and when Hulk loses control, Miss Kiya can help you revert back. After hearing this, Banner felt relieved and responded, okay, then of course I agree. It is my honor to be in a team with Supergirl and Iron Man. Banner then asked, by the way, what is our organization called? Tony said, let's call it the Supergirl Iron Man Alliance. Han Kiya smiled and said, let's call it the Supergirl Alliance. Banner, what do you think? Let's just call it the Supergirl Alliance. No need to differentiate between the full name and the abbreviation. Banner thought that the female superhero Han Kiya had a pretty solid support, so it was better to please the goddess. Tony replied, all right, but the alliance needs funding. It seems I have to rely on my billionaire status. Tony felt a bit proud when talking about his wealth. After all, who says that money isn't a superpower? Han Kiya said, there's no need to worry about funding for now, Banner. You can go undercover at SHIELD and have director Nick Fury pay you a salary. This way, your identity can be arranged properly. Tony smiled and said, that's a great idea. Nick Fury invited me to join SHIELD last time, saying he was forming the Avengers. I haven't given him a clear answer yet. Han Kiya said, you can reply to him after a while, saying that you agree to join. In the future, besides me, our team can all go undercover at SHIELD. Tony and Banner were a bit stunned, but after thinking about it, it really is a good idea. After all, if something happens, Han Kiya can take the heat, since no one has ever beaten Supergirl. Han Kiya then added, revealing surprising news to the two. By the way, there are many Hydra members inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, I'll send you a list. You can consider going undercover in Hydra again, as our team dual senior agents. What? Hydra? The two were extremely surprised. Was the Hydra completely eradicated during World War II? Tian Wong. Send Tony the personnel information about Hydra that I asked you to look into earlier. Han Kiya commanded inwardly. Received, Master. The personnel information about Hydra has been sent to Tony SAI. Jarvis. Tony, some information has already been sent to Jarvis. You can ask it yourself later. Okay. Tony instinctively replied, still reeling from the shocking news. At that moment, Banner's stomach growled. Obviously, Banner had been completely focused on escaping and fighting earlier, and now his stomach was empty and growling with hunger. Banner felt a bit embarrassed. Jarvis, ask someone to bring more food over. Tony ordered as he regained his composure. He was thinking that he needed to get to the bottom of what was going on with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. This unreliable system upgraded itself at the drop of a hat. It didn't respond no matter how he called it. Luckily, the system shop was still usable. Han Kiya was internally complaining about the system. However, on the system shop homepage, what did the optimized version of chicken soup mean? And why did it cost 300 reputation points? It was so much more expensive than other food. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Banner, don't wait. I have chicken soup here, so just make do with this for now. Han Kiya smiled and extended her hand, conjuring a large bowl of chicken soup out of thin air and placing it on the table. Tony and Banner exchanged glances, suppressing their curiosity. Banner, this chicken soup smells great. Drink up. Supergirl 1 tea poison you. Tony joked. Banner picked up the chicken soup and quickly started eating, soon exclaiming, "This is so delicious. I've never had anything this good. The goddess really knows how to provide." Han Kuya has once again purchased a cheeseburger from the System Mall for Tony, along with many other snacks and drinks, and has started to enjoy the food with the two of them. I have to say, the food from the System Mall is really delicious. Miss Kuya, this cheeseburger is so tasty. Can I reserve some every month? No, every day. The price is negotiable, Tony said, gulping down his food, his speech a bit unclear. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury was sitting at his desk, reviewing a report on the latest project. Suddenly, his communicator rang, breaking the silence of the office. "Director, we have monitored that Wonder Woman and Dr. Banner just went to Tony's residence," a subordinate agent reported through the communicator. "All right, I got it. There's no need to report such small matters in the future. Continue to closely monitor their actions and report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs." "But Director, Wonder Woman is now flying towards us, and she has someone with her." "What?" Nick Fury immediately stood up, ready to go out and meet them. But just as Nick Fury's words fell, Han Kuya had already landed on the rooftop of SHIELD with Banner. Han Kuya used her X-ray vision to scan the surroundings and directly located Nick Fury's position. The window was open, and Han Kuya flew in with Banner, landing steadily in front of Nick Fury. "Director, do you want talent? I brought you some." "Miss Kuya," Nick Fury replied with a hint of annoyance. "This HLD is not your free action zone. You should have notified me in advance before coming over." This superwoman keeps calling him director in public, and the key is that she is strong enough that he can't handle her. It's really frustrating. Also, there are confidential documents on the desk in the office, and she has X-ray vision. What if some secrets get leaked from those documents? Han Kuya blinked her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. "Oh, it wasn't intentional. I'm just in a hurry to bring Dr. Banner over. So that SHIELD can have another talented person." Han Kuya noticed the scattered documents on the desk, but she was too lazy to activate her X-ray vision. The SHIELD had become the Snake Shield, and the artificial intelligence Skynet had long since infiltrated SHIELD. What secrets could possibly remain? Nick Fury felt helpless and then looked at Banner, saying, "Welcome, Dr. Banner. Are you willing to join SHIELD? Banner nodded yes. "I've always wanted to. If you can ensure my personal safety, resolve my identity issues, and pay me a salary, I will wholeheartedly work for SHIELD. Nick Fury nodded. "Of course, we will provide you with a safe working environment so you can fully dedicate yourself to your research." Since things were settled, Han Kuya shrugged and turned to fly away into the sky. Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief and began discussing work arrangements with Banner. Banner silently reminded himself of his undercover identity. He actually had little fondness for the U.S. military, SHL, and similar organizations. Nick was originally troubled about how to bring Banner into SHIELD, but unexpectedly, Han Kuya directly introduced Banner to him. The Avengers he was just starting to build desperately needed strong combat power. If they could properly control Hulk after Banner transformed, it would greatly enhance their fighting strength. After finishing the conversation with Banner, Nick called Natasha. "Natasha, how is your progress with the superheroine Han Kuya? She's just a shameless woman. When she stayed at my place for a few days, she was very close to me, but once she got familiar with the environment and mastered her superpowers, she moved out to live alone." Natasha's tone was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Han Kuya's voice is so sweet that even she, as a woman, can't help but love it. Han Kuya's charm is irresistible to both men and women, and her feminine figure is simply flawless. She moves swiftly, appearing and disappearing without a trace. I can't even catch a glimpse of her, let alone get close to her. Well then, let's temporarily set aside the task of contacting her. Next, you should focus on reaching out to Tony and find a way to stay by his side as his secretary. All right, no problem. Han Kuya returned to her villa and watched the conversation between the two on a large screen at home. Since Skynet had already infiltrated SHIELD, there were no secrets left for Han Kuya. She could hear Nick Fury and Natasha's conversation clearly. "System, are you dead?" Han Kuya called out to the system in her mind, but there was no response. "Forget it. I'll wait for you to finish upgrading before dealing with serious matters. Today, I want to go out and have a good time with beautiful women and enjoy life." Han Kuya gently looked at Fiola and asked, "Fiola, how has your strength progressed recently? What is your flying speed now?" When it came to her progress, Fiola felt a bit proud and answered casually, "My queen, I can now reach a flying speed of 8 Mach. 8 Mach is already quite impressive. In the Marvel Universe, that level of strength is considered top-notch. Although it is still far from my own, Han Kiya praised. Fiola sincerely replied, "All of this is thanks to your patient guidance, my queen." Han Kiya said, "To recognize your progress, I have a nano suit to give you, to take you out for a stroll." With that, she spent 200,000 reputation points from the system store to purchase a nano suit and handed it to Fiora. Although the nano suit bought for 200,000 reputation points had slightly weaker defense compared to Han Kiya's high-tech nano suit, it was great for changing outfits at will. Fiora happily accepted the nano suit and gratefully said, "Thank you, my queen." As soon as the nano suit touched Fiora's hand, it immediately became active, flowing and autonomously wrapping around Fiora's sexy figure. Han Kiya discovered that the nano battle suit could be controlled by her and that she had a higher priority than Fiola. She happily controlled the battle suit on Fiola to change her outfit. This setup is really good. Han Kiya estimated that she had priority control over items purchased in the system store. Fiola noticed that she was dressed in a bikini set and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and blush, but she still obediently let Han Kiya make the decisions. Fiola had a perfect and curvy figure, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender waist and long legs. Her body was very well proportioned, with no excess flesh. Han Qiyu watched with great interest, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She was thinking about enticing things, and, for a moment, she felt her blood rush. No way. How embarrassing, getting worked up over a beautiful woman. But unfortunately, she was a woman now. Han Qiyu thought to herself. "Your Majesty, is something wrong? You don't look well." "Fiora, it's just a small matter. No need to be nervous." Fiora smiled gently. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health. No matter what, your health is the most important." Next, they changed Fiora into several outfits, during which Han Qiyu's hands and feet were quite restless, details omitted. After a long time, they finally settled on a short skirt outfit. Once changed, Fiora's long, shiny legs were revealed beneath the short skirt, her legs resembling beautiful sculptures, elegant and natural. She wore a leg ring that concealed a dagger and a pair of blue high heels, making her ankles look even more alluring. The whole outfit was full of feminine charm while exuding a hint of danger. "How do you feel?" Han Qiyu asked. Fiora smiled and twirled around, allowing the short skirt to flutter lightly, showcasing it to Han Qiyu. She liked the feeling of this outfit, and most importantly, the queen seemed quite satisfied. She looked beautiful, and that was what mattered. "All right, let's go." Han Qiyu stood up happily, taking Fiora's hand. "By the way, Terminator TX, you come along too and be my bodyguard. If some minor characters cause trouble, I don't want to get involved. It would ruin my fun." Upon hearing Han Qiyu's words, TX, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately walked into the room. "At your command, boss. For convenience, from now on, I'll call you Xiao Mei. All of you Terminators should still refer to me as boss." Fiora felt quite proud upon hearing this. Only she could address Queen Han Qiyu this way. It seemed the queen was closest to her. "Okay, boss. Xiao Mei understands." TX responded while also commanding and directing the other 100 ordinary Terminators to do chores and patrol. The TX purchased by Han Qiyu is a system-enhanced version, featuring high automation and multi-functionality. It can integrate the abilities of all versions of the Terminator, making it very powerful. She can also change clothing styles at will, which is quite convenient. Han Qiyu smiled at TX and said, "Try transforming into a beautiful and elegant red skirt outfit." Xiao Mei replied, "As you wish." As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Mei's outer clothing began to flow and change shape. In less than half a second, a stunning red skirt appeared on her. And with the transformation into a beautiful and sexy red skirt, combined with her exquisite appearance and figure, she showcased a unique charm. Image very good. Quite beautiful. No need for my guidance. Han Qiyu showed a look of surprise and was satisfied with Xiao Mei's transformation. Han Qiyu thought it was a waste to have so many Terminators doing housework in the villa, and it would be better to send them out. In the system store, ordinary Terminators cost only 100,000 each, so Han Qiyu casually purchased 250 more. After summoning them, a dense crowd of Terminators stood inside the villa. "Hello, boss. X250. Xiao Mei. We now have a total of 350 Terminators. Leave 50 here at the villa to provide services, and try to send the rest undercover to S.H.I.E.L.D. to earn a salary." Han Qiyu said, "If they can't arrange that many people, then send them to other organizations as undercover agents." "Understood, boss," Xiao Mei replied. With the support of Skynet, the undercover missions should proceed smoothly. Director Liu Dan couldn't possibly find all the undercover agents, as he couldn't even deal with that many Hydra agents. That's right, Your Majesty, Fiona said. Let's go take off. Han Qiya smiled. She still preferred flying, as it allowed her to feel the joy of freedom and speed. As soon as Han Qiya finished speaking, she instantly unfolded her biological stance, enveloping the two of them within it. In less than half a second, they landed on the ground, and Fiona and Xiaomei felt the solid ground beneath their feet. Your Majesty, your power has increased again, Fiona praised, her eyes filled with admiration. Han Qiya smiled slightly, but did not respond. At that moment, she magically produced a beautiful pink necklace and put it around her neck. This necklace was a prop purchased from the System Mall, equipped with a kind of magical mind technology similar to the ability of the super glasses, which could make those unfamiliar with her unable to recognize her identity. After all, she had quite a few fans, and concealing her identity could bring more convenience. Image, AI generated. Reference image. Han Qiya first took Fiora and Xiaomei to visit some interesting places, enjoying delicious food and beautiful scenery. In the evening, Han Qiya strolled down the streets with the two, feeling the prosperity and liveliness of the city. Han Qiya loved this feeling of freedom, wandering wherever she pleased without any plans. When they reached a bustling square, Han Qiya stopped to watch an exciting street performance. Among the crowd, a few people kept their eyes on them, having noticed the beauty of the three and harboring ill intentions, following them closely. Although Han Qiya did not activate her super hearing, supervision, or X-ray vision, she focused on enjoying the entertainment in front of her. However, Xiaomei and Fiora had already noticed the malicious intent of the few people, but seeing Han Qiya having fun, they decided to deal with them later when they were about to leave. After the performance ended, Han Qiya felt she had played enough. Let's go, we should head back, she said. The two exchanged glances, and the three quickly left the square. As they walked through the streets, with fewer pedestrians around, they stopped in a deserted alley. Boss, what a great opportunity. These girls are truly stunning beauties. It's like heaven is helping me. They've come to a place with no one around. These beauties are so pretty that just looking at them almost knocks me out, one of the thugs exclaimed. Seeing that there was no one around, the people following Han Qiya could not wait to reveal themselves. A flurry of footsteps approached, and several thugs quickly ran over to surround Han Qiya and her companions. Boss, the one in the middle, the prettiest, is for you, one of them said, a black man grinning as he looked at Han Qiya, with an expression full of flattery directed at their leader. Han Qiya ordered Tian Wang to check the information of several people and discovered that they were members of a small gang nearby. Afterward, let the Terminator wipe out this small gang. They are really top-notch, and I hope these beauties can cooperate a bit. We are civilized people and don't want to use force, a thug said mockingly. You might even get addicted to serving us for free afterward, the gang leader lewdly added, eliciting jeers from the others. Ha ha. Originally, Han Qiya had a good level of self-control, but this was the first time she had heard such vulgar language up close, and she couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Fiora was somewhat impatient, silently looking at Han Qiya, her eyes filled with questioning. Han Qiya smiled knowingly and nodded gently to indicate her agreement, signaling Fiora to take action. As a warrior, Fiora had not fought in a long time and was eager to unleash the pent-up fighting spirit, hoping to teach the few thugs a lesson. Fiora, take it slow. I want to film this. Han Qiya commanded the Skynet in her mind to start recording. The Skynet could capture 360-degree videos around Han Qiya at 36,000K clarity. With permission granted, Fiora's eyes revealed a murderous intent. She was already itching to deal with these thugs, whom she had been tracking for quite a while. These scoundrels only deserved to kneel and worship at the Queen's feet. How dare they use their filthy gazes to profane the Queen's noble body? What's up, gorgeous? You want to fight us? Or would you rather join me in bed? One thug said with a sinister smile. Fiora confirmed her first target. Huh. Several thugs found the situation amusing and burst into laughter. Fiora activated her super speed, stepping forward with her left foot, instantly appearing in front of that thug, grabbing his arm, bending it backward, and then lifting her foot to kick and break his leg. My arm, my leg. Thug number one wailed as he knelt in agony. The other thugs were stunned, realizing their comrade was on the ground howling in pain. They had just been laughing in triumph, but were now caught off guard, not yet aware of the seriousness of the situation. What? She's actually a fighter. She must be a bodyguard. Let's all take her down together, the thug leader exclaimed in surprise, quietly retreating behind the others. Fiora smirked. As several thugs charged at her, Fiora swung her right hand and quickly struck two of them. Bang! Thug number 2 and number 3 flew back, crashing hard against the wall. Thug number 2's shoulder was severely deformed from the impact, while Thug number 3's chest caved in. Thugs 4, 5, 6, and 7's eyes widened in shock, their pupils dilating as fear began to creep in. Not good. Thugs 4 and 5 charged forward quickly, unable to stop due to inertia, watching helplessly as they got closer to Fiora. To Fiora, their movements appeared in slow motion. Before 4 and 5 could retreat, Fiora executed a stylish spinning side kick, striking Thug number 4 in the head. Thug number 4 spun through the air like a windmill, then skidded along the ground, leaving a long, polished trail. Thug number 5, panicking, tried to retreat, but due to his speed, he was still leaning forward, having only turned 5 degrees. His eyes desperately turned back, wishing to see an escape route. Fiora quickly turned around, lifted her long, beautiful leg, and delivered a left front kick. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Thug number 5 was violently kicked in the waist, his body folding in half and flying away. Thug number 7, seeing himself close to Han Kiwia and Xiaomei, rushed towards Han Kiwia with hope. He believed that as long as he captured the lady boss in the middle as a hostage, the black-dressed bodyguard would not dare to act recklessly. He didn't believe that the other slender lady in the red dress could fight well either. Han Kiwia signaled to Fiora with a glance, indicating that she didn't need to come over. The Terminator, Xiaomei, stepped forward and stood in front of Han Kiwia. Seeing this, the Thug No. 7 raised his fist and swung at her, but Xiaomei met his punch with one of her own. With a crack, the Thug's arm broke instantly. My hand! Before the Thug could finish his scream, Xiaomei had already grabbed his arm and lifted her long, beautiful leg to kick at his waist. Bang! Xiaomei was a Terminator robot with a high-density body. The actual weight of her long legs was astonishing, coupled with her incredible kicking speed. The force of this kick was enough to send Thug number 7 flying. However, Xiaomei held onto his arm tightly, preventing him from escaping. As the Thug's body fell from the heavy blow, Xiaomei followed up with another kick, and then more consecutive heavy kicks. Bang! 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 The sound of continuous strikes rang out. Each kick from Xiaomei was powerful yet measured, targeting different parts of his body without taking his life. As a high-end Terminator robot produced by the system, Xiaomei had her own emotions and was very protective of Han Kiwia. She was also angry when her master was verbally teased. This made Han Kiwia look at Xiaomei with admiration. The system really is a conscientious one, Han Kiwia Sayid, noting that the products never disappoint. Unfortunately, it had upgraded without warning, and she didn't know when it would return. At this moment, Fiora turned to look at Thug No. 6, who was already stunned. Feeling Fiora's murderous gaze, Thug number 6 snapped back to reality. His legs went weak from fear, and he knelt down. Woo, I was wrong. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Seeing the miserable fate of his accomplice, Thug number 6 was terrified to the point of tears, kneeling and begging for mercy. Fiora, finding his fear uninteresting, kicked him in the face, knocking him out. She then looked up at the small leader of the thugs, who had already run not far away. In just over 2 minutes, this guy had managed to run nearly 1,000 meters. However, Fiora's current speed was 8 Mach, exceeding 2,000 meters per second, allowing her to let the small leader run a few thousand meters before pursuing him. The small leader, feeling a lingering fear, looked back and, seeing no one chasing him, slowed his pace slightly, a sense of relief spreading across his face. Phew, I am exhausted. Luckily, I was smart enough to hide at the back and ran away as soon as things looked bad. I really saved my life. Just as he was catching his breath and displaying a smile of survival, he suddenly saw a stunning figure in a black short skirt flowing in the wind appear in front of him. His smile instantly froze, shifting to Fiora's face. Fiora's lips curled into a sly smile, her head tilting slightly in disdain. He was stunned, stopping in his tracks, his body and the smile on his face freezing. Can you escape? Fiora laughed coldly. As her words fell, she had already grabbed the thug and threw him hard to the ground with a shoulder throw. Then bang, bang, bang. Fiora struck quickly and accurately, using various hitting techniques to continuously pound the small leader's body in different areas, each blow precise but not immediately fatal. Soon, his body was left with countless broken bones, completely losing the ability to move, lying on the ground and letting out weak groans of pain. This is the consequence of daring to insult my queen. Fiora glanced at him with disdain, then dragged him back to Han Kiwia and Xiaomei's side. Queen, the thugs have all been dealt with, Fiora reported respectfully, kicking the small leader towards Han Kiwia. Ugh, the small leader groaned in pain, wishing for a quick end, now hating his unexpectedly strong vitality. Seeing that he was still alive, Xiaomei stepped forward coldly, looking down at the dying small leader, and lifted her foot to step on his chest. Although Xiaomei's long legs appeared slender, they were of extremely high density and heavy enough to crush him without any effort. Xiaomei looked at Han Qiuya, waiting for her decision. However, as a sentient Terminator, Xiaomei internally hoped to execute this thug who had insulted the queen immediately. Fiora watched this scene and shot Xiaomei a glance, thinking, this robot Xiaomei could probably kill the small leader with one step down. There's no need for the queen to make a judgment. I, Fiora, am much wiser and more measured. Han Qiuya nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Fiola. I will take you out for combat training more often in the future. Excitement and pride shone in Fiola's eyes. As a warrior, her desire for battle was very strong. Her greatest wish was to fight alongside Queen Han Qiuya, to battle for the queen's honor, and to punish all enemies who dared to oppose her. As for the number 7 thug who had been dealt with by Xiaomei, his body was now as soft as dough, lying on the ground motionless. He had endured countless blows from Xiaomei's feet, and his bones were nearly shattered from her iron kicks, not knowing how many bones remained unbroken. Xiaomei, I leave the scene to you, Han Qiuya said later. Take the other Terminators to completely eliminate the gang behind these thugs. Those who haven't committed serious crimes can be spared. Yes, boss, Xiaomei replied respectfully, retracting her foot from the thug's chest. Xiaomei immediately summoned the Terminators, instructing them to come over and quickly prepare to get to work. As for the lives or deaths of the thugs, Han Qiuya did not pay much attention, leaving it entirely to Xiaomei to handle. Fiola, let's go back. Han Qiuya swiftly left the ground, flying towards the sky. Yes, my queen. Fiola quickly took off, following Han Qiuya's figure as they carved 2 smooth arcs in the sky, soon disappearing above the clouds. After watching Han Qiuya and Fiola leave, Xiaomei turned to the group of dying thugs, her realistic mechanical pupils reflecting coldness and determination. Han Qiuya's artificial intelligence Skynet is sharing all information about the gang behind this group of criminals with Xiaomei. Xiaomei is preparing to follow Han Qiuya's orders and completely eradicate this gang. The gang members have no idea what kind of judgment and terrible fate await them. They will be dismantled and destroyed under the Terminator's actions. Tony's company is facing constant issues, yet he always goes out to have fun, showing no concern for company affairs. Pepper has been shouldering the burden of solving the company's problems and feels very tired and helpless. She comes to Tony to complain about the company's predicament, hoping he can pull himself together and at least stop causing trouble. In the lab, Pepper approaches Tony. The expo you're planning is just a waste of time. To me, the expo is the most important thing. It's what I care about most, Tony replies. Pepper follows behind him, saying, I don't understand the significance. That's just your vanity at play. Stark Industries is in chaos right now. It doesn't matter. Our stock has reached a new high. Tony interrupts her, walking towards the workbench while operating the experimental equipment. You know, I have 8,011 things I want to talk to you about. Pepper looks very haggard. However, Tony ignores her and walks to a robotic arm, tapping it. Don't zone out. That part has already been dealt with. Mr. Stark, I'm trying to talk business with you. Pepper feels wronged. During this time, Tony has been having fun everywhere, leaving her to handle the company's major issues while also taking care of him. Pepper and Tony are constantly arguing. Inside, Tony is actually bearing immense pain and burden. The palladium in the reactor in his chest is poisoning his health. However, he has not told anyone this secret and can only endure the torment of illness alone. On the surface, Tony still acts as if everything is fine, but this is just his disguise. He is suffering greatly inside and feels helpless. He doesn't want to worry Pepper and his friends, nor does he dare to face the fact that he could collapse at any moment. Tony wants to focus all his attention on developing new technologies, hoping to find a cure. But when he encounters major difficulties in his research and feels hopeless, he goes out to have fun, trying to numb himself with excitement. He keeps torturing himself in this repetitive cycle. You handle the company's affairs. What? That's a great idea, a fresh idea. You take full control of the company. I've been helping you run the company. No, I want you to be the CEO, not my secretary. The company will be yours from now on. I don't want to manage anything. Are you drunk? Pepper is taken aback. Just had a little coconut juice. Tony then holds Pepper's shoulders and seriously says, I now officially appoint you as the chairman and CEO of Stark Industries. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid I'll deliberately ruin your company? I trust you. I have a lot to do now. Coming to find you has made things even more complicated. Tony hands over the presidency of the company to Pepper and even specially find a hot-bodied legal advisor for the handover ceremony, who is actually Natasha, who has come to infiltrate. Han Qiuya is wearing a bikini, lying on a massage bed by the outdoor pool of her villa, enjoying a sunbath. Several hot bikini-clad women are giving her massages to help her relax. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The long-awaited voice of the system echoes in Han Kiwia's mind. 5 months? A full 5 months. Do you know how I spent these 5 months? System, I thought you were gone for good. Han Kiwia happily responds inwardly as she sits up. The sexy bikini-clad masseuse, Fiora, curiously asks, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Han Kiwia waves her hand at Fiora, her eyes full of joy. I just remembered something happy. After saying that, she continues to lie down and enjoy. Fiora nods and doesn't ask further, leaning closer to Han Kiwia to continue the massage. Other women also come forward to help Han Kiwia apply high-quality, essential oils purchased from the system store, allowing her to fully relax on this sunny afternoon. Han Kiwia lay on the massage table, continuing to enjoy the massage under the service of several bikini-clad girls. Meanwhile, she began to have a dialogue with the system in her mind. System, you've been upgrading for so long, and I've gone through 5 months of hard times. You need to give me some compensation, Han Kiwia said to the system in her heart. Host, I just returned not long ago and found that you haven't been struggling at all, the system teased. Cough, cough, just relaxing occasionally. Then Han Kiwia asked, Let's not talk about that for now. What powerful new features have you added during the upgrade? In a Hydra experimental base, many heavily armed Hydra members guarded the entrance of a laboratory, holding submachine guns and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Inside the laboratory, several researchers in lab coats were cautiously preparing for an experiment. One member, filled with excitement, carefully picked up a long hair placed on a glass sample tray with tweezers. Mumbling to himself, I can hardly believe it. This is really a strand of Supergirl's hair. We Hydra actually got our hands on it. Its quality and structure must be amazing. We need to thoroughly test it. Several members clamped the hair on both ends with fixtures and carefully secured the hair sample on the operation table. Another person brought over a large, specially made advanced electric saw, enthusiastically saying, Let's use this special saw to test the hair's strength. It can even cut diamonds. All right, let's start the experiment. The researchers were somewhat impatient. He turned on the saw, and it buzzed to life, with sharp gears spinning rapidly. He slowly moved the rotating saw blade to the hair, and when the blade made contact, it produced a clinking sound, but the hair remained completely still, and the researchers widened their eyes in astonishment. He incredulously increased the power and speed of the saw. The buzzing saw emitted high-frequency vibrations, and sparks flew from the blade, but the hair remained unscathed. Incredible, he exclaimed, cranking the saw's speed to the maximum. The saw emitted a piercing sound, and the motor roared as the blade created sparks while rubbing against the hair. Just then, the saw made a crisp sound, and the blade suddenly broke, causing the saw to twitch and stop working. My leg. One person was scratched by a fragment, but it was just a minor injury. A few people immediately rushed in to help him and tend to his wounds. The researchers all stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at the intact hair sample. This strand of hair easily withstood the cutting of a well-designed diamond saw. It seems we still have a long way to go to find a way to deal with Supergirl, the first member sighed. But since we've obtained such an extraordinary sample, we have hope to uncover Supergirl's secrets. For the cause of Hydra, we must go all out. The others nodded heavily, carefully putting away the hair sample again, preparing for the next stage of the experiment. Alexander Pierce, a high-ranking Hydra official, sat alone in a dimly lit monitoring room, keenly observing the laboratory's every move through a large screen. Watching the experimenters test the strength of Supergirl's hair, all in vain, Pierce couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that the quality of Supergirl's hair was even more astonishing than he had imagined. This is simply unbelievable. Despite his shock, Pierce still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps Hydra scientists could successfully analyze this hair and uncover some useful information for studying Supergirl. However, just having the hair wasn't enough. It would be even better to obtain other bodily tissues from Supergirl. Pierce lamented, with her physical condition and strength, her blood, cells, and even DNA are invaluable treasures and precious research samples. However, what Pierce didn't know was that Han Kiwia's artificial intelligence, Skynet, was also watching along with him, monitoring everything in real time. Skynet did not trigger any system anomalies, and no one knew of its existence. As a top-tier artificial intelligence enhanced by the system that Han Kiwia spent 5 billion reputation points on, its functions were very powerful and highly intelligent. It was multitasking, focusing on everything related to Han Kiwia. Han Kiwia's hair was merely a natural loss during the body's metabolism. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but she didn't expect Hydra to obtain a strand of her hair. Upon learning that her hair had been acquired by Hydra, Han Kuya wasn't worried about any significant threat. Hydra's technology, trying to extract useful clues from her, was nothing more than a pipe dream. She decided to release the video of Hydra's experiment online. For her, it was a good opportunity to increase her exposure and reputation, showcasing the quality of her hair and gaining prestige. As for Hydra's schemes, she didn't care at all. Let the whole world see how great the quality of this hair is. Han Kuya said with a smile to the Skynet. Command acknowledged, Master. Skynet immediately executed Han Kuya's directive. Soon, with Skynet's operation, the video titled How Hard is Supergirl's Hair quickly became popular across major social platforms. After watching the video, people online left comments. Wow, Supergirl's hair is so impressive. One strand can defeat a professional chainsaw. The quality is just amazing. Which organization's lab is this? I think I've discovered a big problem. Supergirl's image in my mind has been upgraded. Hair harder than steel. Her strength is simply impeccable. I'm curious if all of Supergirl's cells are this tough. Her body strength is truly fascinating. Pure bystander. My idol is so awesome. She's a goddess of the world. Trying to prove how powerful Supergirl is with just a small hair example. Is this video real? Don't be fooled, everyone. Little Black fan. What if Supergirl's nearly invincible power goes out of control one day? We still need to limit her superpowers and better put her under government jurisdiction, just in case. Little Black fan. You're talking nonsense. True Love fan replied to the Little Black fan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 66 prestige points from Teplang. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 86 prestige points from Banner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 43 prestige points from Lisi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 17 prestige points from Nick. Ding. Congratulations. You've gained from Wang Laowu. The system quickly reported one name after another along with the corresponding prestige points. At first, Han Kuya found it quite enjoyable to hear familiar names, but after a while, the frequent system prompts made her a bit impatient. Okay, system, switch to silent mode. Han Kuya said. Understood, host. Silent mode activated. You can check the historical records of prestige points provided by anyone at any time. The system stopped the sound prompts. Han Kuya was pleasantly surprised by this new feature. The system could not only display the names of those who provided prestige points, but also allow her to check the historical records related to anyone. From now on, it would be clear who the Little Black fans were and who the True Love fans were. In addition, the system had strengthened many functions. In the system store, if Han Kuya personally defeated a certain enemy, the prestige points required for that enemy's superpower would be discounted. The above are the optimizations and improvements regarding prestige points. After this upgrade, the system also enhanced the use and acquisition of points. First, in addition to defeating enemies herself, Han Kuya could also gain system points if her loyal subordinates won battles. Second, the cooldown time for crossing has been reduced to just 10 days, and shortening it by 1 day now only costs 1,000 points. System. Which of my subordinates are currently loyal to me and can go out and fight for me to gain points? Ankia Incurid. Host, currently, Fiora, Terminator Xiaomei, and all ordinary Terminators can provide corresponding points rewards based on the strength of the enemies they defeat if they win in battle. The system quickly replied, Great. In the future, I'll just send my subordinates to deal with weaker enemies, and I can relax and enjoy myself. Han Kuya felt very happy upon hearing this response. Tony and his bodyguard Happy were enthusiastically practicing boxing in the ring. At this moment, Pepper Potts walked over, followed by Tony's legal advisor and notary, Natasha. The notary is here, Tony. Can you come over to sign the company transfer documents? Pepper said straightforwardly, while finding a spot to sit near the ring. Happy and I are working out. Let's talk after we finish. Tony replied, seizing the opportunity to unexpectedly throw a sneak punch at Happy while he was looking at Natasha. What kind of move is this? That's underhanded. Happy complained, clearly upset by Tony's punch, but both of them were wearing protective gear, so getting hit wasn't too painful. This is free fighting. Come on, keep training with me, Tony said enthusiastically. However, just as Happy was preparing to re-engage, Tony noticed Natasha entering and couldn't help but steal a few glances at her tall and graceful figure. Seizing this moment of distraction, Happy lightly punched Tony in the chest. Oh, lesson 1. Never get distracted in front of your opponent, Happy said. At this time, Pepper spoke up with a hint of resentment and sarcasm in her tone. Tony, I assure you, you only have this one chance in your life. Please sign over the company to me. After saying that, she had Natasha open the notarized documents and handed them to Tony. Please sign your name in each section. Tony looked at the documents, and then at the serious-looking Pepper before he earnestly took the pen and began to sign. Beautiful lady, could you tell me your name? Tony asked eagerly, unable to resist flirting with Natasha's stunning appearance. My name is Natalia Rushman. Natasha smiled slightly and gave a false name. Would you like to spar with me? Just as a friendly match. Tony raised his hand in an inviting gesture. Tony, don't do that. Pepper tried to dissuade him, then turned to Natasha and said, I'm really sorry. He's just this kind of weirdo. You don't have to pay attention to him. However, after Pepper finished speaking, Natasha showed a confident smile and gracefully stepped onto the ring. No problem. We can just spar casually, Natasha said softly. Seeing Natasha decisively accept Tony's challenge, Pepper felt a mix of worry and a hint of unhappiness. In fact, she also had feelings for Tony, fearing that unnecessary sparks might fly between him and Natasha. Even more importantly, she had seen too many of Tony's playboy antics. Who knows how this friendly spar would turn out? Thinking of Tony's ambiguous past relationships with several women, Pepper felt a headache coming on. She didn't want to deal with the mess Tony left behind again, nor did she want to see him being ambiguous with other women. Tony, can't you change your flirtatious nature? Pepper sighed inwardly. She could only silently pray that Tony would cause some trouble again, so she wouldn't have to clean up after him. However, Pepper was relieved that Tony didn't linger too long with Natasha, and soon got tired and stepped down from the ring. Happy, you professional boxer. Come practice with this lady and teach her a thing or two, Tony said, patting Happy on the shoulder. No problem, leave it to me. Happy was excited to spar with a beauty like Natasha and show off his fighting skills in front of her. Tony stepped down from the ring and sat beside Pepper, crossing his legs and curiously asking, Pepper, who is this lady named Natasha? She's a new employee in the legal department, Pepper replied, also crossing her legs and calmly stating, if you keep staring at her like that, you might be sued for sexual harassment. I want a new personal assistant, Tony said, his eyes fixed on Natasha in the ring. Although he didn't speak in a whiny tone, he resembled a child asking an adult for a new toy. My boss. Now Tony was no longer in charge, just a major shareholder, while Pepper had just replaced him as president. Don't worry, I've already found 3 excellent candidates for you. They're waiting in line to meet you. Pepper was unwilling to entertain Tony's request and ignored his gaze towards Natasha. She's good enough. I don't need to meet anyone else. I think she's perfect for my secretary, Tony said, his eyes glued to Natasha's figure, feeling a thrill in his heart. No, she's not suitable for the position, Pepper firmly rejected. The two clearly disagreed on this issue and fell silent. Pepper and Tony turned their attention back to the ring, where Natasha was about to spar with Happy. Happy was delighted to spar with the beauty calling herself Natasha, as he could showcase his professional fighting skills and teach her a thing or two. He smiled and asked, have you practiced boxing before? Yes, Natasha replied with a smile. It was probably something like boxing fitness classes at the gym, right? Happy laughed, implying that Natasha had only learned women's fitness routines and needed a professional like him to teach her real fighting. Pepper pretended to focus on their sparring, but was actually keeping a close eye on Tony's expressions and actions. Her name is Natasha, right? Tony lightly tapped, and a holographic screen appeared on the table, starting to search for Natasha's identity information. Are you checking her out? Pepper raised an eyebrow and asked. I'm not infatuated. Look at her resume and skills. She's excellent, Tony said while browsing Natasha's profile, looking for an excuse. In reality, he was simply enchanted by her beauty. Of course, the information Tony found was filtered and modified by S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was unaware that it contained a mix of truth and falsehood. Nor did he know that Natasha's real name was Natasha. Pepper, look, she is proficient in many languages, French, Italian, Russian. Tony rambled on, soon flipping to Natasha's sexy modeling photos. He enlarged the photos with his hand, looking at them carefully. Image. Pepper glanced at the photo, but said nothing. I want her. She meets all my requirements. This girl would make a perfect secretary, Tony said happily. Pepper shook her head helplessly. Tony was clearly enchanted by her beauty, and it couldn't be because Natasha was capable that he wanted her as a secretary. At that moment in the ring, Natasha's keen hearing picked up on Tony's conversation, and she curiously turned to look at him. Happy, who was ready to spar with Natasha, grinned, thinking it was finally his time to shine. The first rule, never take your eyes off your opponent, Happy confidently declared, simultaneously throwing a right hook at Natasha, who had not yet turned around. To his surprise, Natasha reacted quickly, twisting at the last moment to grab Happy's fist. Then with a forceful move, she tossed him aside, followed by a spinning kick, locking her legs around Happy's neck and securing one of his arms. Happy was subdued by Natasha's series of moves, completely losing the ability to resist. Oh my God, Pepper exclaimed, standing up. Tony was also dumbfounded watching Natasha effortlessly subdue Happy. The secretary candidate he hoped for was truly beyond his expectations. Happy struggled helplessly between Natasha's legs. Natasha soon released her legs and stood up, letting go of Happy. She fits my secretary requirements perfectly, Tony emphasized again. Happy, getting up awkwardly and wanted to save face, said, I just slipped, that's all. Really? It looks to me like you were taken down, Tony said, showing no mercy as the boss. Mr. Tony, it's a pleasure to participate in this event, Natasha said, temporarily not accepting Tony's proposal for her to be his secretary, instead behaving like a patient hunter. Continuing to reel Tony in. Yes, just like that, Miss Natasha. Seeing that Natasha did not take the initiative to offer to be Tony's secretary, Pepper sighed in relief, glad that the matter was passing by. Tony couldn't force her if she didn't take the initiative. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave now, Natasha said, not forgetting to smile at Tony before elegantly turning to leave. Tony was itching to keep Natasha as his secretary, but he had no immediate good ideas. He had always relied on Pepper for everything in his life. Looking at Pepper, I want this one. The scene looked as if Pepper were Tony's parent, while Tony resembled a child asking for a new toy. No way. Tony's lustful intentions were thwarted, and Pepper smiled victoriously. Sir, Miss Superwoman Han Shiyue has arrived. Jarvis's voice prompted at that moment. Oh, I'm coming. Upon hearing that Han Shiyue was coming, Tony replied and quickly walked to meet her. Pepper followed closely behind. Even she, as a woman, couldn't resist Han Shiyue's charm. Han Shiyue was not only beautiful, but also incredibly powerful, and Pepper, with her strong woman personality, admired Han Shiyue greatly. What fascinated Pepper even more was the faint, alluring fragrance that seemed to linger around Han Shiyue, fresh yet slightly seductive. Every time she saw Han Shiyue, Pepper felt refreshed, as if she were in a blooming spring filled with flowers and fruits. In the Hydra base, in the conference room, Pierce and several senior officials were gathered around the conference table for a meeting. What happened? Our top secret video about Superwoman's hair experiments has leaked. Now everyone knows. Pierce slammed the table, furious. The lower-ranked officials exchanged glances, not daring to speak. This leak was undoubtedly a huge blow to Hydra's morale. They had been carefully developing in the shadows for years, fearing that someone would discover that this already destroyed evil organization still existed. Who did it? Is there any way to remedy this? A senior member asked. Report, it's too late. The video has already spread globally. Unless we can control everyone's devices in the world, but that's impossible. A technician reported with trembling hands. It's terrible. We are exposed to great risks. Pierce slammed his fist on the table. There must be an insider. Find out who leaked the information. Yes, someone must be secretly betraying us. The deputy also said, we must immediately launch an internal investigation to identify the leaker. Moreover, some plans may have to be abandoned. Pierce pondered, if powerful forces discover and target us, it will be troublesome. We need to accelerate the intelligence gathering plan and allocate more resources to it. We must strengthen security measures to ensure that no further leaks occur. Go. Execute this immediately. Pierce commanded, especially you, the team specifically targeting Wonder Woman. Your mission must be expedited. Yes, sir. The leader of the special team replied. Idle. Is there something special you want to talk to me about? Has something happened? Tony asked. Miss Chuya, welcome, welcome. Pepper quickly brought over some fine drinks and sat down, happily looking at Han Chuya and admiring her stunning beauty. Thank you. Can I come to find you if nothing's wrong? Han Chuya smiled and took a sip of her drink, saying, Of course, you can come to play even if there's nothing wrong. You're Wonder Woman, and I'm your #1 fan. You're always welcome to visit my home, Tony said with a big smile. It's nothing special. I just feel a bit bored lately and wanted to come here to see what fun things you have, Han Chuya said casually. Han Chuya has already sent her subordinates, Fiora and Terminator Xiaomei, out to freely engage in activities, dealing with some bad guys. They're to earn system points for her through victories in battle, and she only needs to step in personally when her subordinates encounter formidable enemies they cannot handle. Han Chuya remembered the plot. Tony was about to participate in a racing competition where he would encounter the villain. She had to join in on this big event, have some fun, and seize Tony's spotlight to gain more prestige. You came at the right time. I'm about to go to a racing competition. Are you interested in joining me? When it came to fun, Tony couldn't stop talking, boasting about his skills while completely forgetting the troubles of palladium poisoning in his body. I'm really good at driving. You know, how's a driving skill? If you can drive, you can just watch me perform. I don't need to drive. My racing car can drive itself. Ankia smiled mysteriously. Self-driving technology? That's amazing. I really want to see it. You must come, Tony said excitedly. Tony. Pepper wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tony. It's settled then, Tony quickly replied. Pepper, don't worry. With me around, I can guarantee his safety, Han Kuya said. All right, since Superwoman says it's fine, then I can relax, Pepper said, helplessly looking at Tony's reaction, thinking that Tony would probably get into trouble at the race. But since Superwoman was there, she felt much more at ease. Let's go onto the plane, Tony said happily, leading the way. Miss Kiwiya, does your self-driving racing car need help with air transport? Pepper hurriedly asked, then glanced at Tony and continued, please forgive his lack of consideration. He never thinks about these details in advance. Han Shiyue waved her hand to indicate it was unnecessary. It's fine, no need for air transport. My car can be teleported right next to me at any time. It will appear automatically as long as I want it to. All right, please. Little Pepper politely gestured for Han Shiyue to walk in front of her. Although she was curious, she wouldn't ask casually. Let's go, Pepper. I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. We can chat in the sky later. Okay, idle. Little Pepper playfully thought Han Shiyue meant talking on a plane in the sky, and she was very willing. At that moment, Han Shiyue used her X-ray vision and super sight to scan around and found that Natasha had already boarded the plane and taken off. Han Kibya guessed that this must be Tony's persistence, secretly contacting Natasha, arranging a mission for her, and calling her to the racetrack. Natasha, as an undercover agent, gladly accepted the mission. Let's go. We'll head out first and let Tony and Happy take his helicopter and follow us, Han Kibya said. And without waiting for Pepper to react, she activated the biofield and flew into the air with Pepper. Oh, my God, Pepper exclaimed at first, but quickly realized the situation. When she realized she was flying in the air, her face was filled with excitement and joy. So this is what flying feels like. And she could even talk normally in the air. This is amazing, Kiwiya. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Kiwiya from now on. Although you look younger than me, your strength is so powerful, and you are an idol in my heart. Pepper said excitedly. Han Kiya maintained a moderate flying speed, allowing the two of them to enjoy the panoramic view and scenery of the city below. Up in the sky, little Chili could even see the distant coastline and the vast clear sky, which was a first for her. No need to thank me. Since you call me Sister Kiwiya, I'll call you Little Chili from now on. Okay? Han Kiwiya said with a smile. Little Chili happily nodded. Sure, I really like this nickname. The two of them flew joyfully in the blue sky and white clouds. And Little Chili was incredibly excited to be one of the few ordinary people in the world flying with a superheroine. This experience was truly a dream come true for her. Little Chili, I have something to tell you. Tony has been poisoned with palladium. What? Han Shoei finished talking about Tony in the air and brought Pepper to the racing venue. Soon after, Tony arrived, with Happy following behind him. Pepper looked at Tony with a worried expression. She was concerned about the palladium poisoning in his body. However, after hearing from Han Shoei that there was a solution, she decided to wait until after the race to bring it up, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm for the competition. Happy, no matter what happens later, beat adaptable. Tony was advising Happy, as he had a premonition that something might go wrong in this race, but he really didn't want to give up participating. Besides, with a powerful superhero Han Shoei around, what was there to worry about? Adaptable? Happy was confused. Tony didn't explain and, together with Pepper, headed straight to the hospitality area for the race. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they ran into Natasha. Stark, hello. Was your flight smooth? Natasha greeted Tony, standing in front of him in an elegant red dress. Very well. I'm super happy to see you. Tony replied. Is it okay if a photographer follows us? Natasha smiled, glancing at Pepper. Pepper looked puzzled and immediately turned to Tony. What did you arrange this? Since you wouldn't help me, I had to come up with my own plan, Tony whispered with a smug expression. He believed he could successfully win over Natasha, even without Pepper's help. Tony, you. Pepper thought about Tony's palladium poisoning, yet he was still thinking about other women, and she was about to scold him. All right, smile quickly, look at the camera, don't frown. Tony interrupted her, already posing for the camera. Seeing that the camera was filming, Pepper couldn't say anything more and could only muster her spirits, quickly adjusting to a proper posture and forcing a formulaic smile. Next, Tony happily accepted interviews from reporters and talked extensively about the upcoming race. Tony, have you noticed that Chioi is missing? She was just behind us. This roast chicken is really delicious. No wonder it requires 300 reputation points to exchange for it, Han Chioi thought. She had deliberately changed into a low-key outfit, wearing a hat and sitting alone in a corner of the hospitality area, enjoying the delicious roast chicken she purchased from System. The aroma of the roast chicken wafted through the air, making several people at a nearby table salivate. It smells so good. I want a portion of what that lady ordered. A well-mannered man in a suit quickly stopped a passing waiter. Others also chimed in, standing up. I want one too. I want one too. Everyone, please be patient. Let me see what this is, and I'll bring it to you right away, the waiter hurriedly said, looking towards Han Xioi, realizing that what she was eating didn't seem to be from their menu. The waiter approached Han Xioi, preparing to inquire about the source of the roast chicken. At that moment, Han Xioi looked up and gave him a friendly smile. In that instant, the waiter was completely stunned. What he saw was an incredibly stunning face, with jade-like skin as white as snow under the bright sun, and eyes as deep and enchanting as the galaxy. Her smile was like a spring breeze, melting the waiter's defenses and leaving him speechless. Just as the waiter was lost in thought, the breathtaking woman in front of him had already disappeared. Han Qiya activated her super speed and instantly teleported to another corner of the reception area, changing into a different outfit. The waiter rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had just imagined it. But that incredibly beautiful face was deeply etched in his mind, making it impossible to forget. He knew he had just seen a celestial being, and even though it was fleeting, it left an indelible mark in his heart. The waiter was still immersed in the shock brought by Han Qiya's stunning appearance, completely forgetting to ask about the source of the roast chicken. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Aren't you going to ask that lady where the roast chicken was ordered? A man said unhappily. Now she's vanished into thin air, and we can't get any. Yeah, wait. Shouldn't we be focusing on how that lady disappeared so suddenly? Exactly. There is something wrong with this place. It must be haunted. The crowd began to chatter, and the waiter didn't know how to respond. However, thinking of that breathtaking smile, he felt that none of it mattered anymore. Dear audience, the exciting and intense racing Grand Prix is about to begin. Now, let us warmly welcome all the drivers to the arena with a round of applause. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The top drivers, one after another, drove their colorful cars onto the track, waving to the audience along the way. The first to enter was Mike, whose vehicle featured a brand new aerodynamic design this year. The host began to introduce each driver and their cars as they entered the arena. Next came last year's reigning champion, Jack from the Renault team, driving his iconic yellow car. The last to enter the arena was Stark's car, driven by Tony Stark himself in his signature red Iron Man racer. The audience reached a climax of applause and screams upon seeing Tony's team enter. Tony waved to the audience, displaying his sunny, starry smile. However, just after Tony's team entered, another car surprisingly followed behind into the arena. This car had a striking red and blue paint job, making it stand out. The host was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this driver, but he quickly regained his composure and continued in a lively tone. Wow. This seems to be an unexpected delight. We actually have a mysterious latecomer. This cool red and blue racer. Let's welcome this driver. Seeing that the organizers had no objections to this uninvited guest, the host smoothly continued. It seems this will be a surprise guest we are all looking forward to. We anticipate this mysterious driver will deliver a spectacular performance. The host's lively words successfully turned this unexpected incident into a thrilling addition to the race. The audience's excitement was pushed to a new high with the appearance of this mysterious driver. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this last mysterious driver. Han Qiya's vehicle design looked very advanced. Its vibrant color scheme made it appear very flamboyant. This mysterious red and blue racer was actually a new transformer that Han Qiya purchased from the system store for 5 million prestige points. She named it Blue Flame. Blue Flame is a rare triple-change warrior among transformers, capable of freely transforming between robot, car, and helicopter forms, with combat power and mobility reaching top levels among transformers. Han Qiya drove Blue Fire to a stop at the starting line, waving to the audience. However, her helmet completely obscured her face, making it impossible to see her features. Skynet, open my personal account on all social media platforms and live stream my entire race and subsequent battles. As you command, Master. As soon as Skynet finished speaking, Han Qiya's social media accounts were registered simultaneously on all major platforms, with a superhero comic image set as her default avatar. The live video started streaming across all platforms, and Skynet used its powerful capabilities to place Han Qiya's live stream at the top of each platform's homepage. The live stream's title was Superhero Racing Live. As soon as the stream began, it attracted many curious viewers who clicked in, flooding the comments with messages. Is this a publicity stunt? A superhero is participating in a racing competition? This is definitely hype. Is this account really the superhero herself? Is there any verification? Who cares if it's real or not? Let's just enjoy the show. It's a free live stream anyway. I'm a loyal fan of the superhero, And based on my years of experience, it's definitely her. Oh my god, I love you, goddess. By the way, this car's paint job is too cool. I think I'm going to modify one like this. Various comments poured in, and the live stream's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket. Blue Fire, what is your current car's acceleration time from standstill to 100 meters? Han Kiya asked, touching the steering wheel. Report, Master, my 0-100 meter sprint time is only 0 for seconds, and my top speed can reach 3 Mach. Blue Fire replied through the car's sound system. This data is incredible. It can leave many cars on Earth in the dust. Just then, the countdown from the organizers echoed. 3, 2, 1, go. The race officially began, and the roar of engines at the starting line was deafening, with all drivers immediately flooring the accelerator and speeding out of the starting line. The audience erupted with cheers and screams. Cars of various colors shot down the track like arrows, leaving brilliant trails. Tony started in third place, feeling good about himself and secretly pleased. However, Han Kiya deliberately waited 2 seconds at the start, intending to let all the drivers go ahead before quickly and beautifully catching up to all the cars, stunning the entire venue. The race has begun. Look, the second place car number 5 is really fast. It's about to overtake. Oh, it overtook. The commentator passionately narrated the race. One car has encountered a problem at the starting line. We see Iron Man in third place trying to overtake. Oh. At this moment, a figure changed into staff, clothing, and quietly blended in with the crew at the race venue. Meanwhile, in Han Kiya's live stream, various comments erupted. What's wrong with the superhero? Why isn't she starting? Hurry up. Is the goddess joking? Looks like there's a problem. This is so awkward. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Just as the comments were flying, Han Kiya slammed the accelerator, and the engine roared deafeningly. Blue Fire shot forward like an arrow, accelerating with unbelievable speed. Oh my god, the number 9 car has only been a few seconds at the start, and it's already rapidly catching up to the cars ahead. The commentator's voice began to get excited. The speed is too fast. It's already caught up to 1 car. Oh. Another one. Han Kiya's high-speed pursuit immediately ignited a wave of even more intense screams and cheers at the scene. Watching this racing car, which took off with lightning speed, the audience was completely overwhelmed by shock and excitement. Oh my god, the speed is too fast. It's too fast, too shocking. Oh, my goodness. Who is this driver? As a car fan, I don't know. The scene erupted with enthusiastic applause. Those who were just questioning in the live broadcast room were now completely silent, all deeply shaken by this fierce chase. Wow, I just closed my eyes for a moment. And the Superwoman's car has already sped ahead? Is it supposed to be this exaggerated? This speed is terrifying. Huh, were those who doubted my goddess just now. Next up was Tony's red racing car, and Han Kiya directly overtook him, leaving him behind. Oh. The scene erupted into another round of enthusiastic cheers. As she approached the corner, Han Kiya happily turned the steering wheel, pulling away from the second place as if in a no-man's land. Her impressive chase truly shocked the entire venue. My goodness, she's about to be in first place. This speed is simply not of this earth. The commentator was shouting excitedly throughout. Amazing. She's about to be first. Many were looking forward to it. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax. But everyone already sensed that the winner of this race was basically a foregone conclusion. Just as everyone was stunned by the astonishing chase of the Blue Fire, a dark figure quietly blended in with the race staff. It was Iron Man's old foe, Ivan Vanko. Some keen-eyed spectators spotted him and immediately gasped. Oh my god, what is this person going to do? Ivan quickly took off his staff disguise, revealing the electroshock devices strapped to his back and the electric whips in his hands. Sparks of dangerous electricity crackled from the whips, creating a terrifying scene. My goodness, someone is going to attack the race. One spectator screamed. The scene immediately descended into chaos, with some panicking and others excitedly pulling out their phones to film. At that moment, a racing car came speeding by, and Ivan, not caring who it was, slashed the front wheel and body of the car in half with an electric whip. The vehicle flipped in the air, smoking, creating a horrific scene. Oh my god, someone is sabotaging the race. The commentator's voice was filled with fear. Just then, a red and blue figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Han Kiya. She leaped from the Blue Fire racing car, dressed in her Supergirl outfit, and swiftly saved the racer. After Han Kiya appeared, the venue fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into cheers. Superwoman! The audience screamed excitedly. Oh my god, I've seen a superhero, so close to me. One audience member trembled with excitement. The live broadcast room instantly exploded with comments. Wow, Superwoman really came. Oh, I'm dead. I love you, goddess. Oh my god, this is so thrilling. Superwoman versus villain, little villain, surrender. Superwoman has appeared. Who dares to act recklessly? Who else? Wow, the goddess is so heroic. A female fan screamed. Han Kwiaxian quietly landed on the ground, placing the racing driver down, and all the cameras in the venue focused on her. The audience was extremely excited to see the Superwoman, and the live stream was already in a frenzy. Ivan didn't care much about that, continuously waving his lightning whip, sending one racing car after another flying away. Some were sent far off, but Han Kwiaxian managed to save them all. Although she had the strength to quickly end the battle, she still needed to make the final move to let the audience enjoy the show and gain more prestige points. Soon, Tony's racing car drove over. Seeing this, Ivan immediately swung his lightning whip towards Tony's car. With a loud bang, the racing car was struck by the electric whip, leaving Tony trapped in the car in a mess. Damn, Tony gritted his teeth, but at that moment he was powerless to fight back, stuck in the car. Iron Man, huh? Let me show you my power. Ivan grinned wickedly and swung his whip again. Sir, you must retreat immediately. The voice of the AI, Butler J. A-R-V-I-S, rang in his earpiece. Miss Pepper and Happy are already on their way to deliver the armor. Hurry! Tony desperately crawled out of the car, dodging as he shouted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pepper and Happy were quickly approaching. Oh my god, Tony is in danger. Pepper said nervously. We're almost there. Happy said while driving. This guy is tough. We must get the armor to Tony as soon as possible. Finally reaching the spot, Happy took a deep breath and tossed the armor to Tony. Yes. Tony caught it and quickly entered the Iron Man suit. Now we can fight properly. Come on, Ivan. Iron Man and Ivan began a new round of back-and-forth combat. At this moment, Han Kwiaxian's figure reappeared on the battlefield. Just as Iron Man and Ivan were fiercely clashing, Han Kwiaxian suddenly descended from the sky, rushing behind Ivan in a flash and delivering a precise hand strike to the back of his neck. Before Ivan could react, he felt a powerful force hit his vital point, causing him to collapse to the ground instantly. What is happening? On the racetrack, the lucky first-place driver passed Ivan's ambush point safely, and it was only then that Ivan suddenly appeared, using his lightning whip to send the third-place driver and others flying off the track. Haha, now there's only me left. The first place is mine? The first-place driver thought excitedly. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed across the racetrack, and the first-place driver looked over in terror, only to see a red and blue car flash by him at a speed that left him dumbfounded. Blue fire was moving freely. It could easily take first place. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? The commentator exclaimed, astonished. Its speed is literally breaking the sound barrier. The first-place driver is left far behind. The commentator focused on the unexpected events surrounding Ivan and the race, noting the excitement in the competition while continuing to comment. The entire audience stood up in shock, cheering and gasping. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented, thrilling race. Seeing the empty blue fire surpass the first-place driver at multiple times the speed of sound, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and gasps. What's going on? There's clearly no one in the car. How is it still running on its own? One spectator exclaimed. Oh my god, does it have autonomous driving capabilities? That's so advanced. It can go this fast? Another audience member couldn't believe their eyes. Not only can it drive itself, but it's going so fast. It's about to win. A fan shouted excitedly. This is simply magic. How can such a car exist in the world? A little boy stared at blue fire in awe. This must come from the future. It's incredible. This was definitely the most exciting race ever. The commentator was so excited he was almost speechless. The cheers from the audience lasted a long time, and everyone was immersed in this unprecedented shock and excitement. Just as blue fire was about to win, Han Kwiaxian commanded, Skynet, have blue fire come here to join the battle immediately after winning. Due to Blue Fire's outstanding performance drawing some of the audience's attention, Han Kwiaxian decided to use Blue Fire's transformation to create an even greater impact. After easily securing the championship, Blue Fire quickly turned around and sped back at an unimaginable speed. It transformed rapidly, all the vehicle components quickly assembling and converting, ultimately becoming a giant robot over 9 meters tall. What is going on? The audience was stunned, and the live stream was in an uproar. Spectators gasped and screamed. Oh my god, it transformed. One viewer shouted in disbelief. This isn't a movie, right? It can really transform. Another audience member trembled with excitement. Wow, Transformers are real. A robot enthusiast fainted from excitement. In the live stream, the comments were flying. The Superwoman's ride transformed. Holy crap, Transformers. I must be dreaming. This transformation is too cool. My whole worldview has been overturned. Transformers are real. This is 100 times cooler than the movies. The transforming robot is a fact. The audience, both on-site and online, was deeply shocked by Blue Fire's astonishing transformation ability, with waves of discussions and cheers echoing endlessly. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented visual shock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 72 prestige points from Stephen Strange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 92 prestige points from Natasha Romanoff. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 98 prestige points from Wong Shower. Ding. Ivan, who had just been attacked by Han Kywaiaxian and knocked down, staggered to his feet. Fortunately, Han Kywaiaxian didn't use much strength, or Ivan would be done for. Just as Tony was about to step forward to finish Ivan off, Blue Fire sped by him, rapidly transforming into a 9-meter-tall giant robot right in front of him. What? Tony was rendered speechless by this astonishing scene. After being struck by Han Kywaiaxian, Ivan had already lost his will to fight, only wanting to escape. If I had known the Superwoman was here, I wouldn't have dared to show up. But just as Ivan stood up, a huge shadow loomed over him, completely blocking the sunlight. Looking up, he saw the giant Blue Fire robot standing above him. Blue Fire's mechanical arms transformed into huge plasma cannons aimed at Ivan. Silently watching him, Ivan felt speechless inside, thinking, I'm just a small villain. Do you really need such a grand display to deal with me? Another Transformer, another Superwoman. Ivan glanced at Tony, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing Ivan's gaze, Tony also looked at Han Kywaiaxian and then said to Ivan, I suggest you surrender quickly, Ivan. The Transformer-S cannon is enough to turn you to ash. Ivan felt speechless again, thinking, you want to use a cannon to blast me, a mere mosquito? What else can I do but surrender? Ivan awkwardly raised his hands, and the staff on the sidelines quickly rushed over to stabilize the situation and took him away. At that moment, a large number of excited spectators were rushing toward Han Kywaiaxian. Superwoman, don't go. Sign this, shouted a boy in a plaid shirt, holding a photo of Han Kywaiaxian. Goddess, I love you. Can you sign this for me? Another audience member exclaimed, dancing with excitement as he ran. Goddess, don't go. Seeing the crowd surge towards her, Han Kywaiaxian quickly shouted, Blue Fire, transform into a helicopter. Blue Fire promptly transformed, the machinery quickly retracting and expanding, ultimately becoming a fully functional helicopter, with the sound of whirring propellers filling the air. The approaching spectators were stunned. It can transform into a helicopter? That's amazing. Oh my, the transformation process is so beautiful. Han Kywaiaxian opened the cabin door and waved to Tony. Tony, dressed in the Iron Man suit, jumped into the Blue Fire's cockpit in a few quick strides. The cabin door closed automatically, and Blue Fire immediately took off vertically. The audience looked up at Blue Fire soaring into the sky, cheering. The goddess is leaving in a transforming helicopter. So cool. I will never forget this moment in my life. Too bad I didn't get an autograph. The goddess's vehicle is too awesome. In the live stream, the barrage of comments flew by. Wow. The goddess's vehicle has a new form. Turning into a helicopter is so hardcore. This transformation is too amazing. This scene is more exciting than any movie. My eyes are shaking. The audience is so lucky. This day is just explosive. I'm so jealous. This ticket is worth it. I saw a car race, Iron Man in action, and most importantly, I got to see the superhero and Transformers up close. In the prison, Tony came to see Ivan. Looking at Ivan, Tony said, you did a good job with the device, but the rotation speed could be faster, though it doesn't matter much. Tony checked Ivan's identity information and found out that his name was Ivan Vanko, who used to be his father's partner, but was later expelled from Stark Industries for some reasons. It seemed this meeting was destined to be unpleasant, as Ivan didn't want to engage with Tony. After Tony said some smug remarks and felt it was pointless, he prepared to leave. Just then, Ivan spoke up. I just need to sit here and watch. The world will eventually consume you. Tony, who had always been stubborn, stopped in his tracks and turned around. Where do you want to see the world consume me? In the cell? I can get you a ticket. After saying this, Tony tried to turn away, but he heard Ivan say again, Tony, the palladium poisoning in your chest will cause you to die in agony. Ivan smiled smugly, seemingly waiting for Tony's reaction. Tony's face turned unusually grim. He didn't say another word and strode out of there. Tony walked into the villa, burdened with thoughts, only to find Pepper waiting for him. Tony, I heard you have palladium poisoning. How could you hide such a big thing from me? Pepper asked, frowning. What? Who told you? I'm fine, I'm not poisoned. Tony forced a smile, trying to play dumb. Stop pretending, Kywaiaxian told me personally. How could you hide such a big deal from me? Pepper said somewhat angrily. Tony sighed helplessly. All right, I am indeed poisoned. But please don't worry about me. There's no need to cry for me. I will find a way. Who would worry about you? Once you're gone, I'll just find a new job, Pepper said, deliberately saying something heartless to tease the stubborn man in front of her. Han Kiwiya had actually already told her the solution. You really don't care about me? Tony was a bit confused. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden this from you. It's my fault. Tony felt a genuine sadness inside. No, next time. Pepper thought Tony looked somewhat pitiful at this moment and couldn't bear to say anything more. Tony tightly embraced Pepper, and the two quietly held each other. With you here, I will definitely get better, Tony said softly. After they cried in each other's arms, Pepper gently said, You will get better. Kiwiya has already told me there is a way to treat it. Hearing this, Tony quickly released his arms. Really? No wonder she is my idol. If the superhero says there's a way, it must work. Seeing Tony's expression brighten up instantly, Pepper also felt happy. The superhero has saved you so many times. You must not forget to thank her. Think about how to repay her kindness. I can never repay her in this lifetime. I can only devote myself to her. Just as Tony regained hope for life, he became a bit off target. Get lost. Pepper punched Tony. What makes you think you deserve Kiwiya? Seriously, it's time to find an opportunity to express gratitude. Tony quickly said, I want to host a grand dinner, inviting Miss Kiwiya as the most honored guest. At that time, I will solemnly thank her in front of everyone and prepare many expensive gifts for her. Pepper nodded and added, I have a suggestion. If Miss Kiwiya doesn't mind, you can give her your Iron Man armor. That would be the most impressive gift you can offer, and it would show your sincerity. Tony pondered for a moment and said, You're right, as Iron Man, what I'm best at is creating various high-tech armors, which carry my lifelong efforts and creativity. For me, being able to gift these armors to Miss Kiwiya is the most meaningful gift. Although, with her superpowers, she doesn't need to rely on these external gadgets. It can serve as a token of my appreciation. These armors can become special memorabilia and collectibles for her. Most importantly, it represents my gratitude towards her. Even if she doesn't use the armor, just accepting this gift would make me feel extremely honored. After saying all this, Tony took a sip of water to calm down and added, I will make a version of each, except for Markai, as a gift and ensure updates, so that whenever there's a new version, she will receive a set. Okay, I think that's good. You decide on your own matters, Pepper said, feeling very happy but also curious. Why not include Markai? I don't even have that one in my collection. Tony casually asked, By the way, what exactly is the solution to my palladium poisoning? Pepper shot him a glance, half exasperated and half concerned. You are too carefree, thinking you have a solution when you don't even understand the plan. I'm a true fan of the superhero. Of course, I believe her. She said there's a way, so there must be, Tony said confidently. Pepper was speechless and could only explain. Kiwiya mentioned that SHILD keeps the things your father left for you. You need to pay attention to the shape of the city model. It's a new element. That's the key. Oh, a new element. It must be harmless and completely replace the palladium in my body, Tony said with an expectant look on his face. I'm not sure about the specifics, but since it's recommended by Kiwiya, it shouldn't be a problem. Pepper lowered her gaze, her words filled with trust. Since Pepper started interacting with Han Kiwiya, she unconsciously developed a fondness and trust for her. Aren't you just like me? Not knowing what the new element is about, but trusting that the method will work? You're more infatuated with the superhero than I am. At SHIELD, Nick smiled with a formal expression. Tony, I'm glad you can join the Avengers and contribute to protecting the world. Tony thought to himself, Can I tell you I'm here as an undercover? I've already joined the Supergirl Alliance. The Supergirl Alliance will eventually take down your SHIELD. I will do my best to contribute to the team. I encountered a big problem and need to check the materials left by my father to see if I can find a solution for my palladium poisoning, which is a matter of life and death for me. No problem. Your father's belongings will be handed over to you immediately. After joining us, protecting your life is also our responsibility. As night fell, Xiaomei led hundreds of Terminators to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the provincial city. With a wave of her hand, a dozen Terminators followed her into the warehouse, while the others quickly surrounded the area to prevent anyone inside from escaping. This place was a gathering spot for a gang that sold illegal drugs, trafficked people, and often beat up and extorted money from passersby. The warehouse was brightly lit, and gang members were talking and drinking. The moment the warehouse door was smashed open, Xiaomei, leading several Terminators, walked in quickly, leaving everyone inside stunned. Hey, who are you? What do you want? A burly man with a rugged face stepped forward. Oh, a beautiful girl, and she's brought a few people. Do you think these few can handle us? Ha ha ha. Who cares what she's here for? Just leave her here. A tall man beside him revealed a lewd smile. Little girl, your skin looks great. It must feel so smooth. A man with long hair stepped forward, reaching out to touch Xiaomei's face. Xiaomei's eyes flashed, and she swiftly struck him with a knife hand, causing the long-haired man to kneel in pain. Wow, this little girl is quite fierce. Another fat man said with a lewd laugh. I promise I'll make you scream for Grandpa. Xiaomei raised her delicate chin and calmly said, I'm here to send you to hell. Just as Xiaomei finished speaking, her foot struck the fat man's chin, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Looking for death, a strong man roared, swinging his fist at her. Xiaomei gently sidestepped and then executed a shoulder throw, slamming the strong man hard onto the ground, causing him to howl in pain. Useless, you can't even handle this little girl. The boss sneered from the balcony on the second floor. Altogether, seeing this, a dozen gang members rushed forward. Xiaomei spun gracefully, delivering a beautiful roundhouse kick that accurately struck the chin of the first person. He flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a wooden table behind him with a loud cracking sound. Next, Xiaomei, wearing high heels, walked leisurely forward, while the dozen Terminators quickly sprang into action like a group of agile Black Panthers targeting their prey. Help! Amidst the cries for help, several people rushing in were knocked down to the ground by Xiaomei's precise and powerful punches and kicks, scrambling to escape. Some had broken arms, some were unstable due to fractures, and many were sent flying by the Terminator's iron fists, crashing to the ground and unable to get up. The other gang members who rushed in for support were stunned by the scene in the warehouse, where their comrades lay defeated. Quick, get the guns. Hurry, shoot. They were panicking, afraid to advance, retreating like a tide toward the boss on the second floor. The gang boss was furious and immediately ordered his men to grab various guns and aim downstairs. Fire! The boss commanded. A dense hail of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on Xiaomei and the Terminators. However, this had no effect on Xiaomei and the others. The bullets bounced off as the Terminator's skin was difficult to penetrate with ordinary weapons. Too weak. Xiaomei sneered, leaping lightly to the second floor in front of the boss. She swiftly disarmed the boss's subordinate with a precise chop. The boss retreated in terror, and before he could react, Xiaomei delivered a powerful left roundhouse kick to his abdomen. With a loud bang, the boss flew out like a rag doll, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily against the wall and falling to the ground with a thud. The boss groaned in pain, curling up on the ground with blood seeping through his fingers. The force of the kick was so great that it caused him to bleed from all 7 orifices, and his internal organs were displaced. The boss mumbled, his vision darkening as he finally fainted. Xiaomei withdrew her foot and coldly scanned her surroundings. In this operation, Xiaomei and her team showed no mercy, severely injuring all the malicious members, rendering them incapable of action. These individuals would face the furious retaliation of rival gangs, with their fate akin to hell. In just 1 month, Xiaomei had wiped out over a dozen gangs, shocking the entire underworld. Whenever gangs heard her name, they looked fearful, afraid of becoming the next target. Some even publicly vowed on social media to quit their gangs, no longer daring to associate with the underworld. Many small gangs also voluntarily disbanded. Under Xiaomei's iron-fisted intimidation, gang forces suffered a severe blow and began to show signs of restraint. Xiaomei's name became a figure that made all gangs tremble in fear. Han Shuya leaned against the massage chair, while 2 beautiful Terminators in formal uniforms were giving her a full-body massage. At that moment, the system notification sound kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiaomei, for winning the battle and earning 800 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Terminator number 108, for winning the battle and earning 100 points. Ding! Watching the system points soar rapidly, Han Shuya felt very pleased and showed a satisfied smile. She had sent Xiaomei and the Terminators out for free activities, not expecting their efficiency to be so high. These days, Han Shuya could see her system points increasing all the time. Han Shuya nodded in satisfaction and continued to enjoy the pleasure of a full-body massage. System, turn off the notification sound. Okay, host. Your Majesty, eat some fruit. Fiola, dressed in a beautiful and sexy short skirt, walked over with a fruit platter. The system points obtained were quietly increasing. The opening of the next world was not far off. Tony's laboratory. Tony excitedly said in the lab. Success. A new element. He looked at the reactor in his chest. The palladium element that had been cast inside was toxic to the body and had always been a hidden danger. But now, the new ultra-rare element perfectly replaced the palladium, not only being non-toxic, but also providing stronger energy. Goodbye, annoying palladium. With a look of relief, Tony dismantled the old reactor and patted the new reactor, saying, from now on, I'll rely on you, little guy. A brand new element with stronger energy meant that the capabilities of the Iron Man suit would have significant room for improvement. Tony happily continued to debug the new device. Although he was very tired, he did not want to rest. Instead, he planned to upgrade the new suit and develop a version that could be quickly mass-produced. Believing that with his genius, he could create a powerful suit never seen before. He would definitely give the latest model to the superheroine Han Shioya, which might surprise her. Tony's tinkering echoed in the lab for a long time. Far away in Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko had been rescued by the owner of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer. I think we have a common goal, Justin Hammer said, looking at Ivan, intending to utilize his research capabilities. Tony, there's something you have to deal with. Rhodey nervously approached Tony, his anxious tone clearly audible. Tony was fully focused on the experiment at hand and showed no response to Rhodey's words. Listen, I've been negotiating with the Council's national team all day, trying to persuade them not to send tanks to forcibly take your Iron Man suit. Do you understand? They want to take your suit. Rhodey raised his voice, trying to get Tony's attention. Last time you publicly refused to hand over the technology to them in Congress. Now they want to use force to achieve their goals. Are you even listening to me? After a while, Tony finally spoke, his tone filled with resistance. Can I do good with my suit? How can we ensure it won't be misused? They claim it's to control uncontrollable factors, maintain national stability and security, and be responsible to the country. If necessary, they will take action against you. Rhodey repeated the official rhetoric. Have they considered taking military action against the superheroine? Tony retorted sarcastically. The superheroine is too powerful. In fact, some radicals have such ideas. But considering that the superheroine can come and go without a trace and is too fast, taking military action against her is too risky. So they dare not take the chance for now? Rhodey continued to explain. Isn't this bullying the honest people? Let them come, Tony replied dismissively. Tony, if you don't want to hand it over, I'll try to cover for you, but we need to think of a good solution. After thinking for a moment, Tony said, You were that silver-white one. Just say it's the most advanced version. Okay, Ivan, what is this you made? Is this a helmet? Justin Hammer asked, looking at the completed robot with confusion. How does one put their head inside? Jack, why don't you try to see if your head fits? Jack picked up the helmet and tried it on, but it didn't fit. He shook his head. See, Ivan, the head doesn't fit. I need armor that can be worn, like Iron Man's suit. Do you understand what I mean? Justin said, dissatisfied. Remote control is better. Letting people directly pilot it will cause trouble. I designed it to be unmanned armor, Ivan explained. The expo is coming soon. I hope it can be impressive and don't give me any problems. Pepper, I want to go to the expo too. I want to go with you. Tony came to find Pepper with a box of strawberries. Upon hearing Pepper talking on the phone about the expo, he hurriedly said, after experiencing life and death, he began to value their relationship more and wanted to take it a step further with Pepper. I'll give you 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28. Pepper thought Tony was just whimsically wanting to do something boring and didn't want to waste her time. Wait, do you know how short life is? If you don't express your feelings, you'll regret it for a lifetime. I just realized this recently. What I want to say is, Tony, changing from his usual playboy demeanor to being somewhat stammering. Stop right there. If you say one more I word, I'm leaving. At Stark Industries, I still have to deal with various messes every day. Pepper impatiently interrupted him, glancing at the box of strawberries in Tony's hand, somewhat speechless. You brought me strawberries? That's the only thing I'm allergic to. Leave now. Tony left dejectedly. Skynet, how many Terminators have successfully joined SHIELD as undercover agents? Report, Master, currently over 100 Terminators have successfully infiltrated SHIELD and gained their trust, Skynet replied. Although I try to cover for their identities, Xiaomei and others are still worried that too many will expose us, so the growth of undercover agents is slow. However, we are also trying to arrange some Terminators to infiltrate other important organizations and industries. Good job, keep it discreet. Han Shioya nodded, notifying Xiaomei to not be too conservative. Just disguise herself as a Hydra undercover agent in SHIELD, and if discovered, just claim to be Hydra. Natalia, there's something important to tell you. I've discovered traces of Hydra within SHIELD. Nick Fury said grimly to Black Widow. What? Are you sure? Natasha asked in disbelief. I found some suspicious intelligence proving that Hydra elements have infiltrated inside SHIELD. Nick replied. They disguised themselves as SHIELD agents and gained certain security access. I need you to assist me in monitoring the internal movements and inform me immediately if you discover more issues. Okay, I'll keep an eye out, Natasha nodded. Afterwards, Natasha followed Pepper to the expo, as she was still officially Pepper's secretary. Natasha and Pepper sat in the audience, watching Justin Hammer's passionate speech on stage. Thank you all for coming. For a long time, our country has urgently needed to strengthen security guarantees. When Iron Man appeared, I once thought that the days of innocent deaths were gone forever. But unfortunately, his technology remains a secret, which is unfair and unreasonable. Pepper shook her head at what she heard from the audience. And today, the U.S. military will be renewed, thanks to Hammer's unmanned robots. With stirring music, Justin Hammer's speech reached a climax as a row of robots slowly rose on stage. Air Force, Navy, Army. Justin Hammer raised his hand to introduce. The audience was stunned, and a wave of gasps and discussions erupted from the crowd. Many stood up, applauding and cheering, their faces filled with awe and excitement. However, some audience members looked serious, worried about the rapidly escalating military technology on stage. At that moment, Tony, wearing his iconic red Iron Man suit, flew in at high speed and landed directly in front of Justin Hammer and his army of machines. It turned out that not long ago, Ivan had called Tony, threatening him. Tony realized through messages that the showcased unmanned robots might start indiscriminate attacks on civilians. So he hurried over to try to prevent the disaster. However, the audience was unaware of the situation and cheered even louder at Iron Man's arrival. Yay, Iron Man! So cool! They shouted excitedly, treating Iron Man's appearance as part of the exhibition performance. Justin Hammer was momentarily stunned. Tony's unexpected entrance caught him off guard. We have trouble. There are many civilians nearby, Tony said seriously, urging the audience to leave. Buddy, what are you doing here? Quickly tell me where Ivan is. Before Tony could react, the robots on stage suddenly raised their guns, aiming at the crowd. Flying military robots took to the air, shattering the glass of the exhibition booth and scattering in all directions. Get out of here. The robots are out of control, Tony shouted. The audience, frightened, scrambled to escape, screaming, "Ah, help! Run!" Chaos erupted among the crowd. The sudden loss of control of the robots frightened everyone, who frantically searched for cover or tried to flee. The scene instantly fell into panic. Tony attempted to stop the robots and protect the civilians. However, he couldn't focus on everything alone. He could only plan to use his Iron Man suit as a shield to block a wave of intense gunfire from the ground robots. Meanwhile, Ivan, remotely controlling the robots, smiled as he pressed a button to issue attack commands. He was eager to see Tony's embarrassing situation. Justin Hammer, looking panicked, tried to escape, having assured Congress multiple times that these robots would not go out of control. But now, they had completely lost control, turning into unstoppable killing machines. Master, the robots at the exhibition are about to go out of control, Skynet warned under Han Kia's previous instructions. Okay, Axe Gang, let's go. Han Kia's said as she got up from the sofa, and the large screen in front of her automatically turned off the movie. Then, with her unadorned hand, Han Kia's drew a circle in the air, and as her finger moved, a golden circular portal appeared, leading directly to the exhibition site. Suddenly, a golden light circle illuminated the center of the exhibition hall, dazzling the chaotic crowd into a daze. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge circular portal. The portal radiated a brilliant golden glow, and the depths gradually lit up. A surprised murmur arose from the crowd. What is happening? Oh my God! Everyone was stunned by the unknown portal before them. Just then, the sound of synchronized footsteps came from the depths of the portal, and Han Kia's, with flowing long hair and clad in a Supergirl suit, slowly revealed herself from the portal. Following her, over 100 tall figures dressed in black and wielding axes emerged from the portal, marching in unison with expressionless faces, exuding a chilling aura. Is this Superwoman? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. Han Kia stepped into the portal, followed closely by Fiorella and the Terminator warriors, who had transformed their hands into axes, marching in unison. When Tony saw this sudden portal and Han Kia, he was first shocked by the unknown magical portal, but he quickly realized that the situation had turned in his favor. Great! The Superwoman has arrived, along with so many helpers. Now the advantage is mine. Those damn robots are going down soon, Tony said joyfully, his tone full of confidence. But why are these people in black wielding axes? Are they really that strong in combat? Fiorella, let's deal with the Air Force robots. Leave the ground ones to the Axe Gang, Han Kia said, and in a flash, she soared into the sky at 670 Mach, leaving behind a golden red streak of light. Fiorella looked up in admiration towards Han Kiwia's direction. Her eyes filled with awe and respect. When she spoke, her tone was eager. "At your command, my queen." After saying this, Fiorella also flew into the sky to join the battle. Although her flying speed was only 18 Mach, she was thrilled just to fight alongside her queen. The warrior genes of Krypton naturally love combat. "Tony, I'm here to support you," Rhodes said as he flew over in his white Iron Man armor. Seeing the chaotic scene on the ground and filled with questions. "We have enough manpower. Go check if anyone is injured and help them. I'll try to take control back," Tony instructed. "Okay," Rhodes replied, flying off to look for innocent bystanders who might have been hurt. Meanwhile, the axe-wielding Terminators had already launched their ground offensive. They charged at their targets, taking down robots one by one with their axes. The sounds of metal clashing and circuits exploding echoed as they quickly suppressed the ground robots' assault. When the robots were severely damaged and sluggish, the Terminators would dance, slowly approaching the incapacitated machines. Reference image: one Terminator elegantly approached a disabled robot, dancing as it moved. "You have been terminated," came the cold voice from the Terminator. It then took a step, spun its body, and the axe sliced through the air, cleanly decapitating the robot. "Your arm is injured. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Rhodes asked a passerby with a wound on their arm. No, it's just a minor injury. "I don't want to leave right now," the excited passerby replied. "This is so thrilling. The Superwoman and Iron Man are here, and those axe warriors are dancing while chopping up robots. It's too fun. I can't miss the end." Rhodes was somewhat amused and exasperated, but the wound needs to be treated promptly. "I'll take you to the hospital after the battle." "Come on, brother. It's just a scratch from debris. It's not a big deal. I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime scene." The person didn't appreciate the concern, clearly excited about the spectacle. "By the way, your armor is pretty cool too, man." Seeing that he wasn't needed here, Rhodes shook his head helplessly and decided to ignore the onlooker, flying off. The Terminators continued to dance with their axes, slaying robot after robot. The battlefield was filled with a bizarre, yet glamorous atmosphere. On the ground, most of the robots had been dealt with by the Terminators. The brave bystanders gathered around to watch, excitedly discussing the scene. The aerial battle ended even quicker. Han Kiwia and Fiorella teamed up, shooting robots with their heat vision. The red beams accurately striking the robots, causing them to explode, while they zipped through the air, easily destroying any robot with a single hit. The red and blue lights flickered in the sky as the Air Force robots were soon eliminated. After taking down the last one, Fiorella clearly felt she hadn't done enough. "The Queen is too strong. I barely took down 1/10. There will be plenty of chances in the future. As long as you're with me, you don't have to worry about not having fights." Han Kiwia laughed, watching the Axe Gang's performance. In the system, prestige points and scores were continuously increasing. Ding! New world coordinates detected. Checking, Justin Hammer rushed into the temporary control room, frantically questioning several technicians. "What is going on? Why did it suddenly go out of control?" One technician replied, "Boss, it seems Ivan has hacked into the system and remotely controlled the machines. He's in the server room, and all our guards are locked out of the main server room. We can't contact them." Just then, Pepper and Natasha arrived at the control room. Pepper sternly asked, "Who locked your people out?" "The out-of-control robots are causing destruction outside, harming innocent civilians." Justin felt somewhat guilty and dismissively said, "Back off, please, I'll handle it. This isn't your concern." Pepper immediately countered, "Do you have the ability to handle this? Your robots are still rampaging outside. We need to know who's behind this. Maybe we can help Superwoman and Tony. It's clearly your star company that caused this mess at the exhibition. It was your Iron Man that showed up and triggered everything. So please leave." Justin shouted in frustration, "Security, get these two out of here." Hearing this unreasonable remark, Natasha's eyes narrowed. She swiftly moved forward, quickly twisting Justin's arm and pinning him to the table. "Who is controlling the robots? Speak," Natasha demanded firmly. The tall security guard, seeing Justin Hammer being controlled, had the perfect excuse not to step in. He was an undercover Terminator arranged by Natasha. Pepper glanced at the tall security guard, relieved that he didn't move. She was worried Natasha wouldn't be able to handle him. Justin cried out in pain, "I'll tell you, it's Ivan Vanko." "Where is he?" "At the company's factory." Natasha immediately released Justin and rushed to the door, just in time to see Happy looking for them. "Happy, get in the car. Take me to the Hammer Industries factory." "Where have you been?" "I couldn't reach you by phone. I was worried sick." Pepper took out her phone. "Give me the NYPD. I know the details of the exhibition site." No, please don't, sweetheart. Don't call the authorities. Let us handle this ourselves." Justin Hammer desperately wanted to escape responsibility. Happy gripped the steering wheel with one hand and shifted gears with the other, speeding toward their destination. Meanwhile, Natasha was changing into her tight combat suit in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Natasha's curvy figure occasionally appeared. Happy couldn't help but sneak a few glances, somewhat mesmerized. Suddenly, a sharp honk startled him, and he quickly swerved to avoid a collision. "Watch the road." Natasha, still changing, shot him a glare. I know. Happy reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Inside the Hammer Industries factory, Ivan sat alone in front of the computer, the sinister smile on his face gradually fading. The robots on the exhibition floor had been completely wiped out, but he had not yet fully failed. When the Iron Patriot had come to Hammer for modifications, he had also been responsible for part of the upgrades, and he had left a backdoor. He quickly typed on the keyboard, successfully infiltrating and remotely controlling Rhodes' armor. Meanwhile, in the sky, Tony was using the built-in communication to contact Rhodes. "I couldn't crack the signal source controlling the robots, but I've located Ivan's position. Rhodes, hurry and come to my aid." Just as he finished speaking, the silver Iron Patriot armor suddenly swooped in from the side and crashed directly into Tony, causing both suits and their occupants to crash heavily to the ground. "What's going on?" Tony scrambled to his feet, watching Rhodes warily. It seemed that Rhodes had been hacked. Tony immediately assessed the situation and realized he had to subdue him first. Meanwhile, Rhodes was desperately trying to operate his armor, but his limbs were completely out of his control. "Tony, I've been hacked," he shouted anxiously as the machine gun on his shoulder opened fire wildly at Tony. Hanshoya saw that the ground battle had ended and drew a large teleportation portal from a distance. As the onlookers watched, the Axe Gang marched home in an orderly fashion. Then Hanshoya led Fiora to fly up to the rooftop of a nearby tall building. She purchased 2 soft lounge chairs and 2 cups of chilled fruit juice in the system, and then leisurely sat down to watch Tony and Rhodes fight fiercely. "Your Majesty, do you want to go help?" Fiora asked. "Not for now," Hanshoya replied, sipping her juice calmly. "We'll wait until there's real danger. For now, let's just enjoy the show. We'll deal with the last person who arrives." Hanshoya is just waiting to collect the points from the villain Ivan, making a quick profit before her journey begins. Natasha arrives outside the Hammer factory and gets out of the car. "Happy, stay in the car," she says. "No, I won't let you take risks alone." Happy rushes in first, confronting the first guard, and they start to fight. Natasha ignores him and rushes inside, where the first person is already in a fighting stance, throwing a punch. Natasha sidesteps and grabs the enemy's arm, twisting him down to the ground. Another large guy charges at her, but Natasha reacts quickly, jumping up and spreading her legs in a scissor motion, trapping his neck and flipping him over. Seeing this, another guard covers his head in defense, but Natasha delivers a beautiful flying kick, knocking him down. Someone tries to sneak up from behind, but Natasha executes a spinning kick, pushing him back. Just like that, in a short while, more than 10 guards are lying on the ground. The last one attempts to escape, but Natasha jumps up again, using the scissor legs to trap his neck and slamming him down hard. At this moment, Happy has just defeated one guard, raising his head with sweat pouring down. "I finally subdued him." Happy excitedly wants to report his achievement, but upon looking up, he sees the ground already filled with enemies defeated by Natasha. Happy's mouth drops in surprise. Natasha has long finished the fight, while he has only just taken down the first person. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he can't help but sincerely admire Natasha's combat power and efficiency. "Wow, that's impressive," Happy says, rubbing his nose in admiration. Natasha smiles lightly, signaling him to follow as they continue deeper into the factory. Upon reaching the door to Ivan's room, Natasha kicks it open, only to find it empty. "He's not here," Natasha says, starting to operate on Ivan's used computer. "What are you doing?" "I'm rebooting Rhodes' armor to free him from control." Soon, as Rhodes is in a fierce battle with Tony, his armor suddenly powers down. Tony throws a few punches at Rhodes, knocking him away, and then notices he is not moving. Reboot complete. Natasha connects with Tony via the computer video. "Thank you so much, Agent Romanoff. Rhodes, are you okay?" Tony taps on Rhodes' helmet. Meanwhile, a group of officers arrives at Justin's location. "He's the one you need to arrest," Pepper says. "Sir, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest." "What? You got here so quickly?" Justin says in surprise, looking at Pepper. "Huh, I see. You're starting to have the demeanor of CO? Eliminating your opponents, huh? You think you've created a big problem for me? We'll see about that." Justin is taken away. Tony heads up. "There's a special robot flying towards you," Natasha warns. "What about my idol, Supergirl? I just used a big move against Rhodes, and now my armor's energy is depleting. I'm a bit anxious," Tony replies. "Tony, you are Iron Man. You can't rely too much on others," Rhodes says. "Don't worry. I still have a powerful weapon reserved that I haven't used. Boom! Ivan, wearing a newly designed armor, drops down in front of Tony and Rhodes. He tightly grips two lightning whips, looking fierce. Tony, I don't want to run anymore. Today we settle this. Ivan, confident, believes his new armor will ensure victory. Aren't you afraid Supergirl will come? Tony tries to intimidate him. I've noticed that woman hasn't shown up for a while. She must not be nearby. Don't expect her to save you, Ivan says, glancing nervously around, fearing Hanshua might suddenly appear. But what you fear is what comes to pass. Whoosh! Two sounds of breaking air echo, and two figures suddenly land on either side of Ivan. I just went nearby to rest. How could I really leave the battlefield? Hankioi snatched distain fully. Ivan's face darkens, and he hurriedly lashes out with his two lightning whips to both sides. Hanshua and Fiorella quickly reach for the electric whip. Fiorella, do you feel anything? I don't feel a thing. Hanshua thoughtfully looked at the electric whip in her hand. She was curious about the feeling of Kryptonians when shocked, but she never expected that she couldn't feel the crackling current at all. Report, Your Majesty. I don't feel anything here either, Fiorella replied calmly. After hearing Fiorella, Ivan became furious and turned the output of the electric whip to the maximum. Ugh! The mecha roared, emitting black smoke. Still no failing. This lightning whip must have quality issues. Hanshua shook her head in disappointment. Your Majesty, I can feel it. But with this current strength, it's still far from giving me an electric massage, Fiorella chuckled. You guys are too much. Ivan was almost fainting from anger. At this moment, Rod interjected. He's about to explode with anger. My super weapon ex-wife is nothing to be sorry about. Let me end him. Tony was taken aback, feeling that it was somewhat unreliable. Suddenly, small cannonballs were fired from Rod's shoulder armor. Clang! The ex-wife lightly hit Ivan's armor, bouncing off weakly to the ground. Losing all power. Everyone, Tony silently turned to Rod and said, Buddy, you just lost all your face in front of my idol. He exaggeratedly sighed. From now on, I'll pretend I don't know you. Fiorella looked at Rod with a puzzled expression, not understanding. Fiorella, knock him out, Hanshua ordered, preparing to cross over to the new world. Fiorella nodded in understanding and quickly punched Ivan unconscious. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 40,000 system points. The system just completed the detection and found that the new world is the DC movie universe, timeline, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Bruce fell back into that terrible memory. Two figures were battling in the sky. The blue-suited Superman was punched into a building. The glass walls shattered instantly, and 3 offices fell from above. The white-collar workers inside the offices screamed for someone to save them, but Superman seemed not to hear and continued to fight Zod. Zod skillfully dodged Superman's laser vision, which hit another building, causing it to collapse with a roar. Rocks and dust fell from the sky, and the citizens on the ground scattered in panic. Some crushed into pulp. The city lay in ruins. Dressed in a suit, Bruce exerted all his strength to lift a stone and rescue a little girl trapped beneath it, holding her in his arms to avoid falling debris. The little girl cried in his arms, saying her mother was still trapped in the building's ruins. Bruce immediately took off his suit and draped it over the girl, returning to the rubble to search for her mother. Is anyone there? Help me. A woman's voice called from beneath the rubble. I'm coming. Hold on. Bruce climbed the ruins, trying to move the boulder with his hands. But it was useless with the strength of an ordinary person. Just as he was in despair, Superman was struck again in the sky, crashing into another building, causing more rocks to fall. A large stone hit right in front of Bruce, knocking him away with a shockwave, temporarily deafening him. Meanwhile, the woman in the depths of the ruins fell silent. Bruce staggered to his feet, watching the destructive consequences of the battle in the sky, his fingers clenched into fists. In front of Superman, human life was like ants crushed underfoot, trembling and praying for divine mercy not to be harmed. God, you will eventually pay for this. Unable to sleep, Batman Bruce went to the gym in his secret base and began to work out frantically. Hanshua traveled alone to Earth and found herself in the atmosphere. She immediately sped towards her destination. The Lex Luthor Corporation's exhibition was bustling with activity. Hanshua effortlessly blended in, changing into a stunning red evening gown, sitting leisurely by the side, enjoying the gourmet food produced by the system while keeping an eye on the situation. As one of the famous wealthy individuals, Bruce also received an invitation to the press conference. While raising his champagne glass and exchanging pleasantries with others, he was secretly observing the crowd. Bruce had other intentions for this trip. A few days ago, his butler Alfred had gathered information that Luthor had received government support to obtain samples of kryptonite in Zod's body from the battle with Superman to develop weapons against Kryptonians. After receiving this news, Batman Bruce had already planned to find a way to infiltrate LexCorp, locate the Kryptonite, and steal some. Mr. Wayne, long time no see. It seems Lex's new products have attracted you as well. A voice pulled Bruce's attention back to the press conference. Mr. Kent. Indeed, Luthor's speech is quite persuasive. Bruce replied while chatting with a passerby, listening to his butler's intelligence updates through a mini intercom in his ear. Batman, the advantage is mine. Young master. LexCorp's system is quite strong. Please give me 5 minutes. Bruce's old butler Alfred was busy operating equipment in the secret base. Just as Bruce was waiting for Alfred's report, a tall man approached him. Hello, Mr. Wayne. I am Clark Kent, a reporter from the Daily Planet. May I ask you a few questions? The tall man said politely. The main act has begun. Han Shuya observed this scene from a distance. Ah, Mr. Kent, no problem. Bruce maintained a courteous smile while guessing the reporter's intentions in his mind. Thank you for your time. Mr. Kent asked, what is your opinion on Gotham vigilante Batman taking the law into his own hands? Is it righteous behavior that overrides the law? Bruce didn't want to answer and countered with a question. Superman can cause massive destruction in an instant. Should we be wary of him or worship him? Wait a minute. Mr. Superman, I finally get to see your true self? Han Xiao walked over with long strides, happily interrupting their conversation. Clark was taken aback and quickly pretended to be confused, saying, this beautiful lady, what are you talking about? Did you call me Mr. Superman? I don't quite understand what you mean. He feigned a puzzled expression and instinctively pushed his glasses up. Han Qiya smiled and approached the two, speaking in a voice only the three of them could hear. Clark, stop pretending. I know you very well. I know you are Superman. Clark's face changed awkwardly, stammering and unsure how to respond. He looked around and noticed that no one else was coming over. Only Bruce was looking at him curiously, which made him even more embarrassed. Seeing Clark's panic, Han Qiya comforted him. It's okay, Clark. I believe Mr. Wayne's character. He won't disclose your true identity. I mean no harm. I'm just a bit excited to see the real Superman. Clark relaxed slightly and glanced at Bruce. Bruce nodded and said, don't worry. The Wayne family has always kept secrets. Your secret is safe with me. Bruce Wayne maintained a calm expression, but internally he was pondering. So Superman's true identity is this reporter. Now, I have key information. Superman, huh? I finally caught the real deal. His grievances with Superman had started back during the Zod battle. Through this unknown, beautiful woman's revelation, he learned Superman's true identity. While Superman clearly still didn't know he was Batman, the information asymmetry gave Bruce a significant advantage, being adept at planning and strategizing. He quickly began to conceive ways to exploit this advantage against Superman. The enemy is clear to me, but I am hidden. The advantage is mine. Bruce thought, a slight smile of confidence appearing on his lips. At the same time, Bruce remained cautiously aware of the mysterious woman in front of him. Bruce feigned a calm demeanor while already plotting his next move. He needed to use his resources to investigate the background of the woman before him. She was so beautiful, unlike an ordinary person. Moreover, her origins and motives were unclear. He had to uncover her true identity. All right, let's take a picture. But please, both of you, keep my identity a secret. Don't let my true identity be exposed. Clark nodded in agreement. He only wanted to ensure that his true identity would not be revealed. No problem. Let's take it together. Han Qiya didn't wait for Bruce's consent and took out her phone, the selfie stick automatically extending. She stood between Clark and Bruce, facing away from the two tall men, and then snapped a photo of the three of them. After taking the picture, Han Qiya put away the selfie stick and playfully winked at the two. I will cherish this photo. After all, it's not easy for an ordinary person to take a picture with two heroes at the same time. Bruce caught that Han Qiya referred to them as two heroes and felt a bit puzzled. Does she know my Batman identity too? He maintained his smile and tentatively responded. Two heroes? Me and Mr. Superman? No, I'm just a wealthy guy who occasionally does some charity. I'm not a hero. Han Qiya gave Bruce a meaningful glance, then turned to Clark. By the way, Clark, our wealthy friend Bruce here, is actually hiding the identity of Batman. It feels great to spoil the surprise, but I don't know what it will change. In fact, even if Han Qiya didn't say it, Superman would later hear the conversation between Bruce and the old butler through his super hearing, secretly knowing his identity. However, Han Qiya is saying it in front of both of them now. Upon hearing this, the smile on Bruce's face instantly froze. Clark widened his eyes and looked at Bruce. What? You're Batman? Han Qiya's heart was filled with the thrill of spoilers. She elegantly tossed her hair and nodded at the two men. I have some things to take care of, so I won't disturb you reminiscing. Clark, Bruce, goodbye. After saying that, Han Qiya happily hummed a tune and quickly turned to go elsewhere, leaving the two men looking at each other in confusion. Bruce awkwardly locked eyes with Clark, pondering how to deal with this sudden situation. Oh no, now the advantage is gone. Bruce thought to himself, fully aware that if he didn't plan ahead against Superman, the odds of winning in a direct confrontation were almost zero. I didn't expect you to be Batman. Clark adjusted his glasses. I didn't expect you to be Superman either, Bruce chuckled dryly. Just then, Bruce suddenly heard the voice of the old butler Alfred in his earpiece. Master, I have decrypted Luther's encrypted files. That item is located in his company's underground research facility. The exact location is... Clark remained composed, having already activated his super hearing, ready to catch Alfred's next words. Bruce knew Superman had super hearing and quickly interrupted. Wait, Alfred. He glanced at Clark and pretended to be serious. I'm very sorry, sir, but I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. Can we talk another day? Without waiting for Clark's response, Bruce strode away. As he left, he quietly said into the earpiece, Alfred, this isn't a good time. We'll talk later. Han Shuya arrived at another part of the exhibition, observing a tall woman who stood out from the crowd. She was a 183 centimeters tall, slender woman with black hair, dressed in a red bodysuit and a fitted skirt that accentuated her impressive curves. She appeared composed. Her thin red lips slightly parted as she chatted and laughed with other guests, while also observing something on the side. This was none other than Wonder Woman, Diana. Han Shuya observed her with great interest, and Diana happened to turn around, their eyes meeting. Diana smiled slightly and walked over with her glass in hand. Excuse me. Beautiful miss, have we met before? It's a pleasure to meet you, Diana, Han Shuya said with a smile, extending her hand. Diana politely extended her hand as well, gently shaking hands with Han Shuya. However, Han Shuya held onto Diana's hand tightly, not letting go immediately. She gently squeezed Diana's hand, thinking to herself, the feel is quite nice. At the same time, she was testing Diana. Diana tried to pull her hand back, but was surprised to find the other party's grip quite strong. Even she, who was known for her divine strength, felt pressure. Diana frowned, increasing her grip to squeeze Han Shuya's hand. Hanka noticed this and increased her strength, steadily pressing her down. The two beauties were engaged in a handshake contest, and after a while, some people's eyes around them were drawn over. Finally, Han Kia spoke up. Not bad strength, Wonder Woman, but you're still far from me. Han Kia finished speaking, lightly withdrawing her hand and letting go of Diana's. The latter couldn't hide her surprise. Who are you exactly? Diana said in astonishment. How do you know my identity? Han Kia smiled slightly and said, follow me, let's talk somewhere else. Diana frowned, thought for a moment, and then long-leggedly followed her. Skynet, hack into some of the evil force's money and immediately help me by a villa nearby. Okay, Master, the villa will be delivered shortly, Skynet replied immediately. Seeing Diana catch up, Han Kia walked outside and summoned her transformer, Blue Fire, from the system space. When Blue Fire appeared and saw another woman besides the Master, it immediately transformed from a single-seater racing car into a cool two-seater sports car. A passerby, witnessing this, was taken aback and quickly took out his phone to record video. Just as he pressed the record button, the phone screen suddenly flickered with a series of strange codes, and then the phone blacked out and restarted automatically. It was Skynet that had hacked into his phone. Get in the car. Diana curiously examined the sci-fi vehicle while sitting next to Han Kia. Blue Fire started the engine and automatically drove out. Han Kia leisurely leaned back in her seat, observing the traffic. This car can drive itself? Diana exclaimed, thinking to herself, has humanity developed such advanced technology? Or is it only she who has mastered it? Of course, he is a transformer, with life and autonomous consciousness. Han Kia replied, sit tight. He will take us to my new home. How strong are you really? Diana asked curiously. I'm not sure about the specific numbers, as I can't fully test my power on Earth. Han Kia responded. Are you a deity? Diana speculated. With such immense power and astonishing beauty, are you the goddess of strength or the goddess of love and beauty? Neither. I am Wonder Woman, a goddess among humans. Do you also come from Krypton? In today's human society, with you and me, along with Superman, there are already 3 superpowered beings, Diana guessed. No, far from it. Han Kia silently commanded the system in her mind. Skynet, find videos of the superpowered beings and show them to her. Suddenly, the car's display screen lit up and began playing shocking footage that astonished Diana. First, a figure rapidly dealt with criminals in a convenience store. Then the screen switched to an underwater scene, where a long-haired man with a mysterious trident was poised to attack the camera of an expedition team deep in a trench. Finally, there was Steel, resurrected through the mother box. Meanwhile, Bruce, with the help of his butler Alfred, had obtained some critical information from LexCorp to study back in the Batcave. Through this information, Bruce quickly discovered that LexCorp had recently been secretly smuggling a piece of unknown kryptonite. Bruce was determined to obtain this greenstone. He remembered how terrifying the corrupted Superman was in that dreadful nightmare. Even if Clark only had a 1 in 100 chance of corruption now, Bruce wanted to eradicate the problem before it arose. "I must get that kryptonite," Bruce murmured, his face clouded with concern. "Bruce, I understand your worries," Alfred said as he approached and poured Bruce a cup of hot tea, sighing, "but excessive precaution may not be the best strategy. Why not have a good talk with Clark first?" "It's futile, Alfred. He is a god, and I have no common ground with him." Bruce suddenly stood up, determination gleaming in his obsidian-like eyes. "For humanity, I must take action, even at a certain cost." Alfred shook his head helplessly. As night deepened above the docks, Batman Bruce quietly arrived at the top of a tall steel framework, using a sniper rifle to place a tracker on the truck in the convoy transporting kryptonite. His eyes gleamed coldly as he was determined to obtain Superman's weakness, kryptonite. As soon as Lex's convoy left the docks, Batman immediately pursued them in the Batmobile. The heavily armored Batmobile charged forward, deflecting bullets, and crashed into a guard vehicle, which crumpled and rolled to the side of the road. Crack! Batman swiftly shot out a long steel cable, hooking onto a vehicle and dragging it, the sound of twisting metal as it was rendered scrap. Seeing this, the enemies drew heavy Gatling guns and aimed at the Batmobile. Rat-a-tat-tat! A hail of bullets rained down on the Batmobile, only chipping some paint off. Batman's right hand moved to the control stick, his thumb pressing the red button. The machine gun at the front of the Batmobile immediately fired a barrage of bullets, causing the enemy vehicles to roll and explode. The enemies on the truck, seeing the situation turn dire, launched a rocket. Batman was prepared and fired a countermissile to intercept it, the two colliding and exploding in midair. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the Batmobile charged forward, unfazed by the attacks. "This Batmobile is pretty good, but love will soon be around the corner." An unmanned drone was following from above, and Han Kiwiya was watching the live stream from home. The Batmobile performed a stylish drift around a corner, only to find Superman standing there, his red cape billowing in the night wind. "What?" Batman's pupils dilated in shock, but it was too late to break. With a thunderous crash, the front of the Batmobile collided with Superman's indomitable body. Superman remained unmoved, while the front of the Batmobile was severely deformed, the front end caving in. Batman's vehicle was wrecked, and Superman strode over, easily yanking off the door panel of his car. "What are you doing?" Superman said in a deep voice, his red cape fluttering behind him. Bruce sat silently in the car, looking at Clark. "This city is not your backyard. You can't do as you please." Superman stared at Bruce. "You have no right to take matters into your own hands regarding criminals, nor can you operate this world as you wish." Bruce clenched his fist, suppressing his anger. Remaining silent. "The world does not need Batman." Superman spoke in a lecturing tone. "Consider this as me showing mercy this time." Bruce's body trembled slightly. His teeth clenched as he glared at Superman, deep hatred evident in his eyes. At this moment, he swore to eliminate this alien being that threatened humanity. As Superman turned to leave, Bruce suddenly spoke. "Tell me." Superman, about to take off, turned back at the words. "Will you bleed?" Bruce got out of the car, standing before the wreckage, asking calmly yet angrily. Superman frowned but did not answer, turning to fly away. Bruce watched the direction in which Superman left, murmuring, "You will." His fists clenched tightly, his gaze resolute. On the empty lot of Han Kiwiya's new villa, she and Diana watched the entire event through a drone live stream on a large outdoor projection screen. "Aren't you afraid they might actually fight?" Diana said with some concern. "It's fine. They don't know each other if they don't fight," Han Kiwiya said casually. "Everything is under control." Meanwhile, Superman flew into the sky and spotted the drone following him. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he quickly charged at the drone and smashed its body with a punch. The screen suddenly cut off and turned into static. "Huh, my drone." Han Kiwiya frowned, looking dissatisfied. "Whoosh. Master, I'm here." Lan Hua, hearing the voice, quickly transformed from a sports car into a helicopter in front of Kiwiya's. "I didn't call you. Go park yourself." "Okay, Master." Lan Hua transformed back into car form, turned around, and drove himself to an open parking space, making an effort to park perfectly in the middle of a spot. The front of the car faced the parking lines, the rear also aligned with the lines, and both sides were equidistant from the edge of the parking space, strictly centered and symmetrical. Han Kiwiya did not expect the usually gentle Superman to be so angry today. She was a bit taken aback when he punched the drone she had bought from the system store. Really? Han Kiwiya muttered, shaking her hair. Forget it. I won't look at you guys anymore. I'll go find some beauties to hang out with. Find beauties to hang out with? Diana looked puzzled, somewhat confused. Yeah. Want to join? Maybe not. I'll go back home. Diana smiled awkwardly and politely declined. All right then, take care. Han Kiwiya didn't push it. Blue fire. With a whoosh, blue fire sped over and transformed into a cool sports car in front of Han Kiwiya. Take me for a spin. Han Kiwiya commanded, elegantly getting into the car. Yes, my lord. Blue fire revved the engine and took off into the distance with Han Kiwiya. Whoosh. Batman remained standing in place, his gaze intensely fixed on the direction Superman had left. The hostility between the two seemed irreconcilable, and a larger storm was brewing. Han Kiwiya drove to the center of Gotham City. At this moment, a figure was weaving between the tall buildings. The moonlight was hazy, and the night breeze gently blew. It was the time for Catwoman to make her move. Han Kiwiya drove for a while, activating her X-ray vision and super sight. She soon spotted a dark figure gracefully jumping on the rooftop. That enchanting figure could only be Catwoman Selina. Image, found you, little kitty. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Han Kiwiya's mouth. Han Kiwiya opened the car door and stealthily followed Catwoman. She watched as Catwoman quietly slipped into a high-end apartment, clearly aiming to steal a string of expensive jewels. Just as Catwoman opened the safe and reached for the jewels, Han Kiwiya suddenly appeared and pressed down on her hand. Sweetheart, stealing is not right, Han Kiwiya said playfully. Who are you? Catwoman exclaimed, startled and retreating cautiously, trying to pull her hand away, but finding that the other party had a strong grip. I'm a professional cat catcher, specializing in catching little kitties like you. Han Kiwiya leaned closer to Selina. Selina took a careful look at the stunningly beautiful Han Kiwiya, feeling a bit flustered. But soon, Selina regained her composure and used all her strength to launch an attack on Han Kiwiya. She lifted her long leg and delivered a high kick directly towards Han Kiwiya's face. However, to her surprise, Han Kiwiya reacted swiftly, releasing her arm, elegantly sidestepping, and then grabbing her long leg. Selina was Catwoman, possessing the reflexes of a cat, and she did not expect that this incredibly beautiful woman would be faster than her. Before Selina could react, Han Kiwiya stepped back, pulled hard, and directly forced Selina into a wide split position. One leg on the ground, while the other was firmly controlled by Han Kiwiya at the ankle. Your legs are really long, and your body is quite flexible, Han Kiwiya remarked while looking up and down at Selina's sexy curves. Selina felt completely restrained, unable to escape. She could only let Han Kiwiya's gaze roam freely over her body, her face turning red to her neck. Let me go, Selina said angrily. Okay, I'll let go, Han Kiwiya said with a smile. You look too tempting in the eyes of men. After saying that, Han Kiwiya winked, released her grip, and Selina fell to the ground, striking a split position with a loud smack. Selina was furious, leaning back as her legs traced a beautiful arc in the air, showcasing her long, straight legs and athletic lines. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, Selina brought her legs together and performed a beautiful backflip to get back on her feet, demonstrating her incredible explosiveness and flexibility. The entire backflip was agile and swift, combining strength and beauty, full of power yet graceful and lively. Quickly getting up, Selina launched a new round of attacks, throwing rapid punches and kicks at Han Kiwiya in a series of strikes. Han Kiwiya watched with great interest, wanted to see it again. She easily dodged or blocked every move from Selina. Han Kiwiya also took the opportunity to take advantage of Selina, her fingers lightly tracing Selina's waistline and reaching towards her chest. Stop it. Selina blushed from her neck, feeling both ashamed and angry. Her chest rose and fell violently, unsure whether it was from exhaustion or anger, and her breathing became rapid. Selina, your figure is really great, and this Catwoman outfit suits you perfectly. After this round of entanglement, Selina now realized that her strength was far inferior to that of the stunning woman in front of her. They were simply not on the same level. If she continued to stall, she would only be toyed with even more. She needed a chance to escape. So, Selina quickly changed her expression, softening her attitude, and took the initiative to talk to Han Kiwiya. Well, I didn't expect your taste in clothing to be so good. I actually really like my Catwoman outfit too. Also, can I ask where you got that beautiful dress you're wearing? While saying this, Selina pretended to admire Han Kiwiya's orange dress to cover her movement towards the window. Han Kiwiya was not afraid of Selina's tricks and looked down at her own outfit. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Selina immediately lunged towards the window, She successfully jumped out of the fourth-floor window, grabbing the ledge with both hands, her body hanging in the air. She pushed off the wall with her legs, executed a backflip, and gracefully landed on the third-floor windowsill. Without pausing, Selena crouched slightly to gather her strength and jumped again, grabbing the second-floor ledge, then bounced off the wall a few times and deftly landed on the second floor. Finally, without hesitation, Selena jumped from the second floor again, agilely rotating her body in the air, and landed steadily on the ground floor. Throughout the entire jumping process, Selena's nimble and flexible movements resembled those of a real cat, completing each action with grace and elegance. "Let go of me." Once Selena landed, Han Kuya rushed down from the fourth floor, appearing in front of her in the blink of an eye and picking her up. Selena struggled in vain, unable to comprehend how this slender beauty could possess such strength. After a few more futile attempts to break free, she gave up. "Be good, don't resist," Han Kuya said with a smile. Releasing Selena, "I'll take you home." "Really?" "Yes. Follow me." Selena quieted down, pretending to compromise, and followed Han Kuya. She didn't believe that Han Kuya would let her go and didn't want to reveal her home location. Following Han Kuya to the sports car, Selena turned on her acting skills, displaying an appreciative expression, and exclaimed, "Wow, your car is so cool. The sound of this engine is so powerful. This is my blue fire. It can not only transform, but also drive autonomously." Upon hearing her owner praise it in front of others, Blue Fire felt very happy and proud. If it were to transform and show off its tail now, it would probably be pointing skyward. Seeing the car still running and not turned off, Selena felt a surge of joy, thinking this was a great opportunity to escape. She didn't pay close attention to what Han Kuya was saying, instead pretending to be very interested as she approached the car door. Noticing that Han Kuya was completely unsuspecting, she quickly opened the car door, crouched down, and slid into the driver's seat. She quickly shifted gears and stepped on the gas, all in one motion. "Zoom! I'll be waiting for you at home," Han Kuya shouted with a laugh from behind. Selena happily pressed the gas pedal. The sports car roared to life and sped away. "Yes, I've struck a big bargain today, scoring a top-notch sports car," Selena thought excitedly, feeling she could finally shake off that woman. She pressed the gas pedal even harder, and the engine's roar grew louder, the powerful acceleration pressing her back against the seat. "Wow, this car is amazing. The power." Selena shouted joyfully as the sports car raced down the road, leaving pedestrians and other vehicles far behind. "I'm going to drive until the end of time." Selena gripped the steering wheel, her hair flying in the wind, immersed in the endless thrill brought by speed. Acquiring such a top-tier supercar was a tremendous success in her life. Selena hummed a little tune, continuing to speed along the highway. "Master, when will you take the kitty back from the cage?" Blue Fire contacted Han Kuya via the Sky Network, inquiring, "Let this poor kitty play for a few minutes, then bring her back." A few minutes later, at a T-intersection, Selena was in a good mood, steering the wheel, planning to execute a beautiful drift. She turned the steering wheel left, preparing to drift through the curve. However, at that moment, the sports car suddenly took control and executed a beautiful right-side drift on its own. "What's happening?" Selena exclaimed. It was then that she realized the car was completely out of her control. It was driving autonomously. No matter how she turned the steering wheel, the vehicle's path was unaffected. She looked around inside the car, but found that there was no key inserted, no keyhole, and no button to cut off the power. This was not an ordinary sports car. It could transform and drive itself. Selena finally realized she had fallen into another trap. Her exceptional memory recalled Han Kuya's original words. "This is my blue fire. It can not only transform, but also drive autonomously." Damn it! Selena angrily pounded the steering wheel. She failed to steal the car and ended up being captured instead. Eventually, Blue Fire drove itself into Han Kuya's villa, slowly coming to a stop beside her lounge chair. "Welcome back, little kitty," Han Kuya said with a smile, holding a bag of snacks. Lying in the chair while watching a movie on the outdoor big screen, Selena got out of the car, feeling gloomy. "Don't sulk. Come over and watch the movie with me. Stop thinking about escaping. I won't do anything to you." Selena warily asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Nothing. I just want to have a deeper conversation with you." Han Kuya genuinely wanted to talk. However, Selena misunderstood Han Kuya's intentions and immediately showed a panicked and fearful expression. "What do you want to do to me? I warn you not to touch me." Selena nervously took a step back, adopting a defensive posture. "I'm not a bad person. Why are you so tense?" On the other side, the Kryptonite was successfully delivered to Lex Luthor. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to further escalate the conflict between Batman and Superman. So he found an employee from Wayne Enterprises who had lost the use of his legs during the battle between Superman and Zod, gave him an advanced wheelchair, and bribed him. The employee happily said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Luthor." Unbeknownst to him, there were high-explosive bombs hidden beneath the wheelchair, wrapped in a layer of lead to prevent Superman's X-ray vision from penetrating. "You're welcome," Luthor replied with a sinister smile. Under Luthor's instruction, the employee went to the committee to accuse Superman, claiming his entire family died in Superman's battle, and he was left with a disability, struggling to survive. The committee expressed great concern and decided to hold a public hearing in Congress. They publicly announced this news in the media and demanded that Superman appear in court to respond to the accusations. Once this news broke, it attracted the attention of people all over the world. Clark's face turned grim upon hearing this news. His mother, Martha, came over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Clark, go ahead and publicly respond to the public's doubts. This is what Superman should do. Don't be afraid. Do what you need to do." Clark nodded, deciding to attend the hearing and give the public an explanation. Bruce did not give up on his plan to retrieve the Kryptonite. After careful planning, he finally succeeded in infiltrating Lex's company and took the Kryptonite from the safe. Just as Bruce left, Lex Luthor hurriedly arrived at the safe and discovered the Kryptonite was missing. All that was left in the box was a bat-shaped dart. Luthor picked up the dart, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Everything is under my control." He looked at the bat dart, feeling an immense anticipation for the battle between Batman and Superman. The next act was about to unfold. Han Kiya and Selina chatted casually while enjoying delicious dishes and watching a movie. Knowing she couldn't escape, Selina simply relaxed and sat down to enjoy the food on the table with Han Kiya. Han Kiya purchased gourmet food from the system store, and the taste was top-notch. Moreover, Selina was already starving, so she responded to Han Kiya's topics while quickly yet gracefully enjoying the lavish meal on the table. Meanwhile, Han Kiya had only eaten a small portion. "Are you starving to death? Did you poison the food? With your strength, that shouldn't be necessary." Han Kiya shot her a glance and didn't reply. "Skynet, I need you to help me create a 3D animation introducing myself," Han Kiya commanded inwardly. "In the future, whenever I need to introduce myself to others, I can just show them this short animation, saving me the trouble of repeating a verbal introduction each time." "As you wish, Master. This animation should fully showcase my positive image, such as my diligence, bravery, self-sacrifice, perseverance, kindness, wisdom, cleverness, exceptional resilience, and strong will," Han Kiya boasted. "I've never seen such a shameless person." The system couldn't help but interrupt with a sarcastic remark after listening to Han Kiya for a long time. "You and the word diligence have nothing to do with each other. You spend all day leisurely. Hurry up and work hard to earn points. I've discovered a new world." Seeing that Han Kiya had stopped talking, Skynet smartly replied, "Understood, Master. I know the boundaries of what to say and what not to say." "Really? System." Hearing the system's message, Han Kiya was very happy. "Skynet, go ahead and create it. Notify me immediately when it's done. I want to review it." After a while, Skynet used advanced character modeling, scene design, lighting, and rendering techniques to complete Han Kiya's self-introduction video. After watching it, Han Kiya was very satisfied and only requested a few simple modifications. "Selina, I'll return your gains from earlier." Han Kiya returned the jewelry that Selina had prepared to steal earlier. The Skynet investigated the background of the jewelry's owner. This person was secretly involved in many illegal activities, such as arms trafficking and money laundering. "You're returning it to me?" Selina, filled with suspicion and uncertainty, cautiously took the jewelry. She had thought that Han Kiya, living in a luxurious villa, would exude an air of superiority and disdain her as a thief. She imagined that if she were captured, she would be excessively toyed with, as she had seen too many dark sides of society and had become accustomed to envisioning the worst outcomes. However, she was surprised to find that during their conversation, Han Kiya did not express any contempt or discrimination and had no intention of treating her poorly. Like in the movies, Selina was a righteous thief who only stole from the wealthy. She took wealth from those greedy and immoral rich people to help the poor, and she would never harm ordinary citizens. With her excellent skills and keen insight, Selina successfully infiltrated many mansions of the powerful and stole their rare treasures hoarded out of greed. She used only a portion of the treasures for her living expenses, while most of the money went to the poor in need of help. Selina preferred to operate under the cover of night, transforming into a Catwoman to punish the greedy and assist the weak. She enjoyed a great reputation among the poor, many of whom were very grateful for her altruistic deeds. However, the wealthy who had suffered losses despised Catwoman intensely. They published Selena's known criminal information online, forcing her to live a hidden life in the shadows of society. Regarding Selena's actions, critics online believed they were illegal and should be punished by law. They argued that Catwoman was using the name of justice to commit acts of vigilante justice and theft. Regardless of the motives or purposes, breaking the law was wrong. Catwoman's actions might create a negative demonstration effect, encouraging more people to imitate her and solve problems through illegal means. Supporters, however, believed that although Catwoman's actions were illegal, they were understandable given her intentions of justice and punishing evil. In the existing legal system, many evildoers could evade punishment, and in a situation of severe wealth disparity, Catwoman's actions had a certain legitimacy. Her actions could also have a positive impact on society by helping the poor, thus understanding her illegal motives. If anyone were to blame Catwoman's actions, it could only be the upper echelons of society for failing to take social responsibility and not continuously improving the legal system to solve problems. Selena did not care about external opinions. She had her own sense of justice and beliefs, which she would pursue unwaveringly. "Thank you for your food. I will repay you when I have the chance. I feel you understand me very well," Selena said, pursing her lips as if wanting to ask something. You can see for yourself, Han Kia knew Selena was interested in her, so she commanded Skynet, play my introduction video. "Okay, master." Selena saw a vivid 3D animated projection of a character strikingly similar to Han Kiwia, introduced in a storytelling format. Before long, Selena was completely absorbed, her mind filled with shock and excitement, along with a hint of doubt. A superhero? A goddess? Justice, invincibility, and even time travel? This is too absurd. Selena found herself lost in the narrative, and after the video ended, she remained in a trance. Skynet's storytelling and video production skills were quite impressive. After the video, Selena was still unable to calm her emotions, thinking that the introduction could be turned into a million-word novel. When she turned her head, she found that Han Kiwia had left at some point. Is a superhero just like me? Does she also like to act heroically at night? Is she out to fight crime at this hour? Of course, Selena did not know that Han Kiwia had gone to rest. She thought Han Kiwia had gone out to fight crime. "You're the cat, right? Back when you caught me, you seemed so interested in teasing me. And now you're ignoring me," Selena muttered softly. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Natasha seized the opportunity to find Fiora, who had just defeated a group of thugs, and quickly asked, "Where has your queen Han Kiwia been lately? Why haven't we seen her around? Can you tell me where she went?" At that moment, there were already a dozen people lying around Fiora in various positions. The last one attempted to escape, but Fiora kicked him down and firmly pinned him to the ground with one foot. Turning to Natasha, she replied, "The queen's whereabouts are not a secret, right? Iron Man and your director should both know. Didn't your idiot director tell you? The queen has crossed over to another universe." "What?" Natasha exclaimed, thinking to herself, "What a scoundrel. I wanted to find you, and you didn't even come say goodbye." Natasha felt a bit unfair, recalling how she had helped Fiora get familiar with the place and by things. Back then, she had felt pity for her, thinking they were both lonely souls. And this idiot director, even when there was news, didn't take the initiative to inform her. For some reason, Natasha felt a bit down, sensing loneliness. Perhaps because of her identity as a spy. That's why she didn't pay much attention to her afterwards. Fiora also missed Han Kiwia, loosening her grip as she thought, "Queen, when will you come back? I want to fight alongside you, and the Kryptonian people from another world are waiting for you to lead them to a new world." The thug, sensing Fiora's relaxed grip, seized the opportunity to break free and dash toward Natasha. He thought capturing Natasha as a hostage would be ideal. However, he underestimated the strength of this top agent. Just as he was about to grab Natasha, she swiftly executed a shoulder throw, slamming the thug heavily onto the ground. "You want to fight me?" Natasha looked down at the groaning thug with disdain and said coldly, "Your combat skills are decent, but compared to me, you're slightly lacking. And in terms of physical condition, you're far inferior to us Kryptonians," Fiora remarked, watching Natasha. Natasha nodded, not minding Fiora's assessment. The Marvel Universe already had quite a few loyal fans of Han Kiwia, some even forming teams. Their long absence from Han Kiwia made them very worried. After a dozen true fans contacted each other, they gathered to discuss. Why hasn't he the superhero appeared for so long? Is she on some secret mission? One fan speculated. "I'm worried that the superhero might be in trouble and needs our help," another fan said nervously. "If the superhero is in trouble, what can we possibly do to help with our strength?" Someone else remarked. "She should be fine. The superhero is so powerful, she can definitely turn a crisis into safety." Another reassured. "We can only trust our goddess and look forward to her return." The fans sighed, silently praying in their hearts. They firmly believed that the goddess would be safe, for she was so powerful, and even a single strand of her hair was incredibly strong, let alone her overall strength. Upon seeing that Selena had finished watching the video, Bluefire drove up to her in the form of a sports car. "Miss Selena, the master said if you want to go back, let me take you. She will come to find you tomorrow." Selena felt a bit awkward. She had just been complaining about it when the Transformer came over. Did it hear her mumbling? Would it tell her complaints to her? She thought to herself, never mind. Why overthink? Whatever. After a brief silence, Selena replied, "All right, then please take me back. Thank you, Mr. Transformer. I have a name. Just call me Bluefire." "Okay." Bluefire. Selena, with her long legs, walked towards the driver's side door of Bluefire. Just as she approached, the door opened automatically. "All right, you are a Transformer. Having an automatic door function is normal." Selena gracefully sat inside Bluefire's spacious cabin, marveling at how much room there was compared to other sports cars. And the seats were very comfortable. "Can you freely change the interior space?" Selena asked curiously. "Yes, I can transform as needed. I can even change into a robot. Not to mention adjusting the layout and space of the cabin," Bluefire replied. "That's so convenient," Selena said. "Having a car like you is a great blessing for the owner. I'm glad to provide a comfortable travel experience," Bluefire politely responded. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 88 prestige points from Selena." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 92 prestige points from passerby. A ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 27 prestige points from passerby. B ding. "Congratulations, host." In the Marvel world, various videos about Han Kiwiya were still spreading, and people continued to watch them. Han Kiwiya's prestige points were silently soaring in the system. However, Han Kiwiya had activated silent mode. She was peacefully asleep, completely undisturbed. In her dreams, Han Kiwiya was having beautiful dreams, with a slight smile on her lips. Selena comfortably leaned back in the driver's seat while Bluefire drove steadily at a moderate speed. A few minutes later, Selena asked, "Bluefire, can I drive?" Selena had already driven Bluefire once, so she knew how powerful this Transformer was. Bluefire could go from 0 to 100 km/h in just 0 for seconds, with a top speed of up to Mach 3. This was unimaginable for human vehicles. Therefore, Selena was completely enamored with Bluefire. She was very eager to experience this extraordinary driving experience again. Just thinking about Bluefire's incredible power made Selena unable to contain her excitement. "Okay, I'll switch to manual mode. Control the vehicle is now yours." Bluefire responded. Selena grasped the steering wheel and tentatively pressed the accelerator, and Bluefire quickly and smoothly accelerated. "Wow, amazing. The power is incredible," Selena exclaimed. Glancing at the time, it was just past midnight. "I'll speed a bit more before heading back," Selena thought to herself. Although she was tired today, such an opportunity was rare. Who knew if she would have another chance to drive a cool car like Bluefire in the future? Selena decided to go all out and fully experience Bluefire's ultimate performance. This was just the beginning of the speed. "Step on it. I can further test my limits," Bluefire said. Selena nodded and pressed the accelerator harder. The engine roared, and Bluefire accelerated like an arrow. The scenery rapidly retreated on both sides, and the speedometer needle kept rising. Selena laughed joyfully, weaving through the empty highway. "So exhilarating," Selena shouted as her adrenaline surged. She happily controlled Bluefire, accelerating and turning, savoring this extraordinary driving pleasure. After a while Selena was happily driving Bluefire, suddenly, the steering wheel and accelerator ceased to respond. Bluefire began to drive autonomously. "What is going on?" Selena wondered as she lightly tapped the steering wheel, but it didn't affect Bluefire's direction. At that moment, Bluefire's onboard speaker announced, "Sorry, Miss Selena, it's late. I have taken over driving control. It's time to take you home." "Oh, that was too quick," Selena said disappointedly. "I wanted to drive a bit longer." She reluctantly watched as Bluefire drove autonomously, trying to press the accelerator and brake a few more times. But Bluefire remained unresponsive. "Please, let me drive for another 5 minutes," Selena pleaded. "No, the driving time is up. I need to return to the owner's garage," Bluefire's speaker replied. All right then. Selena could only accept reality, wishing she could own a cool car like Bluefire, one she could drive whenever she wanted. Actually, if you were willing to follow your owner and help with tasks, your owner might just gift you a transformer like me when they're happy, Bluefire said. Selena's eyes lit up as she replied, That is a good idea. I'll consider it. Suddenly, Selena became alert, saying, Wait, I suspect you were intentionally leaving me, wanting more to entice me to follow your owner. You're following orders, right? No, you're overthinking it, Bluefire said before continuing to drive smoothly. Finally, Bluefire arrived at Selena's doorstep, stopped, opened the door automatically, and said, "We're here. Feel free to contact me and my owner anytime. Thank you for the ride tonight," Selena said as she got out of the car. "You're welcome," Bluefire replied, the engine revving as it turned and left Selena's residence. Selena stood at the door, watching Bluefire drive away, their conversation echoing in her mind. After closing the door, Selena walked inside, ready to rest and calmly reflect on this sudden turn of events. Lex Luthor had received General Zod's body from the U.S. government. He brought the body to the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship and successfully activated and opened it using Zod's fingerprints. "Good, it's opened," Luthor said with a smug smile. He eagerly entered the control room, studying the complex Kryptonian instruments and control panels. Luthor carefully placed Zod's body into the incubation fluid, then bit his finger to let his blood drip into it. "If Batman and Superman don't win in their battle, then it'll be up to you to help me eliminate Superman," Luthor said, revealing a mad smile. He wanted the world to know that no one was truly a god. To validate his thoughts, he would stop at nothing. In the morning, Han Kyo woke up. Time to get to work. Today is the day of the Superman hearing. She checked various media reports and comments about the hearing. Under public pressure, Superman Clark Kent decided to attend the hearing to publicly respond to the doubts surrounding the Superman incident and accept scrutiny from the government and the public. On the day of the hearing, a sea of people gathered outside the venue, all waiting for Superman's arrival. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the sky as Clark Kent, dressed in a Superman costume, appeared and slowly descended before the crowd. Some supporters in the crowd cheered and applauded, but most responded with boos and silence. Clark entered, quietly approaching the podium, facing the flashes of cameras and the gaze of the crowd. Meanwhile, Han Chioi secretly mingled inside the hearing. Clark noticed Han Chioi and felt a bit puzzled, but now was not the time to ask questions. At that moment, a disabled person in an advanced wheelchair came to the front of the stage and began to accuse Superman of causing great harm to innocent civilians during battles, including turning him into a disabled person. He looked at Clark with hatred, speaking in a fierce tone. What the crowd did not know was that the advanced wheelchair concealed a powerful explosive bomb, and the bomb was covered with a layer of lead, which could block Superman's X-ray vision, preventing Clark from seeing the true nature of the wheelchair. Han Chiya curiously activated her X-ray vision and discovered that she could see through lead to the bomb inside. The system is amazing. This X-ray ability is even stronger than Superman's, allowing her to see through lead barriers effortlessly. Han Chiya happily thought, "No wonder it's the flawless Kryptonian bloodline. Skynet, immediately hack into all network platforms and forcefully push my live stream to the homepage." Soon, major social media websites were simultaneously taken over by Han Chiya's live stream, with a cover featuring a striking anime image of Wonder Woman. Countless people were surprised and clicked on the live stream, only to find themselves at the live hearing for Superman. Isn't this the live hearing for Superman? Who is live streaming the hearing? The title even mentions Wonder Woman. A bomb? What's going on? Who cares? Superman is about to speak. Let's watch the excitement. Netizens debated, confused. At that moment, Han Chiya suddenly stood up in front of the camera. Her professional outfit quickly transformed into a striking ensemble of black stockings, a red short skirt, and a red-caped Wonder Woman costume. Everyone in the hearing was stunned. The sound of camera flashes echoed throughout the room. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Han Chiya's transformation. The bomb is about to explode, Han Chiya mysteriously exclaimed. Clark sharply heard the sound, indicating that the bomb in the wheelchair of the disabled employee had been activated. "Oh no, there's no time," he thought to himself. But even with his speed, he couldn't get the bomb away in time. Just at that critical moment, Han Chiya flew to the wheelchair at a speed of 786 hertz, directly picking it up and soaring into the sky, leaving the disabled employee behind. A speed of 786 Mach is equivalent to 267 meters per second. And with Han Chiya being mentally prepared in advance, even if the bomb exploded in 0.2 seconds, she would have ample time to move the wheelchair far away from the crowd into the high sky. Han Chiya took off into the sky at supersonic speed in her wheelchair, and Clark quickly reacted, immediately following her. Although Clark's speed was slower than Han Chiya's, he still reached several dozen times the speed of sound. Then, a loud explosion echoed through the sky as the wheelchair detonated high above, bursting into dazzling flames. Due to the distance, no one at the hearing or in the crowd outside was injured. The Skynet immediately began editing video, creating the best promotional video of my rescue and the process of taking away the bomb. In the future, I won't need to repeat this kind of thing. Understood. I will execute it immediately. I understand your intention, Master. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the hearing looked up at the explosion in the sky, all with faces filled with terror. Clark also flew in front of Han Shuya, looking shocked and confused, with countless questions he wanted to ask. Han Shuya spoke first. I've sent the introduction video to your computer. Everything you need to know is in the video. Once you watch it, you'll understand. At this time, the promotional video produced by the Skynet was spreading wildly around the globe, and with the recent live broadcast, Han Shuya's reputation points began to increase continuously. She smiled slightly. Her goal achieved. I'll take my leave now. Whoosh. Without waiting for Clark to speak, Han Shuya zoomed away at supersonic speed, leaving Clark dumbfounded in the air. System. I have an idea. Can we open and maintain a portal in my system space for Skynet to conduct cross-border live broadcasts? Ankia Inkurid. Yes, host. I can open a mini portal in the system space for Skynet's cross-border live broadcasts. However, please note that maintaining the portal will cost 1,000 system points per hour. The system replied, 1,000 points per hour? System, that's a bit steep. Ankia complained. Although her reputation points were plentiful, the system points were not so rich. How about this? When Batman and Superman are fighting, you open it according to my command, and keep it live until I appear and defeat Doomsday. The revenue from that historic duel's live broadcast will be considerable. No problem, host. Let's do it that way. Han Shuya nodded. System, open the portal. I'm going back to the Marvel world. Received. The cooldown for the Marvel Cinematic Universe has been completed, and crossing over does not require points. Greetings, Queen. Fiona was overjoyed to see Han Shuya return. She was very worried that Han Shuya would never come back. Welcome back, Queen. Did anything big happen while I was away? Han Shuya asked, pulling Fiona up. No, just a few minor incidents, Fiona replied. Yes. Military sent someone to try to infiltrate your villa as a bodyguard, but they were toyed with by the Terminators. Later, they deliberately guided some gangsters to invade, but they were easily dealt with by Little May and the Terminators. Those guys are really something. I'll deal with them when I get the chance, Han Shuya sneered. You've worked hard. Do you want to come with me to conquer other worlds? As a synthetic being created from warrior genes, Fiona had a strong desire for battle and adventure. Hearing Han Shuya's proposal, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, of course. Queen, I would be honored to follow you. No matter which world we go to, I will fight with all my might to protect your safety. Fighting alongside you is my dream. Seeing Fiona's passionate demeanor, Han Shuya smiled as well. Great. Let's go conquer a broader world together. You'll become even stronger. Go find Tony and wait for me at his house, Han Shuya said. After picturing Natasha's appearance in her mind, she immediately opened a portal to a location near Natasha. At that moment, Natasha was taking a shower in the bathroom. Hot water cascaded down from the shower head, and the mist made her partially visible figure even more enchanting. Natasha tilted her head back to let the hot water wash over her, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She had grown tired and weary of her job as an SHIELD agent, feeling like a lone boat unable to truly integrate into her surroundings. I'm so tired. This is really boring, Natasha muttered to herself. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed in the bathroom, and Han Shuya stepped out of the portal. Natasha was startled and quickly covered her body with a towel. Han Kia, why did you suddenly appear here? Right in my shower. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were in the shower. Han Shuya hurriedly covered her eyes with her hand, but still peeked through her fingers. Forget it. You're a woman too, and you have X-ray vision. If you want to look, I can't stop you, Natasha said helplessly, lowering the towel. Isn't your sexy figure and face enough? Why do you need to see mine? Since Natasha said so, Han Shuya lowered her hand and looked at Natasha's alluring figure. As Natasha dried herself and got dressed, she complained, You actually came to find me. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could that be? Han Shuya quickly replied, I've always remembered you. It's just that I've been busy lately. By the way, Natasha, stop selling your life to SHIELD. There are Hydra moles everywhere inside. Why not help me with my work instead? Natasha pondered for a moment. She knew that as an agent, anyone who built a relationship with her would be cautious. All right, time is precious. Let me help you get dressed quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Shuya activated her super speed, and in the blink of an eye, Natasha was fully dressed. Wait, you're too fast, Natasha exclaimed, feeling dazzled as everything was over in an instant. She vaguely sensed something unusual during the process, but everything happened too quickly for her to determine whether Han Shuya was intentional or accidental. Okay, let's go, Han Shuya said with a smile, drawing another portal. Miss Fiona, what do you want with me? Tony asked, somewhat puzzled. Fiona, not wanting to respond, crossed her arms and remained silent. Seeing Fiona's silence, Tony was even more confused and was about to ask J.A.R.V.I.S. to investigate when a portal suddenly appeared next to them. Han Kia walked out of the portal, followed by Natasha and Tony. Long time no see. Natasha nodded and greeted Tony. What? Tony was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Idol, why are you here? Are we going on a cross-border adventure? Didn't you always want me to take you to explore other worlds? Yes. Tony instantly perked up. I'm super excited to go on an adventure with you. Shall we set off right away? Yes, let us go immediately. By the way, wait a moment, goddess. I specially made a whole row of different versions of Iron Man suits for you. All for you. As Tony spoke, dozens of various Iron Man suits flew out indoors. At the same time, Tony donned his own armor. Thank you so much. I will treasure them, and maybe I'll wear them a fight. Han Kibia was very pleased with Tony's generous gift, and after speaking, she gently waved her hand, and the whole row of suits was stored in the system space. Queen, let us set off, Fiora said eagerly. Okay. Han Kibia gave the system the command to travel. A blue halo suddenly appeared, and a huge spatial passage opened before them. Natasha had never seen such a scene and couldn't help but widen her eyes. This crossing passage looks really magical. Although Tony had seen it before, he had never officially walked through the passage. He was very curious and excited, staring at the entrance like a child eager to go on an adventure. Fiora didn't care about that and excitedly followed Han Kiwia into the passage. Let us go. After everyone passed through the passage, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Cooling time of 10 days not completed. Consumption of system points 10,000. Bringing 3 people to cross consumes 3,000 points. Remaining points 586,600. Batman Bruce has recently been actively preparing for battle, fully aware that Superman Clark's strength is too great, so he must be well prepared. With the assistance of his old butler Alfred, he extracted several bullets from rare kryptonite and used the remaining kryptonite to make a kryptonite spear. As long as you can effectively use these kryptonite weapons, you can deal effective damage to Superman, Alfred said, but I still suggest you talk to Superman first. If negotiations fail, then consider using force. There's nothing to talk about. Bruce had already donned the specially designed bat armor for this battle, checking all the gear. All right, everything is ready. Bruce nodded. I want to seek justice from Superman. I want him to be responsible for the destruction caused during the Zod battle and to pay for my car. Bruce paused and gritted his teeth. Isn't he the god of this world? I want him to bleed. But soon, Alfred informed him that another powerful female Superman had appeared, likely another Kryptonian, and her strength didn't seem weak. What? Another Kryptonian? Bruce frowned. Yes. We need to reassess the situation. Will she help Superman? Will she be a threat during your duel with Superman? Alfred said worriedly. Regardless, my mission remains unchanged, Bruce said while checking his gear. Even if there are 2 Kryptonians, I will make them stop their evil deeds. Subsequently, Bruce watched the viral video online of Han Kiwia saving people, his face showing grave concern. The female Superman may have a sense of justice and is careful not to harm ordinary people while saving others, but her speed is faster than Superman. If she goes out of control, the consequences could be even worse. Alfred sighed, knowing he couldn't dissuade the determined Bruce. So be careful. Facing Superman directly is very risky. I know, but the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Bruce donned his gear and sat in the Batplane. The cockpit closed, and the Batplane started to ascend. The battle between Superman and Batman is about to begin. At night, Han Kia, Tony, Natasha, and Fiora stepped out of the passage and appeared in the open space of Han Kia's villa area. Yay! Wow, is this another world? It seems quite similar to our world, just with a different technological development pace. Tony was very curious and flew around the area of Han Kia's villa, instructing his AI Jarvis to collect information online. Sir, according to my analysis, this place is quite similar to Earth. Superheroes and villains are everywhere. And the overall technology level is somewhat lower than in our world, but there are also some special technologies that we don't have. How interesting. It seems we could have a lot of fun here, Tony said excitedly as he flew back. Fiora stood obediently to the side, waiting for Han Kiwia's instructions. Tony, don't run around. This world isn't as safe as ours. There are many powerful beings. Don't get killed. I don't have any revival skills. At your command, Queen. Tony stood at attention, saluting in a not-so-standard military manner. I promise not to cause any trouble or add to any problems. Tony thought to himself, I really hope I can travel with you again in the future. This opportunity is rare, so I better listen to the commands a bit. I hope I can come along next time. Seeing Tony standing at attention seriously, Han Kiwia and Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Natasha smiled and said, Tony, Your obedient look is really too funny. It seems you are determined to win the goddess's favor and strive to go on adventures together in the future, right? Yes. I really want to see more wonders of other worlds. Blue fire. Han Kiya called in her heart. With a rumble, a bright blue four-seater convertible drove over and stopped in front of them. Get in the car. Blue fire automatically opened the car door, and everyone got in one after another. Natasha couldn't help but be a bit curious, although she knew Blue Fire was a transformer. This was her first time riding in one. I'm still wearing armor. Is it inconvenient? After Han Kiya and the other three got in the car, Tony hurriedly took the last seat. Inside, he was secretly overjoyed, being in the same car with three top beauties, Han Kiya, Fiora, and Natasha, was simply a dream moment. Even though he could fly while wearing the armor, he preferred to sit in the car now and even thought about asking the beauties for a group photo to show off later. However, Tony quickly dismissed this thought. He was afraid the beauties would find him annoying and decided it was better not to mention it. Han Kiya glanced at Tony, but said nothing. Fiora noticed Tony sitting next to her, curled her lips, and shifted a bit away. Let's go, Blue Fire, to the side of the Batman vs. Superman battle. Han Kiya said from the driver's seat. The sky had darkened, and the battle was about to begin. As you command, Queen, Blue Fire replied, activating the engine and swiftly taking off with the group. Han Xiaoyan activated her supervision and X-ray vision, quickly locating Catwoman Selina, and then informed Blue Fire of Selina's location. Blue Fire, also bring that cat along. Okay, master. Inside a residential building, a group of robbers armed with knives and guns was preparing to escape with the stolen goods. Suddenly, a shadow appeared silently, first knocking out the first robber with a swift chop, and then executing a spinning kick that sent the second robber crashing to the ground. The third robber was still in shock when the shadow grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. Who? The robbers exclaimed. Selina elegantly released her grip, letting the unconscious robber fall to the ground. Turning around, she revealed her perfect figure outlined in a black bodysuit. You greedy rats deserve to be punished. A glint of cold light flashed in Selina's eyes. Catwoman, you're a thief too. It's best if you don't meddle in our business. We have so many people. A small leader cautiously remarked, having recognized Selina's outfit. Behind him stood 8 or 9 subordinates armed with knives and guns, holding a considerable amount of stolen money and valuables. I'm different from you. I must intervene in this matter today. A hint of coldness flashed in Selina's eyes. She was a righteous thief, only stealing from the wicked and wealthy, never harming ordinary people. Everyone attack, the small leader shouted, and his subordinates immediately surrounded Selina with their weapons. Due to their numbers and the limited space, they were temporarily unable to use their guns for fear of hitting their own. Come on, let me give you some pain. Selina smiled sweetly, though her eyes revealed the fierceness of a feline predator. She crouched down and swiftly swept her leg towards the first enemy, who fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Next, she struck the second enemy's neck with a knife hand, knocking him out. The third enemy, surprised, attempted to elbow Selina, but she reacted quickly, gracefully spinning around and delivering a spinning kick that connected with his chin, sending him flying far away. Is this the level of skill you think can defeat me? Selina leapt back lightly, dodging several attacks, then executed a sweeping kick that struck one robber's knee, causing him to cry out in pain as he fell heavily to the ground. The fourth attacker charged at her with a punch, which Selina met with her own. A loud crack echoed as the fourth man's arm broke on impact, making him scream in agony. Selina swiftly raised her knee into his chin, and he fell down, clutching his face and wailing. Tap, tap, tap. Gunfire erupted as Selina had taken out several robbers. Knowing they couldn't win, the robbers began shooting, no longer fearing friendly fire. Selina's sharp intuition allowed her to predict the direction of the bullets, and her agile form easily dodged them. Seeing that the staircase was just right, she quickly dashed over. Using the height and structure of the hallway as cover, she could better lure the robbers into her trap. Selina nimbly vaulted over the stair railing into the hallway. Come here, you stinky rats. She taunted, her tone playful and excited. Bang, bang. With a few shots fired, Selina leaped lightly, flipping halfway up the stairs, evading bullets that struck the concrete wall. The robbers, emboldened by their guns, saw Selina retreat and grew braver. Everyone attack. TCH, just a few stinky rats? What does having numbers matter? Selina scoffed, crouching stealthily around a corner like a black cat waiting to pounce. 2 robbers slowly made their way upstairs. As they turned the corner, a shadow darted out, and Selina delivered a spinning kick that struck one of them in the chin. He screamed as he fell down the stairs. The other robber hastily raised his gun, but Selena reacted swiftly, grabbing the barrel and throwing him over her shoulder, sending him crashing down the stairs. "Too impatient, are we, Mr. Robber?" Selena said, placing her hands on her hips, tossing her hair back, and smiling at the stairs below. Like a confident hunter, seeing the situation turn against them, the remaining robbers began to flee. Selena gracefully sprang into action, ready to continue her hunt. "Run!" One robber, showing some loyalty, was the first to shout and flee. The remaining robbers quickly followed suit, realizing their chances were gone. Selena moved like an agile flying cat in the stairwell, delivering a spinning kick that struck one robber's temple, making him collapse. A knee strike landed heavily in another robber's abdomen, causing him to double over, choking on his breath. "Is this all you've got?" "Boring." Selena flipped in midair, landing smoothly and executing a side kick that sent another fleeing robber tumbling downstairs. Selena's figure was incredibly sexy and well-proportioned, with a slim waist, curvy hips, and long straight legs, all accentuated by her form-fitting black bodysuit that highlighted her alluring physique. She resembled a proud black cat, exuding deadly charm. Throughout the battle, Selena's movements were fluid, fast, and cohesive, embodying a blend of elegance and power, both beautiful and practical. She fought like an agile black cat, leaving no openings. Selena landed lightly, tossing her hair back stylishly. The last few robbers had already managed to escape to the first-floor corridor. Selena knew some had gotten away, but there was nothing she could do about it and had no intention of pursuing them. "Well done, Selena." At that moment, Han Shuyan suddenly appeared before Selena, praising her. She thought to herself, if only she had a cat tail, it would be even more perfect. Just as Selena was about to respond, Han Shuyan activated her super speed, wrapping her arms around Selena's slender waist and instantly teleporting them downstairs. Meanwhile, as several robbers had just exited the building, Iron Man Tony descended from the air, blocking their escape. Natasha arrived in front, delivering a flying kick that knocked one robber out before he could even react. Ugh! He didn't have time to raise his hands in defense before being knocked unconscious. The next robber didn't have a chance to react either, as Fiora swiftly approached, executing a shoulder throw that slammed him heavily to the ground. He cried out, losing his ability to move. "You can't escape, my friend," Tony teased, throwing a left jab at the last remaining robber, who fell straight to the ground without making a sound. Did I just kill him with one punch?" Tony wondered. As Selena was lifted by Han Shuyan, she felt a blur before finding herself downstairs. "Do you always pick people up without asking? I'm not your cat." Selena shot Han Shuyan a glare, playfully complaining. However, she thought Han Shuyan was prettier than her, so she didn't feel she had lost out. Han Kiwia's face flashed with a smile as she slowly loosened her arm and set Selena down. Selena truly resembled an elegant and gentle, yet somewhat proud cat, but still retained a hint of wildness. Han Kiwia looked at Selena's sexy body and long legs, feeling a bit restless inside. "System, I want to turn back into a man." "No. Host, you should quickly accumulate more points," the system calmly replied. "Isn't it great to have such powerful abilities as a woman? Women also have their advantages. With your perfect looks and figure, you can easily interact and have close contact with various beauties. Many women might even feel honored to be your friend." That made sense. Han Kiwia could only accept reality. Seeing Selena, who had been let down by Han Kiwia, Tony couldn't help but fix his gaze on her. "Beautiful lady, what a pleasure. I'm billionaire Tony Stark." The superhero Iron Man Tony's eyes sparkled as he eagerly greeted Selena. "Let me introduce her. This is Selena, the legendary Catwoman of Gotham City, who took down a dozen thugs in the hallway all by herself," Han Kia said indifferently, as Selena smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Natasha, Han Kiwia's friend." Natasha extended her hand to shake Selena's politely. Selena looked at the woman dressed similarly in a leather bodysuit with interest, secretly comparing. This woman's legs are shorter than mine." "Nice to meet you," Selena replied courteously, but Natasha keenly noticed the small sense of pride in her eyes. Fiorella, a loyal warrior of the Queen." After briefly introducing herself, Fiorella said no more. At this moment, Blue Fire quickly approached, coming to a stop with a beautiful screech. The Blue Fire transformed into a cool four-seater convertible, painted in blue and fiery red, exuding a mechanical coolness and futuristic vibe. "Blue Fire, is that you? You've changed your look again? So cool," Selena exclaimed, looking at the convertible form of Blue Fire, then glancing at Han Kiwia, thinking about how this high-performance transformer belonged to her, feeling envious. "Yes, Miss Selena, I'm here to pick everyone up," Blue Fire replied. "Get in. Selena, you drive." Han Kiya said with a smile. Blue Fire automatically opened all 4 car doors, and Han Kiya took the passenger seat. There's no room in the back, so I'll just fly along with you. Tony, dressed in Iron Man armor, noticed there were 2 people in the back and didn't want to squeeze in. Fiorella and Natasha also gracefully jumped into the back seat. Selena nodded slightly, and upon hearing Han Kiya's words, Blue Fire's engine roared, waiting for Selena to start driving. Let us go. Selena lifted her long, beautiful leg, lightly tapped the gas pedal, and pressed down, causing Blue Fire to emit a powerful roar. Under her skilled control, the blue and red vehicle shot into the bustling street like an arrow, with Tony flying alongside in his armor. Holding the steering wheel, Selena's red lips curled into a proud arc, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a sense of revenge. Last time, Blue Fire had taken away her control while she was immersed in the joy of driving. But now Blue Fire was under her command. Tony turned to look, thinking, this woman drives too wildly. Ahead was a sharp turn, and Tony thought Selena would start slowing down to navigate it, but she showed no signs of reducing speed. With her left foot lightly pressing the brake and her right hand swiftly turning the steering wheel, Blue Fire beautifully drifted through the sharp turn under her expert maneuvering, leaving 2 trails of smoke from the rear wheels on the ground, showing no sign of slowing down. Miss Selena, your driving skills are impressive, Tony exclaimed, flying closely beside the car in awe. Natasha, witnessing this scene, felt the urge to experience the thrill of driving Blue Fire herself. This cat is wild, Han Kiya commented with a smile. Just then, in the distant night sky, Bruce shot a bat signal into the air, declaring war against Superman. The bat signal is on. Han Kiya was the first to notice and immediately said, I'll go ahead. Saying that, she flew out of the convertible's cabin and quickly rushed towards the scene. Wait for me. Tony shot a stronger jet of thrust from his armor's feet, accelerating to catch up. Whoosh. Fiorella also took off immediately to follow. We're speeding up too, Selena said, pressing down hard on the gas pedal, her calf muscles tensing, exuding a wild, explosive power. If it were an ordinary car, it might have been damaged under her forceful pressing of the gas pedal. As Catwoman, Selena's physical condition is 4 times that of an ordinary person, and her agility and flexibility are 7 times beyond normal. Even though she wasn't using her full strength, the power contained in that stomp was unimaginable. This didn't affect Blue Fire much, but he still pondered as he accelerated. Why is this? Just pressing all the way down should let me go full speed. There's no need to treat my gas pedal so forcefully. Miss Selena, luckily I'm a structurally sturdy transformer. Otherwise, with your wild driving, my body structure would have fallen apart long ago. My master is much gentler. Blue Fire couldn't help but complain. After saying that, before Selena and Natasha could react, Blue Fire immediately began to transform. The fast-moving Blue Fire car started to operate and convert, with the front gradually elongating into the cockpit, and the wheels extending to both sides to become wings. The various components moved swiftly, transforming until a massive warplane form of Blue Fire appeared. Of course, the transformation process did not affect the 2 sitting inside. Selena stared in shock at the Blue Fire car she had just been driving, staring blankly at the disappearing steering wheel. Blue Fire transformed into a fighter jet and took off into the sky. Selena instinctively feared heights. She had just been immersed in the excitement of driving, but now her face changed suddenly, and her heart raced. Natasha noticed Selena's reaction and immediately asked, Selena, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Could it be that you really are a cat? After the transformation was complete, the airplane-shaped Blue Fire's engine roared as it accelerated forward, capable of reaching speeds of up to 8 Mach, much faster than the 3 Mach on the ground. Han Kiya arrived at the top of a tall building not far from the battlefield, which was an excellent vantage point to watch the battle between Batman and Superman. System, start the cross-border live broadcast, Han Kiya said to the system. Okay, a small portal has been opened in the system space for live broadcast signal transmission, the system replied. As a result, the homepage of all network platforms in the DC Universe and Marvel Universe was forcefully occupied by Han Kiya's live broadcast. People from both worlds quickly noticed this situation and began to discuss. A person from the Marvel Universe said, Supergirl has started a live broadcast. After waiting so long, we can finally see Supergirl again. Does anyone know where the live broadcast is happening? I want to go to the scene. The DC world was also bustling. Isn't this Gotham City? Oh, that seems to be Batman, who is live broadcasting. On the other side, Lex Luthor saw the bat signal light up in the sky and sneered to himself. He didn't waste any time and immediately sent his ambush subordinates to successfully capture Clark's mother, Martha. He then also successfully kidnapped Superman's girlfriend, reporter Lois. and ordered his men to bring her over. Luthor dragged Lois to the top of a tall building, a sinister smile on his face. He knew that the most effective way to make Superman appear was to take his soft spot hostage. "Lois, let's enjoy the view," Luthor said, pulling Lois's wrist hard and forcing her to the edge of the rooftop. Lois was terrified and struggled desperately. "Stop. Let go of me." Her screams echoed in the high air, but were in vain. In the distance, Han Kiwia watched everything from another tall building. If Superman didn't arrive in time like in the movies, she would have to step in to save her. "Superman, come see me." Luthor laughed maniacally and pushed Lois off the rooftop, dozens of floors high. He was convinced this would force Superman to appear and come to rescue his beloved girlfriend. Just as Lois was about to fall to her death, a red and blue figure fell from the sky like a meteor and caught her securely. It was Clark Kent, Superman. Speed has increased a bit, gifted, but still quite inferior to me. Seeing Superman successfully rescue Lois, Han Kiwia stopped her actions. "Goddess Kiwia, I'm here at this moment." Tony flew over first in his Iron Man suit, landing gracefully next to Han Kiwia. "Your Majesty, I am at your service at any time." Fiola also quickly flew over, placing her right hand on her chest to perform a standard Kryptonian greeting to Han Kiwia. "Master, we are here too." Blue fire transformed into airplane mode, carrying Selina and Natasha to land on the rooftop. After opening the hatch, the two sexy women in tight suits walked out of the blue fire cabin. "Let's observe the situation first. Batman and Superman are about to duel, and the big boss has not yet appeared." After Han Kiwia finished speaking, her gaze fell on a figure in a window of a nearby tall building. Wonder Woman Diana was also secretly watching the battle. Diana happened to be looking curiously toward Han Kiwia's direction, but unexpectedly, Han Kiwia suddenly looked over, and their eyes met, startling her. "Come here." Han Kiwia flew over at high speed and instantly leaped to Diana's side. Diana looked around and found several others nearby. "Don't be nervous. We're all on the same side." Han Kiwia raised an eyebrow and smiled, glancing towards Superman's direction. "Watching the battle is more important. We can chat later." After hearing this, Diana took a deep breath to calm herself and simply nodded to the others present. The group then focused their curious gazes on the distance. "I can't hear what they're saying," Selina said with some regret. "Let's watch the live broadcast." Blue fire immediately projected a huge screen in midair, showing the footage following Superman Clark. After Clark rescued Lois, he quickly flew back to the rooftop, hovering in the air, with his eyes blazing like flames, glaring at Lex Luthor in front of him. "I won't hurt you, but I will send you to prison. You should be grateful," Clark said, suppressing the impulse to beat up Luthor, speaking each word clearly. Luthor's arms trembled slightly, but he stood firm, clearly having a trump card. "What I want to say is about your lofty issues. You see yourself above all. That's what a god is like. But I never saw a god rescue me from my father's fists and hatred when I was a child. So I've known since I was young that no one is omnipotent, and you are no exception. There is no such thing as a god in this world." Luthor paused and continued. "I want to let people know that you are a fraud, and I want the world to see your hands covered in blood. What have you done?" Clark felt a sense of ominous premonition and slowly descended to the ground, walking closer to Luthor. "Tonight, people will see through you because you, my friend, have an appointment to keep." In the distance, Han Kiwia commented, "Superman's temper is really good. He can patiently listen to him for so long. If it were me, I would have acted long ago. This guy wants to bully the honest man." Tony said. Clark looked at Luthor puzzled. "An appointment with whom? Why should I listen to you?" Over there, Luthor pointed to the giant bat shape projected by the bat signal in the sky. "Now you need to fly over and have a showdown with him. God against mortal, Kryptonian against Gotham's bat. Until death." Clark felt a bit annoyed and found it quite ridiculous. He had never liked to conflict with others and laughed. "Do you think I would fight him just because of you?" Luthor arrogantly shook his head. "Exactly. I believe you will fight relentlessly for that special lady in your life." Mentioning using his loved ones to threaten him, Clark instantly became furious and coldly said, "She is safe on the ground. But what about you? You may easily kill me. But I'm not talking about your girlfriend Lois. I'm talking about the most important woman in every boy's life, his mother." Clark stepped forward in anger. "Oh." Luthor quickly pulled out several photos of Martha already kidnapped. "Martha, Martha, Martha." Clark's expression changed instantly, and he stopped. Luthor smugly put away the photos. "The mother of a flying demon must be a witch. What is the punishment for a witch?" Luthor approached Clark, leaning his face close and asking, of course. "It's to be burned alive." After saying that, he scattered the photos on the ground. Clark bent down to pick up the photos, looking despairingly at his bound mother, then raised his head to look at Luthor, his eyes reddening, the heat in his gaze ready to shoot out at any moment. Where is she? I don't know. I didn't tell my men to inform me. Luthor arrogantly waved his finger in front of Clark's reddening eyes. If you kill me, your mother will die. If you fly away, she will also die. But if you kill that bat, Martha will be safe. The crouching Superman Clark, after hearing this, retracted his reddening eyes and lowered his head. Yes, that's right, very good. Luthor smiled and mischievously reached out to stroke Clark's head, thinking that even gods must yield to his will now. At this moment, Luthor was unaware that he was being live-streamed, and people from both worlds were watching his actions. I've already called the police for Superman. This Luthor is too evil. He actually kidnapped Superman's mother to threaten him, a loyal fan of Superman commented in the chat. What good is calling the police? Calling the police? That's laughable. Superman can only wait to be taken down by Batman. This person seemed too arrogant. I hope my idol, Supergirl, appears soon. It seems that this Superman is quite similar to Supergirl in some aspects. The comments were a mix of support and opposition to Superman, but very few supported Luthor's actions. In the footage, Clark still maintained a bowed posture while Luthor looked at him triumphantly. At that moment, his private jet arrived on the rooftop to pick him up. Luthor glanced at his watch. Time was running out. If you don't see that badass head in an hour, your mother is in danger. The timer on the bomb next to her has already started, he said, turning to step onto the plane. Luthor planned to prepare a backup. If Batman couldn't defeat Superman, he would immediately activate the Doomsday Revival Plan and unleash the monster from Kryptonian legend to deal with Superman. Tony was following the live stream while communicating with Jarvis. Jarvis was helping him gather information and answering his questions about this world. Is Gotham really this chaotic? Tony remarked, looking at the information Jarvis collected. Aside from Catwoman, Miss Selina, there's also a mysterious Batman. And the richest man in Gotham is Bruce Wayne. Could he be the legendary Batman? He made a simple deduction based on the known information. Jarvis, quickly help me investigate this Bruce Wayne and the relevant information about Batman. I feel there is some connection between the two. No need to investigate. Bruce is Batman, the protagonist of this battle, Jarvis replied. Hancho U.S. super hearing caught Tony's quiet conversation. Really? He is a bit like me. But with his bat gear, he definitely can't beat me, Iron Man. Tony said confidently. Are we going to help anyone? Selina asked curiously. I remember last time Superman broke your drone, Wonder Woman Diana reminded. If the Queen makes a move, she could take care of both of them. Fiora believed Han Shuyue could easily handle the two. The group was discussing among themselves. At this time, the live stream switched to Gotham City, shrouded in rain. Batman stood on top of a tall building, rain pattering on his armor. He gazed at the sky, waiting for Superman's arrival. Just then, a taxi screeched to a halt on the street, and Lois's golden hair was disheveled from running. Driver, hurry to the Daily Planet, Lois said. Just then, Superman's voice rang out behind her, and Lois turned around. I have to go to Gotham and persuade him to help me, Clark said, his tone filled with helplessness. Who? Lois asked in confusion. Batman, Bruce. If I can't persuade him, he will die, Clark said, pain etched on his face, speaking softly. Clark, Lois gasped, wanting to say something but hesitating. No one can be good forever in this world. The sadness in Clark's eyes was almost overflowing. His kind heart was already mourning for Bruce. After leaving this sentence, he turned and flew into the night sky, disappearing from Lois's sight. Lois looked in the direction he left, filled with worry and unease. She needed to do something. A flash of lightning lit up Gotham City, illuminating it with flickering light. Superman's figure soon appeared above Batman, quickly descending, looking anxious and troubled. Superman quickly landed, his expression urgent. Good, you finally came. I'm right here. Batman sneered. Bruce, please don't do this. Superman didn't want to fight. His tone was pleading. Unless absolutely necessary. He couldn't bear to take down Batman, and only wanted Bruce to help him. Batman slowly retreated, intending to lead Superman into a trap he had set. He wasn't listening to Superman and was fully focused on the fight. Seeing this, Superman anxiously followed Batman, trying to persuade him. I was wrong. You have to listen to me. It's Luthor. Just then, a high-frequency sound wave suddenly emitted from machines on both sides, hitting Superman hard. Superman cried out in pain, the massive impact blurring his vision. Before he finished speaking, Superman walked into Batman's trap and was hit by the sound wave attack. The air around Superman became indistinct. Batman smirked at the sight. Superman gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, picked up the sewer cover beneath him, and with all his might broke it in half, directly smashing the sound wave machines on both sides. The sound waves finally stopped. You don't understand. There's no time left, Superman said urgently, striding toward Batman. The timer on the bomb next to his mother was about to explode, and he had to take action. I understand, Batman replied. But he and Superman were not talking about the same thing. Batman stepped forward, striding towards Superman. The two faced each other, only a short distance apart. You don't understand a thing. Superman felt anxious in his heart, and suddenly pushed Batman far away. Just then, heavy machine guns that Batman had set up around suddenly fired in unison, a barrage of bullets aimed at Superman. Superman instinctively raised his hand to block, but soon he hovered in the air, his eyes emitting heat vision, instantly destroying the surrounding machine guns. Then, Superman quickly rushed over and pushed Batman far away. Batman's body traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Batman struggled to get up, Superman was already in front of him, diving down to pin him down and quickly shot up into the sky. The two tore through the night sky and soon reached the top of a tall building. Superman slammed Batman onto the rooftop. Batman lay on the ground, breathing heavily, then slowly stood up with a determined look. Don't fight back. If I wanted to get serious, you'd be dead by now, Superman shouted. In the distance, Han Chuyue and the others were speechless. Clark is taking too long. Is this necessary for the plot? There's so many opportunities to talk. Hurry up and get to the point. Han Chuyue thought inwardly. The audience from both worlds in the live stream was also very anxious. Ignoring Superman's warning, Batman quickly pulled out a custom smoke bomb from his utility belt and threw it between the two. The smoke instantly spread, obscuring their vision. Superman teleported forward, but the thick smoke made him temporarily lose track of Batman. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Batman took the opportunity to fire bullets containing kryptonite powder at Superman. I'm going to join the fun. Fiora, follow me. Han Chuyue, seeing this, quickly got up and zoomed off, flying towards the scene. Superman easily caught the bullet that Batman shot at him, revealing a confident smile. But in the next moment, bang, the bullet exploded in his palm, releasing the kryptonite powder inside. Cough, cough. Superman immediately staggered, bending over in pain and kneeling on one knee. Breathe it in, Batman said in a deep voice. Walking towards Superman, this is fear. He coldly looked at the kneeling Superman, feeling no sympathy in his heart. At this moment, Superman was thrown into disarray by the sudden turn of events. You're not brave, Batman continued coldly. Superman forced himself to regain his composure, standing up defiantly and throwing a punch at Batman. Thud! His fist struck heavily against Batman's reinforced steel armor, which had been specially designed for this fight, remaining intact. Under the influence of the kryptonite powder, Superman's strength was no different from that of an ordinary person. Humans are the brave ones, Batman said, delivering a heavy punch to Superman, officially starting the fight. The two exchanged blows, but Batman, wearing the armor, always held the upper hand, brutally beating the kryptonite-affected Superman. Superman continued to be beaten, growing more and more disheveled. Batman finally knocked Superman to the ground, bent down, and lifted Superman's body with both hands, throwing him directly off the high building. Bang! Superman fell from several stories high to the ground, landing heavily and letting out a cry of pain. Batman quickly fired a grappling hook to catch the outer wall of the building, slowly descending to the first floor. He picked up the prepared kryptonite spear and strode towards the struggling Superman, raising his foot and stomping hard on Superman's chest. Superman's face twisted in agony from the pain. You were never a god. You are not even human, Batman said in a low, hoarse tone. Raising the kryptonite spear and carving a deep gash across Superman's face, blood immediately pouring out. Even gods bleed, Batman sneered coldly, raising the kryptonite spear again, ready to end Superman's life. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Batman's kryptonite spear. Batman used all his strength, but couldn't stab it down even a bit. All right. Today's fight ends here, Han Chuyue said casually, showing no fear of the out-of-control situation. Batman, Bruce, it's time to stop. At this moment, Tony also arrived at the scene, floating in the air in his armor. Queen, Fiora also came to the side, wearing a black silk short skirt armor. The live broadcast clearly presented this scene to audiences in both worlds. Marvel Universe. Upon seeing Han Chuyue appear in the live broadcast, the fanbase of Supergirl immediately erupted in excitement. Oh! Supergirl has finally appeared. My God, Supergirl has been missing for so long, and we can finally see her again. I was worried for a long time, thinking something had happened to her. I said Supergirl is so powerful. She would definitely be fine. By the way, do you know where Supergirl is? The goddess Supergirl is in another world. Really? You're not joking? The live broadcast was not only watched by ordinary fans. Nick Fury had already sent his subordinates to investigate, confirming that the live broadcast was not happening in any corner of Earth, but very likely in another parallel world on another Earth. Damn, Supergirl can really traverse different universes. This won't pose a huge threat to our world, will it? Nick frowned. The high-ranking officials of the U.S. government and military were also watching the live broadcast at the same time. They knew very well that this was not happening in their world, but in a brand new one. Incredible. If powerful enemies invade us through this cross-world ability, the consequences would be unimaginable. I have always said not to provoke Supergirl. If we had really used General Ross's plan to try to capture Supergirl, what would have happened if she escaped to another world? Capture? Are you joking? Don't you know how strong she is? We shouldn't easily attempt to control powerful superhumans. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, this Supergirl doesn't seem to have malicious intent. Otherwise, how would we deal with such a level of threat? For such a being, I wonder if nuclear weapons would work on her. I think we should find a way to contact her, communicate more with her, and strive for her goodwill. What a joke. We need to expedite the development of more powerful weapons to combat external threats. Seeing Han Qiya appear in the live broadcast, the high-ranking U.S. officials and military leaders lost their composure and demeanor in shock, arguing with each other. Hydra, Pierce was not surprised by the astonishing power displayed by Supergirl, as he had long been mentally prepared to face her formidable strength. No wonder Supergirl is so powerful. She clearly does not belong to our inferior world. She can even freely traverse different cosmic dimensions. Pierce sighed inwardly. Although Pierce had never met Han Qiya, the shock she brought to Hydra had long been deeply imprinted in their minds, and his understanding of Supergirl's mysterious powers far exceeded that of ordinary people. Previously, Hydra had secretly obtained a strand of Supergirl Han Qiya's hair, attempting to unravel the secrets of her superpowers. But even using a specialized saw capable of cutting diamonds, they could not inflict any damage on Supergirl's hair. In the end, they used the most powerful laser cutting device, leaving only microscopic marks on her hair that could only be seen under a microscope, unable to cut it even a bit. Additionally, Hydra estimated that Han Qiya's body density was at least 2-3 million times that of an ordinary human. Haha. Some of our Hydra higher-ups were still trying to control Supergirl, not realizing that our weapons and abilities are insignificant compared to her. It is pure delusion to hope to contend with her. We have no choice but to seek alternative paths. Pierce chuckled to himself, beginning to devise Hydra's follow-up strategies. While the Marvel crowd was in shock when Han Qiya stopped Bruce from delivering the finishing blow to Superman and said that today's fight was over, Bruce felt a hint of anger inside, feeling quite dissatisfied. Who do you think you are? What does Supergirl matter? Just because you say stop, I will stop? I went to such great lengths to create Kryptonite weapons and successfully counter Superman. How could I possibly stop now that I have the advantage? Tony, stop just watching. They don't need your help over there. Come over here and support us. Natasha and Selena were on a blue fire, contacting Tony. Received, I'm on my way. Tony stopped watching the fight and activated his Iron Man armor, flying towards them. Sorry to keep you waiting. What do you need me to do? Tony quickly arrived at their side, near a dimly lit building. We need to go in and rescue Superman's mother. Martha, do you think we can handle it? Selena said. With me, Iron Man here, absolutely no problem. Tony confidently said, then added, the three of us going out together is giving these people too much face. No, not just three, there's me too. I'm a transformer. Just then, blue fire silently drove over. Wow, you scared me. So you can move stealthily too. Looks like you're good at ambushes, Bruce thought to himself. This was a great opportunity to eliminate Superman and eliminate potential threats in the future. He couldn't let it slip away easily. To protect the future of humanity, he had to complete the mission of killing Superman. Supergirl, get out of the way, Bruce said in a low, slightly breathless voice with determination in his eyes. He thought to himself that he still had one last kryptonite bullet as a backup. If the situation became critical, he could use it to seriously injure Supergirl. But there was no need to rush. The kryptonite spear could still be effective. Although Supergirl seemed to still have companions watching from a distance, as long as he could force Supergirl away from Superman, he could successfully kill Superman with a kryptonite spear. And today's mission would be complete. Bruce swung the kryptonite spear and swept it toward Han Qiya, intending to use the kryptonite spear to force her away from Superman and clear the obstacle. He believed that with the Kryptonian's nature, Supergirl would definitely avoid the kryptonite. Unexpectedly, Han Qiya stood proudly, showing no intention of moving an inch. Han Qiya did not need to hide and did not want to hide. She stood there arrogantly, as her Kryptonian bloodline was flawless. A hint of barely noticeable joy flashed in Bruce's eyes. He judged that Supergirl might have misjudged the threat of the kryptonite, giving him an opportunity. Bruce tightened his grip on the kryptonite spear aimed at Han Qiya, focusing intently on delivering a blow that could severely injure her. In the DC World live stream, Han Qiuya's new fans were extremely anxious as they saw her remain unfazed in the face of the Kryptonite spear. Supergirl quickly dodged. "Oh my god, this is bad." One fan nervously covered their eyes, unable to watch. "No, Batman, please don't hurt Supergirl," shouted another fan in worry. Those who hated aliens and supported Batman felt a sense of schadenfreude. "Haha, well done. One more hit and knock this girl out. Go Batman. Get rid of these aliens. Earth is a world for humans." Superman fans were furious. Superman is the embodiment of justice. Superman isn't even human. Batman is the true justice. Various opinions clashed, with the fiercest debates coming from the supporters of Superman and Batman. However, once Han Qiuya finished off Doomsday in her livestream, she would become the top influencer. Fiora, an excellent warrior from Krypton, had sharp battlefield awareness and quick reactions. When she saw Batman swing the Kryptonite spear at Queen Han Qiuya, she immediately felt worried and panicked, quickly flying over to help. She did not know that Han Qiuya possessed a flawless Kryptonian lineage. She only knew that Kryptonite could weaken Kryptonians' powers and could even easily kill them. Thus, Fiora flew over urgently, shouting, "Queen, quickly dodge." Then, she exerted all her remaining strength to grab the Kryptonite spear from Batman's hands. And even though her body was already starting to weaken, she managed to break the deadly Kryptonite spear with the last bit of her strength. The scene of Fiora breaking the Kryptonite spear was also broadcasted to the audience. Han Qiuya's fans breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She is also a Kryptonian. Great, another Supergirl has arrived. Dressed in all black, with black stockings and a super short skirt, she looked incredibly heroic. The sight of two Kryptonian beauties teaming up was too beautiful to look at. So close to succeeding. Another Kryptonian has come to ruin Batman's plans. How will Batman fight next? Does he still have an advantage? The live stream was filled with discussions, and the enthusiastic atmosphere did not die down. What? I have to deal with 3 Kryptonians today? Bruce felt a bit overwhelmed. "Fiora, are you okay?" Han Qiuya quickly embraced Fiora, surprised by her quick reaction. "I'm actually not afraid of Kryptonite. Your Majesty, be careful of the Kryptonite. Don't worry about me. Just let me rest for a moment, and I'll recover soon." Han Qiuyan, it's truly heaven's help. The two are just together, and I can take them all out with my last Kryptonite bullet. Bruce quickly raised his gun and shot. Bang! Han Qiuyan effortlessly caught the Kryptonite bullet with her hand, and the bullet exploded in her palm, releasing the Kryptonite powder contained within. The green Kryptonite powder spread in the air, surrounding Han Qiuyan and Fiora. "Breathe it in, and let you know the taste of fear," Bruce said with a smug sneer. Han Qiuya initially wanted to keep a low profile, but since Fiora was nearby, she felt the need to protect her. So, Han Qiuya decided to show off a bit of the Queen's authority, acting like a domineering CEO to give Fiora a glimpse of what it means to be a queen who isn't afraid of Kryptonite. Han Qiuya took a deep breath, and almost instantly, all the Kryptonite dust around her was sucked into her mouth. Yet, her mental state showed no signs of weakness. Bruce was utterly shocked at the sight. He never expected that the Superwoman would directly inhale the Kryptonite dust that could weaken or even kill Kryptonians, and she appeared completely unaffected. Impossible. This is the high-concentration Kryptonite powder I've meticulously refined. How could you be unscathed? Bruce muttered in disbelief. The Kryptonite bullets were made very well, but next time, don't make them. Instead, make me a few Kryptonite cigarettes, Han Qiuya slowly said. After saying this, Han Qiuya blew all the Kryptonite dust in her mouth into the sky, and with a gentle puff, the dust scattered and disappeared without a trace. As for the viewers who had been watching the live stream, they were already stunned into silence. Han Qiuya's reputation was rapidly increasing. Fiora looked on with starry eyes. Having never seen such a domineering queen, she admired Han Qiuya as she inhaled and exhaled all the Kryptonite powder, powerful and unflappable, completely composed in the face of change. The queen must be strong too. Her subordinate was truly lucky to follow the queen. Fiora's eyes sparkled with admiration. Han Qiuya looked at Fiora with satisfaction, recalling how, during their previous relaxation sessions, it was Fiora's strength that was sufficient to give her a massage due to her own robust physique. No other formidable Terminator could achieve the desired effect when attempting to massage her. Moreover, Fiora was a fierce combatant with rich practical experience, making her an excellent right-hand woman. She was very loyal and could grasp Han Qiuya's intentions well, cooperating seamlessly in both battle and daily life. Who wouldn't like such a loyal and capable, beautiful subordinate? Martha. Just then, Superman Clark stood up unsteadily. After digesting the effects of the Kryptonite powder, he began to recover his strength quickly. "Please help me. Save my mother, Martha. She's still with Lex Luthor." Oh no, Superman has regained his powers. Now I have to fight 3 Kryptonian Supermen barehanded. Bruce watched as Superman recovered, feeling a chill in his heart. Wait, did he just mention the name Martha? Bruce's mother was also named Martha, which immediately reminded him of his own mother. Upon hearing Clark say the name Martha, Bruce suddenly recalled his deceased mother, feeling extremely saddened. He shouted in an agitated voice, "Why did you mention that name? That's my mother's name." At that moment, Clark's girlfriend Lois rushed over, hurriedly explaining. Han Kiya coolly interjected, "Clark, you destroyed my drone earlier." Clark hurriedly replied, "I am sorry. I didn't know it was yours. I'll compensate you. But my mother has a time bomb that's about to explode. Please help me and find a way to save her." Bruce calmed down slightly. At that moment, he couldn't bear the thought of a woman sharing the same name as his deceased mother losing her life. He quickly asked, "Where's your mother trapped? I'll go save her." He realized that Superman's mother was also human, and Superman must care for his mother just as he did for his own. This understanding diminished his previous hatred towards Superman, and most of the hostility in his heart disappeared. "I've already sent someone to rescue her. My companions have already gone," Han Kiya said. She had sent Blue Fire and others to carry out the rescue when she came over earlier. "Superman, you also need to compensate me for my vehicle damage," Bruce added, seizing the opportunity to stand on the same side as Han Kiya. Han Kiya's fearless performance against the Kryptonite shocked him, and he currently has no thoughts of opposing Han Kiya. Clark said awkwardly, "I'm very sorry. I have significant financial issues right now. Once I save up some money, I will definitely compensate you." Han Kiya rolled her eyes, thinking, how long would it take to save up enough to compensate for the damage to the Batmobile with your salary at the Planet Daily? Letting you two fight one-on-one is Luthor's trick. He threatened Clark's mother, which is why Clark had no choice but to come. Lois quickly interjected to explain. At this moment, Bruce began to worry that Han Kiya's companions were not strong enough to rescue Clark's mother successfully, and he wanted to go help. At the same time, he was also concerned that Han Kiya would want to fight him, which would mean he was done for. He did not want to face off against this Kryptonite-resistant Supergirl. Seizing this opportunity to escape, Bruce said, "I'm worried your companions won't be able to handle Luthor's men. I'll go help." After saying that, he quickly turned and left. "Your Majesty, he is being clever and trying to slip away. Should we chase him?" Fiona said, somewhat indignantly, as the previous Kryptonite effect had made her feel uncomfortable. "Forget it. There was a misunderstanding this time. I hope he knows better next time." At this moment, Han Kiya thought of the Flash movie world she had visited before. There was no no-kill principal Batman from that universe. He took care of Gotham's criminals and made it the safest city in the world. Achieving all that Batman had never accomplished. She wondered what Supergirl Kara was like in that world. In the Kryptonian army, she needed to find time to check in on them. Bruce quickly ran to pilot his Batplane. "Alfred, help me locate Clark's mother." Seeing that Han Kiya did not pursue him, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Supergirl was quite decent. He had been too prejudiced against Kryptonian superheroes in the past. The old butler Alfred replied, "Sorry, I overheard your conversation, but I was prepared. I've located Martha. She's in a house near the harbor. I don't deserve you treating me like this, Alfred. I was too impulsive regarding Superman," Bruce said, feeling a bit guilty. "That Kryptonian spaceship is draining the city's power. It must be Luthor's doing," Lois worriedly said to Clark. "I'm going to find Luthor. He must be brought to justice," Clark said before flying off. Only Han Kiya and Fiona remained at the scene. "System, can the various equipment I purchased before be upgraded with reputation points to add new features?" Han Kiya was thinking about adding the ability to resist kryptonite radiation to Fiorella's nano armor. It would be great if it could offset most of the kryptonite's effects. "I'm very sorry, host, but according to the current system level, equipment upgrades cannot be performed at this time. However, once you defeat Doomsday, the system will be able to upgrade, and then the upgrade function will be unlocked. At that time, you can enhance various items you have already purchased as needed," the system replied. At this moment, Louise, who was nearby, rolled her eyes and thought of something. She quietly ran over, picked up the broken kryptonite spear, and threw it far away. Of course, both Han Kiya and Fiorella saw this, but said nothing. "Fiorella, how much do you know about the Kryptonian monster, Doomsday?" Han Kiya looked curiously at Fiora and asked. She noticed that Fiora had basically recovered from the influence of the kryptonite, truly worthy of being a powerful warrior with Kryptonian genes. "These people are too weak. How dare this Luthor use Superman's mother to threaten him?" Tony said. At this point, they had easily dealt with this batch of enemies and successfully rescued Martha. If it weren't for their caution and taking some time to understand the enemy situation, they might have ended this rescue even faster. "Blue Fire, why did you have to shout out loud during your sneak attack and then blast the guy away?" exposing us like that?" Natasha asked somewhat reproachfully. "I thought it would be more impressive and exciting. I'm not afraid of being discovered when dealing with these small fry." Blue Fire replied in his robotic form. Selena teased, "Blue Fire, do you act like that in front of your beautiful mistress too?" Just then, someone called out. "Who was there?" Natasha sharply turned around and raised her gun warily. Everyone turned their attention in that direction. "Come out." Tony also raised his palm cannon. "It's me, Batman." Bruce emerged from the darkness, his cape billowing behind him. "I'm here to rescue Martha." "So it's you, Bruce," Selena said, a slight smile on her lips. Bruce noticed that they all seemed to have already figured out his true identity, and he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Does everyone now know that Bruce is Batman? "Bruce, you're late. We have already successfully rescued Clark's mother," Blue Fire said. Inside, Bruce thought, "What is this talking robot? What kind of day is it that I'm encountering so many things? Did my previous calculations against Superman mess up my brain? My mind is indeed tired today. It seems I need to rest well." Martha had just been rescued and was still a bit shaken. After adjusting her breathing for a while, she slowly came back to her senses and sincerely said to everyone, "Thank you so much for saving me." Her voice was still trembling, but a grateful smile had appeared on her face. She looked at them and sincerely said thank you. "No need to thank us. Just a small effort," they replied. Bruce wanted to speak but didn't know how to introduce himself. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I'm your son's friend. I can tell. You must be Clark's friend, especially since you're wearing a cape," Martha said with a gentle smile, her tone warm. In the battlefield of the Superman versus Batman confrontation, Han Kiya and Fiora were having a lively chat high in the sky, waiting for Doomsday to revive. Fiora frowned and said, "Queen, we must act quickly and decisively to deal with Doomsday. It can absorb energy and become stronger." She felt very anxious. Doomsday had once been a nightmare for the Kryptonians. Han Kiya wore a confident and relaxed expression. As long as it fears Kryptonite, there won't be any problem. Outside the scene, a large number of police and heavily armed personnel had already surrounded the area, making it impenetrable. However, they only dared to remain on the outside, cautiously on guard. And no one had the courage to recklessly enter this dangerous, forbidden zone. Journalists from various media outlets had rushed to the scene, reporting nervously. A female reporter excitedly and anxiously reported the situation. "We are still on the outskirts of the controlled center. The situation is extremely dangerous, and military and police personnel have surrounded this area." Boom! A sonic boom echoed as Clark shot down from the sky like a red and blue beam of light, instantly penetrating the Kryptonian spaceship's hull. Inside the cabin, Clark saw Lex Luthor in the cockpit. Luthor's face first showed a moment of surprise, but then he returned to his usual arrogant smile. He snapped his fingers dramatically, saying, I'm late, little bunny. 40 seconds until activation." The cold computer inside the cabin reported. Clark ignored the voice and silently walked towards Luthor, his steps firm. "You have no moves left, and there's no time. You're still missing a bat's head." Luthor questioned angrily, waving his hands, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ding ding. Luthor's phone suddenly rang. "Oh, hold on, the chef is calling." "Excuse me." Luthor stepped away to answer the phone, preparing to order his subordinates to kill Clark's mother, Martha. Gotham barbecue, well done," Luthor said with a malicious smile, his tone casual, as if placing an order. In reality, he was issuing an order to burn Martha alive. Clark coldly stared at Luthor, shrugged, and his joints made a slight cracking sound as he suppressed the urge to act. He believed that Supergirl's companions and Batman had already rescued his mother, but he still wanted to listen to the call to confirm it personally. Cough. A clear cough came from the other end of the phone. It was Tony who picked up the call. "Give our Superman some bad news," Luthor said, thinking it was his subordinate answering the phone. Tony glanced at Bruce and handed him the phone. "Batman, you take this one. We prefer to handle things face to face. Just wait and see," Bruce said in a deep voice as he took the phone. Hearing this, Luthor was taken aback, and the smile on his face gradually faded, turning into a grim expression. At this moment, Clark finally spoke up, saying in a deep voice, "You lost." "I don't know how to lose," Luthor thought, his last backup plan flashing through his mind with a cunning look. Clark was unaware that inside the spaceship, Doomsday was about to be revived. "You will learn," Luthor said. "I will learn." "Oomph." Luthor raised his voice, pointing at Clark, his tone becoming serious. "I don't hate any sinner. I hate evil itself, and you, my friend, Kryptonian. Your existence is evil." Luthor walked briskly towards Clark, his eyes filled with fervor. "I can't let you win. I gave that bat a chance to fight, but he wasn't strong enough." Luthor's voice grew louder. "So if humanity can't kill you, this false god," Luthor's voice nearly roared, Then let the real devil do the job. After finishing, Luthor glared fiercely at Clark. At that moment, the countdown for the device to revive Doomsday was completed, and it officially activated with a hum. A surge of powerful electricity was instantly absorbed by the device inside the spaceship, causing the surrounding brightly lit skyscrapers to lose power, plunging Metropolis into darkness. At this time, a television station conducted an emergency report. Metropolis has plunged into darkness, experiencing a widespread blackout from the north to the northwest. It is rumored that the FBI is investigating whether this is part of a larger-scale terrorist attack. Luthor stepped forward, approaching the still-forming Doomsday, fervently saying, "Ancient Kryptonian abomination, be revived with my blood." He raised his hand, revealing a bleeding wound, while Doomsday's body was rapidly taking shape in the incubation chamber. Seeing the scene, Luthor turned to point at Clark, almost with hatred, saying, "It was born to destroy you. It is your Doomsday." Doomsday stood up and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Feeling Doomsday's presence, Clark's expression changed, becoming serious. Doomsday's massive body moved forward, lowering its head to stare at Luthor. "Now even the gods are doomed." Luthor laughed, still immersed in the thrill of believing he could control this powerful Kryptonian monster. Roar. Doomsday suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar towards Luthor. The force of the breath blew Luthor's long hair back. Luthor was startled, but quickly raised his head, closed his eyes, and spread his arms, as if welcoming a spring breeze. However, he clearly did not realize that although he had revived Doomsday with his own blood and flesh, the monster would not obey his commands. Clark stared wide-eyed at everything. He saw Doomsday raise its arms and slam them heavily into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Then it swung its massive fist directly at Luthor. Luthor opened his eyes, his face turning ashen, instinctively raising his hands to protect his head and turning abruptly. Seeing this, Clark hurriedly flew forward, intercepting Doomsday's lethal blow aimed at Luthor with his hands. Tony and the others were quickly on their way. Bruce was piloting the newly upgraded Batwing, gliding almost silently through the sky. Blue Flame transformed into a small fighter jet, carrying Natasha and Selina. Tony, wearing his Iron Man suit, flew in the center, alongside the two planes. Bruce frowned, observing the nearby aircraft that had just been in machine form and the Red Iron Man. Who are these people? Many questions arose in Bruce's mind. He had pushed the Batwing to its maximum speed, yet the small fighter jet and the Red Iron Man easily kept pace with him. This clearly indicated that the Batwing was not the fastest here. They had slowed down to wait for him. Bruce was shocked. He had never heard of these people before, especially the one in the Red Iron Man suit. His flamboyant and exaggerated persona should have been known. But besides Selina, there was no information available about any of them in this world. I must find out who they are. Bruce clenched his fist silently. But the top priority now was to complete the task at hand. I can take my time investigating later. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the transforming steel, is something wrong? Han Kuya's live broadcast abruptly stopped, and I'm a bit worried, Natasha said, frowning. She's so powerful. She shouldn't be in any major trouble, Selina replied, though her brow was slightly furrowed, clearly also worried. In fact, Han Kuya had just paused the live stream to save some points. Blue Flame, why don't you use your loudspeaker to play some onboard music to lighten the mood? Tony, flying nearby, suggested. The group was keeping in touch through their internal voice chat. Tony was not too worried. He felt that no one could be stronger than Supergirl. Tony, you're so boring. Natasha glanced over. No problem. Let's play a song that came with my factory settings. Blue Fire readily agreed to Tony's suggestion. Hello, everyone. I'm in the sound system of Blue Fire's practice time, and the volume is huge. The singing echoed in the night sky. The suddenly inserted song interrupted Bruce's thoughts. What happened? Why is there music playing? Jarvis, translate the lyrics for me, Tony said to Jarvis. Sir, this is a Chinese song, currently singing GNI Time May. Jarvis translated the lyrics through the song. Tony. Blue Fire, what is this? Let's turn it off quickly. Selina couldn't help but speak up. Okay, I'll turn it off right now. Blue Fire quickly cut off the music. Blue Fire, send me this song. Tony mumbled. I need to study the song carefully when I get back. It must be a song that Supergirl often listens to. If Han Kuya were here, she would definitely feel wronged. She didn't even know Blue Fire had this song. All right, sent to you. Blue Fire replied. There was quite a commotion up ahead. A battle was happening. Let's hurry over, go. Tony and Blue Fire sped up, leaving the Batwing behind. Bruce was frustrated. My Batwing is too outdated. It needs improvement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Kuya had already opened the two-world live stream. The live stream has started again. Viewers were discussing passionately. Wow, this green monster looks so terrifying, even bigger than the Hulk. Superman's attacks seem to have no effect on it. Superman needs his teammate support. Where's Batman? Come help. It's hilarious. Batman just wanted to take down Superman. Are they going to become teammates now? Clark and Doomsday were exchanging blows, fighting from inside the spaceship to outside. Doomsday grabbed Clark's leg and slammed him hard into the Superman statue. Bang! With a loud noise, Clark's statue was smashed to pieces by Clark's body, and Clark flew out far due to inertia. This shows how powerful Doomsday is. Han-Kia watched for a while and saw that the battlefield was getting further away. Flying next to Clark. Clark, lead it to the uninhabited area. This guy will destroy everything in sight. When Han-Kia appeared, the audience in the Marvel live stream was particularly excited. Oh yeah, the female Superman has finally appeared. The strongest force in the universe is here. I've set up my little stool, and I'm ready to enjoy the goddess's battle. I wonder how much stronger the female Superman has become. Can she kill me with one punch? Are you kidding me upstairs? I estimate that the female Superman can destroy a city with one punch now. When the people of the Marvel Universe saw Han-Kia appear, basically no one was worried about her not being able to win. However, in the DC Universe, most people were not very familiar with Han-Kia's strength, and their reactions were a bit pessimistic. Great. The strongest Superman now has a female Superman as a helper. They must be able to defeat that monster. But that monster has already been overpowering Superman. What role can this female Superman play? I actually think the female Superman might be even stronger. The kryptonite that even Superman fears has no effect on her. Some DC Universe netizens began to discuss the comparison of the two strengths. Clark fully agreed with Han-Kia's suggestion and was preparing to fly forward to lure Doomsday away from the densely populated city to the uninhabited area. All right, I'll listen to you. In your introduction video, your strength is much greater than mine. I hope that's true, and we can successfully take down this terrifying monster and stop it from harming the world. At this moment, unexpectedly, the U.S. military's troops and numerous helicopters rushed in, frantically launching missiles at Doomsday. However, this level of attack was like a tickle to Doomsday. It not only had no effect, but would also be absorbed by him to evolve. Doomsday roared in anger, letting out a powerful energy explosion from within, with massive shockwaves spreading outwards, creating a terrifying spectacle. Surrounding buildings and skyscrapers were shaken to the brink of collapse by this energy. Clearly, Doomsday had further enhanced himself by absorbing the attacking power. Seeing this, Clark felt a sense of dread. It seemed his strength had increased again. Just as he was about to fly forward, he saw Han-Kia had already charged out. The U.S. military is really a bunch of useless teammates. After Han-Kia swiftly dashed past, she clenched her fist with one hand, gathering all her energy for a powerful strike, which landed heavily on Doomsday. A thunderous roar echoed, and Doomsday was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, Wonder Woman paused her advance to provide support, startled by the force of Han-Kia's attack. The noise was just too overwhelming. Tony and Blue Flame arrived, stopping on a high building, watching the battle unfold before them. Selina and Miss Natasha, let's not get involved in such an intense fight. We'll observe from afar, Blue Flame said as she let the two women out of the cockpit. All right, you can stay here. But I'm Iron Man, clad in an armored suit. I must go to provide support. Without waiting for a response, Tony flew directly towards the battlefield. The Batplane quickly followed suit. What exactly is happening over there, Alfred? Bruce asked, piloting the Batplane, as he observed the continuous explosions and energy shockwaves in the distance, clearly indicating something significant was occurring. The two maintained communication through voice. Alfred took a deep breath. How should I put it? I've never seen a scene like this. Can you describe it in detail? Bruce asked with a frown. The intensity of the battle is beyond imagination. There's a gigantic monster. Alfred described everything he saw. Doomsday's vitality was remarkably resilient. After being knocked down by Han-Kia, it immediately got back up, grabbed a large chunk of reinforced concrete nearby, and hurled it at a U.S. military helicopter that was coming to provide support. Clark reacted quickly, soaring in to shield the helicopter from the attack. Keep your distance. Don't come over to help. I don't want to be distracted by saving you while fighting, Clark shouted to the helicopter. However, no one could hear Clark's words, as heavy weaponry, shells, and missiles continued to rain down on Doomsday. At that moment, Han-Kia flew in front of Doomsday, her right fist aimed at its abdomen, delivering a powerful hook. With a resounding boom, Doomsday was sent flying into the sky by the punch. Han-Kia's figure darted forward like lightning. The Doomsday was still rolling in the air and had not yet reached its highest point when Han-Kia flew above it, descending and delivering a powerful kick with her right foot to its back. Boom! The Doomsday was kicked down like a meteorite, crashing into the ground and stirring up dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Doomsday and earning 40,000 points. Han Kiwiya was taken aback. Can the Day of Destruction repeatedly farm points? The Day of Destruction was clearly struggling to withstand Han Kiwiya's attacks. Her strike speed was too fast and her force too fierce, causing its absorption rate to lag behind her output frequency. Han Kiwiya's powerful offensive quickly shattered its defenses. However, as long as it was given time, it could recover and become stronger. The Day of Destruction staggered up from the ground. Seeing this, the U.S. military aircraft began a new round of bombing, replenishing its health and upgrading it. High explosive shells and missiles struck the Day of Destruction one after another. It roared to the sky, greedily absorbing this new wave of attack energy, and its strength rose again. U.S. Military Command Center. Sir, the nuclear launch button is ready. It can be fired at any time. After continuously absorbing the U.S. military's attacks, the Day of Destruction had visibly grown larger, looking even more powerful and terrifying. Roar! It howled to the sky, its voice filled with rage and ferocity. A powerful energy wave radiated from its body, stirring up debris from the surrounding ruins. It seemed the situation was dire. It had stood up again. Tony, flying over, frowned. Take this. Tony flew above the Day of Destruction, raised his palm cannon, and fired a powerful laser at it. However, the laser merely grazed the Day of Destruction like a scratch. Not even breaking its skin, it directly absorbed this energy. The Day of Destruction, attracted by Tony's attention, turned to look at him and suddenly charged up into the sky. Whoosh! The Day of Destruction's movement was surprisingly fast. Tony barely had time to react before it caught him and brought him down with it. Damn, its strength is too great. Tony hurriedly activated his thrusters, trying to break free from its grip, just as the Day of Destruction was about to tear Tony apart with its hands. Han Kiwiya rushed over at lightning speed and landed a heavy punch to its head. The Day of Destruction was dazed, finally releasing Tony, who fell from the sky. Thanks. That's the nth time you've saved me, Tony said, stabilizing his armor and hovering in the air next to Han Kiwiya. Tony, don't use your weapons against it. It can absorb all kinds of energy, and conventional methods are useless against it. Han Kiwiya reminded him as she hovered beside Tony. Queen Fiora also flew over. On the ground, the Day of Destruction roared angrily again. Superman Clark saw that numerous U.S. military helicopters were still circling the Day of Destruction, unwilling to leave, knowing they would impede the battle against it. If the Day of Destruction launched an attack, he would have to divert his attention to save these oblivious U.S. soldiers. Moreover, there were residential areas nearby. If crossfire affected civilians, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battlefield must be moved quickly. Superman had no time to persuade them further and immediately flew swiftly behind the Day of Destruction. Taking advantage of the fact that it had just been dazed by Han Kiwiya's punch and hadn't reacted yet, he instantly hoisted it up with both hands, using his super speed to lift the Day of Destruction high into the sky. I must take it to a safe place, away from people, Superman thought. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Superman continued to accelerate upward, preparing to break through the atmosphere with the Day of Destruction. U.S. Military Command Center. Sir, look. They VE left the city, a female officer at the monitoring screen shouted. It seems Superman is going to take it into space. We can launch the nuclear missile directly. Mr. President. An old officer with white hair glanced at the screen and immediately turned to say, No, not yet. Are you crazy? Someone replied. They're high enough. We can attack with a nuclear missile without causing any casualties, sir, another officer argued. There will be at least one casualty, Mr. President. Superman, the Martian hunter, disguised as a human in formal attire, said. The command center fell silent for 2 seconds. At this moment, Superman had already brought the Day of Destruction into space. The Day of Destruction was entangled with Superman in space. May God have mercy on us all, the president said, issuing the order. Key inserted. Key inserted. Nuclear missile Redbird is in position. The officer reported. Launch. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical countdown completed, and the nuclear missile shot up from the launch silo, soaring into the sky, illuminating the dark night. Jarvis, what's going on? Tony exclaimed, staring at the bright light in the sky. Sir, they launched a nuclear missile at Superman and the Day of Destruction in space. Jarvis's voice echoed in the armor. Every version of the U.S. does this. They like to hit their allies hard, Han Kiwiya commented. But doesn't the Day of Destruction absorb any energy to become stronger? If it really absorbs the energy of the nuclear missile, Tony frowned. If nothing goes wrong? Yes, Fiora replied nearby. System, check my personal panel. Hostname, Han Qiya height, 178 points. 628600 reputation value. 4. 99,999 billion body density. 6. 2 million times that of an ordinary person weight on Earth. Using biological force field, 60 kilograms flight speed. 1832 Mach current abilities. Steel body, super strength, super hearing. Super vision, super mind, super brain, super speed, super endurance, super regeneration, flight, biological force field, heat ray, ice breath, mastery of magic, X-ray vision, etc. System. Didn't you say, after leveling up, that defeating an enemy would allow me to get their skills at a discount? Han Qiya asked inwardly. You previously counted that I defeated the Day of Destruction once, so give me points. Although, she currently had the strength to defeat the Day of Destruction. Having more skills would only make her stronger. That's right, host, the system replied. The Day of Destruction possesses the super skill to absorb various energies to evolve. But since the host has defeated it once, you can now get a 50 discount. The virtual interface of the system store immediately switched, displaying price after 50 discount for energy absorption, system enhanced version, 5 billion reputation value normal version, 2 billion reputation value cut version, 500 million reputation value. Due to the constant viewing of her related videos, Han Qiya's reputation value had been steadily increasing. Han Qiya took another look at her current reputation balance. It had increased a bit, reaching 5 billion, just enough to pay for the discounted price of the enhanced version of the system. System. Is there a big difference between the three versions? Yes, there's a significant difference. The stripped-down version can only absorb a small amount of attacks, while the normal version has the same capabilities as the Doomsday version. As for the enhanced version, it's like a cheat. It can absorb and convert not just nuclear energy, but also energy from the Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension, that's where Dormammu's energy source comes from. Alright, I'll purchase the enhanced version now. Han Qiya decisively chose to buy it. Beep, purchase successful. The system's prompt sounded. I'll go test the power of this new skill right away. After saying that, Han Qiya activated all her strength and launched herself into space at super speed, eager to personally experience the sensation of absorbing such immense energy. System. The self-healing ability of Wolverine that I purchased earlier, is it also the enhanced version? Does it reduce pain when injured? Han Qiya couldn't help but ask while flying. Yes, host. The system seemed to respond with a hint of exasperation. You're being overly cautious. With your current strength as a female superhero, a mere nuclear bomb is nothing to worry about. Even without these skills, you would be able to handle it. I just like the feeling of being completely secure. Han Qiya replied. With the enhanced self-healing ability as backup, I could be more at ease absorbing the energy from this nuclear bomb. Besides, in the movies, Superman got hit by a nuclear bomb and ended up fainting. I don't want to feel that kind of pain. Han Qiya quickly caught up with the nuclear bomb, flying alongside it at the same speed for a few seconds. The live broadcast gave a close-up shot of the nuclear bomb. People in the DC world widened their eyes in surprise upon seeing the image. Is this a nuclear bomb? Is this battle going to escalate into a nuclear war? Is it really a nuclear bomb? It doesn't matter if it is a nuclear bomb. After all, it's flying high enough. The U.S. wants to use the nuclear bomb to eliminate that monster, but they didn't take Superman into account. How terrible, even the guardian of the world, Superman, is to be eliminated together. What will Superman do? What can he do? An alien, preparing to face humanity's strongest weapon, just right to be eliminated along with the monster. I believe Superman can handle it. Supergirl has also gone to provide support. I hope she can hold up. Most people believe the nuclear bomb can easily eliminate Doomsday. Some also think the world doesn't need Superman. Humanity's nuclear bomb is enough to defeat any enemy. The audience in the Marvel world was also in an uproar. A nuclear bomb. Oh my God. How terrifying would it be if it exploded? This is so unfair to that Superman. The goddess has gone to save him. I believe in her strength. The U.S. government in their world actually threw a nuclear bomb into space at Superman and the monster. Are they crazy? At this moment, Natasha and Selena also saw this scene through the live projection of Blue Fire. The superheroes are fighting, and they're stabbing them in the back. Natasha stared at the screen, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Selena, having grown up in America and often witnessing various darkness, was not surprised by the government's actions at all. After assessing the situation, she should know what she was doing when she flew over. Selena worriedly said, with her current strength, there shouldn't be any major issues, right? While speaking, she unconsciously tapped her fingers on her thigh, trying to appear calm and composed, but still unable to hide her concerns. Selena looked up at Natasha, hoping to get a reassuring answer from her face. Natasha pondered for a moment. a hint of uncertainty flashing across her face, but she still tried to make her tone sound confident. It should be fine. We can only trust her. Compared to her, we are too weak and can't help her much. Near the atmosphere, Clark saw Han Kiwiya flying over, followed by a nuclear bomb, and was immediately shocked. He quickly waved to Han Kiwiya and shouted, "Get away from here. Hurry." His face was filled with anxiety. Although the air was thin near the atmosphere and sound transmission was poor, communication was not a problem for the two with super hearing. After finishing his words, Clark tightly hugged the struggling Doomsday, locking its neck firmly to prevent it from dodging the attack of the nuclear bomb. He judged that the nuclear bomb's power was great enough. Whether he could withstand it was still unknown. But regardless, he had decided to sacrifice himself to resolve this crisis. This thought made Clark's face serious, his eyes shining with determination. He knew this could be his last battle, but he had no regrets. As long as he could eliminate the monster Doomsday and protect the Earth, he was willing to give his life. Doomsday struggled desperately, trying to break free from Clark's control. But Clark gritted his teeth and held on with all his strength. After a fierce stalemate with Doomsday, Clark finally succeeded in trapping it with himself on the path of the nuclear bomb, welcoming the final moment. "You go home," Clark shouted to Han Kiwiya, his eyes filled with reluctance and sadness. "If possible, please take care of my mother Martha and my girlfriend Lois." However, Han Kiwiya not only did not leave, but quickly flew to Clark's side. Then she struck Doomsday with both fists, delivering a heavy blow to the sides of its head. Bang! Doomsday's head shook a few times, and its struggling movements noticeably decreased, making Clark feel much relieved. "Don't worry, I'll help you share some of the nuclear blast. It's just a nuclear bomb. For a Kryptonian Superman, it's just a minor case," Han Kiwiya said to Clark. At this point, the nuclear bomb was already approaching. "All right, I hope it's as you say," Clark replied, seeing Han Kiwiya unwilling to leave. "I am Superman. Let me be in front. You hide behind me." Han Kiwiya did not say anything. She simply pried open Clark's arm locked on Doomsday's head. Then, she used her biofield to expand the range of her punch and struck Clark, sending him flying away and causing him to start moving away from the nuclear bomb. At the same time, Han Kiwiya's biofield firmly locked onto Doomsday, preparing to endure the impact of the nuclear bomb together with it. Once Doomsday absorbed the nuclear explosion and leveled up, defeating it again would yield even more points from the system. The flying Superman Clark stared blankly at everything happening. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, the people from both worlds watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. A small portion of those with opposing views gloatingly believed that the two Kryptonian Supermen were doomed this time. Good. These Supermen who are always high and mighty. Let the strongest weapon of humanity, the nuclear bomb, take them down. Fans of Han Shuyan watched as she faced a nuclear explosion alone to defeat the monster. Some were so worried that they clasped their hands tightly and covered their mouths while crying, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Others shouted, "Go for it, goddess. You can do it," wishing for the superhero's safety. There were also those who, while concerned, believed in Han Shuyan's strength and reassured those around them, saying, "Don't worry, the superhero can handle it." Supporters of the superhero angrily condemned the actions of the U.S. government, believing they should not launch nuclear missiles at superheroes from behind. The U.S. government has made a foolish mistake. The hero is fighting. What are you doing? Han Kiwiya's reputation points began to accumulate rapidly. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 76 reputation points from Bruce Wayne. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 84 reputation points from Diana Prince. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 88 reputation points from Selena. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 90 reputation points from Stan Lee. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 88 reputation points from Michael. Ding. Boom. After a thunderous explosion, the nuclear bomb detonated near the atmosphere. The nuclear bomb exploded. At that moment, the Batmobile piloted by Batman was flying under the Cross River Bridge. Inside the aircraft, Bruce Wayne looked up at the massive mushroom cloud in the sky, his eyes flashing with fear as he murmured, "My God." Nearby residents emerged from their doors or leaned out of their windows, gazing at the vast, brightly lit nuclear explosion cloud above. The darkness of the night was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Shock and fear filled the faces of the people. And for a moment, apart from the echoes of the nuclear explosion, there was silence across a wide area. All eyes were focused on the dazzling point of the nuclear explosion in the sky. Soon, a fiery object fell from the sky like a meteor, traveling at high speed and producing a sonic boom. It then crashed heavily to the ground, causing a massive tremor. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook. That flash of fire was the day of destruction. The location of the nuclear bomb explosion was mere inches away from Han Kiwiya. Yet this nuclear explosion, capable of destroying a city, caused no harm to Han Qiuya. Han Qiuyi closed her eyes slightly. Her expression relaxed as she enjoyed the abundant energy. Eating a nuclear bomb is truly a wonderful thing. For Han Qiu, the high heat and radiation produced by the nuclear explosion felt like a warm heat wave, gently caressing her body. Han Qiuyo can feel every cell in her body rejoicing. They greedily absorb this powerful energy in 3 quick steps. The first step, receiving. The round cell nuclei actively receive the energy impact. The second step, transforming. The cell nuclei deform, converting the energy into elastic potential energy. The third step, releasing. The cell nuclei quickly restore their shape, converting and evenly releasing energy to the surrounding area, making the cells even stronger. The vast nuclear energy within Han Qiuyo is continuously transformed, like the gentle spring rain nourishing the earth, becoming a precious nutrient that continuously sustains her body. Meanwhile, the sun sweeps over the horizon, casting its light on Han Qiuyo. The light waves resonate with the cells, igniting powerful energy within her. Han Qiuya gently closed her eyes, slightly tilting her head back, savoring the dual pleasure from the nuclear bomb and the sun. She felt power gathering within her, growing and spreading like a vortex. Every cell in her body was crazily becoming stronger, as if ready to emit a dazzling brilliance. In the distance, Superman Clark was also floating near the atmosphere. Due to being a certain distance from the nuclear explosion point, he did not faint like in the movies. However, the nuclear explosion left him extremely weakened, and he closed his eyes, wanting to drift off to sleep. But as the sunlight shone down, Clark felt the power within him gradually restoring. He could hear every cell in his body cheering, yearning for more sunlight like blooming sunflowers. Clark slightly opened his eyes, the sunlight causing his eyelashes to flutter. He slowly spread his palm, feeling the warmth of the sunlight in his hand. Using his supervision to look in the direction of the nuclear explosion, he discovered that Han Qiuya was unharmed and seemed to be enjoying the absorption of energy. Clark felt a bit relieved and, regaining his flying ability, quickly flew over to Han Qiuya. "Are you okay? It's just a nuclear bomb. No big deal." Han Qiuya opened her eyes, radiant and full of energy. Clark sensed the strong energy waves radiating from her. He asked in surprise, "It seems you can absorb the energy from a nuclear bomb? That's incredible. Kryptonians don't seem to have that ability. I'm not ordinary. I have a perfect Kryptonian bloodline within me, which you probably haven't heard of. I grew up on Earth, so I don't know much about it. I'm learning something new today." After saying that, Clark activated his supervision to search for Doomsday. Not good. Although it was hit by the nuclear bomb and fell to the ground, it hasn't died. It seems to have absorbed the energy from the nuclear explosion. Han Qiuya adjusted her posture with satisfaction, fully absorbing the immense energy she had just gained. Floating in the atmosphere with Clark, they basked in the sunlight, their strength continuously increasing. "Don't worry, Wonder Woman is here. She is a demigod and can hold it off for a while. We'll recover here and then go for the final battle," Han Qiuya said, admiring the sunlight sweeping across the horizon. The sun on the horizon is truly a beautiful sight. Clark was puzzled. "Wonder Woman? System, report data. What is my flight speed?" Host, Han Qiuya flight speed, 3826 Mach, 1301, 99 kilometers per second. Not bad. I can fly back to the ground in less than a second. Military Command Center. Object 1 is impacting the ground. A female officer stared at the screen, where a red dot was falling on the map, located in the eastern part of Metropolis, uninhabited. Objects 2 and 3. She frowned at the other 2 static dots on the screen, paused, and then said in a deep voice, "No obvious signs of reentry into the atmosphere." Who are objects 2 and 3? The president's voice came through the communication device, audible to everyone in the command center. "They are 2 Kryptonian superheroes, Mr. President. Power Girl and Superman." The Martian Manhunter Calvin replied, his brow furrowed. He was considering whether to take action against Doomsday, but he felt he couldn't possibly handle this monster. "Sir, it's moving," a military officer exclaimed. On the screen, the red dot representing Doomsday was moving. The live feed was showing Doomsday, who was crackling with electricity, roaring, and frantically tearing at its own skin. Beneath its skin, bones could be seen rapidly growing, soon piercing through its surface to form terrifying bone spikes. At the same time, it emitted chilling yellow lightning, accompanied by a booming sound as it spread outward. Clearly, it had absorbed the energy from the nuclear explosion and completed a new round of evolution, growing even larger. Seeing this scene, the audience from both worlds was stunned. How is this monster so tenacious? It's over. It seems to have evolved. Even nuclear weapons are useless against it. What should we do? Quickly, bring Superman back to eliminate it. Superman was stabbed in the back by humanity. I hope Power Girl is okay. Fortunately, this terrifying monster isn't in our world. Doomsday was brutal and tireless, capable of destroying everything it saw. If it were allowed to rampage on Earth, it would endlessly continue to wreak havoc and would constantly strengthen itself by absorbing energy. No one could stop it. At the Marvel S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury watched this scene. This kind of monster better not come to our world. In the DC Military Command Center, a military officer suggested, what if we launch more nuclear missiles? The Martian Manhunter Calvin quickly said, the shockwaves produced during each of its evolutions are becoming stronger. Every time we strike it, it only gets stronger. Listen to me. We cannot attack anymore. The president's voice came from the other end of the line, asking, what do you mean, Calvin? It means, we cannot eliminate this thing, the Martian Manhunter said, closing his eyes in despair. The command center fell silent. Everyone's faces turned extremely grim. The Batplane flew towards Doomsday's landing site, surrounded by dust. Soon Bruce saw Doomsday standing there, looking invigorated. Seeing this, Doomsday shot thick yellow heat vision from its enormous eyes at the Batplane. Oh, shit. Bruce quickly maneuvered the aircraft to dodge. Wayne, can you hear me? Are you okay? Came the voice of his butler, Alfred. Alfred, it's a Kryptonian creature. Only Kryptonite weapons can kill it. Maybe if you still have some left. Alfred said with a helpless tone. If we hadn't used those Kryptonite weapons against Superman, we might have had a chance. Bruce had originally saved one Kryptonite bullet, but was used in the last attack on Power Girl. That spear. Alfred, that spear, although broken, is pure Kryptonite, Bruce said. It landed in Gotham. If I can use it to pierce Doomsday's skin, it should be able to kill it. Yes, theoretically, Alfred said, somewhat uncertain. I need to lure it to chase me back to Gotham, back to the Kryptonite. At that moment, Bruce suddenly saw a red humanoid armor pressing against the glass of his Batplane. He was taken aback. In the communication channel, another voice interjected. Are you sure that thing works? It was useless against Power Girl before. It was Tony who had hacked into their channel. Bruce thought for a moment and said, we have to try to know. I fly much faster than you. Let me go back and get it. You hold it off here. Tony said, not waiting for Bruce to respond before zooming away. Having partners feels good, right? You don't have to fight alone. What do you think? Alfred said on the other end of the communication. Bruce didn't respond, but a firm thought formed in his mind. Forming an alliance to gather everyone's strength to face this threat was a good idea. Maybe later, they could discuss the alliance properly. But they had to get through this first. Bruce murmured to himself, then piloted the aircraft towards Doomsday. Inside Tony's armor, Jarvis's voice sounded. Sir, Power Girl left a message. She said she is sunbathing in the atmosphere and will be back soon to assist. I knew she would be fine, Tony said happily. Earlier, he felt that Han Xiaoya was so strong that she wouldn't easily get into trouble, but her prolonged absence made him worry more and more. On the other side, Selena and Natasha were stunned to see that Doomsday was unscathed and had evolved again after returning to Earth. At that moment, Blue Flame suddenly spoke. The Master left a message. She said she's coming soon to deal with Doomsday. You two ladies can rest assured. Really? That's great, Selena said. If it can survive a nuclear explosion, she is too powerful. Natasha said, if she is so strong on her own, why does she want to form a Power Girl alliance and bring us in? We are so weak that we can't help it all. Because she likes beautiful women? Selena guessed uncertainly. Doomsday roared, continuously firing thick heat vision at the Batplane. Bruce maneuvered the aircraft to dodge while firing back in retaliation. Tot. But Doomsday was gradually mastering its newly acquired abilities, operating the heat vision with increasing skill. Soon, bang, the heat vision grazed the tail of the Batplane. Oh, Bruce had no choice but to desperately control the aircraft for a forced landing. In the atmosphere, Clark, regaining his strength, saw Bruce struggling in battle below, while Doomsday continued to absorb energy, feeling anxious. I need to go support him first. With that, he dove down at high speed. Han Kiwiya is bold and composed, able to stay calm under pressure. After all, she can dive from thousands of kilometers high to the ground in less than a second. So she can start her actions at any time without haste. The Bat fighter skids to a halt after making an emergency landing on the ground, bumping into a large tree and temporarily trapping Bruce in the cockpit. At that moment, Doomsday leaps and crashes down not far from Bruce, raising a cloud of dust. Oh, damn. Bruce looks at it in despair. Roar. Doomsday lets out a roar, its eyes glowing, and a heat vision is about to be unleashed. Just then, Han Kiwiya in the sky takes action. Without needing to accelerate, she takes off at a speed of 826 Mach per second, zooming past Clark in an instant. Clark only sees a blur before Han Kiwiya's figure becomes out of reach. As Han Kuya approaches the battlefield, she notices Wonder Woman, who is hiding and watching the fight. So she stops, hovering at several thousand meters in the air. System, there should be a BGM for Wonder Woman available for purchase in the mall, right? Of course. But there's no need to buy it. The AI Skynet comes with it. A bit of conscience. Skynet, prepare to play Wonder Woman's BGM in the live broadcast room. Okay. Master. Han Kuya communicated with the system and Skynet for less than a millisecond. Bruce instinctively raised his arms to shield his head as Doomsday's eyes lit up. Roar. Doomsday's heat vision was unleashed. A background music began to play. Wonder Woman made her entrance. A figure leaped in front of Bruce, crossing her arms over her chest and using the bracers on her wrists to block the two beams of heat vision. In the Dual World livestream room. Oh no. Who will save Batman? Why is there background music playing? Doomsday stopped attacking, seemingly surprised that someone could block its heat vision. Another expert? Bruce lowered his arms, recognizing the somewhat familiar figure before him. He had previously investigated her information and seen a picture of her from World War II. The two had met once. Wonder Woman. Bruce praised inwardly. Livestream room. Oh, who is this hero? She comes with her own background music. Looks like a female hero. So awesome. Goddess. So cool. By the way, who played this background music? Ah, Wonder Woman shouted, moving forward with a powerful strike. Boom. A wave of strong energy surged towards Doomsday, which grabbed the ground with one hand and was pushed back several meters, leaving a trench in ground. However, it quickly stabilized itself, appearing largely unaffected. At that moment, a sonic boom erupted and a figure streaked across the sky, rapidly charging towards Doomsday. Crash! Clark dove down from high above, directly colliding with the massive Doomsday and sending it flying away. Doomsday crashed into the forest. Boom. Immediately, a massive fireball erupted into the sky, igniting a forest fire. Oh, Superman is not dead. He is back. I knew it. Many in the DC world cried out excitedly upon witnessing this scene. Clark hovered in the air, illuminated by the explosion's flames. So cool. Gas prices are going to rise. No. Aren't you more concerned about the more serious issue? This monster seems to be getting stronger again. It can absorb energy. A worried audience member said. Who cares? Superman just made an amazing move. He can definitely defeat it. Great. Superman is back. Supergirl should be fine too. In Gotham City, Lois, knowing that Doomsday was not dead, hurried to find the Kryptonite spear she had thrown into the water earlier. Just as she was about to dive underwater, a red figure flew in. It was Tony. Miss, have you seen a green spear? Tony had been searching for the Kryptonite spear for a while, but couldn't find it. Following Jarvis's hint, he noticed that Lois seemed to be in a hurry to find something, so he quickly followed her. Sir, that is Superman Clark's girlfriend, Jarvis reminded him. Who are you? Lois asked nervously. Don't be nervous. I'm Supergirl's friend, here to find the Kryptonite spear to deal with Doomsday, Tony explained. I threw it into the water earlier. I was just about to go down to look for it, Lois said. Is it here? I can go down to find it. My armor is waterproof. While Doomsday was still recovering, Clark flew over to Bruce. Do you have any Kryptonite weapons left? No, but someone is looking for that broken spear in Gotham, Bruce replied. Roar. Doomsday let out a roar, seemingly absorbing new power. This thing can absorb energy again, Wonder Woman Diana said seriously. The two walked over to stand beside Diana. The three stood in a line, ready to face the battle. This thing comes from another world, my world, Superman said. Wonder Woman Diana drew her sword from her back. I have killed things from other worlds before. Clark turned to Bruce. Is she your ally? Bruce paused for a moment. I thought she was with you. Doomsday began to evolve again, the spectacle of its evolution even more significant this time. People from both worlds watched in shock. They saw its massive body surrounded by dazzling yellow lightning, clearly growing even larger. Boom! As the evolution completed, a massive energy shockwave spread outwards. Bruce quickly ran away, seeking cover. Superman stood his ground, completely unaffected. Wonder Woman raised one leg and bent backward, simultaneously lifting her round shield in front of her. The two faced the shockwave head-on, firmly standing their ground. After the shockwave passed, Wonder Woman shouted, her legs springing forward like powerful springs, leaping up to charge at Doomsday. Superman was not to be outdone, taking off at high speed right behind her. Doomsday threw a punch at Wonder Woman, but she nimbly dodged, turning to counterattack with her shield, striking Doomsday's leg, causing it to stumble backward. Superman seized the opportunity, flying in with a heavy punch that sent Doomsday crashing to the ground. Boom! Wonder Woman and Superman took advantage of this opportunity, pursuing forward. Wonder Woman leaped high, wielding her sword, aiming to pierce Doomsday from above. Doomsday quickly rolled aside, causing Wonder Woman's sword to stab the ground instead. Superman lunged at Doomsday, but the rapidly reacting Doomsday struck him away with its powerful fist. Batman had run out of kryptonite bullets and could only anxiously watch the fierce battle from the sidelines. As a mere mortal, participating in such a high-level fight risked injury even from the residual shockwaves. The battle became increasingly intense. Wonder Woman grew bolder in the fight, showing no signs of retreat against the formidable Doomsday. However, Doomsday could absorb energy, and it seemed to grow stronger as the fight continued. Even the combined efforts of Superman and Wonder Woman struggled to secure victory. Batman racked his brain for strategies, but could only feel anxious. Where is that Kryptonite spear? Meanwhile, Han Kuya in the sky was quite pleased. The stronger Doomsday became, the more points she would earn for defeating it later. System, can I keep farming points from Doomsday? Of course not. The system decisively refused. According to the movie's plot, it mainly evolves 3 times. You can earn points from a maximum of 3 times, with a cap of 150,000 points each time. System, you're not being fair. You're losing your conscience. It's this system that's too good. You're becoming more and more arrogant. Han Kuya looked down at the ground and saw a familiar red and blue figure suddenly appear in the sky. It was Tony. Bruce, I brought the Kryptonite spear. Who should take it to stab Doomsday? Tony asked. Superman noticed the situation and quickly flew over. Let me do it, he said, taking the 2 pieces of the Kryptonite spear and flying toward Doomsday. The Kryptonite radiation made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But Superman gritted his teeth and charged at Doomsday with a roar. Doomsday punched Wonder Woman aside and, upon seeing Superman approaching, grabbed the 2 broken spears from Superman's hands. Its strength was greater than Superman's, and it snatched away 1 piece of the spear from Superman's left hand, preparing to stab Superman back. Superman's expression changed, but he quickly became resolute, reclaiming the other piece of the spear with both hands, ready to fight Doomsday to the death. Ignoring the attack from Doomsday, he thrust the broken spear fiercely at it. Doomsday should be upgraded to around 150,000 points. In a critical moment, Han Kuya descended from the sky, diving straight down at over 1,000 kilometers per second. Bang! She landed a powerful punch that drove Doomsday deep into the ground. Superman Clark, affected by the kryptonite radiation, gasped, I was worried you wouldn't come to support us. Now you're the strongest force on Earth. Put down the kryptonite spear. I'll handle this, Han Kuya said. Wonder Woman approached the spot where Doomsday had been buried, peering down to see a deep, unfathomable hole. It was pitch black inside, and she could not see Doomsday's figure. Turning to Han Kuya in shock, she said, I wish you had come earlier. Be careful. This monster won't die easily, Batman, who had retreated far away, warned loudly. Tony also flew over, retracting his helmet to reveal his face, and excitedly said, Idol, that punch was so cool. With you here, Earth feels so safe. In the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury, who was leisurely drinking coffee while watching the live broadcast, saw Tony's figure and spat out his drink. Isn't that Tony? How did you end up following Wonder Woman across worlds? You're Iron Man, at least a member of my Shield Avengers. Why didn't you report to me before going to another world? Nick then thought of something. It's just right that there are no agents monitoring Wonder Woman. I hope you're not acting as her ally. I want you to keep an eye on her. He decided to have a serious talk with Tony when he returned, hoping to ensure that Tony could keep a close watch on Wonder Woman. Clark, Tony, you two should leave this island. I have a way to deal with it alone, to avoid involving you in the battle. Okay. Tony unconditionally trusted Han Kuya's strength and flew over to Batman's side. Bruce, Wonder Woman is about to unleash a big move. We need to evacuate quickly. Should I carry you with me? Tony extended a hand, and Bruce hesitated for a moment, but cautiously took it. If Tony flew unsteadily, he would need to let go and land at any moment. Superman hesitated as well, deciding to leave first. If necessary, he would fly back to assist. Lady, should I take you? Superman asked Wonder Woman. You don't need to trouble yourselves. Just use my portal, Han Kuya said, drawing a shimmering golden portal. On the other side of the portal, Natasha and Selena saw their silhouettes appear in the live broadcast. The two were stunned for a moment before quickly turning around. How convenient. Tony was the first to step through, saying, Come on, don't be shocked. Wonder Woman has many skills. The others followed into the portal. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury exclaimed, F. How did Natasha cross worlds too? You're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Why are you running around with Wonder Woman? A roar echoed from the cave. Very good. It's upgraded again. Doomsday flew directly out of the hole, firing heat vision at Han Kuya. Han Shoi also fired a heat ray in return, directly crushing its beam and forcefully knocking the Doomsday down from the sky. Boom! The Doomsday fell heavily, but stubbornly got back up and flew towards the sky, charging straight at Han Qiuya. Han Qiuya flew up at a faster speed. Some people thought Han Qiuya was trying to escape, but the next moment, Han Qiuya looked down at the incoming Doomsday, aiming at it in the uninhabited Strike Island, forming a straight line. She dove down at high speed and struck Doomsday with a heavy punch, sending it crashing towards the island. The force of her punch spread out, rumbling. The shockwave from this punch directly wiped Strike Island off the face of the earth. The island shattered before Han Qiuya. The sea surged, creating waves dozens of meters high. Han Qiuya's strength far exceeds everyone's imagination. With one punch, she directly destroyed an island, showcasing incredible power. The scene was breathtaking, leaving everyone in shock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 reputation points from Hunter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 93 reputation points from Annie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 67 reputation points from Jack. Ding ding dang! Reputation points keep rolling in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Doomsday and earning 150,000 points. You should be dead for sure, right? Selena stared intently at the projection screen, murmuring to herself. There's no way that monster could withstand a blow of this level. Tony said confidently. The others nodded in agreement. Bruce had previously wanted to recruit Han Qiuya to join the Justice League he was forming, but now it seemed unnecessary. With her around, we wouldn't even need to lift a finger. She could handle everything by herself. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows in thought. Bruce was still a bit worried that Doomsday wasn't completely dead. After all, the vitality and regeneration abilities of such monsters were terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury was dumbfounded. Fuck, is there still a law? How can it be such immense power? Good thing you're not a villain. He felt a bit stifled seeing the unprecedented strength. Tony crossed his arms and laughed. Guys, with Supergirl around, we are practically unnecessary. Diana glanced at Clark. Can you do that too? You Kryptonians are too strong. Clark felt a bit embarrassed. Not strong enough? I can't do it yet. Han Qiuya immediately activated her supervision to observe the situation. She discovered that under the shockwave of her punch that shattered the island, the Doomsday had transformed into a mass of black substance, wriggling in the deep sea. It seemed that it was looking for an opportunity to absorb energy and make a comeback. Han Qiuya rapidly dove from a height of 1,000 meters, plunging straight into the seabed. The super-fast flight speed heated and evaporated the seawater along the way. Upon reaching the side of the Doomsday, Han Qiuya slightly parted her lips and then forcefully exhaled. The seawater surged into towering waves with her breath, shooting water columns into the sky, creating immense airwaves. This breath stirred up a massive underwater whirlpool, instantly lifting the Doomsday out of the water and throwing it into the sky. Han Qiuya's long black hair flows in the water, full of dynamism. In the live broadcast room, netizens are excited. Oh my god, the superhero is so cool and awesome. Quickly take a screenshot and save it. This scene is too beautiful. I want to print it out and hang it at home. The goddess is so beautiful and elegant. Just watching the live stream is driving me crazy. Her strength is terrifying. She formed a huge water tornado in one breath. What kind of divine operation is this? The superhero is forever a legend. People from both realms are passionately discussing, all amazed and enthusiastic about Han Qiuya, causing her popularity to skyrocket. Han Qiuya's powerful strength and perfect image have completely conquered everyone's hearts. Before the Doomsday has fallen from the sky, Han Qiuya flies out of the water. In midair, she disdainfully uses the biological field to firmly control a small ball of Doomsday above her palm. Her gaze coldly fixed on it. It really looked a bit disgusting, a clump of black. Han Qiuya said, "System, is there a Kryptonite basketball available for exchange? I want to seal the Doomsday inside it." Above Han Qiuya's palm, the Doomsday Sun was struggling helplessly in midair, but it couldn't budge the biological force field enveloping it all. Ordinary Kryptonite costs 100,000 reputation points per kilogram, while the system-enhanced Kryptonite is 1 million per kilogram. And a high-level basketball costs 10,000 reputation points. The system responded, to customize a Kryptonite basketball, a processing fee of 90,000 reputation points will be charged. That's enough. Just exchange for the best one. Han Qiuya interrupted the system, which was about to continue speaking. She had just gained tens of billions of reputation points and was rapidly increasing, so this expense was trivial. Ding. Exchange successful. Consumed 100,000 reputation points. Remaining reputation points 757 billion. A basketball appeared in Han Qiuya's hand, and she used a small portal to directly put the Doomsday Sun into the basketball. The Doomsday Sun screamed internally. Don't come near me. Let me out. Han Kiya tossed the basketball a few times. Not bad, it's solid. Then she turned off the live stream. Her figure swayed. And in a flash, she flew back to the group of onlookers in just 1 second. As everyone was marveling, they noticed Han Kiya had arrived, and all stood up. Fiore in blue fire greeted her first. Queen, Master. Clark instinctively raised his hand to push up his non-existent glasses, forcing a smile. Bruce pondered as he looked at Han Kiya, wanting to say something, while Diana seemed thoughtful. All set, Han Kiya said casually, then tossed the Kryptonite basketball to Tony. Oh, what brand of basketball is this? Why is it so heavy? Tony, caught off guard, took a step back as he struggled to catch the basketball. Clark, standing nearby, immediately felt uncomfortable and quickly retreated behind the others, exclaiming, is this made of kryptonite? Why is its radiation so much stronger than regular kryptonite? He was somewhat worried about Lois and his mother, so he added, everyone, I need to go see my family first. See you later. With that, he turned and flew away. After watching him leave, everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to start the conversation. Hello, boss. Selena greeted enthusiastically. Han Kiya looked at her in confusion. Tony quickly explained, under my recruitment, she agreed to join us as a new member. What I value is not her beauty, nor is it lust, but her strength. Seeing that no one reacted, Tony glanced at Natasha and said without confidence, I'm the second in command, right? Recruiting new members is my responsibility and right, isn't it? Natasha twitched her lips. Bruce and Diana raised their eyebrows at Tony, seemingly evaluating his words. Bruce spoke up. Have you formed an organization? Yes, our organization is called the Supergirl Alliance. Are you thinking of forming an alliance too? I suggest calling it the Justice League. Responsible for protecting your DC world, Kiya replied. Tony added while spinning a basketball. Our organization's duty is to deal with villains across dimensions. You can consider whether to join. I've sent you the Supergirl Alliance's introduction video. You can take a look later. After Han Kiya finished speaking, she snatched the basketball that Tony had tossed into the air. How about a friendly match? Doomsday, no way. Sure, I haven't played in a long time, Selena said excitedly. All right, but you have to go easy on me, Tony said hesitantly. I have something to do, so I'll head back first. You guys have fun. Bruce nodded and turned to leave. As an ordinary person, he didn't dare to casually join in the fun of the superpowered individuals. Plus, he was eager to return and study the video that Han Kiya had given him. I'm not playing, so I'll take my leave. Diana cast a meaningful glance at the basketball before turning to leave. Ding! A system notification suddenly rang in Han Kiya's mind. New world detected. The remaining people on site were Han Kiya, Fiola, Tony, Natasha, and Selena. There was also the Blue Flame and the Doomsday branded basketball. I won't play. I'll be the referee for you guys, Natasha said. Han Kiya heard this and exchanged a whistle. Throwing it to Natasha. How do we split into teams? Selena asked. Wait for me to call someone over. After Han Kiya finished speaking, she had the system locate Banner's position and open the portal to the Marvel world. Banner, who was having dinner at home, suddenly saw a large circular portal appear in front of him, and he was immediately astonished. However, upon seeing Han Kiya and Tony on the other side, he was very happy. Just a moment ago, Banner was envious of Tony for being able to go on adventures in another world with Han Kiya, and he was also curious about that world. As a member of the Supergirl Alliance, he had always looked forward to the opportunity to adventure with Han Kiya, and he didn't expect this surprise to come so soon. Although Banner was excited, he was also a bit nervous, but more than that, he was happy. I will definitely do a good job as an undercover agent in S.H.I.L.D. Banner, come over. We need you. Tony called out. Coming. Banner was incredibly excited and quickly stepped into the portal, secretly thrilled as he looked around at the amazing scene. Welcome, new member. Selena greeted with a smile. Banner smiled back at everyone. Did you call me for something? Tony was about to say something with a smile when Han Kiya spoke up first. We need the Hulk. Han Kiya used the mental magic learned from Kamartaj to invade Banner's consciousness and discovered that there were two souls within his body. She then began to influence and call forth the Hulk. Banner started to gradually turn green, his body swelling. Once the Hulk emerged, he joyfully pounded his chest with both fists, letting out a deafening roar. Let's go. Han Kiya drew a portal leading to an empty stadium. Everyone followed Han Kiya into the portal. The Hulk waved his massive hands, grinning broadly, seemingly very excited. Seeing the Hulk come out, Tony quickly donned his armor helmet. He punched Hulk's big arm and greeted him. Hello, big guy. Han Kiya changed into sportswear, and Fiora also changed outfits. Both of them were wearing nanotechnology battlesuits that could change freely. Tony, you team up with Hulk and Fiora and I'll team up with Selena. This seems fair, right? Hanxue made a dribble between her legs, raised her hand for a shot, and swish. The ball went in perfectly without touching the rim. Tony said, "Come on. With you on our side, it's an absolute advantage." He thought to himself, but anyway, it's all for fun. One referee isn't enough. I might as well work hard too. I'll be a part-time referee. Now, I announced the start of the game. Without following the rules, Tony activated his battle armor and flew over to grab the basketball. "No way. You can fly while playing?" Selena exclaimed. Beep. Natasha blew the whistle, waving her hands and stepping forward to signal a foul for traveling. Hearing the game had started, Hulk, who hadn't played in a long time, was as happy as a child and ignored Natasha. He jumped high, snatched the basketball from Tony, and knocked him aside. "Hulk!" Tony hurriedly shouted. "We're on the same team." Beep beep. Natasha blew the whistle again. "Hulk, that's a foul." Hulk glanced at her, saw that the others weren't paying attention to the whistle, and decided not to care anymore. "Forget it. I'll just watch from the side." Natasha helplessly gave up on continuing to blow her whistle. To enhance the experience, Hanxue held back her strength. Then she jumped up and kicked Hulk away, causing the basketball in his hands to fly out. Hanxue flicked her wrist and passed the Doomsday to Selena. Hulk took the kick, but was not angry. Instead, he happily charged over again. Seeing this, Selena didn't dare to take too long and directly made a three-pointer from midcourt. Hanxue noticed with her keen observation that the shot was very accurate and would go straight into the net without obstruction. Tony quickly chased after it, reaching out to grab the basketball. However, Hulk reacted even faster, jumping high and punching Tony away, then blocking the shot and sending the ball flying at high speed. "Hulk, not Banner," Hulk shouted as he landed, venting his frustration. Fortunately, the quality of the Doomsday basketball was very good and did not shatter under Hulk's force. The ball flew at high speed towards Fiora, who was next to the hoop. Seeing this, Tony was very happy, just in time for a direct catch and shot. Fiora noticed that Hanxue didn't move, so she took off to catch the ball, neutralized its momentum, and then passed it to Hanxue. Hanxue easily jumped up and dunked the ball onto the basket. Tony widened his eyes. "Aren't we on the same team? Am I going 1-against-4? Wait, I'm the referee, and I declare our team the winner." Seeing he couldn't win, Tony quickly grabbed the basketball and announced loudly, "Get lost." Everyone glared at him in unison and rushed to snatch the ball. In a panic, Tony flew up into the air, trying to hold the ball high to avoid being robbed. After playing for a while, Tony, who was in the worst shape, got tired first. "Phew, I'm flying to the side. I'm done playing. Let me take a break. Are you guys still going to play?" Hanxue threw the ball to Hulk. Hulk hadn't scored any points before, but after getting the ball, he jumped high and slammed it into the hoop, directly breaking the rim. "I'm done. I'm going home," Selena said. "Jarvis, find out whose court this is, then transfer money for the repair costs," Tony said. "Sir, you don't have a penny in this world," Jarvis replied. "It's okay. I'll pay for it," Hanxue said, commanding the Skynet system to transfer the funds directly. The artificial intelligence Skynet responded in the system space. "Received. Master, the transfer has been completed, and I've confiscated a bit of funds from many bad guys, so your assets haven't decreased." "Good. Reward yourself with a chicken leg." "Thank you." "Master, I've generated an electric chicken leg to eat myself," Skynet humorously replied. "Selena, don't leave yet," Hanxue quickly invited. "Look at you, you're all sweaty. Come to my house to take a shower. My villa has a big bathroom." Just as Selena was about to agree, Hanxue added, "As a member of the Supergirl Alliance, when we go to my house, I'll give you a nanosuit." "All right." Tony swallowed hard. "I want to take a shower too." "No way." Hanxue firmly rejected Tony. The others laughed. "Hulk, it's time to go back. I'll take you out to fight next time," Hanxue said. Hulk grinned widely, showing a big smile. "Hulk, like smashing things." After saying that, he slowly transformed back into Banner. Seeing Banner return to his original form, Tony said, "Banner, let's go find that Batman and discuss things with him at his house." "Oh, sounds good," Banner replied, still a bit dazed. Hanxue drew 2 portals, one leading to her home and the other to Batman's doorstep. Hanxue, Selena, Natasha, Fiora, and Lanhua all entered. Tony and Banner, on the other hand, went through the door leading to Batman's home. Bruce quickly realized that the two had arrived and immediately went to the door to greet them. "Welcome, both of you. Please come in and let's talk." The portal disappeared. Hanxue looked at Selena and Natasha with joy, her eyes scanning the two of them. She was extremely happy and suggested, "How about we 3 take a shower together?" The two exchanged glances. Hanxue added, "Nano battlesuit." Selena thought for a moment and said, "She's so beautiful. We won't lose out." "Indeed." Natasha nodded. The two decided to go along with Han Xiuya. Han Xiuya was extremely happy as she stepped into the bathroom with her long legs. After more than 10 minutes, a notification sounded. Ding. Host, the system can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade? Han Xiuya suddenly heard the system's prompt. There's actually an upgrade prompt this time? It used to upgrade silently. Now I can choose when to upgrade? Yes, host. This upgrade is expected to take about 10 days. Would you like to start now? The system replied. 10 days? That's just the right amount of time. Then let's start the upgrade immediately. Han Xiuya decided. Ding, command received. The system is starting the upgrade. In a short while, the activity concluded. Han Xiuya handed over the battle suits to them. Finally done, the two women happily took the nano battle suits and began to try on different outfits. Natasha transformed from a dress into a tight combat suit and even controlled the nano to form a sharp little knife in her hand. It's really useful, she exclaimed, waving the knife in her hand, her eyes filled with excitement. Selena also controlled the nano to conjure a whip, and she swung it, creating a beautiful arc in the air. Yeah, being able to change outfits and weapons at will is really great, Selena said happily. After experimenting for a while, they transformed into a set of lightweight pajamas. Where are we going to sleep? Selena asked. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the three of them at the head of the bed. Han Xiuya was the first to wake up. Looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window, the sun is so nice. She turned to look at the two girls sleeping beside her and didn't wake them up. Han Xiuya changed into her Supergirl outfit, quietly opened the window, and floated out lightly, flying towards the sky. In less than a second, she soared into the atmosphere, gazing at the view of the earth. On the morning of the rising sun, Han Xiuya enjoyed this solitude alone. She took a deep breath, feeling the freedom and vitality. After a while, Han Xiuya activated her super brain, imagining the shape of the sun, and then raised her hand to draw a portal. For portal magic, the stronger the user's power, the farther the portal can reach. Just right, my strength is already sufficient. This portal can take me directly to the surface of the sun. Han Xiuya murmured to herself. The moment the portal opened, a scorching wave of heat of 500 degrees Celsius rushed in. But for Han Xiuya, this wave of heat made her cells feel as if they were stretching comfortably. Han Xiuya flew into the portal, floating on the surface of the sun. Her body immediately began to crazily absorb solar energy, every cell in her body rejoicing, feeling so comfortable that it seemed to want to moan. Surrounding her was the gently burning hydrogen, constantly undergoing fusion, emanating terrifying high temperatures. The temperature here reaches several thousand degrees. Any ordinary material that comes into contact with this place would instantly turn to ash. Below her, hot air rolled and flowed, like a furnace on Earth. But the scale was even more astonishing and terrifying. Flames surged around her, and the dense hot air rolled in the sky like the aurora, giving one the feeling of being in hell. Below was the scorching core of the sun, continuously erupting high-energy particles and light. This light passes through the Earth's atmosphere, forming the sunlight that humans see. And now, she was standing above this scorching core, like a tiny human at the edge of a blazing volcanic crater. She decided to stay here for 10 days. Satisfied with the scenery around her, she began her closed-door training on the surface of the sun. Bruce's underground secret base. Tony and Banner had been staying at Bruce's house these days. Bruce, after Banner and I upgraded your bat suit, it's pretty good to use, right? Han Xiuya discovered that the stronger her abilities became, the faster she could absorb energy. Moreover, the rate of absorption was increasing exponentially. Soon, Han Xiuya felt that simply hovering on the surface of the sun to absorb energy was too unsatisfying. So she began flying towards the core of the sun. Han Xiuya lay on the scorching core of the sun, her body like a massive energy tower, crazily absorbing the surrounding light and heat. Lava-like magma flowed around her. Flames danced beside her, and she felt as if she were in the center of a giant volcanic crater. 10 days later. Phew, that feels great. Han Xiuya felt that her power had become unparalleled. Now she could absorb 1% of the sun's energy every minute. Many rays of sunlight were drawn towards Han Xiuya's body, no longer traveling in a straight line, but instead bending to shine on her. People on Earth also felt that the sun seemed to be dimming, with sunlight intensity decreasing at a visibly rapid rate. All around the world, sunlight became dim and weak. American scientists had previously noticed the sun's abnormal changes, but had not paid much attention to it. However, now the sunlight was clearly darkening. They quickly used various instruments to monitor the situation and began to panic, as the sun's energy output was decreasing at an alarming speed. Soon, the U.S. government convened an emergency meeting. This could lead to global climate anomalies. We must find a root cause of the problem, the president said seriously. The government immediately formed a response team to investigate the cause of the sun's dimming. But everyone felt powerless. They could no longer absorb any more energy. Han Qian noticed that the changes in the sun were a bit excessive, so she flew away from it. When she looked back, the dim sun had finally brightened a little. She thought to herself that she needed to switch to another universe and find new stars to absorb energy for an upgrade. Han Qian decided to initiate a jump. All right, she thought, I'll first return to Marvel and snatch the cosmic cube from the boiled egg to study it. And I'll bring them back too. Meanwhile, Batman Bruce Wayne had also changed into his newly modified Batsuit. At a dock in Gotham City, two groups were preparing for an illegal arms deal. The Clyde gang, led by their boss Clyde, was waiting for the Carlos gang to conduct the transaction. They had no idea that someone was already lying in ambush nearby, namely Tony and Bruce. Bruce, Gotham City is too chaotic, Tony complained while checking Gotham's crime data. Bruce remained silent, calmly staring at the location of the criminal transaction. Not far away, Selina and Natasha also came to support them. Blue fire is so powerful, Selina said happily, flooring the accelerator and zooming down the road with a whoosh. Blue fire, I've joined the Supergirl Alliance now. Do you think the boss can also get me a transformer like yours? Selina excitedly asked. Natasha replied, since you like blue fire so much, just ask Han for it directly. Just don't assign me to you. Your driving style is like stepping on a gas tank. I'd rather be a ride for a merciful master, Blue Fire said. The group chatted animatedly and soon arrived near the transaction site. Selina had Blue Fire in a concealed corner and, together with Natasha, lurked in the shadows, observing from a distance. Natasha signaled to Selina, and the two focused intently on the transaction location, waiting for the best moment to act. Finally, it was here, Tony said. As the two groups were about to begin the transaction, a nearby container was suddenly knocked open, and Tony Stark flew out in his iron armor. Hello, everyone, Tony called out loudly as he soared above. Shoot them, idiots, Clyde shouted, sensing trouble. The two groups were taken aback, grabbing various firearms and aiming at Tony to shoot. We're in two. Natasha and Selina immediately rushed out to join the fray. As Natasha emerged, she encountered an enemy wanting to engage her in close combat. She used her nanosuit to conjure two sharp electronic daggers in her hands. With a swift flourish, the daggers sliced through the air, accurately cutting the thug's wrist. The thug screamed as his weapon fell to the ground. Next, facing a more distant enemy, Natasha's suit generated a long electric baton, which she swung in a beautiful arc, delivering a heavy shock to the thug's neck. The man immediately convulsed like an electrocuted fish and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Selina's nanosuit also transformed into a finely textured long whip. With a flick of her wrist, the whip seemed to come to life, swirling toward the thug and wrapping around his arm. Selina yanked the whip hard, pulling the man down to the ground. The two attacked swiftly and seamlessly, while bullets fired at them merely bounced off their armored suits without leaving a trace. One thug shot at Selina, but she walked toward him, bearing the bullet. This suit is incredible. I don't even have to worry about bullets, Selina thought, and then, in the thug's incredulous gaze, she delivered a high whip kick, knocking him over. Batman Bruce assessed the situation and also sprang into action. He dove down from above, spreading his cape to glide. He planned to launch a surprise attack from the side. His cape hardened, and a jet device appeared at the end, granting him brief flight capability. In the air, Bruce accurately threw bat-shaped shurikens, knocking the guns from several thugs' hands. The remaining thugs panicked. It's Batman. Where's my gun? Just then, as Bruce's cape unfurled, an untimely BGM started playing. Hello, all criminals. I am the superhero Batman, with 2.5 years of practice, who loves to sing, dance, rap, and fight crime music. This sudden BGM nearly caused Bruce to lose his balance and fall from the sky. He glanced at Tony and hurriedly ducked behind a nearby container, trying to cut off the music from his cape. At that moment, a barrage of bullets rained towards Tony, pinging off his iron suit. Hovering in the air, Tony countered with his palm cannon while glancing at Bruce. What? Don't you like the entrance music I designed? I think it's great. This is what Supergirl loves to listen to, Tony muttered. Natasha and Selina were also taken aback by Batman's entrance music. They hadn't expected the seemingly composed Bruce to do something like this. Meanwhile, Bruce was frantically trying to cut off the music in his cape, utterly exasperated. When did Tony secretly install this damn entrance music on his cape? The music was a nuisance during battle, but despite searching for a long time, Bruce couldn't find the off button. He poked his head out from behind the container, annoyed, and shouted at Tony, "How do I turn off this music?" "Wait a second. I'll teach you how to turn it off right away," Tony replied, becoming serious as he prepared to quickly take down the last few thugs. Just then, a heat vision beam appeared, slicing the last 3 thugs into 6 pieces. In this DC world, Bruce adhered to a no-kill principle. Ding. System upgrade successful. The upgrade included the following modifications. Point system. First, the points for bringing people across different universes have been reduced to 100 points per person. Second, the cooldown time for crossing realms is now 5 days. Reputation system. First, there is now a distinction between the main world and side worlds. Only people from the main world can provide reputation points. Second, currently, only Marvel and DC are designated as the main universe. Third, the system now has cross-universe live streaming capabilities. Additionally, the system successfully located 2 new worlds, the Supergirl TV series and the Resident Evil movie. Arriving at the atmosphere, Han Kuya saw the fierce fighting below, with only a few enemies left. She quickly flew down to join in. With a single heat vision beam, she cut the last 3 thugs into 6 pieces. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating 3 cannon fodder enemies and earning 300 points. On. Bruce saw Han Kuya in the sky casually slicing the last 3, including the boss, and without worrying about the BGM in his cape, he hurriedly stepped out and shouted, "How can you casually take lives? With your strength, you don't need to harm them. They pose no threat to you." Selena, however, was not averse to Han Kuya's actions. On the contrary, I quite like Han Chioi's behavior. Bruce, do you really have to be careful when dealing with bad guys, paying attention to holding back? What's the point of that? Selena rolled her eyes as she spoke and shrugged her shoulders. Tony, on the other hand, didn't care much. How to deal with bad guys usually depended on his mood. When he was angry before, faced with terrorists, even when those people said, "I don't have instant noodles," he still took them out. "Goddess, you finally returned." Tony was a bit afraid he wouldn't be able to go back. Han Chioya was puzzled when she heard the familiar music from Bruce's bat suit and glanced at him. However, she suppressed her doubts and nodded to greet everyone. Then she replied, "Tony, it's only been 10 days. Why are you so worried?" Fiora, who was at the villa, immediately set off to this side upon hearing about Han Chioya's return. Bruce felt a surge of anger in his heart when he saw that Han Chioya was completely unconcerned about human deaths. However, he said nothing and instead glanced at Tony, hoping that Tony was on the same page as him. Han Kuya responded, "Bruce, don't be like this. You're siding with criminals. Besides, I had the AI check, and these people are truly heinous, deserving of death. I also checked the system's reputation records and found that these individuals have a reputation value of 0. Therefore, it's only natural to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Bruce anxiously replied, "But you can't treat them like this. You could easily imprison them or hand them over to the police and let the law punish them." Bruce was internally worried that powerful Kryptonian beings like Han Kuya and Clark were above the law. Just recently, he had been having nightmares about Superman Clark destroying the world, and the images were vividly clear in his mind. After finally getting a good night's sleep, Han Kuya's actions made him anxious again. Sigh. He was going to have nightmares about world destruction again tonight. Selena, who was nearby, retorted, "The law? Oof." She glanced at the other defeated criminals and pointed at them, saying, "Can the law really give them the punishment they deserve? Does Gotham have the death penalty? Your Majesty." At this moment, Fiola flew over and saw Bruce looking at Han Kuya with a grim expression. She immediately glared at Bruce with a hostile look, her eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. Bruce remained silent, not wanting to argue further. This wasn't cowardice, it was from the heart. The advantage was no longer on his side, and he didn't want to escalate the conflict. Unless he was challenged to a fight, he wouldn't dare. Bruce began to contemplate something. Han Chioya didn't pay much attention to this, but tilted her head and asked curiously, "By the way, Bruce, why is there music coming from you? Where's this song from? Isn't this a song from his previous world? It's Xiao Haizi's favorite." She had to figure out how this song came about. At that moment, Lanhua quickly came over, transformed into a robot, and explained, "Master, this is the music I brought with me when I made my entrance." Later, Tony heard it and fell in love with it, so he asked me to send it to him. Lanhua then expressed some confusion. "I also brought a lot of music when I made my entrance, but I don't know why the song is ranked first." "Alright, the song is great, but don't play it anymore in the future." Han Chioya immediately questioned the system in her heart after hearing this. "You little black thing, how can there be songs from my original world? I want to go home. I want to become a man again." "No way," the system replied. "You think you can bring all your abilities back to the original world? You're dreaming. Unless you're willing to give up these powers, there's no possibility." The system didn't continue further. Han Chioya immediately refused, saying, "This won't do. Such strong power would be a pity to lose." "System, are you sure it's not because you like cross-dressing? Let go." Han Chioya almost cursed. "Let's go. Call Banner and send you back to the Marvel world." Han Shiyin finished speaking, and a golden portal appeared beside her. Marvel World? Selena looked at Natasha in confusion. Your world is called the Marvel World? Where did that name come from? What do we call our world? Your world is called the DC Universe. I don't know where that name came from either. It's just what it's called. The figure of Banner appeared in the portal. Banner was busy with something in Bruce's lap. Banner, you're home. Tony shouted. Oh. Banner was startled at first, then quickly packed his things and hurried over. Tony flew to Bruce's side. This BGM is voice activated. You have to say it like this to turn it off. Han Qiao looked at Selena and asked, shall we go play? Of course. Selena replied, Goddess, can I bring Bruce along? We still have some research to discuss, and I have more complete equipment on my side, Tony said. Sure. You all must do a good job researching. Han Qiao smiled. By the way, Boss Han, do you know why the sun was acting strange earlier? Natasha asked. Boss Han? Qiao replied, you can call me Boss, Goddess, or Superwoman, but don't call me Boss Han from now on. The abnormality was because I was on the sun and absorbed its energy for 10 days. Everyone. A few of them widened their eyes. Starting on Qiao? Bruce thought to himself, OH. My God. He was even more worried now. Han Qiao's strength made him feel hopeless. Moreover, if Han Qiao went to drain the sunlight, wouldn't the people on Earth be in trouble? Don't look at me like that. I really didn't absorb much. Just a tiny bit. As a superwoman, it's normal to cause such a big reaction from the sun. In the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury was in the Cosmic Cube laboratory, talking to his subordinates. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the lab. From the portal emerged the figures of Han Qiao, Tony, Selena, Natasha, Bruce, Banner, and Fiona. The agents around them were on high alert, raising their guns to surround them. Hawkeye Clint was also ready to shoot. Damn it! Nick Fury cursed inwardly after recognizing the visitors, feeling both shocked and angry. Was she doing this on purpose, or was it an accident? Watching everyone step out of the portal, Nick Fury was truly exasperated. Why did this superwoman have to bring people to the Cosmic Cube, and two from another world at that? These people clearly didn't seem friendly, and he would have to send more of his men to keep an eye on them, which was really annoying. Seeing the agents pointing their guns around, Tony quickly controlled his armor to put on the helmet and said, Guys, relax, we're on the same side. Bruce and Selena immediately took defensive stances. Selena and Fiona seemed eager to act. Natasha, on the other hand, was thinking about how to be an undercover agent Ness. H-I-E-L-D, without raising their or Hydra suspicions. Superwoman, welcome back, Nick Fury said calmly on the surface. But this is not a place for you to come. He then questioned, this is a top secret area. Did you come here accidentally or on purpose? Han Qiao ignored the heavily guarded agents around her and looked directly into Nick Fury's eyes. Glancing at Banner and Natasha behind her, she said, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I just wanted to return the people from S-H-I-D that I borrowed. Han Qiao pretended to be innocent, her tone naive and pitiful. Her gaze was fixed on the cosmic cube on the nearby experiment table, which emitted a faint blue glow. Nick Fury thought to himself, borrow? Is that really borrowing? That's stealing. Then, Nick Fury noticed Han Qiao looking at the cube and suddenly panicked, thinking, oh no, this little ancestor isn't planning to steal it. Is she? After all, she's a superhero, Supergirl. She shouldn't do something like this. Just as Nick was contemplating this, a slight smile appeared on Han Qiao's lips, and in a flash, she teleported to take the cosmic cube and return to her original spot. Everyone only felt a blur before the cube was already in Han Qiao's hands. Put that down, it's a national secret. You can't take it without permission. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious, Nick Fury said with a dark expression, his voice stern. His brows furrowed tightly. He stared at the cosmic cube in Han Qiao's hands, his mind racing to come up with a countermeasure. Finally, he thought that if there was really no other way, he would have to summon Captain Marvel. But perhaps it wasn't the right time yet. The surrounding agents displayed nervous expressions, their hands gripping their guns tighter involuntarily. They knew how powerful Han Qiao was and didn't want to confront her. Han Qiao discovered that a few of the people inside were her Terminator undercover agents. Among these agents, there was a high probability that there were also Hydra members. The people behind Han Qiao remained silent, quietly observing the situation. At this moment, Tony couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, excuse me, if there's nothing important, Bruce and I will take our leave. After saying that, he exchanged glances with Banner and Natasha, seemingly signaling them to stay and continue the undercover work. The surrounding agents saw that the director didn't speak, so they didn't step forward to stop them. Then Tony left with Bruce without looking back. Although Tony was also very interested in studying the Tesseract, there would be plenty of time in the future. For now, he would not intervene in what Han Qiuya wanted. Ideas for new armor designs were already flooding into Tony's mind, and he was eager to return to modify and upgrade. Hearing Nick Fury's warning, Han Qiuya remained unfazed, playing with the Tesseract and giving Nick a casual glance. Then she smiled and said, "Let me play with it for a while. Egghead Director, I'll return it to you soon." Natasha's lips twitched slightly as she imagined Nick Fury being publicly referred to as Egghead Director. For some reason, she found it very amusing. He indeed had no way to deal with Han Qiuya and could only endure it. Selena laughed at his expression. "Egghead Director? Haha, boss. You really know how to come up with nicknames." The agents exchanged glances, some stifling laughter, and the atmosphere on site became a bit tense, yet somewhat humorous. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he warned in a deep voice, "This thing is extremely dangerous. This kind of power is not something you can control. Not letting you take it is for your own good." At this moment, Fiora couldn't hold back any longer. She clenched her fists and frowned, speaking fiercely, "Tools, listen carefully. The Queen is notifying you, not asking for your opinion." Han Qiuya looked at Fiola in surprise, not expecting her to have learned some memes from the internet. "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to interrupt, but his attitude is just too arrogant," Fiola explained humbly, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. "It's fine, it's all right, you did very well," Han Qiuya said with a smile. After speaking, she glanced at Nick Fury, only to see his face dark with anger. "Look at his face, he's so upset. Let's get out of here." Han Qiuya stopped being indecisive, drew a portal, and pulled Fiora and Selena into the passage. After they left, only Banner and Natasha were left. Nick Fury finally came to his senses, his face showing even more anger as he roared, "What the hell? Is there any law? Is there any justice?" His voice echoed in the empty hall, and Natasha and Banner exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. After Fury finished his outburst, he still had anger on his face as he looked at Banner and Natasha. After a moment, Nick Fury took a deep breath, trying to calm down. He raised his hand to adjust his suit before asking, "Dr. Banner, what did Supergirl take you to the other dimension for?" Banner looked up and replied, I mainly went to the other dimension to play basketball with them. But it wasn't me, it was another guy in my body, the Hulk." Nick Fury stared at him expressionlessly, remaining silent for a few seconds, then said, "All right." Seeing this, Natasha quickly added, "Director, Supergirl forcibly pulled me over too, mainly for me to play with her. She loves to have fun." Nick Fury sighed and said, "Good, you're the pillars of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, make sure to stay undercover beside her and report any key information to me in a timely manner. Her strength is so great, and she even took the Tesseract. I'm afraid there will be big trouble." Natasha nodded, her expression serious. "Okay, Director. I will do my best to serve S.H.I.E.L.D. After Natasha finished speaking, she added in her heart, "It's already become Snake's shield." Suddenly, the portal appeared, startling Eddie, who was sitting alone in the park. "Eddie, hello." Han Qiuya, dressed in Supergirl's outfit, stepped out of the portal. "Oh, it's Supergirl. Are you here to find me? What's up?" Eddie said, a bit surprised. "I'm looking for the guy inside your body." "What? How do you know about me?" Han Qiuya waved a portal, and the two arrived in a remote wilderness. In the middle was an open space, surrounded by towering ancient trees, with the faint sounds of insects and birds coming from deep within the forest. With nothing else to do, I wanted to spar with Venom. Subsequently, Han Qiuya's expression turned cold, her eyes sharp as knives, without any hesitation. She unleashed a thunderous iron fist towards Eddie. "Eddie!" Shit! Venom suddenly exploded out of Eddie's body, taking over him. Upon seeing the 2-meter-tall Venom avatar appear, Han Qiuya did not hold back and increased the force and speed of her punch. Venom widened his eyes in panic and hurriedly raised his arms to protect himself. This punch was as swift as the wind and as heavy as Mount Tai. With a loud bang, Venom, along with the trees, was sent flying far away, startling a flock of birds. The power of this punch was so great that it sent Venom several miles away, knocking down several giant trees and kicking up dust and debris, creating a breathtaking scene. "Cough, cough. Venom, are we going to die?" Venom replied, "She hasn't even used her full strength. Earth is too terrifying. I want to go home." On the other side, a system notification sound rang out for Han Qiuya. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the battle, defeated the enemy Venom, and earned 30,000 points. The host has defeated Venom, unlocking a discount for the symbiote battlesuit. After the discount, the prices for the symbiote battlesuit are as follows. System Enhanced Version, 5 billion prestige points, Symbiote Emperor, carrying 2 Symbiote Kings, Normal version. 1. 5 billion prestige points, comparable in strength to Venom. Simplified version. 200 million prestige points. Ability is only 1/10 of the normal version. Note: the symbiote battlesuit can choose to eliminate consciousness, enhance the human body, and integrate with nano battlesuits to become an enhanced battlesuit. And you, my system, you're the true hero. Venom had been knocked back into Eddie's body by Han Qiuya's immensely powerful punch. After Han Qiuyue threw a punch, she instantly flew in front of Eddie. Eddie, are you okay? I just wanted to spar a bit. I didn't use much strength. I didn't expect to send Venom and you flying. Eddie was panting heavily and fell silent for a moment, finally catching my breath. Oh, I'm fine. He spoke with a bit of breathlessness, realizing it was just a spar. I knew it. My goddess, Wonder Woman can't be a bad person. Eddie, still shaken, continued. That was really scary. I almost thought I was going to meet my end here. Han Qiuyu smiled and said, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test you to see if you were qualified to join my organization and become a superhero. I'm just an ordinary person, not capable of this career, and I don't want to. I thought you would agree without hesitation. Han Qiuyu interrupted him, saying regretfully, You know, I just transferred you 10 million. Hearing this, Venom quickly rushed out of Eddie's body and poked his head out. Superwoman, I agree to join. As long as you give me enough food, I will be the strongest warrior. Eddie, you poor guy, hurry up and agree. You usually don't even have money to buy me chocolate, Venom urged. Eddie was a bit stunned to hear he had been given 10 million, but quickly reacted. Okay, money doesn't matter. I really want to be a superhero. I agree to join. Also, goddess, I have something to say. Can you sign something for me? Han Qiuyu purchased the system-enhanced symbiote. She gave the 2 sets of gifted symbiote kings to Selena and Natasha. Both chose to eliminate the symbiote consciousness, enhance their physique, and fuse it with a nano armor to create enhanced armor. The symbiote king can initially enhance the host's physique by 20 times, and as the battles increase, the host's strength will continue to grow. Fiora, come with me. It's time to return to your world, Han Qiuyu said. As you command, Queen. Fiora thought about seeing her Kryptonian compatriots and felt very happy inside. This time, they found a suitable world, that Earth would become the headquarters of Krypton in the future. Really, Your Majesty? In the world of the Flash movie, dozens of Kryptonian spaceships hovered near Earth, leaving its inhabitants restless. Finally, one day, the Kryptonian ships vanished. Batman Keaton sighed in relief upon hearing the news. He thought that these Kryptonians were indeed too powerful, and their existence had always posed a significant threat to Earth. Now, he could finally feel a bit more at ease. After Kara learned this news, she felt mixed emotions. She regretted not being able to meet Han Qiuyu in person and tell her about her current changes. Over the years, Kara had acted as Supergirl on Earth, fighting many criminals and saving countless lives. Her strength had also grown significantly compared to before. Kara often wondered how strong Han Qiuyu had become. At this moment, she just wanted to see Han Qiuyu once, to tell her that she was no longer the weak girl needing protection, but someone who had the power to protect this blue planet. She hoped for Han Qiuyu's recognition and wanted to fight alongside her. In the world of Resident Evil, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, only a few tens of millions of humans remained, while the number of zombies exceeded 5 billion. The entire world had become a hell on Earth. Zombies did not need food to sustain their lives and would not decompose like corpses. People bitten or scratched by zombies would also turn into zombies. Moreover, the zombies were tireless, resilient, and extremely difficult to kill. Only severe damage to the head could lead to their complete death. However, these zombies were nothing to Kryptonians. Even the strongest zombie, Isaac the Tyrant, could be easily taken down by an ordinary Kryptonian warrior. A massive teleportation portal appeared in the world of Resident Evil. In Earth's atmosphere, dozens of Kryptonian spaceships flew out one after another. Ding! This crossing involved 267 people, consuming a total of 700 points. Remaining points, 600. Han Qiuyu looked at the meager points. I really spend points like water, I'm poor again, and I don't even have enough points to open the next world. System. My Kryptonian subordinates, defeating or eliminating the zombies here, can also help me gain points, right? Ding. After assessment, the loyalty of the Kryptonian army is greater than 60, and they belong to the host's subordinates, which can increase the host's points. The system replied, Great, I'm going to get rich. I will never be short of points again. Han Qiuyu looked at Fiora beside her. Fiora, obey my orders. Yes, my subordinate. Next, you will lead the Kryptonian Legion to eliminate all the zombies on this Earth, Han Qiuyu said. There's still a few million humans left in this world. Protect the surviving humans first, and designate a survival zone for them on Earth. Also, do not modify the Earth's environment. Let the Kryptonians adapt gradually. Understood, Your Majesty. Fiora replied happily. The Queen had found a good place for the Kryptonians to survive. Although this was a different world, it didn't matter. Krypton would surely thrive under the leadership of the powerful Queen. Han Kiwia flew towards Earth first after speaking. Her figure swayed and instantly arrived above a factory. Outside the factory, there were densely packed zombies, each letting out beast-like howls, crashing against the large iron gate as if trying to smash it. Behind the iron gate, dozens of survivors had pale faces filled with despair and fear, huddling together. Some women were crying while holding their children. Some strong men were praying with their hands clasped. And there were elderly people sitting on the ground, motionless. They looked fearfully at the zombies outside, believing that this time they would truly be torn to pieces by them. Han Xiaoya's eyes lit up with dazzling red light. A sizzling sound erupted as two bright red lasers shot from her eyes, quickly sweeping across the horde of zombies. Wherever the lasers passed, the zombies were instantly sliced and burned, letting out chilling screams. Soon, the surrounding zombies were eliminated one by one under Han Xiaoya's fiery gaze, and the scorching airflow spread with a burnt smell. The dozens of survivors inside the gate were dumbfounded, staring in amazement at Han Xiaoya in the sky. Han Xiaoyan's expression was stern, her red cloak billowing in the wind. Then she turned and waved to them before flying away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 676 zombies and earning 700 points. What a windfall. There are at least 5 billion zombies in this world, each worth at least 100 points. That's 500 billion. It's impossible to spend it all. Absolutely impossible. Han Xiaoyan didn't want to waste any more time and decided to head to the Supergirl world first. The remaining zombies would be left to the Kryptonian army. After all, the points wouldn't decrease. System, Supergirl world, activate the crossing. Ding! Deducting 10,000 points. The crossing channel has been opened. Han Xiaoya borrowed the cosmic cube before and extracted immense energy from it. However, every time Han Xiaoya drained its energy, the cube would quickly recharge on its own. After Han Xiaoya repeatedly drained it 6 or 7 times, the cosmic cube noticed that Han Xiaoya was sucking faster and faster. So it simply surrendered and stopped charging, becoming dim and no longer emitting the dazzling blue glow. Han Xiaoya saw that the Tesseract had lost its usefulness and decided to temporarily stop using it. So she lent it to Tony for a few days of research and play, asking him to return it afterwards. Tony, more concerned about his new armor, found that the already dim Tesseract couldn't produce anything of interest, so he returned it to Nick Fury. What the hell? Why has it gone dim? What did Supergirl do to it? Nick Fury exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. He carefully examined the Tesseract, but it was no longer able to release any energy. Nick Fury felt secretly angry. The Tesseract was an important item for S.H.I.L.D., and many advanced technology weapons were derived from it. He wondered what Han Qiuya had done to it for it to stop glowing. However, a few days later, the Tesseract detected that Han Qiuya was no longer in the Marvel Universe, and it began to gradually light up again. In Supergirl's world, after work, Kara's adoptive sister, Alex, came to see her. I'm flying to Geneva, boarding in 2 hours, Alex said. But I have a blind date in an hour, and I want you to help me decide how to dress. Kara walked to the sofa and took off her glasses. All right, who told you to be my sister? I love you. Your matters come first, Alex replied. You're so nice, sis, Kara said with a smile, but then sighed. What's wrong? Alex asked. I don't know. I just feel like I'm not reaching my potential. Kara stood up and walked around, complaining. I work for Cat Grant, and I feel like I'm just being used in this media company by a savvy, competent woman in disguise. I thought she would give me some changes, help me learn and grow. But Kara paused, rolled her eyes, and lay back on the sofa. My job is just to manage charts and make her coffee. Just doing boring stuff. Alex listened and said, You always wanted to be like an ordinary person, right? Alex was protective of Kara, wanting her to live a safe and normal life. So, even though she had a terrible boss and no good clothes to wear, wasn't that what ordinary life was? Kara sat up from the sofa. But I'm not ordinary. I have the same superpowers as him, Superman. I can lift a bus, block bullets. Alex, I can fly. At least, I think I can. I haven't flown in years. At that moment, Alex said a bit jealously, Kara, you have a good job, you're beautiful. And thanks to your alien genes, you won't get acne. Life isn't that bad. Don't go being a hero, it's dangerous. If you really want to help others, pick one of these 2 outfits, and I can catch my flight. Alex picked up 2 pieces of clothing. Kara hesitated. These blue. Good choice when in doubt. Go with blue. It suits you. Alex quickly said, "Text me the details of your date, and I'll call you as soon as I'm done." Kara was already used to being managed by Alex, though she wasn't entirely willing, feeling a bit dejected. In the evening, Kara went to a bar for her blind date. The guy across from her asked, "Where are you from?" Kara answered somewhat foolishly, "Are you asking about my birthplace?" Didn't Arfi. They chatted for a while, but the guy felt they weren't a match. Ahem, I have a call to make, excuse me. He used the excuse of phone call to leave directly. Kara waited for a while, shrugged helplessly, knowing he had already left. Just then, the news reported a breaking story. According to reports, Flight 237 of Nair City Airlines, en route to Geneva, is descending in altitude. The plane is circling the city due to engine failure. Kara was startled. He said the Geneva flight. Oh no, that's the one Alex is on. After Han Kiwiya crossed over, she immediately searched for Kara. At that moment, Han Kiwiya was using her supervision and X-ray vision to observe her from the atmosphere. It seems there's a plane accident. System, start cross-border live streaming. Ding. Okay. Cross-border live streaming has started on all social media platforms in the DC and Marvel worlds. People from both worlds can communicate across borders. As Han Kiwiya's live stream began, people flocked to watch. The title of the live stream was Crossing into Supergirl's World, live streaming another Supergirl. Because Han Kiwiya had previously sent videos via Skynet mentioning the names of each world, people knew what their world's name was. On the live stream, Kara's figure appeared. The chat room began buzzing. Has Supergirl crossed into another universe? Is the woman in the picture another Supergirl? Do you think she has our DC world Supergirl? The goddess is amazing. You're full of it. She's clearly our Marvel goddess. Wait, is it possible for people from different worlds to interact in the live stream? Kara hurriedly ran out of the bar, took off her glasses, and ran to a secluded area. Then she leaped into the air. She jumped high, but unfortunately fell back down. No way, I forgot how to fly. In the live stream, is this Supergirl? It seems like she can't fly. Yeah, compared to our DC world Supergirl, this goddess is far behind. You're full of it. She's clearly from our Marvel world. The live stream was lively, with many people even starting to argue. Kara was extremely anxious and ran forward, jumping up with all her might. Finally, she flew up. In the live stream, okay, she's flying now. I admit she is indeed Supergirl, but she seems a bit weak. She doesn't match my stereotype of Supergirl being powerful. I can't accept her as Supergirl. Han Kiwiya watched this scene, raising her hand to her forehead. Well, the number has been wasted. As a superwoman, not only does she have to work like an ordinary person to earn money, but she also doesn't exercise her superpowers regularly. On the crashed airplane, boom, an explosion occurred in one of the engines on the wing. People on the plane screamed. The captain called the control tower. The airplane engine is on fire. Help! Help! The control tower received the message, but was powerless, so they did not respond. The co-pilot, seeing the plane about to crash, closed his eyes in despair. Kara flew towards the crashed plane, activated her X-ray vision, and saw Alex inside the aircraft. She clenched her teeth in anxiety and desperately accelerated her flight. Han Kiwiya calculated Kara's flight speed with her eyes and felt a bit speechless. The flight speed was just over 2 Mach. Is this really Kryptonian Supergirl? So weak. She couldn't bear to watch any longer and thought about finding an opportunity to train her hard. She couldn't continue being the shame of Krypton and disgrace her fellow Kryptonians. The broken wings were emitting thick black smoke, and the situation was critical. Just as Alex looked outside, despairingly, suddenly, a figure flew over and supported the plane's wings with her hands. Alex's eyes widened. Kara. After exchanging a glance with her adoptive sister, Kara quickly flew below the plane, using both hands to support the fuselage, trying to slow down its descent. The descent slowed down. The pilot exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening?" However, the situation was dire, as the plane was descending and was about to crash into a large bridge spanning the river ahead. Kara, oh my God, not like this. Kara quickly changed her position, using all her strength to try to turn the plane slowly. Kara shouted as the plane, under her incredibly tense control, flew sideways through the gap under the bridge. But the wings still grazed the bridge surface, directly cutting off a section of it. A driver crossing the bridge saw the sudden break in the bridge ahead, quickly slammed on the brakes, feeling both surprised and angry, cursing, "My God, damn it, what's going on?" Kara smiled, preparing to let the already slowed down plane gently land on the river surface. It wasn't that she didn't want to carry the plane to a safe location. It was just that her strength was insufficient, and slowing down the plane was already her current limit. Han Kiwiya, observing from above the Earth's atmosphere, shook her head. Then, with a whoosh, she reached the surface at over half the speed of light, speed exceeding 150,000 kilometers per second, at an altitude of over 1,000 kilometers. Just as the plane was about to reach the water surface, Han Kiwiya appeared in front of Kara. Kara doubted her eyes, wondering how someone could teleport under her supervision. How fast must that be? What? Kara also noticed the big S symbol on Han Kiwiya's chest. Another Kryptonian? From the elf family? Han Kiwiya and Carla exchanged a glance, but said nothing. She immediately activated her powerful biofield. Cross-border live broadcast room. Here she comes. The true goddess has finally arrived. She's late. Another newly debuted female superhero has already saved the airplane. You're talking nonsense. The goddess is much more capable. She can directly and smoothly land the airplane on the shore. Every time the female superhero goes live, she shows up at the crucial moment on purpose to attract attention. It's so selfish. Enough. You little haters, when life doesn't go well, you come online to vent your frustrations. It's really ugly to find trouble for no reason. Does the female superhero need to rely on such tricks to attract attention? It must be that the female superhero's live broadcast room can predict accidents in advance and automatically activate. Of course, she would rush over to save people as soon as she receives the alert. Go away, haters. The female superhero can do whatever she wants. Han Kiwiya arrived under the airplane, extending a finger, and a powerful biological force field surrounded the plane. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, the airplane actually began to ascend and fly backwards. Kara forgot to lower her hands that had just been raised to lift the plane. Her eyes wide open as she watched the airplane being held up by Han Kiwiya's finger, flying backwards. Is this the biological force field? I'm so bad at this. I'm probably a fake Kryptonian. Cross-border live broadcast room. Wow, amazing. Everyone sit down. This is the goddess's routine operation. 666. Many TV stations in this world have already started live broadcasts, and reporters excitedly turn on their cameras. Under the influence of Han Kiwiya's biological force field, the airplane began to fly backwards at high speed. Soon, the airplane smoothly landed on the ground, making not a sound upon landing. The surrounding onlookers were shocked as they watched this scene. Han Kiwiya elegantly floated in the air. At that moment, Kara quickly flew over, looking excited. Are you also a Kryptonian? That's amazing. You can make a plane fly backward with just one finger. I totally can't do that. I never expected to meet other Kryptonian compatriots besides my cousin. I'm so happy. Kara chattered nonstop. Han Kiwiya smiled slightly at her, without responding. The thrilling scene of the plane crash just ended, and the passengers in the cabin were both shocked and delighted. Feeling a mix of relief from narrowly escaping danger and a fervent curiosity, gratitude, and admiration for Han Kiwiya and Kara. God, I thought it was all over this time. We are so lucky. I still can't believe what happened, and we landed safely. It feels like a dream. Oh my God, it was so shocking. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The plane can fly backward. Please, can we take a photo together? Can we have your autographs? Suddenly, the cabin was filled with voices discussing and calling for photos. The passengers also reacted, rushing to the windows, raising their phones to take pictures and videos of Han Kiwiya and Kara outside. Kara saw Han Kiwiya's cool superhero uniform, her eyes filled with excitement and admiration. But then, thinking about her plain outfit, she said with a hint of regret, I want to have a super cool uniform of my own too. That way, I would feel like a real superhero, just like you guys. Your uniform is amazing. Kara looked enviously at Han Kiwiya's red and blue uniform, the silver emblem on her chest exuding a heroic aura. She also wanted to have such a stylish outfit and become the superhero in people's hearts. Maybe one day, I can have a superhero uniform of my own, Kara thought to herself. By then, I will present myself in a brand new look, just like Clark, protecting this blue planet. Let's go. Han Kiwiya said. Okay, can we talk? Kara asked happily. Follow me, Han Kiwiya said, and the two figures shot up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Nearby, a TV station's helicopter tried to catch up to film the event, but unfortunately, it was too far behind. Major online platforms immediately released headlines about the two goddesses saving the plane. Reporters rushed to connect live from the scene. The passengers who were on the plane were extremely excited, sharing their experiences, photos, and videos on social media, expressing their gratitude and admiration for the two female heroes. Bystanders and onlookers began to discuss enthusiastically, speculating about the identities and backgrounds of the two female superheroes. Today was so shocking. Do we have superheroes in our city now? Two goddesses. I love it. They are two female heroes. Are they also Kryptonians like Superman? I wonder how their powers compare to Superman's. In just a few minutes, the shocking news of the two goddesses saving the plane, suspected to be Superman's compatriots, topped the trending topics on social media, sparking a wave of discussions. Han Kia's brought Kara to a private room in a high-end restaurant. The waiter respectfully opened the door for the two of them. Kara looked around and found the decor elegant and upscale, with a variety of delicious dishes already set on the table. "Please sit down." Han Kia's elegantly took a seat in the chair, and Kara sat down a bit shyly. "The environment here is really nice," Kara exclaimed. "Do you come to this restaurant often?" "No. I just scanned a few cities with my X-ray vision in the sky and chose this restaurant for its upscale decor and fresh ingredients," Han Kia's replied calmly. Kara was taken aback. Her X-ray vision couldn't reach that level, only able to see through 1 or 2 layers of walls, and not from such a distance. She realized that Han Kia's was definitely extraordinary, likely even more powerful than her cousin. Han Chuyan elegantly took a few bites first. Seeing that Carla was just sitting there, she said, "Come on, eat up, we can chat while eating." Carla asked a bit awkwardly, "The food here must be very expensive, right? I'm afraid my salary can't cover it." "No worries, I'm very rich, it's on me." Oh, only then did Carla feel reassured and boldly start eating. After a few bites of steak, she curiously asked, "Can I ask what you usually do for work?" At this point, Carla began to complain. "My job is super boring, and the pay is really low. I do mundane tasks all day, just like everyone else. It feels like such a waste of my Kryptonian heritage." While chewing on the delicious steak, she looked at Han Chuyan expectantly, hoping to learn more about this stunning superheroine. "I don't work," Han Chuyan said. "I sent you a detailed introduction video. You can watch it when you have time." Han Chuyan calculated the time. It seemed that the storyline of Thor was about to begin, and she had to return to Marvel to check it out. Should she bring her along? What about Kara from the Flash movie? In the DC movie universe, Superman Clark watched Han Chuyan's live stream with surprise. It turned out that there were relatives from their Krypton in other worlds. He wondered if she was also from the L family. Clark muttered to himself. The appearance of a potential Kryptonian compatriot made him feel a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, in the Marvel world, Tony and Bruce were discussing Kara, who appeared in the live stream. It seemed that the set of anti-Supergirl armor they prepared was not enough. Bruce leaned towards Tony and said, "I have a feeling that this new Kryptonian Supergirl will also grow very strong in the future." Bruce had a deep impression of Kryptonian's powerful abilities. "I completely agree. Our existing equipment needs to be strengthened." Tony nodded. "If we had nanotechnology or some magic like hers, we could develop a more advanced armor system." The two Supergirls seemed very righteous, but their powerful abilities still made Bruce feel worried. "I'm worried she might lose control. We need to be able to manage her when that time comes," Bruce said, looking anxious. He had been having nightmares about the apocalypse lately, dreaming of being ruthlessly chased by a corrupted Superman, which filled him with unease. He recalled the previous incident when the flustered Flash briefly crossed into his presence, hurriedly explaining things, leading him to conclude that something big must have happened in his world. "You're right, for the safety of Earth. We must be prepared to deal with any threats." Recently, Tony had also started feeling unusually anxious and frequently had vague, strange dreams, which made him highly tense. The two exchanged glances, both seeing deep concern in each other's eyes. "I'm also worried she might lose control. We need to be able to manage her when that time comes," Tony said. "We superheroes shouldn't easily fight among ourselves or harm each other." Both Tony and Bruce were cautious about any potential threats. They would first think about how to deal with the worst-case scenarios, stemming from their sense of responsibility for ordinary people's safety. "We should indeed avoid unnecessary infighting," Bruce nodded, "but it's best to be prepared." Tony said, "How do you like the new armor I made for you?" Image, Bruce rarely smiled. "It's amazing." He was very impressed by Tony's scientific intelligence. "By the way, you didn't add that entrance music adapted from Chicken You are so beautiful into my armor, did you?" Bruce asked with some concern. I added it, but you can set it to turn off." "Still, I'm worried you might want to use it one day," Tony replied. "Actually, I have another idea. What if we equip the Earth with a set of armor? I mean, create a more advanced artificial intelligence paired with an army of robots." At SHIELD, Nick Fury saw the cosmic cube glowing again, feeling both happy and troubled. He worried that once Han Chuyan discovered the cube had regained its function, she would take it away again. "Coulson, I don't want Supergirl to find out the cube has recovered. Do you have any good ideas?" Nick Fury asked Coulson beside him. Through Supergirl's cross-border live stream and information gathered from the DC world, they learned that Superman could not see through lead. Coulson pondered and said, "He is also a Kryptonian. His X-ray ability should also be blocked by lead, right?" "Sigh, there's no other way. It seems we can only do this. Once she returns to our world, we must hide the cube immediately." Just then, an agent came in to report, "Director, There's a special hammer. In the Marvel Universe, the symbiote Riot was parasitizing Drake, planning to use his identity to launch a spaceship and bring more symbiotes from his home planet to Earth. This way, Earth could become their symbiote homeland. With the 10 million given by Han Chiuyue, Eddie and Venom happily bought a truckload of chocolate. Venom poked his head out from Eddie's body, munching happily, his face beaming with joy. This is so great. I should have followed Supergirl. She's so rich. Venom sighed while eating. Your two pet chickens are safe now. I won't think about eating them anymore. Eddie chuckled, saying nothing. In their new home, he was happily playing the latest game. This huge fortune felt like it had fallen from the sky, bringing him back the long-lost joy and ease. Eddie, now that you have money, you should get your girlfriend back, Venom said, taking a big bite of chocolate, speaking with his mouth full. Eddie froze for a moment, remembering his ex-girlfriend, and, indeed, was a great girl, and a major reason for their breakup was his financial struggles at the time. He didn't have much money or time to date her, and couldn't provide her with a beautiful future. Now the situation was different. Just as Eddie was pondering this, bang! The door to Eddie's room was burst open, and several burly men in black uniforms, armed with stun guns and automatic rifles, stormed in. Who are you? Eddie exclaimed. Cut the crap. Come with us. The leader said rudely. Seeing the situation was bad, Venom immediately emerged and enveloped Eddie. Roar. As soon as he appeared, he punched the first enemy away. Soon, Venom swiftly dealt with all the enemies, not letting a single one escape. Who sent you? Eddie stepped forward, staring at the man who was knocked down. This is too troublesome. I'll just read his memory directly, Venom said, then immediately invaded the man's body with his tendrils. After a while, Venom got useful information and then knocked the man out with his tendrils. He is from the Life Foundation and has connections with Hydra, Venom said. Eddie frowned, his expression serious. Venom said in a low voice, there's also bad news. Besides me, there's another symbiote called Riot. He is the leader of the symbiote planet and plans to launch a spaceship to bring more symbiotes from my home planet to occupy Earth. Really? Is every symbiote as strong as you? Eddie's eyes widened, shock written all over his face. If every symbiote could parasitize humans like Venom and had such fierce combat power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Basically, most symbiotes are stronger than me, Venom admitted somewhat shyly. Then it's over. We must find a way to stop them. Eddie furrowed his brows tightly and took out his phone, dialing Han Chiuyue's number. Soon the call connected, but the voice on the other end was not a woman's voice, but a cold, synthetic voice. Hello, Eddie. I'm Supergirl's butler. I already know what you want to say. My master is not here right now. She has gone to another universe. Eddie's heart sank immediately. Faced with the impending alien threat, they had lost their most powerful backup. What should they do now? Eddie said anxiously. Then it's over. What should we do? Can we contact her? No, but there are several other powerful helpers. You and Venom should go first. They will come to support you soon. This incident will serve as your first mission in joining the Supergirl Alliance, the AI butler calmly said. Eddie thought to himself that he had already taken $1 billion. Whether it was for the money or to protect the world, he had a responsibility to stop this. So Eddie turned to Venom, who was peeking out, and hesitantly asked, Venom, are you planning to stand on the side of Earth and help stop your kin from coming here? Venom was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I'm sure that stopping them from coming is for everyone's good. If they come and cause tremendous destruction and disaster to Earth. It paused for a moment and continued. When Supergirl, this goddess, returns from another universe and sees this scene, the symbiotes will be doomed. When we were beaten by her before, I even tried to parasitize this goddess. After all, her body must be much stronger than yours. But I quickly realized that even one of her cells contained infinite power, so I hurriedly retreated. In short, we symbiotes from one planet together cannot defeat her. Eddie nodded, understanding Venom's choice. At the motorcycle racing track, Selena was happily driving the Flying Mountain, leaving the other competitors far behind. The Flying Mountain was a system-enhanced transformer that Han Chiuyue exchanged from the system before leaving, capable of transforming into any vehicle form. Selena was speeding on the track in it. Whoosh! Her coordination with the vehicle was seamless, and her movements were fluid. Unsurprisingly, Selena easily won the championship. After the race, several competitors rushed to Selena and asked in surprise, Beauty, how did you modify this car? Why is it so fast? It's more than twice our speed. This is too outrageous. Selena smiled and said, This is a transformer. What? Is it the kind of transformer owned by Supergirl? That's not fair. One competitor immediately protested, looking like he wanted to say more. At this moment, Selena lightly tapped the Flying Mountain, which immediately transformed into a cool sports car with a series of clicks, attracting gasps from people around. Selena just glanced at the dissatisfied competitor, didn't go to collect her prize, and drove away without looking back. After this race, many competitors organized a protest. They believed that allowing Transformers to compete was unfair to ordinary drivers. From then on, many racing competitions added a rule that forbade Transformers from participating. Flying Mountain, do you think we are bullying people too much? Selena pressed down hard on the accelerator, drifting while driving the Flying Mountain, and sighed. She had just gotten the Flying Mountain and still felt novelty about this high-performance Transformer, which was why she participated in the race. She surely wouldn't be interested in doing so in the future. Flying Mountain said, "Master, don't think we are bullying people. We followed the race rules when participating, and we didn't take the prize for coming in first place. So why should you feel guilty?" Selena understood that it was indeed a bit excessive to participate in an ordinary person's competition with her abilities. After joining the Supergirl Alliance, Han Kiwiya had given her a lot of money and let her live in her villa, but it seemed she hadn't been able to help much. However, no one is perfect. It's normal to occasionally get carried away. Forget it. Let's go back. Selena decided not to dwell on this matter, but to train hard so that she could truly help more people in need in the future, thus redeeming her original intentions and not letting down Han Kiwiya for giving her so many good things. As Selena was preparing to return to Han Kiwiya's villa, the Flying Mountain suddenly spoke. "Master, Skynet has notified me that the Supergirl Alliance has an urgent mission. A spaceship is about to launch, bringing many monsters to invade Earth. We need to rush over and stop it." "Really? That's great. I've been wanting to show my skills," Selena said excitedly. Flying Mountain, "Switch to autopilot and take me there quickly." Flying Mountain replied, "At your command, Master. But I must remind you that fighting against symbiotes may be dangerous, so be cautious." "Symbiotes?" Meanwhile, Skynet also gave Natasha the same notification. However, Natasha hesitated and said, "Is there enough manpower over there? If there is, I won't go. I still have tasks here at SHIELD, and I don't want to expose my undercover identity. There is still enough manpower. Having more people can lighten the burden and make combat easier," the artificial intelligence, Skynet explained. In a remote town in America, SHIELD established a temporary base beside a hammer. At night, a long-haired giant burst in. "My hammer. What's going on?" Coulson anxiously asked his subordinates. "Sir, since that person broke in, the hammer seems to be continuously emitting powerful electromagnetic waves. Our systems are struggling to cope, and many devices have malfunctioned," a subordinate replied anxiously. Coulson quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. "Barton, respond if you hear me." Barton, who was high up, replied, "Do you want to shoot this intruder down with an arrow, sir? Or do you want to see him take down more of us? Be ready to shoot at any time and wait for my command." Coulson jogged to a small platform, watching Thor take down the last person and slowly walk towards the hammer. "You better give the order soon, Coulson. I want to cheer for this guy. His combat power is astonishing," Barton said, pulling back his bowstring, ready to shoot. In Coulson's eyes, Thor was striding confidently toward the mysterious hammer, a warm smile on his face, as if it were the treasure he had always dreamed of. Coulson was very curious whether this unfamiliar giant, who had triggered the hammer's magnetic field, truly had the ability to lift it. The rain was pouring harder, yet Thor seemed to be enjoying the moment, smiling at the hammer on the ground for a long time before slowly reaching out his hand toward it. Seeing this, Barton exclaimed, "Last chance, sir. Aren't you going to give the order?" "He's about to touch that hammer." Coulson pondered. "Wait, I want to see." Thor smiled as he grasped the hammer's handle with one hand and pulled hard, only to find he couldn't lift it at all. The smile on his face instantly vanished without a trace. He had already vaguely guessed the reason. Thor switched to using both hands to pull with all his might. His face contorted with effort. He shouted, his legs sinking into the mud, yet he still couldn't move an inch. Realizing the truth, Thor cried out in the pouring rain, tears mixing with the rain on his face. Why? He howled to the sky, then weakly knelt on the ground. The rain poured down, soaking him completely. Coulson picked up the walkie-talkie and calmly said, "All right, the show is over. Ground troops, move out." Seeing that Thor had lost the will to resist, Barton finally put down his bow. The agents took the broken Thor away, and he was no longer inclined to resist. His body limp, simply numbly allowing himself to be handled. Jane Foster had been anxiously waiting outside the base for half a day. Finally, she learned that Thor had been captured. "It's over. The information I've painstakingly collected seems to be lost." She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. No matter what, I have to find a way to rescue him. Although Thor did not demonstrate the powers of the God of Thunder just now, through their earlier conversation, Jane discovered that his understanding of mythology and a universe far exceeded that of ordinary people, unlike what Earthlings would know. She remained convinced that this man was the legendary Norse god of thunder. In the interrogation room, Thor was firmly strapped to a metal chair, unable to move. Coulson walked in, looked him up and down, then shook his head and said, "You've made our elite team of agents look like a bunch of supermarket security guards earning minimum wage. This really hurts our pride." Thor remained expressionless, saying nothing. Coulson stroked his chin and pondered, "In my experience, to defeat them, you must have had some similar professional training." Not saying anything. "Huh? That's fine. Let me guess where you're from." Just then, Coulson's communication device in his pocket suddenly beeped. He quickly took a look, and his expression changed, clearly indicating that something urgent needed his attention. Coulson hurriedly walked toward the door, but before leaving, he made sure to leave one last remark. "Regardless, we will get what we want." After saying that, he quickly exited the interrogation room and slammed the door behind him. Only Thor was left in the room, sitting in the chair with a blank expression, his gaze vacant. At that moment, Loki's figure suddenly appeared before Thor, startling him like a phantom. "Loki!" Thor exclaimed in surprise. Looking up, "How did you get here?" Loki feigned a sorrowful expression. His voice choked. "I had to come see you, brother." "What happened?" Thor immediately asked, nervously upon seeing his unusual expression. "Father is no longer with us." Loki interjected urgently with this shocking news before Thor could finish his sentence. Thor's face instantly turned pale, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Loki clenched his fists, pretending to endure the pain. But this was all part of his trick to deceive Thor. "No, it can't be," Thor murmured, having never expected to suddenly hear the news of his father's death. Your banishment and the worry over the war were too much for him to bear. Loki slowly approached, patting Thor's shoulder, his face filled with pity. "This was all part of his plan. I actually tried to speak on your behalf, but he wouldn't listen. Knowing you can no longer lift the hammer of Thor, yet leaving it by your side, is truly cruel. Now the burden of the throne has fallen on me." Loki continued to manipulate. Outside, the undercover robot Terminator 66 from SHIELD saw Coulson come out of Thor's interrogation room and quickly sent an encrypted message to his accomplices. "Loki has arrived on Earth. 87, 76, 65. You can prepare to position yourselves at the location of the Hammer of Thor." Upon receiving the order, several simulation robots quickly confirmed. Meanwhile, the beautiful robot Xiao Mei, who was on her way to meet Venom, was also remotely monitoring the situation through Skynet, quietly observing and directing every movement here. Thanks to some spoilers provided by Han Xiaoying, Xiao Mei and the others had prior knowledge of certain key events. In the interrogation room, tears welled in Thor's eyes as he looked up at Loki pleadingly. "Brother, can I go home?" Loki feigned a troubled expression and slowly said, "The ceasefire conditions agreed upon with Jotunheim are to banish you to Midgard forever. Mother could only agree to such a demand for the stability of Asgard." As he spoke these false words, Loki felt a twinge of pleasure. He enjoyed deceiving Thor. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. "It can't be." "How could Mother?" Loki pretended to sigh sadly. "We are also helpless, brother. Your actions have led to war in the 9 realms, and we have no choice." Upon hearing this, Thor lowered his head in pain. Seeing his brother's breakdown, Loki secretly sneered. His scheme was unfolding step by step, and next, he would obtain the Hammer of Thor and rule Asgard. "I came to say goodbye, brother, and I'm sorry." Loki feigned sincerity. "No, I should be the one apologizing." "Thank you for coming to see me," Thor said softly, his eyes red. Completely deceived by Loki, Thor was still grateful for his brother's thoughtfulness. "Well, I'll be going now, goodbye." Loki used his invisibility spell and turned to leave the interrogation room. "Goodbye." Thor watched the direction in which Loki disappeared, filled with reluctance. Just then Coulson walked in, smiling. "I just got back. What do you mean goodbye?" In the world of Supergirl, that night, Han Xiaoying followed Kara to her home. Kara, like a lively child, bounced over to the TV, turned it on, and happily threw a large bag of snacks at Han Xiaoying, then dove onto the soft sofa. "Thank you." Han Xiaoying accepted the snacks, remembering something, and smiled. She stored the snacks in her system space, then took out 2 fragrant hot pot buns from her space. "Wow, that smells so good," Kara exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the food in Han Xiaoying's hands, like a little animal eagerly awaiting to be fed. Kara smiled as she handed a pot helmet to Han Xiaoya, and Kara happily accepted it. Although Kara was still inexperienced, she had a strong physique, so she didn't need to be careful about cooling it down. She took a big bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, it's super delicious. Oh my gosh, this taste is simply amazing." Kara put her hands together with the pot helmet, exaggerating her admiration. The two of them ate and drank while happily watching the news on TV. The The broadcast was reporting, passengers on Flight 237 seem to have two guardian angels. Many passengers claim that two female pilots saved the plane at a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Kara was thrilled and jumped up, screaming, "Yay, I'm a hero too." However, the scene quickly changed, and another female anchor's tone shifted. But are the guardian angels saviors or destroyers? The Audubon Bridge is riddled with cracks, and there are also significant property losses. What? Kara stood up angrily and shouted at the TV. If you had saved the plane the first time, would you have caused even more damage? At that moment, Alex walked in from outside. She first exchanged a glance with Han Shioya, then said to Kara, "Oh my gosh. What did you do?" Kara, unfazed and still immersed in the joy of being a superhero, happily rushed over when she heard her foster sister's voice. "Ah, sister. You know too, I'm so excited." Kara gave Alex a big hug, but crack. The sound of joints popping was heard, and Alex cried out in pain. Oh. As a Kryptonian, Kara's strength was just too great, and she could accidentally hurt ordinary people. Kara quickly let go, feeling embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry, I was too strong. I was just so excited. I can't believe I really took that step." After saying this, Kara hurriedly pulled Alex over to Han Shioya and introduced them one by one. "Alex, this is Han Shioya. She comes from another universe, is also a Kryptonian, and she's the Queen of Krypton." Kara looked at Han Shioya with excitement, as if she were talking about her favorite superhero. "Sister Shioya, this is my foster sister Alex. She has taken care of me like a real sister since I was little. She is my family here on Earth." Kara affectionately put her arm around Alex's shoulder. Alex said, "Hello, nice to meet you. You're the Supergirl who lifted a plane with just one finger, right?" Han Kyuyali politely nodded. "Hello, Alex. Thank you for taking such good care of my Kryptonian sister, Kara. Come, let's all sit down and talk." Kara excitedly pulled both of them to sit on the sofa, opened her snack box, and took out more food. Alex sat on the sofa, looking at Kara with a serious expression. Kara, being called by her adoptive sister like this, Kara knew she was in trouble. She awkwardly smiled, drooped her face, pouted, and blinked her eyes sheepishly. Alex spoke up. "What were you thinking at that time? Now you've been exposed in front of everyone. Did you know that? From now on, it will be hard for you to hide your identity on Earth. Do you understand?" Han Kia stood by, and Alex didn't continue. "But I never wanted to hide myself," Kara explained. "I always wanted to use my powers to help others, to become a female hero, and today I finally got that opportunity. I'm very happy," Kara said firmly. "I came here from the distant Krypton, not to be some assistant. That would be a betrayal of my Kryptonian bloodline." Alex said sternly, "Doing this is too dangerous for you. You must stop." She frowned and shook her head, saying that, in any case, don't take such risks in the future. Just be an honest Earthling. Ding! The system has detected new world coordinates and is currently checking. Han Kibya, who was eating popcorn, suddenly heard the system's voice ringing in her mind. Within 2 seconds, the system's prompt sounded again. Confirmed, this universe is the X-Men sub-universe. Timeline, Wolverine 3. The Last Stand. So fast. System, your efficiency has improved since your upgrade. At the same time, Han Kibya noticed that there were over 10 billion system points, making her heart bloom with joy. It seems that in the world of Resident Evil, the Kryptonian Legion is quite fast and has already eliminated many zombies. So now there's no need to worry about not having enough points for the crossover. As a member of the family, one must learn to reassure the family members. Alex noticed that Kara was silent and added. Kara felt disappointed upon hearing her adoptive sister say she couldn't be a superhero. Han Kibya thought to herself, "Is my sister trying to poo a Kara, this little fool?" So Han Kibya spoke up. "Alex, Kara is a powerful Kryptonian. It's not appropriate to keep her in a birdcage. She should be free to soar." Upon hearing Han Kibya speak for her, Kara's eyes immediately lit up, and she looked at Alex. "Yeah, sister, I think so too." Before Kara could finish her sentence, Alex interrupted her harshly. "Shut up. You should work honestly like me. Stay safe and not cause me any trouble." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Han Kibya suddenly stood up. "Alex, you work in the Super Investigation Department. Isn't that safe?" When Han Kibya asked this, Alex was taken aback, quickly drawing a gun from her pocket and pointing it at Han Kibya. "Who are you, and how do you know my identity in the Super Investigation Department? That's classified." Kara was stunned to hear this, quickly stepping in front of Han Kibya and saying to Alex, "Sister, put down the gun. What is the Super Investigation Department? What are you hiding from me?" Han Kibya calmly said, "You have quite a few secrets from your sister, Kara. You're one-way transparent to her." "What? Really?" Kara looked at Alex, somewhat unhappy. "Sister, how could you do this? I've always opened my heart to you. and yet you're doing these things behind my back. Alex tried to explain, Kara, I didn't mean to hide it. But Kara was already feeling dissatisfied. She thought, since Alex was also doing dangerous work, she couldn't stop herself from being a superhero anymore. Kara said stiffly, you're also doing dangerous work, so you have no right to restrict my freedom. I have the right to choose my own life. Alex was stunned. She realized that her actions had upset Kara, but she didn't know what to do. The two fell into an awkward silence. At that moment, Hankia said, Kara, let's go. I'll take you to your sister's workplace to check if there are any safety hazards or dangerous individuals. Hearing this, Kara happily said, great. You've always been concerned about me, and I actually care about your safety too. I'll use my supervision and hearing to help you check the work environment. After saying that, Kara excitedly grabbed Han Kiwia's hand. Alex urgently said, no, you bad woman, stay away from my sister. Our super check department, before Alex could finish. Han Kiwia opened a portal, and the three of them instantly arrived inside the super check department. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Loki, having tricked his brother Thor, was in a good mood. He decided to try lifting Thor's hammer. After using an invisibility spell, he arrogantly thought no one on the backward Earth could discover him. However, what Loki didn't know was that, not far away on a high platform, several Terminator cyborgs were keenly observing him. They had powerful sensors and, although pretending to patrol, could immediately detect any slight vibration from Thor's hammer. Loki reached out with one hand and pulled a few times, finding the hammer unmoving. Then he tried with both hands, but it was still useless. Just then, one of the Terminators on the platform suddenly turned its head towards Loki. Loki retracted his hand, feeling a bit disappointed and regretful that he couldn't lift the hammer. But soon, he sensed danger approaching as several Terminators surrounded him. Loki couldn't believe he had been discovered. His mood turned a bit sour. Oomph. Loki sneered. So what if he was discovered? He decided to teach these ants a lesson and show them the power of God. At that moment, Terminator 46 suddenly shouted, Hail Hydra! The surrounding S-H-I-E-L-D agents and the real Hydra infiltrators were stunned, staring in disbelief. They saw Terminator 46 charge directly towards Thor's hammer. On the other side, Xiaomei and Selena had already arrived at the chaotic rocket launch site, where they found Eddie. Eddie saw two beautiful girls approaching and internally said to Venom, Is this our backup? Two women? Is that reliable? Venom replied, I sense the presence of our kind from that girl in black. Don't underestimate them. Selena walked up to Eddie and said, Hi, you must be Eddie, right? I was worried I was late, but it looks like the battle hasn't officially started yet, right? Eddie felt a bit awkward. The rocket is about to launch. I thought it would be better to wait for all the backup to arrive. That would increase the chances of success. Xiaomei immediately said, Eddie, you're too timid. You should have gone in earlier. Time is tight now. We don't need any plans. The three of us are enough to handle chaos. Venom communicated with Eddie internally. See, I told you to go in directly. You insisted on waiting, and now look, you're embarrassed in front of the beauties. Eddie shyly said, Then let's start acting now. I've already figured out the situation here. No need. That's unnecessary. At Stark Tower, Bruce Banner said to Tony Stark, Have you contacted her? I want to stay in our DC world for a while. Can't reach her. She must have gone to another universe, Tony replied. Recently, Tony had renovated some of his rooms and laboratories, using lead materials for all the walls. Are you sure her X-ray vision can't see through lead? Tony looked at the unfinished anti-Supergirl armor on the workbench, feeling a bit guilty. Superman can't see through lead. They're the same kind, so Supergirl should be the same, right? Bruce said, But Superman is afraid of Kryptonite. She isn't. She can even play basketball with Kryptonite. Tony felt inexplicably guilty, fearing that Han Kiwia would discover this. First, he definitely couldn't beat her now. Second, Han Kiwia had saved him several times. Yet here he was designing armor to deal with her, and he felt very guilty. In S-H-I-E-L-D as well, beside the reactivated Tesseract, there was always a lead box following it. Nick Fury just hoped that lead would work. As soon as there was news of Han Kiwia returning, he would immediately put the Tesseract into the lead box. Inside the super check department, three figures appeared out of thin air, and an agent was taken aback. Who are you? The surrounding agents heard the alarm and quickly ran over, drawing their guns at the three. The sound of guns being cocked echoed in the silent confidential space. Stop. Otherwise, we will open fire. One agent shouted. Wait, it's me. Alex quickly stepped forward, raising her hands to show she meant no harm. Alex? Why did you suddenly bring two outsiders here? The agents recognized Alex, but still held their guns warily. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Alex knew she had messed up this time and shot a fierce glare at Han Kiwia. Kara looked around at the armed agents, nervously tugging at Han Kyoya's sleeve. Did we cause trouble? Han Kyoya said, with your sister here, and besides, you have a steel body. What are you afraid of? Kara nodded, but still nervously glanced at Alex. She felt that they had gotten into big trouble today. This place was clearly a confidential department. At that moment, Hank Henshaw, the head of the Super Division, strode over. Commander, Alex greeted. Hank nodded. Alex, how did you get in here? And why did you bring your sister along? Hank glanced at Kara, then turned his gaze to Han Kyoya and this lovely Kryptonian lady. May I ask what brings you here? Hank recognized Kara and immediately recognized Han Kyoya as the Supergirl who saved Flight 237 a few days ago. Han Kyoya took a step forward and said, Hank, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Hank's expression changed drastically, and his muscles tensed up instantly. The surrounding agents looked at Han Kyoya and Hank in surprise. Hank was very shocked and said, but the words got stuck in his throat. He took a deep breath and changed his tone, saying, shall we talk over there? After saying that, he quickly turned around and walked away, signaling Han Kyoya and the others to follow. Alex also looked at her superior Hank in astonishment, not understanding what had happened. Kara was even more confused, following behind in a daze. The group arrived at a secluded room, and Hank closed the door, looking seriously at Han Kyoya. How did you know my identity? I thought I disguised myself very well. Han Kyoya calmly said, my X-ray vision is definitely stronger than that of other Kryptonians. Your body structure is clearly different from that of humans. Your bones and muscles are not something an ordinary human can have. It seems you are some kind of shape-shifting alien. What? Alex and Kara exclaimed simultaneously, turning to Hank. Alex stepped forward, looking at Hank with great surprise. Director, what exactly are you? Are you really an alien? Alex found it hard to imagine that she had been under the command of an alien all along. Oh my God. Hank pondered for a moment. Then he nodded again and said to Han Kyoya, it seems I have really underestimated you. I apologize for the earlier concealment. I can share some information with you, but please keep it secret. Han Kyoya nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything reckless. But you should explain everything to them, including their father's situation. Hank sighed and gestured for everyone to sit down. He began to recount his background, his mission, and how he met their father many years ago on Mars. The two girls listened in shock, never expecting Hank to be a Mars hunter, and that their father was also part of the Super Investigation Department, who lost his life during a mission while saving Hank. Thus, Hank decided to take on a human form and serve in the Super Investigation Department to look after Alex and Kara in the Marvel Universe. After the 46th Terminator shouted, Hail, Hydra, he charged towards Loki, who was standing next to Thor's hammer. The nearby Hydra lieutenant was taken aback and immediately thought to notify headquarters that this subordinate might be in trouble. However, he did not know that this subordinate had already been killed by the 46th Terminator and was replaced by him. Seeing someone recklessly charging at him, Loki sneered. Arrogantly, he decided to let this ant-like human experience the power of a god through sheer physical strength. You, a mere native, think you could defy a god? The invisible Loki revealed himself and mocked loudly. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Just as the 46th Terminator was about to collide with Loki, Loki suddenly turned, kneeled, and kicked hard at the Terminator's chin. However, to Loki's surprise, there was a loud bang, and the Terminator actually caught his kick. Loki's toes touched the Terminator's metal exoskeleton, creating a wave of air, but the 46th Terminator remained unmoved. What? Loki was stunned. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he was a god, and he couldn't even crush this robot with a kick. The 46th Terminator's red mechanical eye emitted a dangerous light. What a weak god. Loki was furious and scoffed. You're just a robot. How much stronger can you be than a human? At that moment, the 46th said, Asgard's third princess, Loki, I forgot to mention, my master asked me to send her regards. What did you say? Loki, who was preparing to use a shadow clone for a sneak attack, suddenly felt a chill. At this point, more and more S, H, I, L, D agents surrounded them, mixed in with many Hydra agents and Terminators. This despicable robot, using such underhanded tactics, actually affected my emotions. Loki thought to himself, filled with rage. D. Loki left his shadow clone in place. His true self activated invisibility and quietly circled to the side of the 46th Terminator, drawing a dagger and swiftly stabbing towards its waist. The sound of metal piercing metal rang out as Loki's dagger sank deep into the 46th's body. Sparks began to fly from the 46th's frame. Seeing this, Loki smiled. At this moment, a circle of agents had surrounded them, guns pointed at the scene. However, the highest-ranking agent commanded, all team members, step back. Be careful, that robot might explode. He was actually an undercover Terminator, number 66. Upon hearing the order, Everyone quickly retreated. Coulson, after receiving news from his subordinates, was also rushing over. Meanwhile, 66 was exchanging information with another partner on the other side. How long until numbers 49 and 23? And Dr. Banner arrive? The other side replied, replying to Captain 66, "We encountered an unexpected delay. We're on our way." At that moment, the Fighting Small Beauty grasped the situation here and knew that Hulk might be delayed. So she immediately devised a new plan and command for the Terminators to have the 46th self-destruct. 46th, initiate self-destruct sequence immediately. Small Beauty issued the command to the 46th through internal communication. The 46th immediately replied in confirmation. Received, executing now. The 46th looked at the smiling Loki and even showed a mocking grin, saying, "You'd better let me go, otherwise. My master said she would turn you into a woman, and then you would truly become Princess Loki." Asgard. Heimdall stood by the Rainbow Bridge, using his eyes that overlooked the 9 realms to watch everything happening on Earth. Seeing Loki repeatedly face defeat, Heimdall couldn't help but smirk slightly. He had long known that this cunning third Prince Loki would eventually fall into the hands of a woman named Han Kiya. This superheroine, who did not belong to the 9 realms and came from who knows where, was now powerful enough to even make Odin wary of her. Heimdall silently awaited the show. Now not only Thor, but also Loki would be trained on Earth, and Odin would surely be very pleased when he learned of this. Hearing the 46th's words, Loki's expression changed dramatically. As a prince of Asgard, although he had been overshadowed by Thor since childhood, he had a very strong sense of pride. That damned robot, Loki thought, with rage burning in his chest, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the 46th to ensure it would never insult him again. The 46th suddenly lunged towards Loki, its mechanical body making creaking noises. Its body began to turn red rapidly, emitting high temperatures. "You dare!" Loki exclaimed, trying to escape. But it was too late. With a loud bang, the 46th self-destructed. A blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, and the shockwave from the explosion swept through the entire area. Fortunately, the agents had retreated to a safe distance in time, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. Not far away, in a jeep, Banner and several Terminators were hurrying over, and they also witnessed this scene. When the heat wave dissipated, a disheveled figure knelt on the ground. Loki's anger burned fiercely. Although this explosion did not take his life, being humiliated on Earth, which he looked down upon, made him feel an immense sense of shame and rage. "Enough, you pathetic ants." He gritted his teeth, his green eyes shooting out hateful glances. "I will wipe you out like chickens." He suddenly turned and focused on the armed agents not far away. Just as he prepared to act, a voice came from nearby. "Hulk smash!" Hulk, seeing Loki not far away, was as excited as a child seeing a new toy, letting out a joyful roar as he charged directly at Loki. Still immersed in the humiliation and anger from the explosion, Loki was taken aback to see a large green figure rushing toward him, as if he were a plaything. As a noble prince of Asgard, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Hulk charged up to Loki, and his huge green hands slammed down on the concrete ground beside Loki, kicking up a cloud of dust. Loki was enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. "Enough, you lowly green-skinned monster. I'm a god." Hulk paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, not waiting for Loki to finish. With a roar, he lifted Loki as if he were a small chick. Even if Loki was a god, Hulk would smash him. He slammed Loki to the ground repeatedly with the force of a rag doll, and before Loki's screams could even escape, they were forcefully crushed back into his throat. Hulk roared with pride, delivering another heavy blow to the ground, and with a thud, he smashed Loki down. Loki's face had turned pale as if he couldn't accept this sudden turn of events. His mind was in a daze, his eyes vacant, his mouth opening and closing silently, gasping for air. The onlookers saw Loki's limbs sprawled out, his body embedded in the floor, motionless in the pit. Someone sighed, remarking how nice it is to be young. Just fall down and sleep. Hulk turned to leave, satisfied, and added, "What a weak god." After a while, Loki, recovering from the beating, hurriedly turned invisible and soon escaped back to Asgard. He now found Earth a bit frightening and realized he couldn't come alone in the future. He needed to bring more people. At that moment, Coulson arrived on the scene with several fully armed agents. They looked bewildered at the destroyed, makeshift base, the invisible Loki, and Hulk, who was turning back into Banner. What happened? What was going on? In the world of Supergirl, after learning about the Supergirl department and her foster sister's work, Kara also joined the department. Now she could be a superhero, and her foster sister couldn't oppose it. Kara thought happily. However, a superhero also needed a good-looking battle uniform. Excited, Kara changed into her outfit took off her glasses, and walked up to Han Kyuya, like a little girl waiting for guidance from her senior. Han Kyuya looked up and down at Kara, her eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, "Not bad. You look much better without glasses. Also, it's not great to show your bare legs. It would be even more perfect if you wore black stockings." "Good idea." Kara immediately, obediently changed into the stockings chosen by Han Kyuya. Now, Kara exuded a mature and sexy charm, completely embodying the image of a petite, cute, yet powerful superhero. "Awesome." Kara happily spun around and then gave Han Kyuya a big hug as a thank you. Just as she finished speaking, Kara activated her X-ray vision and quickly spotted a criminal. "I see a gun-wielding robber in the distance. Look, I'm going to take care of them," Kara said excitedly. And without waiting for Han Kyuya to respond, she joyfully zipped out of the window, eager to show off her skills. Han Kyuya shook her head helplessly. This little fool. She didn't follow, but quietly took out some food. Soon, Carla flew back with a whoosh, proudly brushing off the dust from her hands. Done. Dealing with them was so easy, just like playing a game. But Han Kyuya noticed that besides a few tears in Carla's tight outfit, her black stockings had almost turned into fishnet stockings, with holes all over. It was then that Carla realized the situation was not good, and she looked quite embarrassed. She hugged her head and said, awkwardly, I didn't expect it to turn out like this, and I didn't pay attention to protecting my clothes." Han Xiaoying spoke up. "Kara, as a Kryptonian, you must not let your body or clothes get damaged when dealing with ordinary bad guys. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassing Kryptonians and become a shame to Krypton. You can wrap yourself in a bioforce field for bulletproof protection, or wear a special combat suit like mine. They are of very high quality, bulletproof, and comfortable." Han Xiaoying patted Kara's shoulder. Kara quickly nodded. "Yeah, goddess sister, I understand. I'll be more careful next time and try not to embarrass Krypton again. I really want a cool combat suit like yours." After saying that, Kara gathered her courage and cautiously reached out to touch the high-tech fabric on Han Xiaoying's leg. After they played around for a while, Kara asked curiously, "By the way, your combat suits are all made of the same material, right? Where did you get them?" She looked at Han Xiaoying's high-tech, bulletproof outfit with envy, thinking how convenient it would be if she had a set too, to go out and be a superhero fighting bad guys. Han Kyuya looked at Kara with shining eyes and said, "This is a battle suit made with nanotechnology. It not only has extremely high defensive power, but it can also change its appearance according to needs." After saying this, Han Kyuya's outfit immediately transformed into a very beautiful blue skirt, revealing her smooth and long legs, with blue high heels that perfectly showcased her tall and graceful figure. Kara watched in fascination, repeatedly expressing her admiration. "Wow, that's so beautiful. I also want a set of shape-shifting battle gear. That would be so convenient. Do you want it?" Han Kyuya asked. Kara nodded happily like a garlic pounder. "If you go through the special training I designed, I might just give you a set." Kara quickly inquired, "What kind of special training?" Han Kyuya had been in this world for a few days, dealing with some minor villains alongside Kara, and she was starting to feel a bit bored. Calculating the time, she figured that the plot of Thor 1 should be coming to an end, and it was time to meet Thor, Loki, and try to lift Mjolnir. So that evening, Han Kyuya approached Kara and said, "I'm going back to the Marvel world for a while. You should train hard. I'll be back soon." Kara felt a bit reluctant, but obediently nodded. "Sister Kyuya, you go ahead and take care of things. I will train hard." Han Kyuya nodded in satisfaction and opened a time-traveling portal. A time-traveling portal appeared next to Thor's hammer. "Who is it?" "The SHIELD. Agents guarding Thor's hammer exclaimed, raising their weapons at Han Kyuya. Soon, more heavily armed agents rushed over, and upon recognizing Han Kyuya, they quickly reported to Coulson. "Director, Supergirl is back." She appeared next to Thor's hammer. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had just discovered that Thor had escaped, was angrily reprimanding his subordinates. He was taken aback by the report and immediately informed Nick Fury. Then he ordered his subordinates, "You hold her off for now. I'll be right there." After hanging up in a hurry, Nick Fury quickly told the nearby agents, "Hurry, tell them to stop the research and put the Tesseract in a lead box." Supergirl is back. Over by the hammer, the SHIELD. Agents looked at each other. They all knew how powerful Han Kyuya was, and they couldn't handle her. Fortunately, Han Kyuya was generally seen as just and probably wouldn't harm them indiscriminately. They watched from the side, not daring to act recklessly. "Lower your weapons. It's Supergirl. We don't need to be holding weapons," the highest-ranking commander on site said. Han Kyuya cast a sidelong glance at him, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was her own Terminator undercover agent. The efficiency was impressive. They had already infiltrated the upper echelons of S. H. I. L. D. The agents could only cautiously lower their guns and slowly surround Han Kiwia and MJ Ulner in the center, keeping a vigilant watch while also discreetly monitoring their surroundings, making it look like they were protecting Han Kiwia. The Hydra undercover agents were also looking for opportunities to report back. Han Kiwia did not pay attention to them and directly extended a hand, preparing to lift Thor's hammer. The surrounding agents and undercover operatives widened their eyes and craned their necks, eager to see if the powerful Han Kiwia could lift the hammer. After all, they had previously used various methods. The material of Thor's hammer is high-density neutron star material, with a real mass exceeding 10 billion tons. The only way to lift it easily is to gain its recognition. If it is not recognized, the only option is to forcibly lift it using a second method. Under the astonished gazes of the agents and undercover operatives, the scene was different from what they imagined. Han Kiwia's muscles did not bulge, and her face did not turn red as she struggled to lift the hammer. On the contrary, she looked like a graceful lady gently picking up a book from the table, easily grasping the hammer's handle and slowly raising her arm, causing the hammer to effortlessly leave the ground. Han Kiwia's body density has now exceeded that of a normal person by 240 million times, truly making her a heavyweight little beauty. Although her weight is N times lighter than the hammer, lifting it effortlessly is a piece of cake for her. She tossed the meow meow hammer in one hand and played with it for a while. Not bad. It's a bit heavier than I imagined, but as my weapon, it's still light. Han Kiwia's voice was crisp and pleasant as she broke the silence in the air. Why aren't you all speaking? Han Kiwia looked around. You can lift it so easily. What else can we say? There's nothing to say. Some people looked on in awe. Some appeared tense and desperate, while others stared blankly. A few were hurriedly reporting to their superiors. Nick Fury watched this scene through the screen, somewhat unable to accept it. Damn, has this hammer become lighter now? We tried everything before, and she comes and lifts it effortlessly. On site, Coulson cleared his throat and cautiously asked, Supergirl, can you tell us how heavy this hammer is approximately? Han Kiwia looked thoughtfully at the hammer in her hand, waited a few times with one hand, and said, not sure, but at least over 10 billion tons. 10 billion tons. Coulson gasped, his throat trembling as he swallowed. One agent couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable. How can there be such a powerful person in the world? Is she here to save the world? But there are no aliens invading Earth right now, and there's no apocalypse. No, Superwoman is not human. She is a goddess, and we are not the same species, a Hydra undercover agent skillfully chimed in. Han Kiwia smiled after hearing this, glancing at the traces of the fight around her, where there was even a humanoid pit on the ground. Had a girl with a mental condition, dressed in a green cloak, been here before? Coulson nodded and said, that's right, it was someone who claimed to be a god. But from the voice, it was a man. Fortunately, Hulk showed up later and beat him up badly. We don't know where he escaped to. No, she is a woman. The third princess of Asgard. Coulson and the surrounding agents were stunned, secretly pondering Han Kiwia's words. Han Kiwia smiled slightly. With a gentle wave of the hammer in her hand, the hammer emitted a buzzing sound of electricity. Thor should still be on Earth. I need to go see him. After saying that, Han Kiwia suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. She could now fly at 8 times the speed of light. So it was like she vanished into thin air. Wait, the hammer. Coulson shook his head helplessly and hurriedly reported the situation to Director Fury. Director, the female superhero borrowed the hammer. Nick Fury's voice quickly came through, I know. His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Jane, with the help of her friends, successfully rescued Thor. Thor walked behind Jane and the others, slowly making his way down the street, looking dejected and indifferent. He said listlessly, I have nothing left. You didn't need to save me. Where could I go now? Jane looked at him with concern and said, I already believe you are the god of thunder from Norse mythology. Thor scoffed and said in self-pity, what good is that? I have nothing left, not even my hammer. All I want now is to find a place to drink. Jane's friends exchanged glances, thinking Thor was nothing but a drunk, completely unlike the god of thunder from the myths. One friend whispered, Jane, I told you he isn't a real god. We've been wasting our time. Before they could finish, everyone, including Thor, suddenly stopped in their tracks, frozen in place. A beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere in front of them. It was Han Kiwia. You. Jane was astonished and recognized Han Kiwia as the female superhero. However, she was somewhat uncertain. Is she in costume? It can't be the real deal, right? Thor noticed the hammer in Han Kiwia's hand and turned to Jane, saying, the replica, looks exactly like my hammer. It seems she's my admirer. Everyone. Han Kiwia was speechless. I'll give you a hammer. Thor smiled and shook his head. Madam, your joking skills are impressive. But only my former self could lift the true Mjolnir. Others are not worthy to lift it even a little. Jian ignored Thor's words and turned to Han Kiya. This outfit is perfect. Did a professional makeup artist help you? You are indeed the most beautiful superhero cosplayer I've ever seen. She raised her delicate eyebrows upon hearing this, her rosy lips slightly curling upwards, and two dazzling beams of red light shot from her beautiful eyes, directly aimed at the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to hiss, and two plumes of blue smoke rose gently. Now do you believe it? Jian and her two friends exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to excitement. However, what they didn't know was that those two heated rays melted the soil all the way through, penetrating the earth. Finally, they precisely hit a wild chicken foraging in the wilderness on the other side of the earth, cooking it to perfection with just the right temperature. Shortly after, a large gray wolf happened to pass by, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, and rushed over with shining eyes, quickly snatching the roasted chicken to feast on. At that moment, Gu Yi, who was meditating in Kamartaj, opened her eyes and then closed them again. Han Kiya looked with great satisfaction at the roasted wild chicken on the other side of the earth, retracting her X-vision. Now her thermal vision could accurately adjust temperature and thickness, and it seemed it could be used for cooking. Superwoman. My goodness, this is simply incredible. Jane was so excited that she jumped around. We were fortunate to meet the real Superwoman herself. The world's most powerful superhero was right in front of us. My goodness. You really are Superwoman. The female companion exclaimed, her fists clenched, her face radiant with joy. Thor was somewhat puzzled. To him, it was just a trivial skill. Was it really necessary to be this excited? Women are like that, making a big fuss over small things. He thought as he glanced at another more composed male companion. But the next moment, Thor saw him pause for a moment before quickly pulling out paper and pen from his backpack, unable to hide his excitement. Goddess, idol, can I get your autograph? Thor shook his head helplessly. Shouldn't it be the other way around? If you ask me, you should be excited to get my autograph as the Prince of Asgard. Hearing this, Jane rolled her eyes dramatically, completely ignoring Thor's self-talk, and hurriedly went to ask Han Kiya for an autograph. Although Jane had already believed that Thor was the god of thunder, it was clear that Thor's previous performances had shattered the lofty image of a deity in her mind. Han Kiya signed at near light speed, and in the blink of an eye, her name appeared on the paper for the three people. They were thrilled to witness such super speed. What they didn't know was that these three signatures would be hyped to sky-high prices in the future. Thor, you really don't believe it's real? I was even planning to return it to you. If you don't want it, I can take it away. Thor calmly replied, all right, it's a gift to you. Let's not stand here. Let's go have a drink together. Jian ignored Thor and said, Goddess, I believe it's genuine. By the way, how heavy is this hammer? About 10 billion tons, Han Kiya replied, seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces. She added, Jian, you don't need to be so surprised. You can actually lift it. Jian was even more shocked upon hearing this. And Thor, I have to tell you some news. Your father is actually not dead. Loki lied to you. The listless Thor was shaken by the words. What? Is this true? I said my father is so powerful. How could he easily pass away? Good for you, Loki, truly my good brother. Han Kiya smiled and said, I'll help you turn him into a good little sister by then, making him the third princess. Third? Han Kiya did not explain. You will know in the future. Meanwhile, Selena, Xiao Mei, and the Venom duo made a high-profile arrival at the entrance of the Life Foundation. Selena rode over and stopped, striking a classic pose. Using the firepower system in front of her, she fired a series of flame projectiles, blasting open the door. Go! Selena shouted, and together with Venom and Xiao Mei, the three charged inside. Venom happily rushed forward, saying exciting, I love this kind of battle. Eddie worriedly said, Venom, please be mindful of my suffering during the fight. Don't just take every attack head-on. Venom whipped and knocked a security guard away, responding, okay. Eddie replied, I feel like you're just going through the motions. The three took down a few enemies and quickly passed through the foyer, entering the building, preparing to head straight for the rocket control room. Boss, this isn't a drill. The flight team isn't ready yet, an employee anxiously told Drake. I'll pilot the spaceship. Drake replied, You? The employee asked in surprise. Yes, I can handle it alone, Drake responded, impatiently asking, how much longer? We are loading the Space Probe diagnostic program. Even if the system is fully automated, you can't pilot it alone, the employee hesitated. Just follow orders. Drake looked up and said meaningfully, I'm not alone. At that moment, Riot whispered within him, Good. Once we bring my kin over, our status will be elevated and a large number of symbiotes will obey our commands. Even Supergirl won't be able to handle the god of symbiotes. While she's not on Earth, we need to get moving. Drake laughed upon hearing this. But what he didn't know was that Riot was simply using him. Once the task was complete, Riot's first act would be to find a better host. After a while, "Boss, the rocket is ready. Just the final check is left," a technician reported. "Boss, there's trouble. 3 people have broken into our building, and we can't stop them with the mercenaries. Also, as you instructed, we've received news of Supergirl's appearance." As the technician finished speaking, a breathless security guard rushed into the rocket launch room, reporting urgently. "Launch immediately," Drake ordered hastily. "Sir, boss, I must have misheard." The engineer hesitated. Drake roared, "Initiate the launch procedure now." The technician quickly entered the password, and with the sound of machinery, beep, launch procedure initiated, countdown 5 minutes, ding ding. "Damn it, who set the countdown for so long?" Drake complained, pressing a hand to his forehead. "Boss, it's always been like this, it's for safety," the technician explained quietly. Boom! The launch room door was kicked hard by Xiaomei, bending and warping the heavy iron door. 3 figures appeared at the entrance. In the middle, Venom's massive form exuded a powerful pressure. Catwoman Selina was also beside her, with a cat tail having grown behind her. In battle, she found that she adapted well to having a tail, so she used the fluid properties of her suit to form a cat tail. It helped her maintain balance during high-speed combat and could be used to whip, stab, or ensnare opponents. "I drew it with AI, it's not great. If anyone could help find a good image." Drake's employees screamed and began to flee in all directions upon seeing Venom. "Oh, I was going to kick the door down, but you beat me to it. Your little legs are surprisingly strong," Venom remarked in surprise at Xiaomei. "You're at a dead end now, Drake." Xiaomei coldly told Drake, ignoring Venom. "The procedure has already started. Do you think you can stop me?" Drake said triumphantly. "Just wait for the good days to come to Earth." He firmly believed that with Riot's power, dealing with the 3 would be a piece of cake. His dream was about to be realized, to merge symbiotes with humans, leading a small number of humans on Earth to evolve, and he would gain a high status. "Then let's just destroy the rocket." Selina narrowed her eyes, using her cattail to ensnare a mercenary trying to rush in for glory and money. The mercenary was knocked out in less than a second. Seeing this, Riot burst forth from Drake's body, transforming into a 3-meter-tall monster, forming 2 giant axes in its hands and roaring. "Roar! Come on! So cool! Venom, that design looks great. Transform and take him down." Eddie couldn't help but say. "I can't do that move. If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't speak," Venom replied. Eddie said, "You're a bit weak. I can do this." Selina said beside them, her cat tail flinging the ensnared mercenary away. Then the fluid of her suit flowed, forming 2 10-meter-long swords, charging at Riot. Xiaomei assessed the situation and ran towards the rocket control panel, preparing to forcibly hack into the control system to stop the launch procedure. Eddie excitedly said, "Venom, go. Let's save the Earth." Just then, Eddie's phone rang in an opportune time, the exclusive ringtone blaring. Venom reached out, ready to crush the phone, saying, "Whose call is this?" So annoying. Just as he was about to crush the incessantly ringing phone, Eddie spoke up. "Wait, it's my girlfriend Ann's call." Eddie hurriedly explained. "She must be really worried about me and just wants to confirm that I'm okay. Let me take this call so she doesn't do something impulsive." Venom's face showed no emotion. "Not girlfriend, ex-girlfriend." Seeing that Selina was holding her own for the time being and that they couldn't help Xiaomei, Eddie pleaded, "Yes, but please. I've never asked you for anything in my life. Just help me with this." Venom saw that Xiaomei was not in a hurry to help, but was confidently hacking into the control system, so he relaxed. "Fine, damn it. We feel like we came for nothing, like we're just spectators." Eddie sighed in relief and quickly answered the phone. "Hello?" And, on the other end, Ann's excited voice immediately came through. "Oh my God, you finally answered. I'm so glad you're alive. I was super worried that the alien monster would eat you or something. What's going on?" "It's fine. I'm getting along well with him. We're saving the world. Drake has a symbiote too, and they want to launch a rocket to bring millions of kin to Earth. Oh my God, can you handle this? I'll call the police and come help you right away." "No, that's too dangerous. Don't come," Eddie said anxiously, but before he could finish, and had already hung up the phone. Seeing that no one was helping her for the moment, Selina fearlessly engaged Riot in close combat. Her dual swords danced with light and shadow, wielding ever-changing blades, forcing Riot to retreat. Riot roared, transforming its hands into giant hammers and lunging at Selina. Selina, being much smaller, quickly dodged, the sword light slicing through, injuring Riot's arm, but it healed almost instantly. "I have to say, your strength is impressive," the Riot said grimly. But that's not enough. It suddenly surged, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant covered in spikes. It threw a heavy punch, and Selena sidestepped, causing a large pit to form in the ground. Selena leaped gracefully, her dual daggers instantly transforming into hundreds of small flying knives, shooting rapidly towards the riot. The riot was caught off guard and hurriedly waved its hands to swat away the flying knives, but several struck its shoulder and chest. It howled in anger and leaped into the air. Seeing the riot's fist coming down, Selena's battle suit instantly generated a massive shield in front of her. The riot's heavy punch hit the shield with a dull thud, slightly deforming it but successfully blocking the attack. The two continued their fierce battle, and the scene was exceptionally brutal. However, as the fight progressed, Selena gradually gained the upper hand. After merging with the Symbiote King and optimizing her body with the nano-battle suit, her physique had not changed, but her strength had increased 100-fold. The longer the battle lasted, the stronger and more skilled she became with the suit. I like your girlfriend too. She's a nice person. Seeing Selena start to overpower the riot and continuously grow stronger, Venom relaxed and began to chat leisurely with Eddie. Eddie said worriedly, I know she cares about me, but it's too risky for her to come here. Venom replied, we can protect her. You need to apologize to her and express your feelings, and take the chance to win her back. She's an excellent and kind girl. Look at the situation, victory is assured. Eddie, you're getting to know human society better. The riot didn't expect that dealing with a woman would be so difficult. It was also terrified to discover that the fluid on Selena had a kinship aura, but it was lifeless, somehow refined by someone into her battlesuit. To it, this was a horrifying method, and it began to feel the terror of Earth. What have you done to the symbiote on you? Selena paused for a moment, ignored it, and kicked the riot away. The riot crashed heavily next to Venom. Venom, why aren't you helping? Hurry up and get on the rocket. No, we can't let you bring them over. What? Why? The riot couldn't understand. I'm doing this for their sake. I felt the energy within Supergirl. She alone could destroy our planet. So let me, a symbiote, struggle here on Earth as a messenger. You must be kidding. The riot couldn't accept it. You traitor, D. It roared, lunging at Venom. Venom and the riot grappled together, smashing the facilities near the launch pad to pieces. Selena immediately joined the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaomei calmly stood in the control room, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield outside. Then returning her attention to the control panel, she extended her arm to liquefy it, directly physically invading the system, quickly preparing to stop the rocket launch procedure. This move was a unique skill of the Terminators, capable of invading almost all mechanical items. Xiaomei planned to let the Terminators take over the Life Foundation, so she couldn't allow the rocket to be damaged. Just as she was about to finish, two burly mercenaries burst into the control room, eyeing Xiaomei from behind. Hey girl, stop your operation, Jack commanded. Turn around, the other mercenary, Martin, said loudly. The two quickly approached Xiaomei. Xiaomei ignored them, calmly completing the final command, then slowly turned around. Wow, this girl is really pretty. Should we take her aside to enjoy a bit? Mercenary Jack greedily assessed Xiaomei. Don't be stupid, kill her first to avoid more trouble. We can collect our reward from the employer once we complete the mission. Although Martin also desired Xiaomei, the job was more important. Your employer is about to be done for, Xiaomei said coldly. The two drew their guns and knives, intending to attack Xiaomei. Jack, being arrogant, had no intention of using a gun. He lunged at her. However, the seemingly weak Xiaomei moved like lightning, her movements light and agile. Martin shot at her, but the bullets ricocheted off Xiaomei's red outfit, failing to harm her at all. What on earth is this woman? Martin exclaimed in shock. Xiaomei executed a beautiful spin. An elbow strike landed solidly on Jack's abdomen. Jack felt as if his insides had shifted, letting out a scream and collapsing to his knees. Seeing this, Martin hurriedly shot, but Xiaomei rushed in despite the bullets, and Martin swung his knife in panic. Xiaomei gently deflected his long knife, sending it clattering to the ground. You monster! Martin cursed, throwing a punch at Xiaomei's face. Xiaomei firmly caught his fist, and with her other hand, she delivered a heavy punch back. Bang! The immense force hit Martin's chest, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. My bones are broken. Martin struggled painfully, feeling his chest cavity collapse. Xiaomei coldly approached Martin, kicking his ribs, causing him to double over in pain. I surrender. Spare us. Martin clutched his chest tightly, sweating profusely from the pain. At that moment, Jack got back up, trying to escape. As soon as he stood, Xiaomei quickly stepped forward, delivering a beautiful side kick that accurately struck his lower back. The force of the kick made Jack feel as though he had been hit by a giant whip. He screamed in agony and flew into the air, crashing against the wall and bouncing back, finally falling beside Martin. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Jack, drenched in cold sweat and utterly exhausted, lacked the strength to get up. Xiaomei emotionlessly picked up a nearby chair, easily pinning Jack beneath it, then gracefully sat down in the chair. She lifted her legs, her bright red high heels perfectly resting on Martin's chest. Martin cried out in pain, feeling as though his chest was about to be crushed. Jack also groaned continuously from beneath the chair. The two of them simultaneously felt as if they were facing a hellish female demon. Xiaomei's figure appeared petite, but the density of her body was 20 times that of an ordinary person, making her sitting on the chair feel like a 1,000-pound burden to Jack. Her legs pressing on Martin's chest were also extraordinarily heavy and powerful. The two were firmly suppressed by her, sealed in place. Help! My ribs are going to break. Jack weakly wailed for mercy, but Xiaomei remained expressionless and unmoving. Xiaomei was quietly waiting for Han Qiuya's arrival. She had only reported the important battle information to her. Boss, Selena has a cattail. At that moment, Eddie's ex-girlfriend, Annie, rushed in, completely unprepared, and was shocked to see the astonishing scene before her. Oh my God, what happened? Xiaomei calmly looked at her and said, Annie, Eddie is outside fighting the big villain. You can see for yourself. After saying that, Xiaomei ignored Annie. She was sending various commands to the Terminators around the Earth, remotely directing decisions they couldn't make for themselves. Annie, worried about Eddie, rushed to the window and happened to see a hulking monster knocked to the ground, unconscious. A gray fluid bounced off Drake and fell not far away. Venom quickly lunged forward, intending to devour and merge with the riot. Just as it opened its mouth and the chaos was about to enter, Venom suddenly remembered that Selena was present and stopped its movement. It turned its neck and spoke to Selena in a deep voice. Do you want to eat? Selena was a bit surprised and shook her head. No. You eat it yourself. Did you eat to level up? Yes. Venom nodded, opened its large mouth, and swallowed the chaos, merging it into its body. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from nearby. You actually grew a cattail? Before Selena could react, she felt a hand grab her. Selena was caught off guard as someone grabbed her fluffy simulated cattail, touching a sensitive spot and making her exclaim. It turned out to be Han Qiuya wanting to personally touch this rare cattail. Come on, let me take a look, Han Qiuya said curiously. Boss, what you're doing is really inappropriate. There are others here, Selena reminded, rolling her eyes. This will ruin your goddess image. It's okay. I can silence them later, Han Qiuya laughed. Venom, having just absorbed the strength and abilities of the chaos, was in a good mood and was curiously playing the role of an onlooker. Hearing Han Qiuya's words, it quickly turned around, raised its head to look at the moon, and pretended to admire the moonlight. The moon is so beautiful tonight. It makes me want to compose a poem. Venom communicated with Eddie internally. Hurry. You need to write a poem related to the moon. Eddie finally reacted, stammering. What poem? I can't do that. Venom pretended to be disappointed. You just criticized me. You're just as bad as I am. No wonder your girlfriend broke up with you. Come on, I'll be your strategist and help you win her back. After saying this, Venom jumped several times and ran towards where Annie was. Annie, seeing the situation resolved, didn't notice Han Qiuya in the distance and was replying to work messages on her phone while waiting for Eddie to come find her. Han Qiuya curiously stroked Selena's cattail a few times, then picked up Selena and flew towards the control room. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiaomei's unique sitting posture. Xiaomei sat elegantly on the chair, crossing her legs, with one enemy pinned under the chair and her red high heels resting on another enemy's chest, using him as a footstool. Han Qiuya knew that Xiaomei was a system-enhanced version, and her strength was on a completely different level than the original TX. Her body density was 20 times that of an average person, making her seem like a huge mountain to the two of them. Xiaomei, this look is quite unique, Han Qiuya exclaimed, just glancing at Eddie and Annie, who hadn't been seen for a long time, chatting intimately in a corner. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's voice, Xiaomei immediately stood up and saluted. Boss. The two enemies felt the heavy burden pressing down on them suddenly vanish, allowing them to finally catch their breath. However, they were already on the brink of collapse, struggling to take in more air than they could exhale. Han Qiuya looked at the two of them and smiled. Wait a minute, you sit back down first. I want to take a few photos to send to the Shame of Krypton and teach her that she should learn to deal with her enemies too, instead of always being easily knocked down by minor villains and being put in embarrassing positions by others, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Xiaomei obediently sat back down in her chair. Han Qiuya raised her phone and happily took a few photos and videos of Xiaomei subduing the enemy, planning to show them to Carla later. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to the system in her heart, Right, can I use points to upgrade the summon things now? The system replied, Yes, host. You can use points to upgrade the summon characters and equipment. Han Shuyan happily said, great. I have so many points now, so let's start the big upgrade. Raise Xiaomei and all the Terminator's powers to the highest level along with your rank, and fully upgrade all my nano battlesuits too. The system beeped, ding. TX Xiaomei upgrade successful, gains anti-gravity flight skill, body density increased to 100 times that of an ordinary person, combat power significantly enhanced. All Terminators also received corresponding combat power upgrades. The total cost for the upgrade was 7 billion points. Ding! All nano battlesuits upgrade successful, costing a total of 300 million points. Originally, in the Venom storyline, Annie could only help Venom defeat the Riot using the sonic waves from her equipment. But now Annie arrived too late. The battle was already over, and she couldn't play a role. Eddie said with some concern, it was dangerous here before. You shouldn't have come. Annie looked around, not noticing Han Shuyan, and said, really? But I see your teammates have easily dealt with that Riot. You all look quite impressive. Venom suggested in Eddie's ear. Eddie, be bold. Just go kiss her. Eddie replied to Venom, stop giving me random suggestions. Let me take my time. Then he mustered his courage and said to Annie, Annie, seeing Eddie stammering and unable to organize his words. Annie didn't wait any longer and directly asked him, what do you plan to do in the future? I want to return to my previous job. Eddie stuttered in response. Just then, Venom couldn't help but pop its head in and interject. Return? Come on. We now have a female superhero to rely on. You are already part of the Supergirl Alliance. Being a warrior suits us much better. And don't forget about the 10 million allowance from our boss, Supergirl. You're a wealthy person now. Eddie suddenly realized and nodded, saying, oh, right, I almost forgot about that. He had been too nervous, and his mind went blank. Annie was first startled by Venom's sudden appearance, but had gradually gotten used to its presence. She asked in confusion, oh, is that true? Absolutely. Not a word of it is false. A charming voice came. Only then did Annie see that a woman, resembling a 3D animated character, was walking closer. It's the legendary, most powerful and beautiful female hero, Supergirl. You are that Supergirl. In person, not a cosplay, right? Annie exclaimed in shock, my goodness. You came back from another universe, didn't you? Annie was so excited that she forgot to ask Han Shuyan for her autograph and a photo. That's right. She is our boss, Venom said, stretching its neck to slowly approach, wanting to rub against Han Shuyan's long, beautiful legs. Seeing she wasn't angry, it boldly wrapped itself around one of her high silk legs, declaring, I will be the leg accessory of the goddess from now on. Venom had previously sensed that Han Shuyan's nano battlesuit was also fused with a lifeless symbiote and was very afraid of being refined by Han Shuyan. So it was cautious with this action, wanting to test Han Shuyan's attitude towards it. Han Kiwia grabbed its head from high position and pretended to be serious as she asked, do you want to make me a new host? I dare not. I dare not. Venom quickly denied. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at this scene. Annie was surprised to see the usually fierce Venom showing this side. At that moment, she heard Eddie softly say, I envy it a little. What did you say? Annie stared at him wide-eyed. Eddie quickly explained, sorry Annie, I only like your legs. Nick Fury was considering whether to go find Han Kiwia to get back Thor's hammer and take the opportunity to gather more information about the hammer. But then he thought better of it. As long as she didn't come looking for trouble, that would be fine. Just as Nick Fury was deep in thought, Han Kiwia's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Nick Fury was startled, and Han Kiwia looked at him with a playful expression. Were you looking for me? Han Kiwia said. Miss Han, long time no see. Nick Fury immediately put on a calm demeanor, and the two fell silent for a moment. Nick Fury said, I just happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Can I temporarily have Thor's hammer returned to me? This was discovered by S.H.I.L.D. and also, Han Shuyan raised her eyebrows and looked around. I seem to have detected some energy fluctuations. Could it be that the cosmic cube has become active again? Absolutely not. He quickly retorted, feeling an ominous premonition. After saying this, she used her X-ray vision to scan the surroundings and soon spotted the cube inside a lead box. With a whoosh, the glowing cube instantly appeared in Han Shuyan's hand. You guys have taken such good care of it that it's shining again. Han Shuyan said joyfully. Damn it. Nick could only seethe in frustration. After a while, Han Shuyan once again absorbed the light from the cube, feeling a surge of power within her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. It felt as if her power had no outlet, and she constantly wanted to tear something apart. She tossed the cube to Nick Fury and said as she turned around, I'll come back when it shines again. However, later on, with Han Shuyan's strength, she no longer needed it. Motherf, you. He was about to explode with anger. But before he could finish his curse, Han Xiuyin, feeling good about herself, didn't use a portal like before. Instead, she slowly pulled her 10 fingers apart in the air like steel pincers. With a loud crack, a tiny fissure appeared in the air, as if it had been torn open by an invisible hand. Then, under Han Xiuyin's pulling, the fissure rapidly expanded at a visible speed, producing an earth-shattering roar and massive energy fluctuations. If he hadn't been behind Han Xiuyin, he would have already been blown away. The fissure grew larger and became a several-meter-long spatial rift. Through that rift, one could directly see the scene inside Han Xiuyin's home. Nick Fury was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. He stared at the rift, feeling his mind spin. Was this the power to tear apart space? In any case, this situation had exceeded his comprehension. Han Qiuya threw down a sentence, "I'm leaving," and stepped into the spatial rift without looking back. The door quickly and automatically repaired itself behind her, as if it had never existed. Nick Fury stood still, unable to calm down for a long time. No, I need to find more help. Nick Fury decided to look for more powerful individuals. Before that, it would be better to find Tony to share his troubles. He picked up the communication device to contact Iron Man Tony. "Tony, your house made entirely of lead materials is useless. Wonder Woman's X-ray vision can easily penetrate it." "What? This is news to me." Tony was speechless for a long time, listening to Nick. Moreover, she could already use portals, and now she can tear open space. She looks down on using portals. Your home and SHIELD are no different to her. They are just like a vegetable garden. We need to think of other ways to counter her. And you need to continue to be a good undercover agent on her side. What? When Batman Bruce heard that Han Qiuya was back, he said to Tony, "I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in our DC universe. I've been here for so long. I want her to take me back." Tony replied, "Okay, I'll go with you to take a look." In the DC world, watching the news on TV, Superman, Clark had just rescued many people from a disaster site. Upon returning home, he silently turned on the TV. On the news, a passerby was being interviewed. "People say the Superman is a great hero, but I ask, whose hero is he?" The person questioned, "Does he have the right to decide which lives should be saved first?" The reporter asked, "If Superman were here, what would you say to him?" The person firmly said, "I would make him look into my eyes and ask him by what standard he determines that some lives are not worth saving and some lives are worth paying attention to. By what right does he possess such divine power?" The camera quickly shifted to another passerby. "Sir, what are your thoughts on Superman? The world only cares about what Superman has done, never asking what he should do. An absolute power that cannot be supervised is ultimately dangerous." Clark remained silent. Though he understood the meaning behind these questions and pains, he didn't know how to face these issues. As a person, and not a symbolic figure, he cannot meet everyone's expectations. In Wonder Woman's world, Kara had already formed her logistics team, but there were only her 2 friends in the team. Windshot was at the computer checking the latest news when he suddenly saw a report about a severe oil tank leak and a subsequent fire at the port. The situation was urgent. He hurriedly contacted Kara. "Kara, there's a massive oil leak at the port, and it's on fire. The firefighters can't control the flames. The location is—" "Okay, I'm on my way," Kara said as she shot into the sky, flying at supersonic speed toward the disaster site. As a superhero, she was very enthusiastic. Protecting others was her unhesitating choice. Soon, Kara arrived at the port engulfed in flames. After circling around to assess the situation, she descended and landed steadily beside the firefighters. Kara approached the fire chief and quickly asked, "What can I do to help?" The chief turned around, clearly recognizing Kara as the newly emerged superhero Wonder Woman from the news, and quickly said, "That ship is loaded with nearly 1 million barrels of crude oil. If the fire spreads, the explosion will be equivalent to 2 tons of explosives, and the tugboat rescue won't arrive in time." Kara stood there somewhat stunned, looking around and thinking about which of her abilities to use and how to operate, as she had just begun learning to be a superhero and lacked experience. "What are you waiting for? If it were your cousin Superman, he would have already extinguished the fire," he urged when he saw Kara standing still. Only then did Kara react. Many people in this world, like those on Clark's side, have become accustomed to relying on heroes to do good. When heroes did good, it was taken for granted, and if things were not handled well, they would be blamed. Moreover, there were extremely high expectations for heroes. "You're right. I can use this move too," Kara encouraged herself inwardly. She quickly ran to the front of the fire scene, took a deep breath, and blew hard, hoping to use a super hurricane to extinguish the flames. If the wind she blew was strong enough, it could completely put out the fire. Whoosh! However, the force of Kara's blow was insufficient. A moderately sized hurricane blew out from her mouth, causing the flames to spread even more fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out from the fire scene as burning objects exploded in the high temperature. The firefighters on the front line were stunned by the massive explosion and had to retreat to a safer distance. Someone in the crowd shouted, "What's going on? Who is making things worse?" All eyes turned to Kara. The fire chief was also surprised, wide-eyed. He hadn't expected Kara's abilities to be so lacking. As the fire grew stronger, the high temperature distorted the air. The massive oil tanker docked nearby was just one step away from being engulfed in flames. Kara anxiously said, "I'll try to move the oil tanker." After saying that, her eyes emitted blue laser beams that accurately cut through several thick steel cables connecting the tanker to the shore. Then, Kara quickly flew to the back of the tanker, firmly pushed against the stern, and began to slowly push the massive vessel. The firefighters on the shore shouted in surprise, "It's moving! It's moving! It's working! Wonder Woman's efforts are effective." Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered on the distant shore. And seeing the tanker move slowly, they all took out their phones to record, filled with joy and excitement. "Awesome! It's Wonder Woman! Quick, take a picture!" The crowd erupted in warm applause and cheers. Kara, with her super hearing, also noticed the people's shouts and encouragement. However, she had no time to rejoice. Just then, a small crack suddenly appeared at the stern of the tanker and rapidly expanded at a visible speed. This was due to Kara's excessive strength and the small area of force on the tanker, causing the stern to bear pressure beyond its capacity. Kara was startled and looked down, only to see a large amount of thick black crude oil gushing into the sea from under the tanker. Kara stopped pushing the tanker, floating in midair in a daze. "This is a big problem. Image AI drawn looks okay." After saying that, Kara quickly flew away from the scene, leaving the firefighters on the shore exchanging glances. They saw that things were hopeless and hurriedly evacuated the scene. Kara returned to the company and sat with Wynn, both silently staring at the news report on the big screen. Due to Wonder Woman's mishandling, a large amount of crude oil leaked into the sea. Is she a miracle or a disaster? This latest heroic deed of the Supergirl not only caused the fire to spiral out of control, but also brought the entire bay to the brink of a serious ecological disaster. The public couldn't help but question the controllability of her abilities. Kara listened to the report, feeling quite down. She really wishes Han Xiaoyao were still around. She would definitely know what to do and could guide her. "It's not your fault. It's my failure to remind you in advance. Your power can damage the oil tanker." Wynn said to Kara, "No, even if I knew, I can't guarantee I wouldn't make mistakes." Kara sighed, saying, "I need more practice and growth to become a truly competent superhero. It's my strength that isn't enough. My biofield isn't strong enough." Kara looked out at the distant horizon, her heart filled with a desire for growth and progress. After a while, Kara turned her head and thought, "When will Choya come back? Didn't she say she would design a special training program for me?" Thinking of this, Kara's expression brightened a bit. Kara clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with determination. "That's right. I'm Supergirl from Krypton. I can't be discouraged by one failure. I have to train even harder. I can't become the shame of Krypton," as Choya said. Seeing Kara's mood improve, Wynn also breathed a sigh of relief. Growth is a gradual process. No one is born outstanding. You can start with some manageable small tasks and slowly adapt and apply your superpowers. For example, you can help some citizens who are in minor trouble, like rescuing cats stuck in trees. Through these seemingly simple tasks, you will gradually learn to control your strength and deal with various emergencies. Step by step, you will eventually grow into a true superhero. Kara nodded seriously after hearing this. "Tony, you did a great job on these new armors," Han Xiaoya exclaimed as she looked at the batch of brand new armors lined up on the wall, one of which had a batwing design. On the other side of the lab table, there was a very eye-catching set with the Kryptonian emblem on it. Tony looked a bit embarrassed and said, Goddess, that set of armor was specially made because I admire you, but it still needs further adjustments and improvements." Han Kias glanced meaningfully at Tony and smiled as she asked, "Have you and Banner finished the anti-Hulk armor?" Tony was taken aback. How did Han Kias know about this secret project? Did Banner tell her? But then he thought, with her supervision that could penetrate lead, there were no secrets left in the world. It was normal for her to know about the anti-Hulk armor. "It's already done. Do you want to take a look?" Tony said, relieved that Han Kias didn't ask about the armor. "No need to look, just focus on finishing the anti-Wonder Woman armor. I've been itching to spar, and I need a practice partner." Han Kias stepped forward and touched the anti-her armor, saying they would practice well when the time came. Tony was stunned, unsure of what to say. He didn't expect that Han Kias also knew the armor was made to deal with her. It wasn't a secret to her either. Bruce, who had been listening nearby, noticed the awkward atmosphere and said, "Miss Han, I'm a bit worried about our DC universe. Could you give me a ride back?" "Sure. Bruce and Tony exchanged glances. I want to go too, Tony said. Han Kiya issued a command to the system, and the passageway opened. Jarvis, take care of the lab and my home, and help me leave a message for Pepper, telling her not to worry. Just before stepping into the passageway, Tony gave his final instructions to his AI butler. Yes, sir. The loud and clear voice echoed in the lab. When the passageway opened, a dazzling light illuminated the entire lab. Tony and Bruce instinctively squinted. Soon, Tony and Bruce quickly donned their armor and grabbed some equipment, following Han Kiya into the passageway. Heading to the DC world. I have something to take care of, goodbye. Upon arriving in DC, Han Kiya quickly took off into the sky, using X-ray vision to scan the entire Earth. Soon, she locked onto the locations of Wonder Woman Diana, the Flash Barry, and Superman Clark. First, Han Kiya flew towards Central City, where the Flash Barry was delivering takeout using his super speed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and Barry slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing. Bai, Han Kiya Wita Asmila. Oh my gosh, you're Supergirl. Oh no, hello Barry Allen. I'm Han Kiya. Sorry, I misspoke. Barry introduced himself at lightning speed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Han Kiya smiled. Barry, I want to race with you and see who is faster. Race? How about we skip it today? I still have a delivery to rush to. Let's set a time to chat after I'm done. He knew that Han Kiya's flying speed was very fast, but compared to his running speed as the Flash, she should still be a bit slower. He had made significant breakthroughs in speed recently. However, Han Kiya didn't give Barry a chance to refuse. Just as Barry was still considering what else to say, Han Kiya made her move in the blink of an eye, snatching a large pizza delivery box from Barry's hands. Hey! Before Barry could react, Han Kiya had already made her escape. Han Kiya did not use her flying ability to soar into the sky. Otherwise, Barry would have truly been unable to catch up. Just like in Avengers Endgame, if Tony flew up into the sky with the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos, who lacked flying abilities, would have been helplessly watching. This time, Han Kiya completely relied on running. She felt with all her might and discovered that her top running speed was the same as the fastest flying speed. Her figure darted back and forth on the street. In the dust she kicked up formed a clear trail that had not yet dissipated, as she had already run quite far. Hey, give it back to me. Barry reacted as he realized the takeout in his hand was snatched away and hurriedly. Han Kiya keenly heard Barry's voice, and she slowed her pace. Turning to look back, she saw a shadow quickly chasing after her. Barry had transformed into the Flash. Without hesitation, Han Kiya continued to sprint forward. The two figures moved like 2 points of light, weaving through the streets of Central City, their movements agile and swift, with the surroundings turning into blurred afterimages. Their speed was so fast that an ordinary person's vision couldn't capture it. Supergirl. Barry's hoarse voice intermittently called out as he ran. Give me back my takeout. You wouldn't want others to know you stole my food, would you? Barry continued to shout, simultaneously amazed that his speed as the Flash was actually not as fast as hers. Finally, after a period of chasing, Han Kiya stopped. Barry hurriedly caught up, anxiously checking his watch, his expression changing. Oh no, there are only a few seconds left for the delivery. It's about to be late. Barry said anxiously. My 5-star rating will be ruined. Don't worry, let me help you deliver it, Han Kiya said calmly. Knowing that Han Kiya's speed far exceeded his own, Barry joyfully replied. Okay, the address is. Before he could finish speaking, Barry's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Han Kiya extend her hands and tear open a rift in the air, the space crack widening rapidly, immediately forming a large opening. Han Kiya had already located the recipient's exact position through the artificial intelligence Skynet, along with her supervision and lightspeed positioning. All right, let's go. Can you tear open space? Barry could hardly believe it. His voice changed due to excessive surprise. As soon as Han Kiya let go of her hand, the space began to close and repair itself. Barry was both excited and nervous. Experiencing teleportation firsthand was incredibly cool. He took a deep breath and quickly followed Han Kiya's steps into it. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the recipient's doorstep. The recipient was standing there looking at his phone, waiting for the delivery, and there were a few pedestrians on the street nearby. Upon seeing this scene, they were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, as if he still couldn't believe everything he had just seen. At this moment, Han Kiya and Barry had already vanished like lightning. A few curious passers-by gathered around the recipient. Dude, sell me the pizza in your hand. I'll pay double. One person said eagerly. I'll pay 10 times, you have to sell it to me, another person added. People around them began to chime in with their offers. I'll offer. Don't listen to them. Someone interjected. This is delivered by Superman and the Flash through a space gap. We have few historical artifacts in America. You should sell it directly to the museum for a higher price. My 5-star review should be secured, Barry said happily. Why do you rely on delivering food to make money? Han Qiya asked. Because my skills are very suitable for food delivery. Delivering 10 orders in a minute is quite reasonable, right? Very efficient, Barry said while holding his food and eating. Do you have a better job to recommend to me? Han Qiya thought for a moment and said, I think you can play basketball or soccer. No other players can run faster than you. After saying goodbye to Barry, Han Qiya arrived at a restaurant, ready to meet Diana and Clark, whom she had arranged to meet in advance. Diana was the first to arrive and had been waiting at the restaurant. She was dressed in casual clothes and wore a pair of glasses as a disguise, looking just like an ordinary office worker. Han Qiya walked into the restaurant and quickly recognized Diana. She sat down across from Diana, and the two ordered some delicious food and drinks. What have you been busy with lately? Han Qiya asked with a smile. Oh, I've been training, improving my strength. Diana replied with a smile as well. It's not easy to become an outstanding female hero. Han Qiya nodded, fully understanding Diana's thoughts. After a while, Han Qiya asked, have you been practicing flying? Have you learned it? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Diana's face. Well, actually, I still can't fly very well. I mainly don't know how to start practicing. Han Qiya thought seriously for a moment and said, how about I take you to fight zombie monsters? I can guide you in flying. It will be both training and exciting. Fight zombies? Where? To another universe? That's right. The space there is vast, and we can fight with all our strength without worrying about destruction. Han Qiya explained, the monsters there are weak, so it won't be dangerous. Diana nodded, all right then. With a strong person like you leading, I will be safe. This sounds pretty good. Anyway, there is nothing major going on here right now. Just as the two were discussing their plans to go to another universe, Clark approached from a distance, dressed casually. Ms. Han, long time no see, Clark greeted warmly. Clark, I was just planning to take Diana to another universe to fight zombies, where we can fly and fight without restraint. Are you interested in joining us? Han Qiya invited with a smile. Clark was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Go to another universe? That sounds like a great idea. I haven't been able to use my powers to the fullest for a long time, and it sounds quite exciting to unleash my strength in another universe. He had been feeling down recently. He was saving people everywhere, but the news kept criticizing him, and the haters were becoming more rampant. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. By the way, Ms. Han, you mentioned last time about meeting the otherworldly Kara in another universe, who is my cousin in that universe. Is there a chance for you to take me to meet her this time? Han Qiya understands that Clark, as a Kryptonian, living alone on Earth, inevitably feels lonely and isolated. She nodded and said, I originally planned to take Kara with me for training this time. She's too inexperienced and basically unable to fully utilize her Kryptonian superpowers. Kara needs to shake off the title of Krypton's disgrace. She needs training the most. In Han Qiya's system space, there's a gravity gym that she exchanged for. Inside, there are various Kryptonite equipment, including Kryptonite whips and Kryptonite chairs. She plans to train Kal-El well there. You all arrange things, and let's gather in 3 days to take you there. How about it? No problem. At Batman's home, in the Batcave, Bruce and Tony are watching video footage on the display screen. Bruce, the people you found are all good. They can form the Justice League you mentioned, and I want to join too. Tony said after watching the videos of Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Cyborg using their superpowers. Speaking of which, how is that Catwoman from her DC world? The sexy woman named Selena? Can we invite her to join the League? I think her strength is also impressive. Don't even think about it. She has already been recruited by Supergirl, even if she agrees to join. It would just be as an undercover agent. Bruce shot Tony a sidelong glance and said, besides, she's still in your Marvel world. Han Qiya returned to Marvel. In the town of Thor's Hammer, Loki unleashed the powerful Destroyer robot. The Destroyer, a guardian specifically stationed in the armory by Odin, was naturally formidable. The 4 warriors of Asgard went to stop it, but one by one they were defeated by the Destroyer. Thor understood that Loki's purpose was solely to deal with him, so he approached the Destroyer alone. During this time on Earth, he felt for the first time a love that moved his heart. He realized that protecting those around him was more important than killing enemies and defeating foes. Loki, this hatred must end, Thor shouted as he walked alone towards the Destroyer. However, Thor, having lost his divine power, became a mere mortal and was sent flying by a punch from the Destroyer, crashing heavily to the ground. Thor! Jane ran in terror to Thor's side and held him in her arms. Thor slowly closed his eyes in her embrace, breathing weakly, and soon fell silent. No! Everyone cried out in anguish, tears streaming down their faces. This was all part of Odin's plan. But one thing surprised him. The hammer of the Thunder God was not on Earth at that moment, but in Han Kyu-ya's system space. Odin, so the god of hammers, Thor, wakes up without his hammer. In Jane's arms, Thor's injuries began to miraculously heal. He started to regain the power of the Thunder God, lightning crackling around him. Get back! Jane's friends shouted loudly as they saw Thor's body change. Thor stood up excitedly, declaring, "My power has returned." He focused on the destroyer and walked towards it with a fighting spirit. However, when he raised his hand to call back the hammer, it did not return for a long time. The hammer seemed to have gone somewhere else, completely out of his reach. "No, what's going on? Mjolnir, have you abandoned me?" Thor's expression quickly changed, speaking in pain. The destroyer, seeing that Thor had come back to life, charged towards him with great strides, swinging its fist fiercely. "Watch out!" People in the distance shouted a warning. Thor quickly rolled to the left, awkwardly dodging the punch, but realized he had no hammer in hand and felt a bit at a loss. The destroyer did not give him a chance to breathe, seeing that it had missed. It threw another heavy punch. Thor barely dodged, but was still grazed and fell painfully to the ground. "Thor, pull yourself together. We believe in you," Jane shouted from the side, encouraging him. In Asgard, Odin in the coffin observed the situation on Earth, his brow furrowed. Originally, he had planned a gradual training process for Thor to grow step by step. But now, with the hammer gone, his arrangements were disrupted. "This test is too heavy. Thor isn't ready to lose his hammer yet," Odin muttered to himself. He prepared to observe for a while longer. If the situation continued to worsen, he would personally deal with that rebellious son, Loki, who was sitting leisurely on his throne. Furthermore, once this matter was over, he would have a good talk with the woman who took the hammer. She was from another universe, and was someone even the Ancient One held in high regard. At this moment, seeing that Thor could not summon his hammer, Loki was in high spirits and commanded the destroyer to unleash a flurry of attacks on him. Just when Thor was in a desperate situation, a tall and beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With one blow, she sent the approaching destroyer flying, causing it to shrink into a small dot in the sky. "Good thing I'm not late." Thor felt a sense of relief as he saw Han Kyu-ya holding his beloved weapon. His eyes lit up, and he happily reached out his right hand, with arcs of electricity crackling. "It's Mjolnir. Give it to me." However, to his surprise, Han Kyu-ya tightly gripped the hammer's handle, not budging an inch. Thor exerted all his strength to summon the hammer, but it only trembled slightly in her hand, showing no intention of returning to its master. "Didn't you say you'd gift it to me before?" "Back then, I thought it was a joke. Now that I know it's real, of course. I want it back," Thor said anxiously. "Hurry and return it to me. My father Odin has many treasures in his vault. I can give you something else later." "All right." Han Kyu-ya finally released her grip on the hammer. Mjolnir immediately flew back into Thor's hand with a whoosh, crackling with lightning and radiating light. Thor once again held his beloved hammer, letting out a sigh of relief as if he had been reborn. "You're surprisingly easy to talk to. I owe you a favor, and Asgard pays its debts," Thor said sincerely. Then, fire ignited in Thor's eyes as he looked angrily at the destroyer robot, which was about to fall from the sky. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, he began to spin the hammer, preparing to fly into the air. At that moment, he noticed that another hammer had appeared in Han Kyu-ya's hand, identical in appearance to his Mjolnir. It turned out that, like him, she also liked to use a hammer as a weapon. Losing his hammer made her grab a substitute. Thor thought to himself, "I must ask Father if there are any other lesser divine hammers in Asgard's treasury, and I'll bring one for her." Thor secretly planned. Meanwhile, Odin and Heimdall, who were watching from Asgard, were somewhat surprised by this scene. Odin noticed that the hammer that had appeared in Han Kyu-ya's hand was also genuine. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. "It seems I need to pay more attention to her. Someone the Ancient One values is indeed not simple." At the same time, Thor, holding Mjolnir, spun the hammer rapidly, propelling himself into the sky. The destroyer, falling from above, immediately fired laser beams from its eyes at Thor. With a wave of his right hand, Thor easily blocked the attack with his hammer. Following that, Han Kyu-ya flew up as well, holding the same divine hammer. The two of them coordinated perfectly in the sky, each wielding a hammer and leaving the destroyer with no chance to fight back. The people on the ground could only hear the clanging sounds of steel colliding, accompanied by dazzling flashes of light. Under the work of the two hammer masters, the destroyer was smashed to pieces, turning into countless fragments that fell from the sky. After defeating the destroyer, Thor found Jane and said a brief farewell. "I have to take care of some things. I'll be back soon," Thor said reluctantly. "I'll wait for you, Thor." Jane smiled and nodded. Thor took one last look at her, then loudly called for the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. "Heimdall." As soon as he spoke, The rainbow bridge connecting the 9 realms shone brightly, extending towards where Thor was. Thor stepped in with the Valkyrie Sif and others, preparing to return to Asgard. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly echoed in Han Kyoya's mind. Miss Han, the God King of Asgard, Odin wishes to invite you to Asgard. Han Kyoya's heart stirred, and she also wanted to take a look. All right. So, as Thor and the others stepped onto the light bridge, Han Kyoya followed them. After a dazzling flash of light. By the rainbow bridge, Loki was using the bridge's power to launch a deadly strike towards the Frost Giant's homeland, attempting to destroy it. Loki, stop. Your schemes end here, Thor shouted as he flew towards Loki. Seeing this, Loki's expression darkened, and he raised his staff to cast a spell at the approaching Thor. A magical beam shot towards Thor, knocking him aside. At that moment, Han Kyoya teleported in front of Loki like a flash of white light, her right hand raised high, and a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Loki's face instantly turned pale. If this punch hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, just as Han Kyoya's fist was about to smash into Loki's face, a commanding voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Let these brothers have a good fight. You come to my place for a visit, and we'll have a chat. Han Kyoya felt a stir in her heart, realizing that Odin was calling her. She retracted her punch and instantly flew to Odin's side at 999 times the speed of light, just in time to see Odin emerge from his coffin. King Odin, may I ask why you sought me? Brave girl, please follow me, Odin said, leading Han Kyoya to a secluded palace. Queen Frigga also arrived, and the three took their seats in the palace. Odin summoned attendants to bring forth fine wine and delicacies. Wonder Woman, goddess of the mortal realm from Earth. We warmly welcome you to Asgard, Odin said with a smile. That hammer in your hand seems remarkably similar to Thor's Mjolnir. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm also honored to be here, Han Kyoya replied, taking out the hammer from her space and placing it on the table. This hammer in my hand is exactly the same as Thor's. Odin tried to establish a connection with the hammer, but was surprised to find that he couldn't. It seemed to be uniquely hers. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki were engaged in a fierce battle high above Asgard, their divine powers clashing with a thunderous sound. Han Kyoya observed their fight with her X-ray vision while conversing with Odin. As the two brothers fought dangerously, Odin's face showed no signs of panic. Instead, he sighed heavily with a serious expression. Alas, I am no longer young, and my time is limited, yet my sons are still disappointing and far from becoming wise rulers. Frigga also worriedly thought to herself that Loki was untrustworthy and difficult to entrust with important tasks. Although Thor was brave, he was still too young and reckless, lacking the wisdom to grasp the bigger picture. Han Kyoya sensed Odin's implied meaning and guessed that he might want her to help guide and teach the two Asgardian princes. God King, you want me to? That's right. I hope Thor can take you as his sworn sister, Odin said firmly. If you don't mind, please also treat Loki as your sworn brother and guide him back to the right path, so he doesn't continue down the wrong one. Of course, if he falls into danger, I hope you can also protect his life. Frigga nodded in agreement from the side. Although I cannot see your future clearly, I can sense the kindness and light within you. Odin then added, as long as you agree to guide my sons, Asgard will reward you with countless treasures and gifts, and you will not be treated poorly. Han Kyoya pondered for a moment and curiously asked, I can't agree to be their adoptive sister, but if Loki is too unruly, can I turn him into a woman to deal with him? Odin laughed after hearing this. You can do whatever you want, just handle it as you see fit. Seeing that Odin had said this, Han Kyoya officially agreed to his request. On the other side, Loki clearly was no match for Thor, who wielded the hammer of thunder. However, he was the god of mischief. As Loki was knocked back to the edge of the rainbow bridge, about to fall, Thor rushed over to reach out and save him. Unexpectedly, this was Loki's illusion. Ha ha! Loki appeared behind Thor and stabbed him with a knife, feeling extremely pleased. You lost. I'm more suited than you. Before Loki could finish his sentence, Han Kyoya arrived and slapped him away. Then, Han Kyoya assessed the situation, tore a piece from her short skirt, and expanded it to the size of a large bed. Taking advantage of Loki's moment of being down, she quickly flew over and covered him with it, leaving only his head exposed. Rest in peace. Have a good sleep, Han Kyoya playfully said. Loki shouted in anger, struggling desperately, but the blanket made from Han Kyoya's clothing was so heavy that he couldn't move at all. It's you again, young man. Be careful and reflect on yourself. Han Kyoya's battlesuit is tailored to her defense and body density. Even a small piece is very heavy. Thor, covering his wound, got up and said, I originally wanted to press a hammer down on him, but your method seems better. But soon, his expression changed. Not good. The damaged Bifrost can no longer be closed. The home of the Frost Giants will be destroyed. Loki smugly replied. It's too late. You can't do anything. Ha ha. In order to sever the connection and protect the 9 realms, Thor resolutely lifted his hammer and smashed it down onto the Bifrost beneath him. Loki exclaimed, Are you crazy? Don't you want to meet her on Earth? Boom! With a few strikes, the Bifrost was destroyed, and a massive shockwave shook all of Asgard. Han Kiya was happily absorbing energy at the energy center. After a dazzling light, the rainbow bridge blasted Thor and Loki away. Han Kiya retracted the quilt and was about to save the two of them when she saw Odin approaching, so she stopped. One of Thor's hands was grabbed by Odin, while he quickly grabbed Loki's scepter with the other hand. Seeing Odin arrive, Thor smiled. Father, I was so close to succeeding. Everything was for you, for Asgard. Loki shouted loudly, wanting Odin's recognition. No, Loki, you are wrong. Odin began, but did not continue. Loki's face darkened at not receiving his father's approval, and he immediately let go, falling into the endless cosmic abyss below. No, Thor shouted sadly, but it was too late. Odin pulled Thor up onto the wreckage of the Rainbow Bridge, and the two stood on the ruins, watching Loki disappear in the distance. Don't worry, he is not dead. You should have gone to another planet. Han Kiya flew over. Thor looked at Han Kiya and then turned to Odin. Father, is this true? Loki is still alive? Odin nodded. Yes, he's still alive. He is just lost right now, and we must believe that he will find his way back. The three returned to Odin's magnificent palace, and Odin immediately said to Thor, Thor, this is my adopted sister I found for you. Come over and greet her. Thor looked at Han Kiya in surprise, and then at Odin, momentarily stunned. But in the face of his father's request, he could only comply. Moreover, Han Kiya was clearly stronger than him, and with his warrior mentality, he was quite convinced. Thor stood up and formally bowed to Han Kiya. I am Thor, son of Odin. From today on, you're my adopted sister. Please take care of me. Han Kiya smiled and responded, Prince Thor, I gladly accept to be your sworn sister. After the two performed a somewhat unconventional simple ceremony, Odin nodded in satisfaction. With matters settled, Han Kiya said to Odin, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Odin nodded. All right, you're welcome to return anytime. From now on, you're the Grand Princess of Asgard. Han Kiya. I was a bit surprised to hear that, but Han Kiya didn't deny it. At this moment, Sol curiously asked, Sister Kiya, how are you going to return to Earth? The Rainbow Bridge connecting Earth and here has already been destroyed by me. Han Kiya smiled mysteriously, not answering directly. Instead, she raised her hands, and the space in front of her was suddenly torn apart, forming a huge spatial rift. Odin's expression remained unchanged, but he was somewhat surprised. It turned out that Han Kiya possessed such strong power. She could tear through space and traverse the vast distance from Asgard to Earth. Thor saw that the other side of the portal seemed to be Earth and excitedly said, Great, I want to go to Earth too. But Odin immediately rejected him, saying, No, you cannot leave Asgard now, nor are you allowed to approach that Earth woman. Thor looked distressed as he watched Han Kiya walk into the spatial portal, which slowly closed, leaving him unable to move from his spot. After Han Kiya returned to Earth, she visited her new company, which was taken over by Xiao Mei and the Terminators from the Life Foundation. Han Kiya found everything running smoothly, with Skynet and Xiao Mei in place, leaving no need for her. So she decided to travel again. In the world of Supergirl, early one morning, Kara, who was eating at the company, was surprised to see Han Kiya suddenly appear. She was initially taken aback, but then burst into joy, bouncing up and down, wrapping her arms around Han Kiya. Sister Kiya, I missed you so much. When did you come back? I was delayed by some matters, Han Kiya replied, gently setting Kara down and smiling. I'm going to another universe to fight zombie monsters. Do you want to join me? It'll be a special training session. Really? That is amazing, Kara exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She was eager to fight alongside Han Kiya and was also curious about entering another universe. As Kara was filled with excitement, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Where are we going? Are we leaving now? I need to ask for leave at the company first. But the super department said they want to schedule a test for me today, and I need to go over right now. Han Kiya, don't rush to cross over. I'll accompany you for the test. I want to try it too. Let's fly over. All right, Kara said excitedly. So, Han Kiya and Kara immediately took off into the air, heading towards the super investigation department. In midair, the sun shone brightly as two figures weaved through the blue sky and ethereal clouds, like two supersonic weapons flying freely. Kara's speed was much faster than before, and a powerful shockwave formed a distinct skirt shape around her waist. At that moment, a voice from the Mars Hunter suddenly came through Kara's earpiece. Kara, the test has begun. It turned out that the Super Investigation Department had already set up various testing devices and weapons in the uninhabited area ahead. They detected Kara's high-speed approach through her earpiece's positioning and decided to conduct a surprise attack test on her. What? It's starting now? Kara was a bit surprised. Just then, she noticed a high-speed missile suddenly shooting towards her from below. Kara reacted quickly, executing a tailspin to evade just as the missile was about to hit her, causing it to whiz past. The explosion sounded behind her. It was Han Xiuyue who had punched the missile apart. How dare you show off your petty skills here? Since Han Xiuyue was not moving fast and didn't deliberately hide her presence, the radar quickly detected her. More missiles and lasers were immediately fired at the two of them. The Mars hunter observed with binoculars. Kara, is this your fastest speed? We will use faster missiles. We will thoroughly test you. Do all you have so many tests? Or is it just for Kryptonians? Repeat. Rookie superheroes are unstable factors on the battlefield. We will conduct corresponding tests for different individuals. The Mars hunter responded, then told his subordinate beside him, increase the intensity for the other Supergirl. Use the most powerful weapons directly. Received. Launch. Han Qiuya saw various hypersonic missiles flying in, and her eyes quickly emitted precise thermal beams, causing the missiles to explode in midair. Then, Han Qiuya tried using another superpower, her eyes emitting powerful white freezing rays, instantly freezing all the remaining missiles in midair. Seeing the scene, Kara, not far away, was extremely amazed. Watching the surveillance footage, the Mars hunters and staff were somewhat dumbfounded. They had only seen thermal beams before. Such a powerful freezing ability, freezing all the missiles like that in midair, which then fell to the ground and shattered. It seems that Superman doesn't have this ability, right? He only has freezing breath, Alex said. Hank, the Mars hunter, was somewhat unconvinced and wanted to give Han Qiuya a warning. He ordered his subordinates, use Kryptonite weapons. Yes, sir. Han Qiuya and Kara flew over, preparing to land. Suddenly, Han Qiuya's eyes flashed. A sneak attack? She caught a bullet between her fingers and then crushed it to pieces. On the ground, Hank observed Han Qiuya and noticed she showed no signs of discomfort. What the hell? Is she really a Kryptonian? As for Kara, she had already been hit and was feeling unwell, falling from the sky. Han Qiuya accelerated to catch up, steadily holding Princess Kara and lightly landing on the ground. Hank, you guys don't play fair. I've told you before that I'm not afraid of Kryptonite. Do you believe it now? Han Qiuya said seriously to the Martian hunter. From now on, Kara is my person, so be careful. After saying that, Han Qiuya calmly used her powerful biofield to extract the Kryptonite bullets from Kara's body. Then her eyes lit up, emitting a gentle, healing ray, quickly repairing all of Kara's wounds to their original state. Next, Han Qiuya took out a nanosuit and placed it on Kara, and the nano automatically formed into Kara's battle suit. This suit can completely block Kryptonite radiation. Kara's adoptive sister, Alexis, looked on in astonishment at this scene. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Kara immediately woke up, and Han Qiuya set her down. Thank you, Sister Qiuya, Kara said, raising her hand for a high five with Han Qiuya. The two walked towards Hank and Alexis. You actually used Kryptonite to attack without informing us in advance. That's too sneaky, Kara said somewhat angrily. Hank and Alexis exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed to justify their actions. It was Han Qiuya who broke the deadlock, so the test results for Kara should be enough to prove she's qualified, right? Hank thought for a moment and said, indeed, based on the test results, Kara has abilities equal to her cousin, and she has already reached 6 times the speed of sound in flight, which is quite outstanding given her short training time. After that, Hank looked at Han Qiuya again. As for Ms. Han's strength, our equipment can't measure anything about you, so there's no need to come to us for testing next time. Hank was indeed somewhat afraid of Han Qiuya. She had strength surpassing that of Kryptonians, more superpowers than Kryptonians, and no weakness against Kryptonite. If she were to cause trouble, what could be used to restrain her? Hank couldn't think of anything, no matter how hard he tried. Sister Qiuya, are you going back again? Kara asked somewhat reluctantly. Han Qiuya, who is 178 centimeters tall, lowered her head slightly to look at Carla, who is 173 centimeters tall. She patted Carla's head and said, Carla, you need to learn to face difficulties on your own and not rely too much on me. Besides, I'm not leaving for good, so don't be so reluctant. When will you be back the soonest? Carla asked eagerly. Han Qiuya thought for a moment and said, I'll come find you tomorrow and take you to the Marvel Universe, which is the world I live in. How about that? Really? That's great. Carla jumped up happily, her face beaming with a bright smile. Han Qiuya couldn't help but laugh. then turned and slowly floated up, a passageway appearing in the air. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow, Carla. Han Qiuya waved goodbye to Carla and left. After Han Qiuya returned to the Marvel Universe, she immediately arrived at the SHIELD base. Director Snake, it's been a while. Han Qiuya suddenly appeared behind Nick Fury. Nick Fury turned around and, upon seeing Han Qiuya, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. This little ancestor was back. He wondered what she was up to this time. Oh, the powerful Superwoman has arrived. What brings you here? Fury asked with a frown. He noticed that Han Qiuya called him Director Snake, but didn't plan to ask too much, assuming she was just mocking him. He already knew that several Hydra undercover agents had infiltrated SHIELD. I want to check on the Tesseract. Han Qiuya said after a brief examination with her X-ray vision. It seems it's scared of me. It hasn't lit up yet. Upon hearing this, Nick's expression darkened, and he felt a sense of frustration. It was as if SHIELD was being treated as her storage facility, with her coming to take it whenever she wanted. Nick was worried, calculating that the only top-tier combat force SHIELD could currently mobilize was Captain America, who had been rescued from his frozen state, and the Hulk, who existed within Banner as a potential destructive force. Another strong combatant, Iron Man, was already unreachable. He was likely taken by Han Qiuya to another universe. With the current forces available, it was far from enough to contend with Han Qiuya. Nick calculated that he at least needed to summon Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, into the team. When he arrived on Earth, he would have to find him for a chat, and it would be best to establish a good relationship with Asgard as well. Han Qiuya's voice interrupted Nick's thoughts. Also, I have a suggestion. You'd better not study it. Its power is too great and unstable, and it would be bad if it attracts aliens. With me here, Earth is very safe. Nick Fury was silent for a moment and said, I will consider your suggestion. All right, if aliens come, remember to notify me immediately. Seeing his firm attitude, Han Qiuya said no more. Don't worry, we have a crisis response plan. You just need to take care of your own business. Fury said lightly. In the world of Supergirl, the Super Department discovered an alien that killed a police officer and stole dangerous chemicals from factory. Hank Henshaw watched the footage of another alien invasion incident on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim, recently, it has been full of surprises. The alien problem seems to come one after another. You find him, and then I'll take him down. Kareth suddenly appeared behind Hank, crossing her arms and confidently looking at the screen. Recently, she felt that her control over her powers was becoming more proficient, and her strength was rapidly increasing. Facing this alien, she didn't take him seriously at all. Hank turned around and looked at Kara, saying, No problem, Miss Danvers. However, before that, you have to prove to us that you won't be taken down first. Hearing this, Kara frowned in dissatisfaction. Her adoptive sister Alex, seeing this, quickly said, Kara, come with me. Then, Kara followed Alex to a special room in the base, where there was a large arena in the center. What are we doing here? Kara curiously looked around after entering. As Alex walked onto the arena, she said, When I first joined the Super Department, I trained continuously for 5 months, practicing at least 12 hours a day here to ensure I was fully prepared. Alex, you know I can bend rebar with my bare hands. Last week, I even defeated the incredibly powerful Vartox. I'm fully prepared, Kara said confidently. Alex turned around and looked into Kara's eyes, asking, Are you really sure you are completely ready? Of course, Kara said decisively. Just then, the Kryptonite radiation device around them suddenly activated, filling the room with deadly green radiation for Kryptonians. However, Alex did not know that Kara was wearing the nanosuit that Han Qiuya had given her, which protected her from Kryptonite radiation. At the moment the Kryptonite radiation turned on, Alex unexpectedly threw a punch at Kara, believing that Kara would immediately weaken and fall. But with a loud bang, her fist felt as if it hit solid steel, causing a severe recoil and pain. Oh, what happened? Alex looked at Kara in surprise, who didn't even budge. Kara was first taken aback, then looked at the surrounding Kryptonite green light and smiled proudly. I have the nanosuit that Sister Qiuya gave me. The Kryptonite radiation doesn't affect me much at all. This scene was recorded by surveillance, and Hank and several staff members in front of the screen were all astonished. All right, Kara, you change into another outfit first, then come over to participate in my training test, Alex said. But Kara shook her head and said, Sister, you want me to take off the protective suit and expose myself to Kryptonite radiation for the weakening test, right? But I heard Sister Qiuya say during a fight that super strength can crush everything. I don't think it's necessary. Regardless. You haven't practiced combat techniques, Completing the training is a must. But sis, Kara wanted to say something, her heart eager to take down that alien. You. Alex interrupted her, her expression suddenly darkening. After all, is she your sister or my sister? No matter what, here you will listen to me. You go change your clothes immediately. All right, Kara thought. I'll change, I just don't believe I can't beat him. After a while, the two officially began their combat training. Kara was hit squarely by Alex and cried out in pain, falling to the ground. With the kryptonite radiation only set to 80% power, you can't even beat me, and you say you don't need training? However, thanks to her strong learning and adaptability, Kara quickly managed to hold her own against Alex for half the time under the kryptonite radiation. At first, Alex felt pleased with Kara's progress, but gradually, as Kara's combat skills got closer to her own, jealousy began to rise within Alex. Kryptonian abilities are really overpowered. The next morning, Kara was sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Suddenly, a glowing portal appeared beside her, and a hand reached out from it, grabbing her forcefully. Kara screamed as her body was yanked away. It was Han Kiwiya who opened a portal from the Marvel side. But Kara wasn't used to Han Kiwiya's sudden actions and was startled. Sister Kiwiya, why didn't you greet me before grabbing me? After landing in Marvel, Kara jumped up and complained. I almost spat out my breakfast. Han Kiwiya smiled and said, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Well, next time, please let me know in advance. Kara quickly broke into a smile and curiously looked around. Hey, this place seems pretty similar to my Earth. Suddenly, Kara seemed to remember something. Oh right, I haven't finished the breakfast I just bought. I didn't ask for leave. My boss wouldn't think I quit and fire me. Would he? Han Kiwiya walked towards the company and casually said, Your job is just delivering coffee to the boss every day. What's so great about that? It's not suitable for Kryptonians at all. Kara quickly followed and hesitated, saying, But I can't use my superpowers to make money doing illegal things. I still need to rely on my job for living expenses. Wait until I show you how to make money. Pay attention and learn well. Han Kiwiya thought helplessly that this seemed to be what they called the director's power. Apart from those wealthy superhero types, it seemed that no matter how powerful the other heroes were, they wouldn't use their abilities to make big money. Also, Kara always posed in various exaggerated positions after being defeated by the villains in the show. This was also the director's power. Of course, the audience's power was also to blame. She led Kara toward the company's entrance. Han Kiwiya's mind moved, controlling the nano-armor, and her entire body quickly transformed into a businesswoman's outfit. A fitted black ensemble wrapped around Han Kiwiya's perfect body curves. The lower half featured black stockings encasing her long, straight legs, highlighting their perfect shape. The black pencil skirt flared out slightly, revealing a small section of her fair skin between the stockings and the short skirt. On her feet were pointed black high heels, exuding elegance and sensuality with each step. Kara watched and imitated Han Kiwiya, also transforming into a professional female outfit. One was glamorous and alluring, while the other was cute and intellectual, both radiating femininity and charm. Wow, we look like two powerful women in the workplace. Kara exclaimed happily. Hello, boss. Just as they were about to enter the company gate, several tall and strong Terminator security guards greeted them in unison. Hearing their greeting, the other human employees in the lobby noticed Han Kiwiya approaching and responded loudly. Hello, boss. Han Kiwiya nodded calmly, and Carla mimicked her, adopting the demeanor of a boss's secretary. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking approached quickly. A woman in a red business suit strode over. It was Xiaomei, dressed in a red suit and a striking red dress, complemented by bright red high heels, looking neat and full of charm. Boss, Xiaomei greeted confidently, striding over in her red heels. The other employees, upon seeing this, exclaimed, Hello, President. Han Kiwiya and Carla followed Xiaomei into the company's most luxurious boss's office. It was an extremely lavish space, with a large boss's desk and a high-backed boss's chair in the center. Han Kiwiya walked straight over, elegantly sitting down in the boss's chair, exuding the aura of a noble female CEO. Xiaomei then said to Kara, Miss Kara, please take a seat. Kara sat down in the nearby chair. At this moment, several employees in black suits quickly approached and poured tea. Kara secretly admired Han Kiwiya's presence and charm, as well as Xiaomei's professionalism and capability. Moreover, this company was much more impressive than her workplace. Han Kiwiya picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seeing this, Kara imitated her. Oh, by the way, Kara, you haven't finished your breakfast yet, so here's a little something to supplement. Eat some 8 treasure porridge. It will help you grow. Han Kiwiya exchanged for a bottle of 8 treasure porridge and handed it to Kara. 8 treasure porridge? Kara found it very interesting and tried to pronounce it in Chinese. This is Chinese, right? I'm not very proficient in Chinese yet. I will spend time to study it properly in the future. With the intelligence of a Kryptonian, Kara could indeed grasp daily communication in Chinese quickly. At this moment, Xiaomei spoke to Han Xiuya. Boss, we haven't officially renamed the Life Foundation we received yet. I wonder what you would like to call it. Han Xiuya thought for a moment and casually said, just pick a name. Let's call it Pioneer Company, Pioneer Group. Okay, boss, I understand. Xiaomei nodded. Han Xiuya took a sip of tea, and the cup quickly ran dry. Just as she put down the cup, it automatically filled with water again. Kutta, who was eating 8 treasure porridge nearby, suddenly slowed her chewing motion. She curiously stared at the cup for a while and even used her X-ray vision to check the bottom of the cup, but found nothing. Kara tilted her head in confusion. At that moment, Han Xiuya closed her eyes and activated her super brain, wanting to contemplate the company's development plan. The super brain planned the company's development. Super brain, lazy, please use superpower to solve the problem. Han Xiuya. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiaomei. By the way, there are now some human employees mixed in the company. How do you plan to arrange them? Boss, those human employees are newly recruited undercover agents. The company intends to only recruit undercover agents from various factions. They will only be paid half of a normal salary, and the remaining salary will be deducted for various reasons, trying to prevent them from getting money. The company's performance will be very good. Therefore, normal humans will not come to work in our company. The undercover agents do not rely on the company's salary to make a living. If they want to do well as undercover agents here, they will work hard even if the company doesn't pay them. Very good. Xiaomei, you are the real hero. On the side, Kara listened to Xiaomei's proposal. Her eyes widened in surprise, experiencing for the first time the shock brought by capitalist behavior. Xiuya, is this how you teach me to make money? She thought, why not take the opportunity to gather the members of the Supergirl Alliance at the company to meet each other? Then Han Xiuya waved her hands and easily tore open the space. On the other side of the space, Selena was lying on her bed at home, curled up like a sleeping cat. Han Xiuya had a thought and controlled the nano suit on Selena, instantly changing it into a professional outfit. Selena sensed something unusual and woke up from her sleep. Han Xiuya reached through the space rift with both hands and directly brought Selena over. Little night owl, you stayed up late again last night, still sleeping soundly. It's time to get up for work, Han Xiuya said with a smile as she set Selena down. Once Selena realized it was Han Xiuya, she felt safe in the environment, so she stood there, still in a daze, not fully awake. She enjoyed nighttime activities. Last night she had been hunting down an entire human trafficking gang by herself, almost fighting the whole night. Xiaomei quickly had the Terminator robot bring over black coffee to help Selena wake up. Next, Han Xiuya also used spatial teleportation to summon the Venom Eddie combination and Dr. Banner. Eddie looked pretty good. With his 10 million in funds, if he didn't spend recklessly, it could last him at least a decade. Moreover, he had also reconciled with his ex-girlfriend and was living a good life. He wanted to find a job, but was stopped by Venom, who said he just needed to lie at home, play around, and be ready to follow Han Xiuya's orders. Boss, Goddess. Banner appeared a bit reserved and nervous, glancing around at the others present before directing his gaze towards Han Xiuya. Han Xiuya understood Banner's thoughts and knew that appearing in public like this might expose his undercover identity in S.H.L.D. However, Han Xiuya didn't care at all. With her current strength, what could Director Egghead do if he found out? Han Xiuya looked around the room and said, all right, the important people are basically all here. We're still missing Tony and Natasha. Tony is still in D.C. Previously, he rebelled with the Supergirl suit, so he might come over as an undercover agent. As for Natasha, I had her leave S.H.I.E.L.D. to work directly with us, but she seems a bit reluctant and can't fully cut ties with her old department. Xiaomei chimed in, everyone, this is our boss Han Xiuya's new company. We are all members of the Supergirl Alliance, and from now on, we will be partners. For those who aren't familiar yet, let's get to know each other. Kara was the first to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Supergirl Kara. I have the same Kryptonian abilities as Sister Xiuya, but my strength is still far below hers. I'm Selena, also known as Catwoman, from the DC Universe, and I'm good at nighttime operations. Hello, I'm Dr. Banner, a scientist. Venom noticed the lively atmosphere outside, emerged from Eddie's body, and popped his head out. Under Xiaomei's organization, the team members quickly introduced themselves to one another. Kara looked at her new partners with various skills, feeling a surge of excitement and motivation. Sister Xiuya, I want to join the Supergirl Alliance too. Okay. The office space was very large, and Han Xiuya exchanged a large table of barbecue delicacies from the system. These were dishes made from system-enhanced ingredients. The grilled meats were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with aroma and juice with each bite. The vegetables were vibrant in color, each leaf a treasure, crisp and refreshing, perfectly complemented by the seasoning provided by the system. Everyone began to enjoy the barbecue in a lively manner. After eating for a while, the conversation picked up. Kara happily stuffed her mouth with food, her cheeks puffed out, chewing and swallowing quickly, then asked indistinctly, "What kind of work do you all do? Is the salary high?" Han Qiuya smiled and said, "I am the boss, the sole shareholder of the company, earning 100 million a day." Xiao Mei cooperated and smiled back, "I am the president, and my salary is not low." Kara felt a bit envious and discouraged upon hearing this, as she was still earning a basic salary. However, she didn't lose heart and continued to grab a few skewers of grilled meat and ate heartily. After all, it was free food. The more she ate, the more she earned. Selena, who was already full, said, "I am a warrior, earning 100,000 a month. And I spend the boss's money every day, and I can't spend it all." Banner stayed silent, thinking to himself, "I am an undercover agent. Does that count as work?" He couldn't say it out loud. Eddie shyly said, "I don't have a job yet, but the boss has given me a subsidy of 10 million. Han Qiuya thought for a moment and said, "Eddie, why don't you become the security team leader of the company? Report to Xiao Mei if anything comes up." Eddie replied, "Sure. Having a formal job is great. My girlfriend and family will be happy." Han Qiuya looked at Selena and smiled, asking, "Kat, do you want to be a security guard or a secretary?" Selena jokingly replied, "I'll just continue being your warrior. I can also double as a security guard or secretary, but I need extra pay." Han Qiuya, "Little kitty, I'll take care of you tonight." Han Qiuya turned to Banner and said, "Dr. Banner, you don't need to go to SHIELD anymore. Just conduct your research work at my company. If you need research funding, just talk to Xiao Mei. I have plenty of money." Banner nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, boss." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a scientist, being an undercover agent at SHIELD didn't quite align with his professional direction. While carrying out undercover tasks, he often felt a bit anxious. However, thinking of Nick Fury made Banner somewhat worried about being questioned and getting into trouble. But then he thought that with Han Qiuya backing him up, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything. Now, with such a generous sponsor like Han Qiuya, he could conduct his research work without any worries, which was like a dream come true for Banner. After Selena finished eating, her mount flew over the mountain to take her back to Han Qiuya's villa. Eddie then changed into security uniform and started to stand guard while slacking off. Xiao Mei didn't say anything to strictly require him. Venom, however, was a bit excited. "I haven't been active for a long time. Bring on some troublemakers." Eddie replied, "Venom, don't be so aggressive. Be careful not to perform poorly and end up damaging things and having your salary deducted. Isn't it good to have nothing to do? Then you get lost. Let me work, you take a break." Venom took control of Eddie's body and started patrolling around. Han Qiuya took Carla and flew into the sky. The two hovered in midair, and Han Qiuya said, "Carla, I'm going to teach you how to make money." Carla looked around. It was empty with nothing in sight. She said with a hint of confusion, "Where's there a place to make money here? But there are a few banks down below, and we can't go robbing banks." Han Qiuya smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's a legitimate method. Daily income exceeds 1 trillion. 1 trillion? Han Qiuya's goal is Spirit Star. It is a massive asteroid located between Mars and Jupiter, containing rich mineral resources, including rare metals and gold, with a total value of approximately 700 billion. Although it is 370 million kilometers away from Earth, it is not far for Han Qiuya. Not to mention that she can already fly at nearly the speed of light, 370 million kilometers, 300,000 km s1, 233 seconds, meaning she only needs about 20 minutes to reach it. Additionally, Han Qiuya can easily tear open space and directly create a spatial passage to Spirit Star. For her, Spirit Star is just within reach. Kara's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the faint cosmic scene visible through the crack. This is Spirit Star." Kara searched her brain for knowledge and exclaimed, "That's amazing. To be able to cover such a long distance, this power is too strong. The feeling of tearing open space must be exhilarating." Kara looked at Han Qiuya with eyes full of longing. Han Qiuya smiled and said, "This is just a piece of cake. If you work hard on sunbathing, you'll be able to do this sooner or later. Come with me." After saying that, Han Qiuya quickly flew into the spatial rift. Kara took a deep breath and mustered her courage to follow her in. In the blink of an eye, the two had flown to the surface of Spirit God Star. Kara looked around and the scene before her amazed her. The ground was covered with ores, various precious metals shimmering and glowing, covering the surface of this planet. The distant mountain peaks also had a metallic sheen, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight.